You have to get along once you get to the Twin Dragon Academy. Zhuo Fan put down the jade scroll and sighed helplessly. Ye Lin is extremely arrogant. Lived together for decades, huh? Yeah. Old Yuan continued. I've heard of Ye Lin. He's just like you, not a kind person, so don't hate him. You're both birds of a feather. All right, hurry up and set off. Shui Ruhua and the others are all ready. Zhuo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, already? Old Yuan smiled slyly and replied, This old man knows that you just had your wedding night and are probably not satisfied, but the Jade Scroll has been in my hands for a long time. Disciples from other sects have already set off. If you don't go, you'll be late. Once you get to the Twin Dragon Academy, you can still do dual cultivation if you want. Chu Qingcheng blushed and lowered her head. Zhuo Fan was completely speechless and thought, Since when did Master like talking about dual cultivation so much? He doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. The two packed up simply and went with old Yuan to the sect's barrier. There, all the high-level members of the demon-controlling sect were waiting to see them off, and the Luo family was also preparing to return. The barrier opened, and Zhuo Fan's group stepped out. Bai Gongfeng and Qi Gongfeng stepped forward, cupped their fists, and said, Sect leader, rest assured, during the time that the sect leader is at the Twin Dragon Academy, all the affairs of the sect will be handled by us and the great Gongfeng. Sect leader, please rest assured. Zhuo Fan cursed inwardly, thinking, They're clearly self-appointing themselves as the second Gongfengs. I haven't even conferred the title yet, and they already understand and want to push Xing Gongfeng aside. Their ambitions are really not small, but they are all family members. If I don't give the rights of the second Gongfengs to them, who should I give them to? Zhuo Fan patted the two on the shoulders and nodded in response. Sorry to trouble you two. If there is anything important in the sect, you must all listen to the great Gongfeng. The two immediately understood and replied, Yes. It was clear that Zhuo Fan officially handed over the power to the great Gongfeng, warning them not to overstep their authority. Because they knew that Zhuo Fan and the great Gongfeng had a close relationship, they also obediently listened. Old Yuan stepped forward and instructed, Zhuo Fan, now you are the sect leader of the demon-controlling sect. When you arrive at the Twin Dragon Academy, you must meet the two supreme elders with the etiquette of a sect leader. The Twin Dragon Academy will also treat you with the etiquette of a sect leader, not as casually as usual. This is etiquette. Zhuo Fan replied with a smile. I understand, great Gongfeng. Rest assured. Old Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The sect's barrier closed, and Zhuo Fan and the Lufao family went far away. The two high-level Bai Gongfengs also left, each taking care of their own affairs. Only the great Gongfeng stood there stroking his beard and muttering, I hope the two supreme elders understand our intentions and know when to back down. Zhuo Fan finally rolled out of bed after a night of cloud and rain shenanigans with Chu Qingcheng. Dude wakes up and BAM! Level up unlocked. Who knew dual cultivation with Chu Qingcheng was both hella fun and a crazy express boost? So naturally, Zhuo Fan wants a round 2 with Chu Qingcheng, but his plans get yeeted when Grand Elder Yuan shows up. He tells the lovebirds to get dressed ASAP and head to the Twin Dragon Manor for some training. After a whole lot of nagging, Zhuo Fan finally agrees to hit the road, leaving Yuan to mutter about hoping the Twin Dragon Sovereigns will understand. The 5 elders of the Dry Glory faction appear behind Yuan. Elder Lu speaks up. Grand Offering Elder, the message the Sovereign sent on the Jade Slip clearly states they want Zhuo Fan. Are we going to piss them off? Yuan sighs, then pulls out another Jade Slip. This is a private message for me from the Sovereigns, asking me to nurture Zhuo Fan into a prodigy. Basically, they're trying to poach him, but if they value Zhuo Fan this much, shouldn't we? I'm just going to yeet Zhuo Fan into the sect master position, so even if the Sovereigns want him, they can't just snatch him. Hopefully, when Zhuo Fan meets them as the sect master, they'll get the hint and drop it. If they use force, we're screwed. Elder Lu laughs. Haha, Grand Offering Elder, relax. The Twin Dragon Sovereigns are big shots. They wouldn't be that crude. How else would they rule the Western continent? Now that Zhuo Fan's our sect master, it's hard for even those two venerables to steal him. Genius move, Yuan chuckles. I'm not a genius, I was just forced to. If Zhuo Fan hadn't been framed for rebelling when he attacked the Xuan Heaven sect, and I had stepped in as the Grand Offering Elder, things would be different. He sighs. What hurts me the most is that Wu Yu had to sacrifice himself to keep a prodigy like Zhuo Fan, and I had to force him to abdicate. So everything was planned by the Grand Offering Elder. He was the one who wanted to pressure Shiwuyu to step down, not because he was weak, but he looks up at the sky, pondering, I wonder what Shiwuyu and Zhuo Fan would think if they knew the truth. In the end, those two smartasses were still played by this old fox. Don't blame me. Everything I do is for the future of the sect. Send the jade slip message. The rabbit has left the burrow. Prepare to make a move. On a high mountain peak, Shiwuyu looks down at Yuan leaving and sighs. Master, you abandoned this disciple first. Don't blame me for showing no mercy. Stone Offering Elder beside him scoffs. Sect Master, one must be ruthless to achieve greatness. You want to take back everything, so why pretend to be forced? So fake, this is what you wanted. No one forced you to make a move against your master. Shiwuyu replies, That's right, no one forced me. I pushed myself to this point, so I will take back everything I've lost. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be eliminated. Scene change to the forest outside the Demon Book Sect's barrier. Luo Yunhai, with a bright smile, says, Brother Zhuo, we must part ways now. When you have time, you must come back to the Luo family to visit everyone. Ji-Yu Santong, looking reluctant to part, also flies over. Parents, I have to go back now. If you encounter any trouble, don't forget about your little Sanzi. And so, everyone leaves the Demon Book Sect, 3 groups splitting up. Luo Yunhai leads the Luo family back to their clan, Rongning and Changer follow. Little Sanzi has to return to the Myriad Beast mountain range. Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng's group head to the Twin Dragon Manor for training. Zhuo Fan doesn't want to go, but he's the sect master now, so he has to fulfill his duties. Anyway, the MC will be stuck in this Western continent backwater for a long time. The Demon Book sect still relies on the Twin Dragon Manor for protection, so Zhuo Fan has to give them some face. Zhuo Fan nods. Thank you all for your help this time. See you again later. Li Jingtian, Qiu Yanhai, and everyone from the Luo family cup their fists and reply, Steward Zhuo, see you later. After saying goodbye, the Luo family floors it under Luo Yunhai's command. Only 2 girls look back longingly, thinking, whatever, Zhuo Fan and Qingcheng are together for life. Why should they disturb their lives? Like Qingcheng said, as long as Zhuo Fan is safe, that's enough. Watching the figures disappear, Zhuo Fan is filled with emotions, thinking in his past life he was a high and mighty demon emperor. But dying is dying, leaving nothing behind. And here I am, just a mere mortal cultivator, yet I've got so damn much. With that thought, Li Fan looked up at the sky and flashed a happy grin. Lu Chaoge was infected by his mood, and she gave a soft, gentle smile too. In this moment, the 2 of them truly felt a satisfaction they'd never experienced before. A month later, Luo Yunhai returned to the Luo family's base at Blackwind Mountain, leading a bunch of experts. Compared to when they set out, the losses were heavy AF. A third of their combat power was gone, and most of the remaining 2/3 were seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of Luo Alliance were shooketh by Luo Yunhai's unauthorized action. An elder in the Alliance immediately stepped out to question him. Lord Luo, what the hell happened? You took the entire combat power of the Luo Alliance, and now you're back like this? The casualties are too damn high. Xie Xiaofeng hurriedly chimed in. Yeah, you need to explain this to us. Even though we all belong to the Luo Alliance, and you're the Alliance Lord, you just went all in without a word. That's kinda hard to accept, Long Yifei calmly said. Everyone, chill. The Lupo Alliance is booming right now, penetrating dozens of surrounding small countries. Its strength is constantly increasing. Don't keep blaming Lord Luco for one slip-up. At least this time, we didn't go completely bankrupt. Compared to before, when everyone had to work their asses off, the situation is still much better. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Thanks, Lord Long. No wonder you were the first family to partner with us. You always believe in us. Long Yifei nodded and continued, Lord Lugo, you're too kind. It's just that this time, you made such a big move without even informing us. Now that you're back, shouldn't you explain things clearly? Everyone nodded in unison, focusing their eyes on Luo Yunhai, waiting for him to speak. Luo Yunhai took a deep breath and began to recount the whole thing. Sorry everyone, things happened too suddenly, and I didn't have time to discuss it before deploying the troops. It was my bad. The thing is, after everything was clarified, everyone nodded. Just then, a cold snort echoed. HMPH. Just for a former steward, you mobilize such a large force and put the Luo alliance in danger. Hurry. Are you kidding us with the benefits of our families? When our Lini family decided to join the Luo alliance, we never expected it to be such a childish organization. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look. The speaker was a man with a goatee, his eyes full of arrogance. Long Yifei snorted lightly, then said coldly, "Lord Li, your Li family may have some reputation in Yuanshan country, but you're not qualified to speak loudly in the Lu Bu alliance. A family from a small country, as expected, their vision is limited." The man angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Long Yifei, the Lukio alliance hasn't even been established for 5 years. Even if you're the most senior elder here, you're not much better than our newly promoted clan elder. Our forces are part of the Lukio alliance's military power. Shouldn't we ask why the alliance lord deployed troops without authorization? Long Yifei replied with a cold smile. "Of course you can ask. We already did, and it's only natural for the alliance lord to do so." The man then said disdainfully, "Natural? Just because of that former steward?" Long Yifei curled his lip contemptuously. "That's right. It's for the former steward. No matter how much the Lubao alliance has to pay, it's totally worth it. A family from a small country naturally doesn't understand what it means to capitalize on opportunities. Zhuo Fan, his value is absolutely worth risking our lives for. Do you even know that the entire ownership of the Luo alliance, including the Tianyu Empire, was built by him alone? Without him, there would be no prestigious Luo alliance today. I formed an alliance with him before, and now I'm the Grand Elder in charge of the Luo alliance's trade with dozens of countries, a position second only to one person and above everyone else. And now that he needs our help, we're begging for the chance. What's more, didn't you just hear? He's now the sect leader of the demonic book sect. With the demonic book sect as our backing, how fast will the Luo alliance grow? Do you even know?" The man shuddered slightly, pondered for a moment, then reluctantly lowered his voice but still said, "But it's still too risky. What if he fails? Won't we lose everything?" Long Yifei smiled faintly, his voice full of confidence. "There's no way he'll fail. That kid is extremely cautious in his actions. Once he makes a move, he's bound to succeed. I know him too well." Laughter echoed in his ears for a long time. The man was silent and unable to retort, nor did he need to say anything more. At this moment, Luko Yunhai's expression suddenly became serious like never before, and he shouted, "Lord Long, although you come from a merchant background and are good at talking, please forgive me for not daring to agree with you." Long Yifei looked at him questioningly. Luo Yunhai glanced at everyone and continued with a firm voice, "My Luo family takes benevolence and righteousness as its foundation. The Luo alliance is an army of benevolence and righteousness. Anyone who joins the Luo alliance is treated as family by me. When family is in trouble, I'm willing to rush into danger, and I will never back down. Today, I led the entire combat power of the Luboloko alliance to assist Zhuo Dage, not because of how much potential he has to repay us, but because he's my big brother, the one who saved the Luo family back then and single-handedly founded the Luo alliance. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. Do we need to calculate gains and losses when dealing with family? Even if he becomes trash today and has no value, I and the Luko Alliance will still do our best to help him. This is the Dao of the Luko Alliance. If you don't share the same ideals as my Luko family, then please leave. I, Lugo Yunhai, will definitely not force you." After speaking, Luo Yunhai flicked his sleeves and left with a stern aura, leaving the old men looking at each other and bowing their heads in shame. Zhuo Fan and the gang from the demonic scheme sect dipped to the Twin Dragon Manor for some learning. Turns out Yuan Lao was playing 4D chess the whole time. He yeeted Zhuo Fan into the sect master seat to keep those Twin Dragon Chads from snatching him, but at the cost of dunking on Ji Wu Yu, who's now plotting his revenge arc. Dramas brewing in the demonic scheme sect. Zhuo Fan bounced from the barrier, ditching the Luo clan and Ji Yu Santong. Everyone went their separate ways. Luo Yunhai rolled back to Luo Manor and immediately got roasted by the elders. Long Yifei stepped up to defend the kid. Then, Luo Yunhai dropped this banger. "Everyone in Luo Manor gets treated like a VIP. Mess with one, mess with all." That's the Luo Manor vibe. After his epic speech, Luo Yunhai did a mic drop and peaced out, leaving the higher-ups speechless and embarrassed. Long Yifei chimed in, "Yo, did Zhuo Fan actually raise this little boss?" Zhuo Fan's all about the plans and details, but the kid's a whole different breed. Haha, Zhuo Fan, you really left the Luo clan with a massive glow-up potential. Watching Luo Yunhai bounce, Long Yifei and the crew exchanged knowing smiles, thinking, can't beat having a leader who's all about the big picture. Back at Luo Manor HQ, Luo Yunhai barely parked his butt before Luo Yunsheng came charging in, ready to throw hands. Yunhai, where'd you drag everyone off to? You know those Luo Manor elders have been camping outside our door for days? Sis, chill. It's not a big loss. Luo Yunhai chuckled, about to explain, when a booming laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha, only the eldest miss can make the family head ditch everything and go all in. They both jumped, turning to see Leng Wucheng stroll in. Leng? What are you implying? Luo Yunsheng tilted her head, looking like she's piecing things together. Leng Wucheng just smirked and nodded. Luo Yunsheng immediately grilled Luo Yunhai. Did Leng Wucheng just spill the tea? You went to see him? Luo Yunhai just shrugged, sighed, and spilled all the details. Luo Yunsheng muttered after hearing it. So that's the deal. He and the head of the... She teared up, spun around, and bolted. Luo Yunhai went to chase after her, but Leng Wucheng held him back, saying, let her have her moment, family head. And Zhuo Guanjie, I'm worried he's going to walk into a trap. Luo Yunhai's eyes widened. What do you mean? Leng Wucheng stroked his beard and sighed. Beauty melts the hearts of heroes. A single spark of rage for a beauty's smile. Zhuo Guanjie, and the head of the... Getting hitched is great and all, but it makes him soft. As for Ji Wuyu, the position of sect leader can't be easily removed or restricted, or it could lead to deadly consequences. The steward probably understands this, but right now, his entire mind is focused on Lu Zhuchu. He's probably willing to take on all the dangers himself. What a simp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light tear through the air. In front of a bustling town, 4 figures descend from the sky. It's Zhuo Fan, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruhua, and Dan Cher. After a month of travel, they're halfway there, Zhuo Fan suggests. The road's been nothing but wilderness. It's rare to see a town this lively. Let's take a break. The ladies smile in agreement. Danger giggles mischievously. Big bro Zhuo, the road's been all wilderness. Inconvenient, right? Tonight, are you and Qingchengji gonna finish your honeymoon? Chu Qingcheng blushes instantly, glaring and scolding. You little brat! Dare you say another word? Zhuo Fan laughs heartily. Ha ha, Danfear, you really understand me. Since you all know my plan, tonight everyone minds their own business. Don't disturb anyone. Chu Qingcheng's face turns even redder, shyly lowering her head and muttering, You're so outrageous. Zhuo Fan smirks, not caring, and strides forward. Let's find a tea house to rest first. The 3 women exchange glances, smile happily, and follow behind. Lost in thought, Shui Ruohua says. After getting married, Zhuo Fan's personality has changed a lot. At least he's not as cold as before. Chu Qingcheng nods. Yeah, he looks so full of life now, not burdened by carrying the whole world on his shoulders. I'm content, but I wonder if this is what he truly wants. Shui Ruohua pats her shoulder gently. No matter what he wanted before, now he only wants you. Don't overthink it. Danger suddenly leans in, giggling. That's right. Anyway, he's so much better now, not so restrained. Women can change men, Qingchengji. You're truly epic. Chu Qingcheng shakes her head with a smile, takes a deep breath, looks at the 2 women, then at Zhuo Fan, who is relaxed and happy. She still has some worries. She once wondered if her existence would wear down this man's will, but now, as long as Zhuo Fan is happy, that's enough. Zhuo Fan stops in front of a lavishly decorated tea house, turns to everyone, and smiles radiantly. Qingcheng, let's rest here. Chu Qingcheng smiles, exhales a long breath, and a sense of satisfaction wells up in her heart. She calmly nods. The 3 women and Zhuo Fan enter the tea house and sit down at a table. Immediately, a waiter rushes over to greet them, serving fragrant tea to the 4. All around them, customers are talking and laughing boisterously. Sensing the lively atmosphere of the town, Zhuo Fan looks at Chu Qingcheng's smiling face, as beautiful as a flower, and gently closes his eyes. A rare feeling of peace arises in his heart. Is this the life of ordinary people? Compared to the days of scheming and endless battles, it's indeed much, much easier. Dan Kara suddenly asks, Oh yeah, Qingchengji, this time when we go to the Twin Dragon courtyard, Will we use the identities of Shuantian sect disciples or demonic scheme sect? Shui Ruohua says with a wry smile. Probably demonic scheme sect. After all, we're considered traitors of Shuantian sect. The sect has already removed our names. Dan Gore says, puzzled. But we're righteous cultivators. Wouldn't that be entering the demonic path? We don't cultivate demonic arts. Shui Ruohua laughs. Silly. Since we betrayed the sect, we've been removed from the righteous path. Whether we cultivate demonic arts or not, in the eyes of others, we're all demonic. Dan Kerr exclaims, ugh, that's too arbitrary. Shui Ruohua replies, do you think the so-called righteous path is inviolable? Disagree, and you become a different species? Zhuo Fan sits in contemplation, righteous or demonic in the world. Who can really distinguish what is righteous and what is demonic? It's all defined by people themselves. In the end, Elder Yungan was right. Righteous and demonic ultimately flow into the same sea. Only fools stubbornly divide righteous and demonic, then fall into a sea of suffering, making it difficult to achieve the great Davio. Suddenly, a strange voice rings in his ear. Ignorant, shallow, Ju Yu. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan frowns slightly, as if he hears someone calling the name Ju Yu. The MC tries to close his eyes to calm his mind and sense, but unexpectedly finds that his whole body has no strength, even his eyes can't be opened, and can only shout silently in his heart, who are you? Who knows the common name of the Jiu demon emperor? The voice continues to come out. Ju Yu, we are waiting for you. You must return to achieve the great road and come back. Li Yunhai straight up roasts the family elders without mercy, then dips. But no one's buying this whole respect the youngin' thing. No sooner does he get back to his room than Lu Chungyun shows up. Good thing Leng Wuchang covers his ass. But guess what? He's got bad news. Zhuo Fan's like, my wife's a freaking softie. Soft or not, who cares? Zhuo Fan's just chilling with Chu Ching Cheng on their honeymoon, cruising to the Two-Dragon Courtyard. Spot a bustling place and they're like, hey, let's park it here. Zhuo Fan's actually feeling the vibes, living that normal life for once. But bam! A voice pops in his head. Ju Yu, wake yo ass up. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's eyes snap open, and he yells, Destiny's got a spicy Tom Yum, Vietnam #1. Dude's drenched in sweat, staring around like WTF just happened. All he sees is Chu Ching Cheng and the crew looking, all worried. Chu Ching Cheng's like, Zhuo Fan, you good, bro? Me? What about me? Zhuo Fan's all confused. Even he doesn't know what's up. Our main man's looking sus with a heart doing the cha-cha. He slowly rubs his chest, face getting serious. Seems like Zhuo Fan suddenly got this heavy, mysterious feeling, but he's clueless what it is. Chu Ching Cheng wipes the sweat off Zhuo Fan's forehead, all worried. Zhuo Fan, you suddenly passed out. Wouldn't wake up no matter what. You were out for a whole Shinchen. Zhuo Fan freaks out. Wait, what? I slept for a shichin straight? With our boy's cautiousness. Passin'. Out cold is a big no-no. Like playing Russian roulette with your life. Zhuo Fan's brains replaying those weird voices, trying to figure out WTF happened. Feels like I dipped into another dimension. Maybe that's why I couldn't snap back right away. Danner chimes in, all playful. Zhuo, big bro, been working too hard lately. Body's getting weak, huh? Zhuo Fan glares at her, wanting to rip that little brat's mouth off, then thinks, I'm a freaking Chad, how could I get kidney deficiency? Plus, this kid's too young, where'd she even learn that crap? And she's blurting it out loud. Chu Ching Cheng's pissed too, giving her the death stare, face turning red. Shui Ruohua's also fuming. Little brat, who taught you that trash talk? Zhuo Fan suddenly throws up a hand and shouts, hold up. Danger's eyes light up, keeping the tease going. What, you really got kidney issues? Zhuo Fan yells, shut it! Zhuo Fan cuts her off and then says solemnly, don't you guys think this town's suddenly gotten way too quiet? The three ladies jolt, looking around, and realize the tavern's dead silent, everyone's poofed, even the waiter and manager. Outside, the streets were bumping, with peeps, now it's a ghost town, with a cool breeze making. Everyone shivered. Chu Ching Cheng frowns, all serious. Yeah, little town's suddenly all deserted, too freaky, kinda like when we first met the flame demon. The other two ladies freak out. Flame demon? Zhuo Fan shakes his head, face grim. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This time's even worse than before. Last time the flame demon attacked at night and we just stumbled upon it, but now it's broad daylight and everyone's disappeared out of nowhere, which proves This is a freaking trap. As soon as he says that, a wild wind kicks up, and this insane pressure comes crushing down on him. Crack! Those huge pillars in the fancy tea house start breaking apart, splinters flying everywhere. Zhuo Fan panics, grabs the three ladies, Tenna, and bolts. Boom! This earth-shattering blast goes off, and the whole 10 zang tall tea house gets leveled in a blink, dust, rocks, and debris shooting everywhere. When the smoke clears, all that's left is an empty space. The tea house is gone, and there's this giant handprint in the ground, like dozens of zang wide. Zhuo Fan waves his hand, then roars, "Who the hell pulled this crap?" In the sky, where the tea house used to be, this silver-haired old dude's looking down, smirking, heh, figures the demon talent who stirred up the two dragon meat ain't no joke. Your skills are something else, actually dodging my palm strike. After pulling the trio of Chu Ching Chang to safety, Zhuo Fan coldly asked, "Who the hell are you? Daring to ambush this daddy?" But in his heart, the MC felt heavy, because through that one palm strike, he realized this old geezer's strength ain't no joke, definitely not just some Huashu realm scrub, but a Ronghun realm powerhouse. And a master of this level? None of the lower three sects could possibly send someone like that. This made the opponent's position terrifying AF. Lanlong Zhuo Fan immediately frowned, thinking, to set up such a huge trap, the opponent definitely can't be alone. Looks like there's no escape from this place. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, his brain working overtime to figure out a way to deal with this. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, Zhuo Fan, we meet again. But this time, you little demonic brat, even if you sprouted wings, you won't be able to escape. Zhuo Fan slowly turned his head, his eyes staring straight at a face that was utterly disgusting. Chu Ching Chang's group also changed their expressions in shock, exclaiming, "Zhao Deju!" They never expected that the one behind this ambush was someone from the upper three sects. The Heavenly Justice sect, no wonder they could mobilize a Ronghun realm expert. The upper three sects truly have that kind of power. Zhao Deju swaggered forward. Behind him were dozens of Huashu realm powerhouses, each radiating a powerful aura. He smiled sinisterly and said, "What's wrong, Zhuo Fan? Didn't expect us to intercept you here, did you?" Zhuo Fan coldly replied, "Yeah, didn't expect it at all. I know I have quite a few enemies, but I really didn't think it would be you guys. Logically speaking, the ones who hate us the most should be the Xuantian sect, but I beat them to a pulp. They don't have the ability to retaliate anymore. Next would be Shi Gongfeng, but with the Grand Gongfeng guarding them, they can't just leave the sect to ambush us. After that, it should be the Tin Xing sect, but they're just some trashy middle three sects. Even if they act, I still have ways to deal with them. Yet in the end, the ones I least expected are you guys from the Heavenly Justice sect. Moreover, the time and route we took were just temporary decisions. The Heavenly Justice sect and the Demon Imperial sect are very far apart, and they don't usually interact. Yet you guys were able to ambush us here so early. This can only prove that there's an internal spy of yours in the Demon Imperial sect. But my falling out with that group of people only happened recently, so when did you guys collude? Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed, continuing, "Haha, that's right. At the Twin Dragon meet, it was that loser. It must have started from then." Zhao Deju shuddered upon hearing this, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Haha. As expected, everyone says you're extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. Meeting you today proves it's true. If a demon like you isn't eliminated early, sooner or later you'll become a great calamity for the world. Today, my Heavenly Justice sect must slay demons and eliminate evil, acting on behalf of heaven." Zhuo Fan patted his forehead, seemingly completely unconcerned by Zhao Deju's words, and just sighed, saying, miscalculated. At first, I underestimated the Demon Imperial sect too much, so I wasn't as careful as I was in the Lubo family, leaving behind too many hidden dangers without paying attention. I thought that after finishing this matter, I could return to the Lubo family, who knew that this debt would ultimately have to be resolved by myself. The youth pointed at Chu Ching Cheng's group and looked directly at Zhao Deju, seriously saying, "Yo, bro, if you want to eliminate evil and defend the Tao, just come for me. They're all disciples of righteous sects. Let them leave first." Chu Ching Cheng tightly gripped Zhuo Fan's hand, shaking her head, resolutely demanding to stay. Shui Ruohua and Duo Care's eyes were also full of determination, showing their resolve to live or die together, but Zhuo Fan completely ignored them, only attentively observing Zhao Deju's reaction. Zhao Deju sneered, then madly roared, HMPH, 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 going along with a great demon like you. Who could be a good person? All of them are demonic. All of them must die without a burial place. But before he could finish his sentence, an invisible ripple suddenly rushed straight towards his face. Zhao Deju was startled in shock, instinctively tilting his head to avoid it. The invisible ripple brushed past his face, the space violently trembled, and a bone-piercing pain instantly pierced into every strand of hair on his face. Immediately afterwards, screams rang out behind him. A spray of blood mist splattered in the air, and 3 to 5 Huashu realm powerhouses were instantly shot through with a hole in their bodies. Very quickly, their divine souls flew out of their physical bodies. Seeing their bodies being destroyed, they were furious. Zhao Deju was already scared shitless. That was the MC's second level of the Space Profound Eye. Space Shattering. No cap. Cultivating with Chu Ching Cheng is different. The power is insane. Huashu realm dealt with in a blink of an eye. Vietnam number 1, the rest are just fodder. While gleefully enjoying his honeymoon with Chu Ching Cheng, Zhuo Fan suddenly fainted. When he woke up, an hour had passed, and the surroundings were deserted. Just as he was still dazed, an elder came down and smashed the tavern where the main characters were sitting. Turns out it's those scumbags from the Tiandi sect. He's in the Songlong Association, so he went back to ask his Ronghun realm parents to gank Yan Zhuo Fan and his gang. Zhao Deju couldn't hide his excitement as he prepared to eliminate the devil's Zhuo Fan. But reality ain't a fairy tale. In a moment of carelessness, he almost got his head blown off. Guess getting laid does something to ya. Shoot straight, but damn lucky. Haha. Zhao Deju roared angrily. Damn you, Zhuo Fan, how dare you! He really didn't expect Zhuo Fan to be so ruthless and decisive. Without saying much, Zhuo Fan immediately took action, directly dealing with 4 or 5 of his brothers, and he himself almost lost his life, completely losing face. Just as Zhao Deju turned his head to glare at Zhuo Fan grabbed the hands of the 3 Chu Ching Cheng and ran. The dude chose a favorable direction and leisurely bolted, not bothering to say another word. Zhao Deju trembled with anger and roared, Where are they? Activate the barrier. A group of people replied in unison. Yes. Invisible ripples like sea waves immediately appeared in all directions. The 4 directions and 8 sides quickly turned into a giant net covering the entire village. Around this place, Zhuo Fan could clearly see that there were more than 500 Huaxu realm experts sitting cross-legged on the ground. In their hands, they were continuously forming hand seals to pour power into maintaining the barrier. Dan Kerr trembled and exclaimed in horror, 5 Huaxu realm powerhouses are attacking at the same time. No wonder it's the Tiandi sect. Such combat power is equivalent to the entire combat power of a lower 3 sects. Zhuo Fan's forehead was constantly dripping with sweat. The dude gritted his teeth and said, HMPH. That's why I said encountering the Tiandi sect is the biggest trouble. Apart from the sect guarding experts who don't leave the sect, the combat power they casually mobilize is enough to crush any lower 3 sects. Now the 4 of us are no different from being hunted down by an entire sect. Dan Shu panicked upon hearing this and asked, Brother Zhuo, what should we do now? Zhuo Fan tried to force a reassuring smile and said, Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you. In the main character's pupils, 2 golden lights flashed, and he shouted loudly, Second level of the voidless divine eyes, break through! The space immediately vibrated, and a wave like a comet shot straight towards the barrier. Puffed! Cough! Cough! Sounds of vomiting blood rang out, one after another, and dozens of Huaxu realm experts immediately turned pale and slumped to the ground, clearly seriously injured. Zhuo Fan immediately rushed to the place that had just been breached. The dude saw that a few cracks had appeared on the barrier above, so he waved his right arm. Crimson light exploded, and he fiercely threw a punch. In just an instant, under the powerful impact of a killing arm, the barrier made cracking sounds. The cracks quickly spread, and finally with a bang the barrier exploded, opening a hole. Then more than a dozen Huaxu realm experts spat out fresh blood and fell to the ground. The remaining people trembled, their expressions extremely heavy, but the hand seals in their hands remained unchanged. Unfortunately, Zhuo Fan had opened a path of escape. The dude grabbed Chu Qingcheng's hand and shouted, "Let's go!" So the four of them immediately rushed through the hole and flew out. See? That's what happens when you get entangled with love interests. Wouldn't it be better to run or fight alone? Now he has to save his wife and the whole crew. Zhao Dezhu was so angry that he roared, "Damn it! This kid actually possesses a divine power that specializes in restraining barriers. This barrier is completely useless against him." Then he glanced and shouted loudly, "What the hell? Are you too retarded? The guy has already run away. What are you still maintaining the barrier for? Hurry up and chase after them." Hearing this, the group of people finally reacted. They hurriedly withdrew the barrier and immediately chased after the four Zhuo Fan. Nearly 500 Huaxu realm experts surged like a tide, chasing after them, their imposing manner like huge waves hitting the shore, fiercely pressing towards the four people in front, causing them to feel a sense of fear. Dan Guerre looked back and only saw fierce faces behind her. She exclaimed in fear, "Brother Zhuo, they're about to catch up. What should we do now?" The situation was so dangerous that it almost made her cry. But Li Fan was still chill, said, "Run with everything you've got. Don't you dare look back. 1 second slower and you're toast. Remember, speed is life or death. Absolutely no turning back." Okay. Duo was scared stiff, but tried to pull herself together, desperately flying forward. Suddenly, the hand of Chu Qingcheng felt empty. Li Fan had vanished before her eyes. Chu Qingcheng froze, turned her head back, and realized that Liao Fan had stopped far behind them at some point. Chu Qingcheng shouted, "Li Fan!" As soon as she stopped, Li Fan immediately roared, "Remember, no turning back! Run with all your might!" Shui Ruohua was shocked and turned back, instantly understanding the MC's intentions, and said, "Qingcheng ji, he..." Chu Qingcheng tried to hold back her tears as she looked at Li Fan. Seeing his firm gaze, she finally bit her lip, grabbed Shui Ruohua and Duo Er's hands, and flew away without slowing down, quickly disappearing from sight. Shui Ruohua cried out in shock, "Qingcheng, are you really leaving him? He has to face 500 Transformation Realm cultivators, and even Soul Fusion Realm experts." Chu Qingcheng's eyes were bloodshot as she sobbed, "I want to stay, but I can't. I'm too weak. Staying will only be a burden. I'm running away like hell so he doesn't have to worry about me, so he has a chance to escape. I believe that even in such a dangerous situation, he can definitely escape safely. It has to be." Chu Qingcheng was talking to Shui Ruohua and Dan Sher, but also reassuring herself, firmly believing in Li Fan. But they all knew that the combat power sent by the Heaven-Earth Righteous sect was enough to flatten any lower 3 sects. Li Fan's chances of survival were almost non-existent. They could only pray for a miracle. Chu Qingcheng dragged the two who were trembling non-stop and flew away quickly with her head down. She was so worried that she had bitten her lip until it bled without even realizing it. Shui Ruohua looked at her with heartache, trying to compose herself, and said, "Don't worry, he'll definitely be fine." Danger also comforted her. "That's right. Big brother Li Fan will definitely be okay. He's so smart and so strong, he'll definitely be fine." Chu Qingcheng lowered her head and said nothing, only flying with all her might. Of course, she also hoped that Li Fan would be safe and sound, but only she understood that the MC's last words, when he didn't turn back to look at them even once, were probably a farewell. Li Fan stood silently in the void, watching the figures of Chu Qingcheng and the others gradually disappear. The MC's eyes opened and then he chuckled, saying, "People always want to see each other one last time when they're parting forever, but I don't want her to turn around so I can see her one more time. Maybe I don't want her to see me with teary eyes. Ha ha." The wind howled, and the increasingly heavy pressure seemed to cover the entire world, pressing down on Li Fan. The raging wind blew, causing the MC's clothes to flutter. Zhao Dezhu appeared in front of him, looked at that tall figure, and laughed wildly, saying, "Haha, you ran, so what if you broke the barrier? You think you can escape the pursuit of 500 Transformation Realm cultivators like us? In the end, you still have to trade your life for it, right?" Li Fan slowly closed his eyes, retracted his dazed gaze, and said coldly, "Since I can't escape, then I can only fight. 500 Transformation Realm cultivators are ambushing me alone. Humph, you guys are really going all out. You bunch of mangy dogs." Zhao Dezhu smiled smugly and said, "He. There's no other way. Who told you to be so bizarre? Your methods are so unpredictable. If we didn't prepare thoroughly, how could we be sure of eliminating a great demon like you?" Zhao Dezhu chuckled, glanced at the 20 or so people beside him, and said calmly, "You guys chase after those 3 women. The remaining 500 brothers will deal with this great demon with me." Yes! The 20 people clasped their fists in unison, and then immediately passed by Li Fan. But just as they passed by where Li Fan was standing, a sudden change occurred. A loud explosion rang out. Blood and gore flew everywhere, and screams of agony followed. More than 20 people were like balls being knocked back, each with bruised faces and spitting blood. Zhao Dezhu was so scared that he almost shit his pants, and hurriedly covered his head to avoid the attack. When everyone looked ahead, 100 zang tall dragon appeared in front of Li Fan, its entire body crimson, blocking the road, completely cutting off everyone. The crimson dragon bared its crimson fangs, glaring fiercely at everyone, its entire body emitting a wild aura. Li Fan's eyes were also full of killing intent, and thus all 500 trash transformation realm were surrounded by him alone. Haha. Li Fan was surrounded by 500 bros from the trashy Tiandi living hell sect, so he dropped a smoke bomb and bailed with his crew. Using his signature move, the one-finger flick, Lin Fan easily shattered the barrier to escape. Realizing the situation was FUBAR, Li Fan told the girls led by Chu Qingcheng to run ahead, choosing to stay behind and hold the line. Chu Qingcheng didn't want to leave, but she had to. She was too damn useless and would only weigh down the MC. As a result, Li Fan stood tall and shouted, "You're all surrounded!" Zhao Dezhu, living up to the Tiandi Living Hell sect's name, planned to capture Chu Qingcheng's group first, to torture them. What a simp! But Li Fan yelled, "Anyone who wants to touch them has to go through me and his big-ass red dragon." Seeing the hot piece Li Fan pulled out, Zhao Dezhu was terrified, having witnessed its power at the twin dragon meet, but he forced a cold laugh, saying, "A mutated heavenly dragon soul? The great strength Scarlet Dragon King? Li Fan, using your soul so quickly, are you desperate? Looks like those 3 women are really important to you." Li Fan nonchalantly replied, "Just a few clueless chicks, nothing to fuss about." "Zhao Dezhu, you only want my head. I'm right here waiting. No need to involve others." Zhao Dezhu smirked evilly. "Not involved? Haha, how can you say that when you're associated with a fiend like you? Our Tiandi righteous sect must eliminate evil and eradicate all traces. Those 3 women will be wiped out sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion rang out, and a raging wind swept through everyone like a razor blade, making their skins sting. The great strength Scarlet Dragon King swung its massive tail, seemingly tearing the sky apart, completely blocking the path ahead. Li Fan slowly turned around, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, and roared, "With me here, no one will pass today, not even a step." Zhao Dezhu sneered, "HMPH, you're just bragging. How can you, alone, face 500 experts and stop everyone? Now I will break through you, not kill you, but capture those 3 women and chop them into pieces right in front of you, to show you that anyone who colludes with devils will have a terrible end." After his maniacal laughter, he waved his hand, and 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators charged forward simultaneously. 30 people simultaneously released their souls. In an instant, swords, spears, axes, and all sorts of soul manifestations appeared, all attacking Li Fan. With a thought, Li Fan's great strength Scarlet Dragon King glared. The massive dragon tail swept across, blocking all attacks. Earth-shattering explosions echoed continuously. Smoke and fire covered the sky, and shockwaves vibrated violently. Over 100 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were pushed back. When the dust settled, 20 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators lay on the ground, covered in blood. The remaining 10 panted heavily, blood dripping from their mouths, staring ahead in horror. Zhao Dezhu also sweated profusely at the sight, his face turning increasingly pale. Before them, the Scarlet Dragon King was covered in blood, its body trembling, but it still didn't retreat a single step, standing tall. 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, full-force attacks couldn't even move the giant dragon. Lin Fan coldly stared at everyone, his face pale. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering but immediately steadying himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The MC looked at Zhao Dezhu, a faint sneer on his lips. "Chad, move!" Everyone looked at Li Fan, their eyes filled with disbelief, and exclaimed, "He's a monster!" One person, using his own strength, stopped 30 experts who were a major realm higher, severely injuring 20 and driving back 10, while he himself remained standing. Such strength was truly terrifying. No wonder he was the man who single-handedly swept through the upper three sects. When Zhao Dezhu returned to the sect and recounted everything, many were skeptical. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they knew the rumors were indeed true. For a moment, everyone gathered in small groups, discussing in hushed tones, their voices filled with surprise and admiration. Only Zhao Dezhu stood to the side, listening and feeling like his lungs would explode, clenching his fists tightly, thinking, "What the hell? Today I brought you here to encircle and kill Ling Fan, not to set the stage for Ling Fan to show off. These guys have no principles." Actually admiring the enemy, especially since Ling Fan is a demonic brat. Zhao Dezhu roared, pointing directly at Li Fan, grinding his teeth. "Have you guys said enough? Don't support evil. All of you, charge and take this brat's head. Act on behalf of the heavens." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately became agitated, roaring and rushing towards Li Fan, their righteousness blazing, their momentum like fearless warriors. Zhuo Fan sneered. "Yeah, taking my head is totally serving justice, but there's always that one dude who shouts about serving justice but hides in the back." Like before, 20 disciples got wrecked, and everyone charged in all fiercely. But when it was time for rewards, wasn't it still the guy chilling in the back who got the glory? Guys better think hard, want to be cannon fodder or heroes. The moment those words dropped, the whole crowd froze, stopping dead in their tracks. They looked at each other. No one dared to step forward. Zhuo Fan hit them right in the feels. Everyone turned to look at their bros, forcing a smile. "Bro, you go first. I'll cover you from behind." The other guy was like, "Hell no. You want me to be your meat shield? Not a chance." Calculation flickered in their eyes. The initial reckless ferocity vanished. No one blindly charged anymore. Zhuo Fan smirked. Occasionally, the young man unconsciously reached for his lower abdomen, his hand covered in blood, his face gradually paling. The main character was seriously injured. If these guys really swarmed him, forget hundreds, even 10 people would be hard to handle. But thanks to his divide and conquer scheme, stirring up the selfish desires in everyone's hearts, Zhuo Fan turned hundreds of experts into paper tigers. Even knowing the main character was weakened, they didn't dare to move an inch. If outsiders saw this, they'd probably laugh their asses off. Hundreds of experts unable to do anything to a seriously injured guy. Now that's a miracle. Zhao Dezhu, seeing this scene, stomped his feet and cursed. "Damn it, you're all useless trash. What are you afraid of? He's on his last legs, charge. Whoever gets his head, I'll report to the sect leader for a reward." As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple glanced at him and retorted, "Oh yeah? Then why don't you charge? We'll all report to the sect leader to reward you too." Zhao Dezhu stiffened. His lips trembled, choking on his words, thinking, "Me? Charge? This kid is a master of schemes, full of tricks. Even if he's weakened now, who knows what he's got up his sleeve? He messed with Ye Lin before, played him till he was broken. One wrong move, and I'll lose my life. Who dares to risk it? I don't want to die yet. I brought you guys here so you'd charge. What else are you good for?" And the others, seeing even the leader didn't dare to go forward, were even less convinced they could kill Zhuo Fan. Disappointment spread. No one was willing to be the first bird. As a result, the 500 experts of the Tiandi Shengao sect just stood there like idiots, staring at Zhuo Fan, without any action. Zhao Dezhu was so angry he was trembling all over, while Zhuo Fan showed a slightly relieved smile. At this time, the main character no longer expected to escape, let alone defeat 500 experts in one go. The only thing Zhuo Fan hoped for was to stop these 500 people, buying more time for Chu Qingcheng and the others to escape. So even though his internal organs were burning like fire, the pain unbearable, a lump of blood stuck in his chest making his breathing heavy, Zhuo Fan still tried to stand firm, using his aura to suppress everyone. Suddenly, a long applause rang out, followed by a chuckle. "Haha, even though he's just a heavily injured paper tiger, he managed to suppress 500 Tiandi Zhengyi sect cultivators with just one sentence. Truly admirable. No wonder Zhao Dezhu said when he returned to the sect that you're likely to become a great disaster for the righteous path in the future. It seems he really wasn't exaggerating." Zhuo Fan turned his head slightly, his heart sinking, not knowing when, not far away in a bush, a thin, middle-aged man in white slowly walked out. He looked gentle and polite, but the sharp glint in his eyes made Zhuo Fan feel heavy pressure, thinking, this person is definitely not a kind soul. Most importantly, he's a Ronghun realm powerhouse. Immediately afterwards, The sound of wind tearing through the air rang out. In an instant, 7 streams of light streaked across the sky. In addition to the silver-haired old man who had attacked outside the small town before, 6 more great experts appeared, all Ronghun realm cultivators. Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly, thinking, I can still threaten and delay 500 Huaxu realm cultivators for a while, but now there are a total of 8 Ronghun realm powerhouses. It's really hard for me to resist. To stop 8 Ronghun realm powerhouses, preventing them from chasing Chu Qingcheng, the young man has to think carefully. At this moment, Zhuo Fan no longer cared about his own life or death. In the main character's heart there was only one thought: how to do his best to buy time for them. Seeing these 8 people appear, Zhao Deshu, who was full of anger and didn't know what to do, felt like he had met a savior, and hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple Zhao Deshu respectfully welcomes the 8 elders. The silver-haired old man completely ignored the report. After carefully looking at Zhuo Fan for a long time, his face immediately darkened, angrily scolding. So many people! Such a long arrangement, and you still can't catch that little brat. This old man originally thought that after our group arrived, the extermination of evil should have been over. Who knew? HMPH, Tiandi Zhengyi sect, has really lost all face because of you. Everyone immediately trembled and bowed their heads. No one dared to breathe loudly. Immediately afterwards, the silver-haired old man frowned and coldly questioned, Didn't you say there were 4 people? Why is there only this little brat left now? Where are those 3 women? Even if they're dead, there should be corpses, right? Zhao Deshu was shocked when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before cautiously stepping forward and bowing. Reporting to the elder, those 3 women have escaped. This little brat has been hindering us. We are currently trying to deal with him, and then we will continue to pursue. The silver-haired old man glared and shouted loudly, What? He alone stopped 500 of you? He laughed in anger, coldly, and burst out laughing, continuing, HMPH. Very good, very good. You have really opened our old eyes. 500 people mobilized. Not only could not quickly exterminate evil, but were also stopped by 1 person. Do you want this old man to personally take action? Bullying the small with the big, aren't you ashamed? If this gets out, the reputation of Tiandi Zhengyi sect will probably spread far and wide. Haha. He suddenly turned to Zhao Deshu, his voice icy cold, and said, Zhao Deshu, the sect mobilized so many people to help you before. I thought you were somewhat capable, but I didn't expect you to be trash. So many people, and you can't catch 4 people. Or do we need to mobilize another 500 experts to help you succeed smoothly? Zhuo Fan's dragon was so huge and long that Zhao Deshu straight up shat his pants. He immediately sent his disciples to fight, but these trash transformation realm cultivators are getting slapped by Zhuo Fan like the bitches they are. Zhao Deshu, being the simp he is, sent more people, but Zhuo Fan pulled a reverse Uno card, shouting, Anyone who steps up gets a one-way ticket to hell. No rewards for dead men. And just like that, no one dared to advance. But if the nephews won't move, the grandpas will. 8 elders from the Heaven and Earth Trash Sect arrived, and their power? Oh, you bet your ass they're all fusion realm. Old Beardy is straight up roasting Zhao Deshu for letting some chicks escape despite having 500 Transformation Realm goons. And to top it off, a Transformation Realm scrub is blocking their path? Fucking embarrassing. Zhao Deshu bowed his head like a pathetic dog, feeling like he's drowning in mud, his face red with shame, but still trying to defend himself, saying, Elder, it's not that we're outnumbered, but this kid is too damn cunning. He's a smooth talker with a treacherous heart, using only a few words to scare those 3 women into retreating, avoiding a direct confrontation altogether. Don't even mention deploying 500 experts. Even 1,000 might not work. He's scheming and has many ambushes around. Saying this, Zhao Deshu carefully glanced at the white-robed elder below, but didn't dare continue, only bowing his head in apology. The old silver-haired dude's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he snorted softly before slowly turning to the white-robed elder, asking in a deep voice, Elder Baihe, we initially agreed to a swift victory, with 2 people forming a team to block their retreat. Why did those women escape? Why didn't you intervene? The white-robed elder folded his arms and shook his head, smiling faintly. Haha, Elder Yinshui, you're blaming me? We were supposed to be ambushing together, waiting for the right moment. But you insisted on taking action yourself to capture them. Who knew that today, On the Fusion Realm experts plus 500 Transformation Realm cultivators side, the total combined power still wasn't equal to that of a genuine peak Transformation Realm. And yet you still weren't confident of an absolute victory. This old man thought that swiftness might not necessarily be good. Therefore, I happily strolled around the area, enjoying a bit of peace and quiet, but who knew you'd let them escape? He paused for a moment before continuing slowly. Moreover, there was nothing worth relying on behind us. There were routes of retreat on all sides. Who knew those people would actually risk their lives to escape? HMPH. Wait till I get back. There's gonna be a big laugh. 500 experts blocked by a kid, unable to advance even half a step. What a joke. He tilted his head, looking at the white-robed elder, his voice slow and cold. Ha ha! What a ridiculous joke! Elder Yin Chui, do you still need someone to stand here to support you? Does that mean all 500 of our sect disciples have been eliminated? I've always despised those who rely on numbers but accomplish nothing. From elders to stewards, and now useless disciples like this, it truly makes one furious. The more Elder Yin Chui thought about it, the angrier he became, secretly cursing, "Damn it! Zhao Deju is a piece of trash. If it weren't for his special status and backing, I would have slapped him into oblivion long ago." When Elder Yin Chui saw Zhuo Fan running away, Zhao Deju brought 500 experts to pursue him, and Elder Yin Chui didn't care. In his eyes, it was a guaranteed victory, so there was no need to rush. Bullying the weak may not be pretty, but for the sake of the sect's reputation, it could be reluctantly accepted. But who knew Zhao Deju would be so useless, unable to accomplish even a small task, and even losing face by being ridiculed? Zhao Deju didn't dare raise his head, only lowering his face, secretly cursing Zhuo Fan countless times, thinking, if it weren't for that damned kid, how can I lose face in front of the elders like this? At this moment, Elder Chui saw that Elder Yin Chui was furious, and stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Elder Yin Chui, please calm down. In my opinion, those 3 women shouldn't have escaped far. With our speed, we can catch up very quickly. Zhao Deju may be a bit foolish, but he hasn't affected the overall situation. Please, be generous and forgive him for now. It's not too late to deal with him after we complete the mission and return to the sect." Elder Yin Chui pondered for a moment after hearing this, and finally nodded. Immediately afterward, the 8 elders glanced at each other, understanding their intentions, and immediately flew toward Zhuo Fan together. However, they didn't directly target the main character, but bypassed him from the side, seeming to completely disregard the youth as if he were nothing. Elder Yin Chui warned in a cold voice, "Zhao Deju, leave this kid to you guys. If there are any more mistakes, HMPH. Zhao Deju hurriedly bowed his head in response, repeatedly kowtowing to accept his fate. Just then, Elder Baihe suddenly spoke, his voice low but full of murderous intent. "Remember, don't be deceived by this guy. If you can kill him, all of you will be credited. But if he escapes, don't expect any of you to survive." The disciples were so scared that they almost pissed themselves, their faces pale. Then everyone shouted in unison, "Yes!" The elder's order was completely different from Zhao Deju's previous command. The group immediately divided and acted, quickly spreading out to surround all sides, clearly demonstrating the fighting spirit of the 500 bros. All the elders nodded in satisfaction at this scene, then immediately rushed towards Zhuo Fan, thinking, to be honest, if Zhuo Fan died in our hands, we would also feel very embarrassed. After all, we are people of the righteous path, and we value face very much. We cannot accept being known for bullying a Transformation Realm cultivator. If this gets out, haha, let the disciples handle it. Also, those 3 chicks still have value, because all 3 possess extremely rare physiques. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The great strength Red Dragon King swung its dragon tail fiercely, heading straight for them. It glared at the 8 elders, as if wanting to devour them alive. But who will devour who remains to be seen? Zhuo Fan shouted in a cold voice. I've said it before. As long as I'm standing here, today, no one can pass this place, not even 1 step. Damn it. You Fusion Realm bastards, stop right there for me. The 8 great elders immediately stopped, staring at Zhuo Fan with expressions that were neither angry nor fearful, because in their eyes, a Transformation Realm's cultivation level was simply not worth bothering with. Zhao Deju sneered, mockingly saying, Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you really overestimate yourself, daring to dream of stopping the 8 elders. Do you even know how huge the gap is between the soul fusion realm and the soul transformation realm? Elder Yin Chui laughed dismissively. Yeah, we didn't want to make a move against a junior like you out of respect for our status. Don't push your luck. At the end of the day, you're not qualified to fight us. Zhuo Fan chuckled evilly and said, Really? If you don't want to fight, then just stand there and don't move. Whoever moves is a dog. The 8 grand elders immediately darkened their faces, each revealing an unfriendly expression. After a moment, Elder Yin Chui helplessly shook his head, chuckled, and said, Fine. If this little devil insists on dying at our hands, then this old man will grant his wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yin Chui shouted loudly, and his fierce and powerful aura erupted violently. The terrifying pressure immediately pressed down, causing all the soul transformation cultivators to retreat hastily. Immediately afterward, a figure tens of feet tall slowly appeared behind him and said loudly, HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. This old man's soul is a chi spirit soul, named Heaven-Piercing Divine Hammer, with unparalleled domineering power. The figure gradually merged into his body, and in an instant his body became taller, emitting a dazzling silver light, his fists crackling, filled with explosive aura. Elder Yin Chui sneered. After fusing with my soul, this old man's body is as hard as star steel, my fist is as heavy as Mount Tai, one punch is enough to shatter your heavenly dragon spirit soul. The terrifying pressure, accompanied by violent gusts of wind, crashed down on Zhuo Fan, making it difficult for the youth to breathe, his body constantly trembling. But the main character still gritted his teeth and stubbornly resisted, then slowly retracted the great strength Red Dragon King back into his body. Seeing this, Elder Yin Chui thought that Zhuo Fan was scared and laughed loudly, saying, Ha ha, you've actually withdrawn your soul? You think you can escape death by simply surrendering? Under this old man's punch, not only will your body be shattered, but even your soul will be annihilated. Go die! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yin Chui took a step forward, fiercely charging straight at Zhuo Fan, his fists violently smashing down on the main character's head. Zhao Deju laughed triumphantly, saying, Ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you dare to provoke our elder, you really don't want to live anymore. Elder Bai. He shook his head and smiled mockingly. Sigh, we can't be blamed for bullying the weak. It's this kid who took the initiative to provoke us first. Another elder chuckled, shaking his head contemptuously, and said, That's right, maybe he even thinks that dying at our hands is a tragic honor. There are always people like that in the world, still demanding so much even when they're about to die. Ha ha. Everyone nodded in agreement, and hundreds of soul transformation cultivators even jumped up and cheered, waving flags and shouting, because they were so excited to witness the elder making a move. Zhuo Fan replied with an evil smile, Ha ha, then you're wrong. I retracted my soul not because I was afraid of being damaged, but just to narrow the scope of defense. Elder Yin Chui became even more sarcastic, laughing loudly and saying, Scope of defense? Ha ha, do you think you can still keep anything under this old man's punch? Even if you have a 9th grade spirit armor, you absolutely can't stop me. After speaking, the speed of Elder Yin Chui's fist increased by another 3 points, instantly closing in on Zhuo Fan. The terrifying fist wind rushed towards him, even causing Zhuo Fan's face to begin to crack, with fresh blood constantly flowing out. The soul within the main character's body immediately stirred violently, as if it was truly facing a dangerous situation, trembling before this punch. Zhao Deju witnessed everything. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, thinking, That monster Zhuo Fan, the one who made me lose all face at the Twin Dragon meet, lose all face in front of the elders, is finally about to die here. The soul transformation cultivators roared with excitement. The other 7 soul fusion elders shook their heads and chuckled. Because the difference in strength between the two was too great, this battle was basically nothing to see. This scene was no different from a strong man bullying a 3-year-old child. But just when everyone had determined the outcome of the battle, determined Zhuo Fan's fate, an accident suddenly occurred. A blood-red light suddenly flashed, rushing straight in front of Elder Yin Chui, and then disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, when the fist was about to hit Zhuo Fan, the fist shadow suddenly split apart into 2 halves, gliding past the main character's ears. Thin strands of fresh blood shot onto Zhuo Fan's cheeks, and some even fell on his shoulders. Elder Yinchui's pupils immediately constricted. Zhuo Fan cracked an evil grin. Haha, defense? You think I narrowed the scope of defense just to block your punch? Elder Yinchui's body shook violently, and a trace of confusion still remained in his old eyes. But very quickly he felt his body begin to tremble violently from the cold. He looked down, and the scene before him immediately scared him out of his wits. His entire body had been chopped into two halves, with fresh blood constantly spurting out. Because he had charged forward too quickly, the two halves of his body naturally slid past Zhuo Fan's sides. At this moment, he realized that Zhuo Fan's eyes were full of determination and endless killing intent. A cold light flashed in the main character's eyes, making people terrified, and he continued. I did this just to chop you more accurately. Elder Yinchui thought in horror. How is this possible? He really thought he could kill me. So even when facing a soul fusion realm expert, this kid still dared to decide to kill, instead of choosing to retreat and run away or bow his head and surrender. But even now, he still couldn't understand why he had fallen into such an end. And then his eyes widened, dying without being able to close them. This scene shocked everyone to the point of disbelief, not only the soul transformation cultivators, but even the 7 soul fusion elders. All took a deep breath, their eyes staring in horror at the bloody corpse lying on the ground, thinking, this is clearly a soul fusion realm expert, yet he was killed in one move. What the hell just happened? Zhuo Fan said in a cold voice. I already said, no one can step past me. Whoever steps past, I'll chop their DCK off. At this moment, a soft metallic sound rang out, a blood-red sword emitting an eerie bloody light, with dark and gloomy black patterns engraved on its body, spun in the void and flew straight back into Zhuo Fan's hand, emitting light and happy vibrations. And from now on, call him Zhuo Godsword. Picking up where we left off, 500 Hoahu realm peeps plus 8 Ronghun realm geezers are surrounding Zhuo Fan. Talk about a freaking dire situation. The elders decided to let the disciples handle Zhuo Fan, while the nasty old farts went after Chu Qingcheng's crew. But Zhuo Fan coldly retorts, hold up, BT chest. Elder Yin Chui, triggered AF, flexed his glutes so hard his muscles were bulging. Then he floored it, charging to one-punch RMC into oblivion. But life ain't a wish-granting factory. While the two were about to throw hands, Zhuo Fan pulled a sneaky and whipped out his sword. One slash, and Elder Yin Chui got a fresh new haircut down the middle. He then proclaims, anyone who crosses me gets their DCK chopped off. The black sword in Zhuo Fan's hand vibrated non-stop, emitting ear-piercing sounds, as if it were thrilled by the bloodshed. The sword's song echoed like a long-starved beast. Everyone who witnessed this was terrified, and dared not face him. Elder Bai. He shuddered slightly, exchanged glances with the remaining 6, then looked back at the sword. Their expressions turned serious as they exclaimed, it's that sword! They never expected that this mission, which they thought would be a cakewalk, would turn out like this. In their minds, it was just dealing with a few little devils. They took action only to ensure the mission was completed perfectly, leaving no loopholes. No one could have imagined that a little carelessness and lack of vigilance would cause them to lose a general in a daze. Not only that, but the opponent also possessed a divine artifact that could easily slay Ronghun realm experts. This made the remaining 7 elders tighten their spirits, no longer daring to underestimate the man in front of them. Zhao Deju was so frightened that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but step back a few steps, shaking his head repeatedly in disbelief, muttering, no way, how could this be? How could you kill a Ronghun realm elder? Zhuo Fan sneered. HMPH, I've said it before, as long as I'm standing here, don't even dream of crossing this place, not even a step. Immediately after, the youth waved his sword, flashing a cold smile, like an unparalleled emperor, directly issuing a ban to everyone, forbidding anyone from crossing. Elder Bai He and the others immediately became tense. Perhaps they didn't take Zhuo Fan seriously before, but now they couldn't underestimate him anymore, because that strange divine sword gave them the feeling that death was approaching. Elder Bai. He stared at the sword, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He said angrily, damn it, what exactly is that sword? Why is it so terrifying? The remaining elders were no different, their hearts filled with fear, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. In an instant, the 2 sides fell into a tense stalemate, no one daring to act rashly. In the rear, The Hoahu realm cultivators saw the 8 elders stepping forward, and their morale immediately soared, preparing to rush forward. But in the blink of an eye, 1 elder was killed, and the remaining 7 elders were scared out of their wits. So everything went back to square one. Everyone's spirits plummeted again, and their eyes looked at Zhuo Fan with even more fear. Even an elder could be killed. How could they not be afraid? Zhuo Fan glanced at the azure sword in his hand and nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "Indeed, a rank 6 saint weapon. Although I can't fully unleash the power of this azure saint weapon sword Dao, just its sharpness alone is enough to kill Ronghun realm experts without a problem. With the help of this azure saint weapon sword Dao, I can temporarily hold these people back for a while." Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile on his face. This is probably the last thing our MC can do for Qing Cheng in this life. Just then, the long-bearded elder suddenly shouted, "Use spiritual weapons!" He took a step forward, a 9-foot-long saber appearing in his hand, shouting, "Rank 9 spiritual weapon, heaven-severing saber, living long enough to eclipse the sun and moon." The 6 elders and the remaining Hoahu realm scrubs immediately understood, their eyes lighting up. If it was that dangerous, they also decided to use other spiritual weapons to suppress Zhuo Fan. Even if their spiritual weapons were not as good as his, they could still rely on their Ronghun realm strength to suppress Zhuo Fan, who was 1 level lower. This part is a bit confusing. In reality, Zhuo Fan broke through to the Divine Illumination stage 5th layer after dual cultivating with Chu Qing Cheng. Basically, the Heavenly Earth trash set geezers saw that Zhuo Fan had the Heavenly Dragon God soul, and thought the MC had Hoahu realm strength. Plus, they thought Zhuo Fan was too weak, so they didn't bother to pay attention. Immediately after, streams of 5-colored light flew, and spiritual weapons appeared one after another, all slashing towards Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan understood that he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be trapped. He had to launch an attack to break the encirclement. The MC's pupils instantly flashed with golden light. In an instant his figure disappeared, only his voice echoing, "Void Space Divine Eye 1st layer. Shift positions." Zhuo Fan's sudden disappearance caused the attacks of the spiritual weapons to fail. When the youth reappeared, he was standing right behind the long-bearded elder, slashing down fiercely with his sword. The youth chopped down with all his might, the terrifying power seeming to split the sky in two, accompanied by a resounding voice. "Eat SHT and die, you fake up!" The long-bearded elder panicked, his pupils contracting sharply, and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the heaven-severing saber immediately returned. Then he unleashed all his power, launching a slash straight at Zhuo Fan. A fierce collision echoed, covering a vast area of space. A sword and a saber collided fiercely, separating as soon as they touched. Zhuo Fan's body got smacked hard by the overwhelming power of a fusion realm expert. "Tui!" He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled back. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Called it. Can't tank a direct hit from a fusion realm dude. This SHT hurts like hell." But then, a deafening clang rang out from the long-bearded elder's side. His heaven-severing blade shattered into pieces. A freaking 9th-grade spirit weapon. Gone! Longbeard's eyes went wide. The hell? How is that possible? What kind of godly artifact does this kid have? How can a mere spirit illumination cultivator shatter my weapon with one strike? Everyone else was just standing there, mouths agape. I mean, yeah, spirit weapons have tiers, but the user matters. A 3rd-grade weapon in a fusion realm expert's hands can totally beat a 9th-grade one used by some spirit illumination scrub. Usually, the power gap between fusion and spirit illumination is so huge, they don't even need weapons. If Zhuo Fan's sword wasn't so damn scary, they wouldn't have bothered pulling out their own gear. But even with spirit weapons, they were basically useless, barely blocking one hit. This had them all freaking out. Just what kind of god-tier weapon is Zhuo Fan wielding? Even a 9th-grade weapon is trash compared to that sword. Now, they were looking at Zhuo Fan with serious eyes. In terms of pure power, Zhuo Fan was a tiny ant compared to them. But with that sword in his hands, the ant wasn't just a bigger insect, it was a freaking viper with fangs dripping venom. No matter how small it looks, one bite, and you're a goner. This made the oh-so-high and mighty elders of the righteous sect of heaven and earth super uneasy. Elder Bai was legit panicking. He glared at Zhao Deju and yelled, "Are you stupid? He has a treasure like that? And you didn't tell us? You trying to get us all killed, you dumbass? Zhao Deju just stammered. I really didn't know he had that thunder sword at the Twin Dragon meet. He then glared at Zhuo Fan, feeling so wronged. Why the hell were you hiding it? You had this OP weapon, and you didn't use it against Ye Lin? Little did he know, that sword is way too dangerous to just whip out. Unless it's life or death, Zhuo Fan wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Showing it off is just asking for a swift and brutal death. These elders might not know it's the sky-piercing sword, a Western province treasure, but their greedy eyes were already giving them away. A weapon that powerful in Zhuo Fan's hands is scary enough. If a Fusion Realm expert got their hands on it, unimaginable. Zhuo Fan was still coughing up blood after that show-off move. His tiny body looked like it was about to give out, but he was surrounded, with nowhere to run, and he could see the greed in their eyes. Zhuo Fan smirked coldly, and then raised his sword again. Our boy charged headfirst towards the now weaponless, long-bearded elder. One furious strike, and the long-bearded elder freaked out and dodged. But not so fast, Buttercup. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with golden light, Space Doctrine's first layer, and he disappeared without a trace. Then he reappeared right next to the long-bearded elder. The elder, running and raging, yelled, "You bastard! Are you deliberately targeting the weak? You destroyed my weapon, and now you're coming after me. Fight like a man, you little SHT! Zhuo Fan, drop the sword and fight me hand to hand if you dare." The long-bearded elder whined while running for his life. Zhuo Fan kept chasing, swinging his sword like a maniac, yelling, "Hold still, you old dog! I'll carve you up!" But in his head he's thinking, "Damn it, he's too fast. I can't keep this up. I'm burning through too much energy. Gotta think of something." The Transformation Realm guys watching from the sidelines were stunned. A spirit illumination chasing a Fusion Realm expert? Never seen anything like it. Never even heard of anything like it. But it was happening right before their eyes. The long-bearded elder was mentally collapsing. Fusion Realm's soul-body fusion gives you power, but he was helpless against that sky-piercing sword. One hit, and he'd end up like that other elder. But being chased by a nobody? Too embarrassing. But hey, face or life, gotta choose life. So he ran for his damn life. Another Fusion Realm elder with a spear charged in, yelling, "Elder Bai, I'm here to save you." He unleashed his power, soul-body fusion and all. The air shrieked as he punched at Zhuo Fan. A double team! If Zhuo Fan ignored the spear, he'd be toast. Guy laughed. "How you gonna dodge this, kid?" Zhuo Fan considered teleporting, but the other elders had sealed off every direction. No matter where he moved, he'd face an opponent. He had to take this head on. Zhuo Fan hurled his sword at the spear, and at the same time, activated his Killing Arm and threw a punch. The elder wasn't scared. He was ecstatic. Zhuo Fan's strength was nothing compared to his. "Ha, kid. I know your right arm is strong, but even at its best, my overwhelming power will crush you," the elder gloated. Zhuo Fan smirked. "Heh, I know that. You son of a BTCH." Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's eyes blazed with golden light. The elder paused, confused. Zhuo Fan's eyes weren't showing any panic at all, but before he could figure it out, he unleashed his full power. In the next instant, whoosh! Zhuo Fan and the sky-piercing sword switched places. Zhuo Fan laughed from afar. "Heh, that punch was to destroy your spear. You get to play with my bro." The elder looked up in horror, and instead of Zhuo Fan, he saw the terrifying demon sword. He was scared SHT less, but it was too late. With a final, desperate cry, "Damn you, Zhuo Fan! Schwing!" Another Fusion Realm expert bit the dust, his blood splattering everywhere. The demon sword circled back to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan gasped, wiped the blood from his mouth, and cackled. Number 2. After Zhuo Fan's thunder ring turned two dudes into toddlers, the Heavenly Earth Good Dog sect was scared shitless. Elder Bai. He immediately ordered everyone to attack from a distance with spirit weapons, but talk about frog in a well. As soon as he opened his mouth, he became the next target to be hunted, and then a terrifying scene unfolded. A divine illumination realm guy packing heat chasing after a Fusion Realm master. What the hell? While he was busy chasing, some kid interfered. Same old style. Zhuo Fan split the dude in half with one sword, adding the final touch. Second one. He. The elder's body was split in two, floating in midair, his eyes lifeless, another Fusion Realm cultivator gone. Everyone was stunned. They all took a deep breath of cold air. especially Zhao Dezhu. He clutched his head, trembling, unable to believe his own damn eyes. What kind of divine illumination realm cultivator mows down fusion realm masters like chopping vegetables in the market? Especially the remaining 6 elders. Their eyes looked at Zhuo Fan like they were staring at a monster. Their faces became extremely heavy. Their hands unconsciously trembled. Thinking, 2 fusion realm elders had died tragically in a short period of time. This kid's methods of killing people are truly eerie and terrifying. The silver-bearded elder pondered silently for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Everyone, charge together. He is using everything to gradually break our formation. That sword is too dangerous, and his movement technique is extremely strange. I have to say bluntly, even if we are all fusion realm masters, there is still a chance that we will die under his sword at any moment. Everyone calmly considered the situation, and then all nodded in agreement. Elder Bai he took a deep breath and continued seriously. It seems we have to let go of the face of fusion realm cultivators. For this kid, it's worth it. Then he turned to look at Zhao Dezhu and said, You lead 100 people to chase after those women. We will stay here and destroy this little devil together. Yes, everyone responded loudly. Especially Zhao Dezhu, he was overjoyed. Before leaving, he turned his head and laughed loudly. Zhuo Fan, I hope you're still alive when I come back with those women. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Dezhu led his people past Zhuo Fan. But as soon as they moved, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A giant crimson dragon tail swept across in front of them, blocking their path. Zhuo Fan glanced at them with a fierce look and shouted, I already said, no one is allowed to take half a step. I'll FC King kill them all. Moreover, before Zhuo Fan could finish speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A powerful aura from behind directly struck the dragon soul. Zhuo Fan's aura immediately stagnated. His whole body trembled, and the youth spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Zhuo Fan slowly turned his head, and without knowing when, another fusion realm elder had appeared in front of the giant dragon. That person threw a heavy punch at the dragon's body, and the hard armor of the great strength Crimson Dragon King was broken into pieces. The giant dragon roared in pain. Elder Bai. He laughed loudly and sinisterly, saying, Haha, you finally had to release the dragon soul. You withdrew your divine soul to deal with Elder Yin Chui, to avoid the divine soul becoming a weakness. But in order to stop us, you had to release it, and that way you have exposed your weakness. It seems that in your heart, those women are more important than your own life. Zhuo Fan trembled slightly but remained silent. The youth tried to stand firm. Elder Bai. He shook his head and sighed, saying, It's useless. In front of us, your dragon soul has become a weakness. Just one more punch, and your dragon soul will definitely collapse. Even if your sword is very sharp, its defense range is too small. Zhao Dezhu laughed wildly, saying madly, Haha, that's right, you are blocking our path. Either let us pass to catch those women, or you choose death yourself. If you withdraw your divine soul, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, just one more punch, and you will definitely die. But after all, withdrawing the divine soul is no different from handing those women over to us, right? Ha ha ha, now you choose. Which one do you choose, you bastard? Zhao Dezhu's eyes were bloodshot. He showed his delight when he saw Zhuo Fan in a dead end. But Zhuo Fan calmly replied, I already said, no one can step past here. Zhao Dezhu roared, Then go to hell! Then he immediately turned and shouted, Elder, please take action. Elder Bai. He laughed loudly. A bloodthirsty aura flashed in his eyes. He raised his fist high and fiercely struck down on the back of the giant dragon with overwhelming power. If this punch hits its mark, the giant dragon will definitely be shattered. But then, the black aura enveloped the giant dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a jet-black behemoth, its billowing darkness firmly ensnaring the elder. Elder Bai, he cried out in alarm. What the hell is this? The soul is changing forms again. He realized in horror that he was tightly bound by streams of black demonic energy, unable to break free no matter how he struggled. Zhao Dezhu shouted in a cracked voice, This is a dragon soul mutation, the heaven-swallowing demonic dragon. Zhuo Fan confirmed with a cold laugh, That's right, it's the heaven-swallowing demonic dragon king. The black aura on its body can devour and transform everything. Even a Ronghun realm expert would lose more than half of their power with a single punch. You want to kill me with one punch? Not so easy, you dogs. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with icy killing intent as he relaxed his grip on the sword. His right pupil blazed with golden light, and the azure demon sword vanished once more. When it reappeared, it was right in front of that elder. The elder was scared shitless, wanting to turn and run, but his fist was still held firmly by the heaven-swallowing demonic Dragon King's black aura, unable to be withdrawn. Zhuo Fan raised his sword and pointed it straight at him. "What's up, dog? Who you gonna punch now? Bark for your daddy." Elder Bai. He trembled so hard he nearly pissed himself, only able to cry out in despair, Wait, Grand Hero Zhuo, can't we talk this over? Don't kill me." The MC glared with killing intent, coldly saying, Heh, don't bother struggling. Once you're caught by my heaven-swallowing demonic Dragon King, you can't resist. Don't waste your energy. Now die, you old bastard. It's your destiny. The azure demon sword gradually enlarged in the elder's eyes, then mercilessly pierced through his body. Fresh blood poured down like rain all around. Zhuo Fan stood there quietly, his face cold as he said loudly, Heh, number 3. Zhuo Fan's terrifying laughter echoed everywhere, causing everyone to tremble with fear. At this moment, the gazes of the remaining 5 elders toward Zhuo Fan were no longer merely grave, but even showed fear. The third one is dead meat. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed it. A dignified Ronghun realm expert had actually died successively at the hands of a kid who hadn't even reached the Huaxu realm. Several Huaxu realm disciples trembled with fear, blurting out, "The problem isn't just that azure demon sword anymore, it's that demon head Zhuo Fan. He's not human anymore, he's a ghost." The silver-bearded elder gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, move forward together. No matter the cost, we must eliminate this little devil here. Absolutely do not spare him. As for those women, we'll deal with them after we step over his corpse." One elder worriedly spoke up, Elder Bai. "That kid's sword is too lethal. Doing so might result in heavy losses." Elder Bai. He slowly shook his head, his expression solemn as he said, "There's no other way. This kid is full of tricks. Even with our formation, we still can't beat him. The best method is to use a pack-hunting tactic, bullying the weak with the strong, overwhelming him with numbers to exhaust him, and only then can we kill him." But as the other person was about to dissuade him, Elder Bai, he fiercely waved his hand, resolutely saying, "No need to hesitate any longer. At most, a few more Huaxu realm cultivators will die. Our heaven-earth righteous sect can afford it." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Bai took the initiative to charge forward to attack Zhuo Fan, but he didn't dare to face him directly. Instead, his target was the dragon soul. But he shouted, "Those with spiritual weapons, attack his physical body. Those without spiritual weapons, release your divine souls to attack his dragon soul." Yes. Seeing the elder take the lead and charge forward, the will in everyone's hearts immediately soared, and they all shouted in unison before swarming after him. The remaining 4 elders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They all rushed towards Zhuo Fan, their powerful aura pressing down like a mountain. 2 streams of pressure descended from the sky like 2 towering mountains, one suppressing Zhuo Fan's physical body, and the other suppressing the MC's dragon soul. Whichever side bore the brunt of it, the youth felt that his end would be to be crushed into pieces. But Zhuo Fan could not avoid it, because there was no retreat. Behind him was Chu Qingcheng. Zhao Deshu closely followed Elder Bai's speed, sneering, Ha, Zhuo Fan, you want to use your strength alone to stop us? Then we'll step over your corpse to capture those women. In less than a quarter of an hour, you will definitely die without a burial place. And once you die, those women will absolutely have no chance of survival. Everything you do is ultimately in vain, unable to save anyone." Zhuo Fan trembled slightly, his body floating in the air, looking weakened, but in his eyes shone a sharp light. The MC leisurely smiled and said, "Really? Thanks for the reminder. Looks like I need to try harder." Zhuo Fan let out a sinister laugh, as if it was transmitted from the 9 underworld hells. Suddenly, the youth's pupils widened, and the hand seals in his hand rapidly changed. Divine Soul Mutation. Azure Heaven Dragon King. The demonic Dragon King instantly retracted the black aura, and its entire body ignited with azure flames. The silver-bearded elder was shocked and exclaimed, "What the hell is this again?" After slicing 2 Ronghun realm elders into pieces, Zhuo Fan scared the living crap out of those heaven and earth dogshit sect MFS. They tried to force Zhuo Fan to release his divine soul, by using Chu Qing Chang and the others as hostages, but ended up getting their Tianlong divine soul clapped. No misses, but just when everyone thought the MC was a goner, the Violet Dragon King appeared and yeeted the long-bearded elder by the neck. Then, a familiar voice boomed, "Third nephew." Seeing this, Elder Bai He went ballistic and ordered everyone to attack at once. But surprise, surprise, the green-ass Azure Dragon King showed up. Before they could even react, the Azure Dragon King opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of scorching azure flames, engulfing hundreds of divine souls. Ah! In the blink of an eye, screams echoed endlessly. Before they could even get close, the dragon souls were plunged straight into the sea of azure fire. Their bodies spasmed, and they were racked with intense pain. Some managed to retreat, but others weren't so lucky, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes in that sea of fire, their divine souls annihilated. In a flash, dozens of Huashu realm cultivators died. Everyone was even more terrified, especially Zhao Dezhu. He was tripping balls, saying, How can this be? The Azure Dragon Divine Soul was supposed to be weak. How can it be this strong? How could he have known that during the fight with Ye Lin, the Azure Dragon King was just taking hits without fighting back? But in reality, it was this OP? Just one blast of earth, she annihilated dozens of divine souls, and seriously injured over 100 more. Elder Bai, he glared at Zhao Dezhu, his eyes full of reproach. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me the full extent of his strength? Where did all these terrifying dragons come from? Zhao Dezhu was beyond frustrated. How was he supposed to know that watching someone fight was one thing, and facing Zhuo Fan head-on was something else entirely? He thought bitterly. I remember clearly. In that fight, only the Red Dragon King showed a bit of fighting power. The other dragon soul forms were just defending, with no offensive power at all. But now, Zhao Dezhu trembled, almost bursting into tears. He continued to think. Finally understood how tragic the battle between Zhuo Fan and Ye Lin was. The level of the fight far exceeded our human realm. We can't even comprehend it. Elder Bai, he got even more triggered. This brat, what other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Tell me now! Zhao Dezhu was completely flustered. That's probably it. There's only one more transformation, the Violet Dragon King, but that's just for sneak attacks. It's not that strong. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a heaven-shaking thunderclap rang out. Violet divine lightning surged through the sky of fire, striking hundreds of divine souls. Instantly, more than a dozen divine souls were annihilated on the spot, and dozens of others were seriously injured and forced to retreat. Elder Bai, he roared, trembling. What? This is the divine soul form you said wasn't strong? What the hell? He was so pissed he really wanted to slap this kid to death. Zhao Dezhu lowered his head helplessly, speechless. He thought, Zhuo Fan's moves looked so weak when he was fighting Ye Lin. Why is he so strong now? Elder Bai. He glared at him angrily, then waved his sleeve and shook his head, saying, Forget it. I'm not asking you anymore. You don't know anything. I'd rather break his dragon soul myself than ask you. Asking you just gives me a headache. You're useless. With that, he charged straight at the dragon soul, his Ronghun realm expert strength erupting in an instant, directly breaking through the outer layer of azure flames. Zhao Dezhu hurriedly reminded him. Elder Bai He, his Violet Dragon King form, has the lowest defensive power. But all he got in response was a scolding from Elder Bai He. I don't trust you anymore. Get lost, you trash. Zhao Dezhu shrank back, not daring to say another word, only muttering to himself, I was just trying to help. If you don't listen, that's on you. HMPH. At the same time, 4 elders wielding spiritual weapons surrounded Zhuo Fan, bringing with them a powerful aura as they simultaneously struck down. Zhuo Fan raised his demon sword and swung it at the 4 of them, while Elder Bai He charged straight at the Violet Dragon King. Zhuo Fan glanced at the elder who had just flown over. He was very cautious about this guy, and in an instant, Elder Bai, he appeared before the Violet Dragon King. He raised his fist and immediately punched down hard. Then, he glanced at Zhuo Fan, thinking, we have personally witnessed and experienced Zhuo Fan's divine abilities. Instantaneous movement is truly too OP. At this moment, Zhuo Fan is still standing there, facing the full-force combined attack of 4 great experts. Even if the demon sword can destroy the opponent's spiritual weapons, the powerful impact force is still enough to kill him. But if Zhuo Fan teleports away, I will immediately strike and directly punish his divine soul, causing him to die a horrible death. The scariest thing is that he might pull the same trick again, teleporting close and suddenly using his sword to slice me in half. It's precisely to prevent such a result that Bai He doesn't rush to act, avoiding the mistakes of the previous elder, being sucked back by the dragon soul, and giving the opponent a chance to take advantage. As such, even if Zhuo Fan teleports in front of him, he can instantly escape and continue to fight Zhuo Fan. As for the other four, they continue to deal with the dragon soul. Zhuo Fan can't handle it at all, so even with 3 choices, no matter which one he picks, Zhuo Fan is heading towards death. The key lies in the details. The smallest calculations are what determine success or failure. Elder Bai. He is a smart man, so he chooses to pause and observe Zhuo Fan, then decide on his next strategy. Elder Bai. He stands still in the air, his eyes coldly observing Zhuo Fan, his mind constantly calculating. He knows very well that if he makes a mistake, his fate could be exactly like the elders who died before. Boom! A loud noise rang out. The longsword and the spiritual weapons of the 4 great elders collided. The spiritual weapons of the 4 shattered simultaneously, scattering everywhere. Those elders were also knocked back by the impact. Zhuo Fan was struck by the powerful impact force transmitted from the sword. He coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, even mixed with fragments of internal organs. Elder Bai. He saw this scene from afar and laughed loudly, saying, "Ha, this brat no longer has the strength to teleport?" Of the 3 paths, he chose the one that leads to the quickest death. It seems he has decided to give up resisting. Good. His body and internal organs must have been completely shattered. Finally, I don't need to use that sword anymore. Now, I just need to smash your dragon soul with 1 punch and I can end everything. Elder Bai. He cackled like a maniac, eyes gleaming with excitement. He raised his fist, finally losing it and charging forward, slamming it towards the dragon's soul. Then, bam! He started punching the living crap out of the purple dragon king. A massive explosion ensued. The purple dragon king roared in agony, mouthed agape. Elder Bai. He wore a sinister grin, his eyes full of malevolence. Looking down below, Longshen stopped trembling. Zhuo Fan smirked and said, "Yo, you collapsing or what? Heavenly Dragon Divine Soul." Black energy tainted the dragon's body once more. In a flash, the purple colossal dragon completely morphed into a black dragon, throwing its head back and wailing miserably. Suddenly, Elder Bai He's eyes widened as he looked down. Streams of black energy relentlessly surged, tightly binding Elder Bai He's arms. The old geezer chuckled. "Haha, so that's it. At the crucial moment, you transformed into a punching bag demon dragon king, dissipating more than half of my power. So what? The remaining force is still enough to seriously injure you. You keep shape-shifting your dragon soul, only delaying the inevitable. The result won't change. Just wait for a few more punches from me, and you're definitely toast." With that, Elder Bai. He was about to raise his fist, but hesitated. He realized the next punch was completely stuck, surrounded and absorbed by the black energy. Elder Bai. He smirked, his body jolting. The powerful aura scattered all the black energy, and he boomed. HMPH, futile struggle, Zhuo Fan. Now that your body is useless, your instant teleportation is probably busted too. Longshen absorbing your power can only hold us off for a second or two. Teaming up with a body might pose a threat. But you're just a lone divine soul. There's absolutely no chance of turning the tables. Rest in pieces, LOL. He had barely finished when a terrified shout suddenly echoed from afar. "Elder Bai He!" Bai He immediately recognized the voices of the 4 elders. He looked up, astonished, and asked, "What's wrong?" One of the elders stared at his spirit weapon in disbelief, roaring, My! Our spirit weapons, they're not damaged!" Bai. He was utterly shocked. He examined them closely, and saw that the 4 elders were indeed staring blankly at their spirit weapons. In front of them, Zhuo Fan continued to vomit blood, clearly heavily injured. The azure demonic sword in his hand still emitted an eerie glow, without a scratch. He pondered. But what the hell is going on? If the 4 elders' spirit weapons aren't damaged, in other words, their weapons didn't clash with the demonic sword. If they didn't clash, Then why was Zhuo Fan so heavily injured by the impact, even reduced to a dragon soul? Elder Bai, he couldn't figure it out, growing increasingly bewildered. Just then, the space behind him suddenly trembled. A surge of intense killing intent unexpectedly ambushed him. He was shaken, frantically trying to dodge, but seemed to realize only now that his fist was still being sucked into the demon dragon king. But the absorption could only hold him for a second or two. In that single, fleeting moment, he felt death approaching. Thwack! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Elder Bai's body was sliced in two, his eyes filled with horror and confusion as he gasped, I fell for it, Elder Bai. He trembled, desperately trying to turn his head in his dying moments to face Zhuo Fan's cold eyes. He fearfully asked his final question. What the hell happened? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Fan coughed a few times, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, but his expression remained utterly calm. The youth coldly said, You were indeed very cautious, but not cautious enough. Victory and defeat hang by a thread. Presuming you're right will expose openings, and I just need to make you believe you're winning, and that's enough. Elder Bai, he shuddered, glancing at Zhuo Fan in the distance, then at Zhuo Fan standing before him, his eyes filled with confusion, saying, Here, how are there two Zhuo Fans? What the hell, does this kid know magic or something? Welp, I'm out. Thus, the two halves of Elder Bai's body slowly plummeted below. Zhuo Fan sneered, Ignorance breeds mistakes. You haven't even grasped the full extent of your daddy's abilities. The remaining elders witnessed the scene and were scared out of their minds, exclaiming, What the actual FK? What is happening? Another elder got sliced in half. A bearded dude gnashed his teeth and growled, then roared, Everyone, charge and beat the SHT out of him. Don't care about anything else. Our goal is to kill this demonic brat. Everyone, kill him! As soon as he finished speaking, all the mad dogs of the Heaven and Earth Trash sect once again charged towards Zhuo Fan. The youth was nearly exhausted after fighting and slicing a few Soul Fusion Realm cultivators in half. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and gripped the longsword tightly in his hand. Seemingly sensing the scent of blood before him, the longsword trembled with excitement, and then Zhuo Fan floored the gas pedal towards the enemy. The valiant silhouette of a black Superman charging forward with a sword, fearing no one. Basically, I'll take on all of you. Upon contact, Zhuo Fan swung the longsword wildly, hacking and slashing. Truly a divine weapon. It sliced so damn smoothly. But this time, the people of the Heaven and Earth Trash sect didn't flinch. One wave after another surged forward. Zhuo Fan's body seemed completely exhausted. The youth's eyes glazed over, thinking, Everything is starting to blur. Ching Chang. I need to stop them. I need to buy time for Ching Chang to escape. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan went berserk. The youth unleashed his last ounce of strength and roared, You're all fated to die. Come at me. I'll take on all of you. As soon as Qing Longwang entered the fray, he blasted dozens of Huaxu realm dudes into crispy critters. Elder Bai. He was mega pissed when Zhao Dezhu kept feeding him fake news. And then Zilongwang yeeted those Heaven and Earth living dog sect folks into orbit. The elders couldn't just sit there, so they grabbed their spirit weapons and charged at Zhuo Fan, but the dude just swatted those spirit weapons away like flies. But then, out of nowhere, Elder Bai, he straight up punched Zilongwang in the face. No misses. Just as he was feeling all smug, Ma Longwang lassoed his ass. And then Zhuo Fan brought the freaking apocalypse with one swing. With nowhere left to run, the entire Heaven and Earth living dog sect surged forward. Even though he was totally spent, Zhuo Fan kept fighting to his last breath to buy time for his waifu, Chu Qingcheng, to escape. What a chat. Zhuo Fan was a true simp. Scene change. A long-ass time later, night fell. Darkness shrouded the area, and some ominous crows showed up, signaling some bad juju. On the ground, Zhao Dezhu was lying there like roadkill, not moving a muscle, while a flock of crows circled overhead. Then, he slowly peeled open his crusty-ass eyes. He instinctively rubbed his head. Zhao Dezhu pondered for a while before he finally remembered that he was ordered by his master to come and eliminate the demon lord, Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan was too OP. Even a whole mob couldn't catch him. In the end, Daily Qilongwang swatted its tail, killing a bunch of people instantly. Zhao Dezhu got yeeted backward and was KO'd until just now. He just didn't know if that little punk Zhuo Fan had been dealt with yet. Zhao Dezhu slowly looked up at the moon, then sighed. Ugh, it's late. They probably caught that punk. I just wonder how much the sect lost. Just as he was thinking that, the sky seemed to answer his question. The frigid moonlight gradually illuminated the surroundings, a whooshing sound rang out, and a fierce gust of wind made Zhao Dezhu's face sting. He was utterly horrified to see that the heaven and earth righteous sect was now just a ragtag bunch of 100-plus Huaxu realm cultivators. They were witnessing a truly tragic scene, their eyes filled with fear, panic, and mostly despair. Corpses were everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Zhao Dezhu's pupils constricted. He looked around, and in the area in front of him alone, there were hundreds of corpses strewn all over the place, some with broken arms and legs, not even whole. The deaths were as gruesome as they could possibly be, with zero chance of survival. Zhao Dezhu's body trembled uncontrollably. He was completely stunned, then muttered to himself, "What now? What now? I can't handle this kind of loss." Then he looked around in a panic and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, that demon must be dead." Just then, a loud noise rang out. Zhao Dezhu struggled to run toward the sound. As he ran, he thought in fear, "How can this be? The battle isn't over yet." He ran like hell to where the Heaven and Earth Living Dog sect members were gathered. Their numbers had been almost completely wiped out, and only 3 elders remained in front. As soon as he arrived, his eyes widened in horror at what he saw. In front of everyone, the giant dragon still stood tall, its body heavily damaged, scales shattered, and spiritual energy constantly leaking out. Another moment, and its soul might completely shatter. But even so, it held its tail high, its fierce aura overwhelming everyone. Its unwavering gaze was just like Zhuo Fan's, unafraid of life or death. In front of it, Zhuo Fan was covered in blood, standing straight, holding his demon sword, his hair a mess, his face covered in blood, his eyes radiating a cold light, his face expressionless. His entire body was covered in blood, with no uninjured spot, and in some places, the blood had dried. But even so, the MC stood tall, his eyes fixed on the front. Under his feet, corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing like rivers, and he was standing in the middle of that river of blood. Buzz, a small sound rang out, and one of the elders moved slightly. Zhuo Fan reacted instantly, his body shaking, the longsword in his hand pointing straight at him, and said softly, "Come on, take a step. Take one more step, and I'll cleave you in two." His words terrified the man. He flinched, and quickly retreated backward. With a deep frown, the elder trembled as he looked at the man before him. Just what kind of person is this Zhuo Fan? We've beaten his body to such an extent, his internal organs should have been shattered long ago. Yet, he can still kill one of our elders. By now, 300 or 400 void transformation cultivators and 5 soul fusion elders have died at his hands. His soul and body are severely wounded. It's hard to imagine he's still alive. Do we have to wait until his soul is completely shattered for him to die? Face twitching, another elder, covered in blood, gasped, "Yeah, this kid is too damn hard to deal with. Is he really just at the divine illumination stage?" Staring intensely at Zhuo Fan, his voice trembling, he continued, "But if we want to shatter his soul, we must prepare for total annihilation. Looking at his current state, he's almost at his limit, but I can sense this bastard isn't going down easy. If we want him dead for good, we'll have to pay a heavy price." The old geezer sighed. "Damn, who would have thought this simple task would be this difficult?" The other 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed. But just as the 3 were discussing, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "What the fuck?" Everyone turned their heads in surprise, only to see Zhao Dezhu staggering towards them. His face was full of worry, muttering, "3 elders? What are you talking about? How much have we lost this time?" Flicking their eyelids, the 3 looked at each other, sighed, and nodded slightly. Zhao Dezhu's body shook violently, and he collapsed on the spot. He turned to look at Zhuo Fan, his eyes devoid of light. After taking a few deep breaths, his face filled with anger, he roared, "Zhuo Fan, why haven't you died yet? Do you know that I requested this mission from the sect? And the losses are so heavy. How am I supposed to report back? Sending out 500 void transformation experts? 5 grand elders fighting a cultivator who hasn't even broken through to void transformation, fighting for a whole day and night, and still can't catch him. Instead, we've lost more than half our forces, and even 5 elders have died." Zhao Dezhu was so triggered by this reality that his mind was on the verge of collapse. He roared like a madman. The Heaven-Earth Righteous Sect's 500-man force was blocked here by one person, unable to advance even half a step. "One day and one night, Zhuo Fan. Who the hell are you? Why aren't you dead yet? My future, even my life, is ruined by you." No response. Zhuo Fan stood motionless. Everyone felt a chill down their spines looking at the main character. Someone pondered for a moment and then turned to Zhao Deshu to remind him, "Senior brother, you're mistaken. It's not 1 day and 1 night, but 3 days and 3 nights." His body shaking violently, Zhao Deshu plopped down on the ground, completely stunned. "What? I've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights? A little punk like him can hold you guys for 3 days and 3 nights? Faces flushed. The 3 elders were also a little embarrassed and lowered their heads. Indeed, not being able to capture a kid who hadn't even reached void transformation after 3 days and 3 nights was extremely shameful. But at this moment, Zhuo Fan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly chuckled hoarsely. "Ha ha, so that's it. It's been 3 days and 3 nights? Looks like you guys won't catch up anymore." Just as he finished speaking, thud, Zhuo Fan, along with the demon sword, fell down. The huge dragon soul also gently closed its eyes, its figure slowly dissipating, no longer visible. Only the long sword trembled slightly, piercing straight through Zhuo Fan's body, without a trace of breath. This made everyone stunned. They looked at each other, none of them quite understanding. How could a man who couldn't be defeated for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly fall in the blink of an eye? Zhao Deshu was also stunned. At this time, an elder stepped forward to Zhuo Fan, bent down to examine the main character's body and nodded, sighing. "So that's it, he's been dead for a while." Deshu exclaimed in shock. "What? He's dead?" But just now he was still. Shaking his head helplessly, the elder said in a deep voice, "That was thanks to his last breath. To stop us from chasing those women, he relied on that last breath to hold us off for 3 days and 3 nights. In reality, his body had long died, and only a trace of his soul remained. This is not surprising. His whole body is covered in fatal wounds. The fact that he could stand until now was already a walking corpse. Zhuo Fan, he's really dead." The ultimate showdown between Zhuo Fan and the Heaven-Earth Good Dog sect raged for 3 days and 3 nights straight. When Zhao Deshu woke up, he saw his fellow disciples strewn across the ground, dog blood flowing like a river. What the hell? He frantically ran towards the remaining members of the sect. But guess what? Zhuo Fan was still standing there, sword in hand, like a freaking Chad. As soon as he realized 3 days had passed, Zhuo Fan finally collapsed. The elder of the Heaven-Earth Good Dog sect approached to confirm that Zhuo Fan was dead. Taking a deep breath, another elder stared intently at Zhuo Fan's corpse, then nodded slightly and said, "Normally, when the body dies, the soul will immediately dissipate." Unable to control the body, yet he was able to forcibly use his body until now with a shred of remaining energy. His will is too damn strong. Even though he's demonic, he's a heroic figure. Unfathomable. This is a freaking monster. With a look of horror, the third elder slowly stepped forward, looked at Zhuo Fan lying on the ground, and revealed naked killing intent in his eyes, saying, "Don't forget, he was suffering from a seriously injured soul, and he controlled this crippled body to fight us for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if he's a hero, he can only control his body for a moment. Have you ever seen anyone who can control their soul and body at the same time? If such a person lives, it's too damn dangerous." Shaken, the 3 elders glanced at each other and nodded. Then, a glint of light flashed in their eyes, and they uttered a word in unison. "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the green-faced elder struck straight down at Zhuo Fan's motionless body. But just as he was about to succeed, a foot came flying and kicked his dog face with full force. The kick sent the green-faced elder flying for kilometers, and then his body seemed to explode mid-air. The elder of the Heaven-Earth Good Dog sect watched the distant cloud of dust in utter confusion. He still didn't understand what happened. A soul fusion realm cultivator just got one-shotted like that? Then he roared angrily, "Who the hell was that?" His eyes contracted, as if he had seen his ancestor appear. Zhao Deshu couldn't help but be terrified, and shouted loudly, "Yi Lin, why is it you?" Without even glancing at him, Yi Lin only bowed his head and stared intently at Zhuo Fan lying on the ground. He slowly bent down and gently lifted Zhuo Fan onto his shoulder. The two elders were shocked when they saw this, and shouted at the same time, "What do you want to do? Put him down!" Ye Lin smiled faintly, revealing a clear look of contempt on his face, his eyes full of disdain, and said coldly, "HMPH, you want to kill him? You don't deserve to." The elder's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his face gradually darkened, with a clear look of gravity in his eyes. Even though they had never directly entered the twin dragon meet, they understood clearly in their hearts based on the news Zhao Deju reported. Ye Lin, the number 2 figure of the twin dragon meet, is an extremely difficult existence to deal with, almost on the same level as Zhuo Fan, and even suppressed Zhuo Fan at times. Zhuo Fan alone had exhausted them to this extent. If Ye Lin were to attack and fight them, to be honest, they wouldn't have any confidence. But if they just let Zhuo Fan go like this, letting him survive, they would absolutely not be willing. After all, they had paid too great a price. If they didn't bring back any merit in the end, they really wouldn't have the face to return to the sect. At this time, an elder holding a spiritual weapon in his hand stepped forward, his voice both persuading and warning. The Tai Ching sect and the Heaven-Earth Righteous sect are both righteous great sects, with a close relationship. Have long heard of Ye Lin's great name. This person was originally a pillar of the future of the righteous path, so why has he fallen to this point today, wanting to save this demonic brat? You must know that if you don't get rid of him, it will become a great disaster in the future, whether it is for the entire righteous sects or for each individual here. The title of the number 1 person in West Continent, do you want to hand it over to that demonic maniac? Hey, today our Heaven-Earth Righteous sect is stepping forward to solve him, eliminate the demon, and defend the Dabao, and also protect the reputation of the righteous path of West Continent. Outsiders will only see us taking action to eliminate him and then leaving, and no one will condemn us. They will only say that this person is jealous of talent and wants to eliminate his rival. You get the prestige without dirtying your hands, a double win. The elder spoke smoothly, with righteous arguments, and embellishing his own reputation, all while not tarnishing his image. Thinking that Ye Lin would probably go along with it, he was secretly smug. But before he could finish, a loud shout suddenly rang out, directly cutting him off. "Shut your trap!" The elder couldn't help but be stunned. Turning his head to look, he saw Ye Lin with a gloomy expression, his eyes sweeping over everyone, his face full of rage as he said, "A loss is a loss. A win is a win. When did I, Ye Lin, ever need to use such dirty tricks to eliminate an opponent, huh? Tainting my name as a sacred beast inheritor? What the hell? What the heck is a sacred beast inheritor?" Their hearts trembled. Everyone glanced at each other, their faces showing utter confusion. They completely didn't understand what a sacred beast inheritor actually was. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Ye Lin scoffed dismissively, then turned his head to stare at Zhuo Fan. He placed a hand on the MC's shoulder, sighing, and said, "HMPH, a bunch of despicable, shameless mortals. Telling you guys these things is truly like casting pearls before swine. Let me tell you, my only true kin is this one person." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of golden flames, radiating scorching golden light, blazing flames continuously surging and burning. As soon as everyone saw this, their hearts trembled, and they subconsciously took a step back, their eyes filled with terror. Although they didn't know what kind of treasure this was, the destructive aura it emitted was enough to scare them to their very bones. They could imagine this thing was absolutely terrifying, completely beyond anything they could withstand. Even those 3 elders couldn't help but gulp. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his eyes trembling as he stared at that small golden sphere. Zhao Deju's body slightly trembled, finally mustering enough courage to ask loudly, "Ye Lin, what in the hell is that thing?" Giving everyone a sinister glance, Ye Lin sneered and then pouted, saying, "A bunch of nobodies who are about to die don't even have the right to know. And also, what the hell? Who gave you the right to stand on equal footing with me? In this world, only one person walks the same path as this daddy. The rest of you aren't even worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin's eyes turned cold. Then the young man abruptly thrust his arm forward, and the glowing golden flame instantly shot straight ahead. Suddenly, Zhao Deju yelled out in extreme panic, that's it, run!" As soon as everyone saw that, their hearts were extremely terrified, subconsciously wanting to turn and flee. But it was too late. Boom! Boom! A booming sound erupted, shooting straight into the sky. the sound shaking the air, shattering the void, and tearing the earth. The glowing golden flame suddenly exploded under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the scorching golden flame blooming like an epiphyllum flower, instantly engulfing the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread for 1,000 miles, forming a sea of fire. The blazing heavenly flames incinerated the sky until it twisted, and the ground completely shattered after just one moment. Zhao Dezhu and over 100 experts, including those 3 elders, didn't even have time to let out a single scream before they were instantly devoured by the golden flames. Everything was burned to nothingness, completely dissipated. The scorching flames burned everywhere, a 1,000-mile radius transforming into a fiery inferno, everything reduced to ashes. This place looked exactly like a hellish sea of fire. Ye Lin coldly watched it all, then hoisted Zhuo Fan's body onto his shoulder, gradually disappearing into that sea of fire. Meanwhile, elsewhere, whoosh, 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 under the pitch-black night sky, 3 streaks of light tore through the wind and shot forth. Chu Qingcheng pulled the hands of the 2 young women, Shui Ruhua and Dan Coher, rapidly flying forward, tears clearly visible on their cheeks. Dan Guerre looked at Chu Qingcheng's tired back, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Big sis Qingcheng, it's been 3 days and 3 nights already. They probably aren't chasing us anymore. Let's stop and rest for a bit." Shui Ruhua paused, then also nodded in persuasion. "That's right, Qingcheng. If you keep this up, you'll harm your body. How about we temporarily stop and rest our feet? Who knows, maybe if we just slow down for a bit, Zhuo Fan might even catch up." "No." Chu Qingcheng gently opened her arms, separating the 2. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes red-rimmed, but still said firmly, "This is the chance to live that Zhuo Fan risked his life to get for us. How can we possibly let him down? Before we reach the Double Dragon Institute, we absolutely cannot stop, not even for a single moment." Chu Qingcheng's voice was extremely resolute. The 2 girls looked at each other, then helplessly shook their heads and sighed. Boom! Boom! Right at this moment, from deep within the distant mountains and forests, a terrifying, blazing inferno suddenly erupted. In an instant, the fiery light spread for 1,000 miles, its momentum ferocious to the extreme. That wave of scorching flame surged outwards in all directions, engulfing the entire forest in 8 directions, burning everything to flat ground. Chu Qingcheng and the 2 others flying in mid-air were also affected by this wave of heat. Their bodies shook violently and tilted, and all 3 stopped simultaneously, looking backwards. Looking from afar, all 3 were completely stunned and dumbfounded, only to see a hellish sea of fire in the distance, where any living creature would surely be annihilated. Even though the 3 of them stood very far away, they could still feel the scorching heat burning their faces. They could only imagine how tragic the outcome would be if they were actually inside those flames. Her eyes constricted, Dangar exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, what happened there? Why is there such a huge fire?" And she suddenly thought of something, and immediately cried out, "Isn't that where Big Brother Zhuo was?" But before Dan Shier could finish speaking, Shui Ruohua let out a loud shout, glared fiercely at her, then winked, making her stop short. Only then did Dander see Chu Qingcheng staring at the sky-high blaze, stunned, 2 streams of clear tears flowing down her face as she gasped, "Zhuo Fan, after a long and bloody battle with 500 bros from the Heaven and Earth Living Dog sect, Zhuo Fan finally bit the dust." Even though he appreciated the MC's skills, that green-bearded elder decided to strike Zhuo Fan into oblivion. "Gotta nip it in the bud!" But wait, hold up. Before he could even throw a punch, he got his face punted into next week, officially ending his sorry existence. Turns out it was Ye Lin, Zhuo Fan's ride or die. The Heaven and Earth Living Dogs sect tried to justify their actions as acting on behalf of the heavens, eliminating evil. What a load of bull. But Ye Lin unleashed a verbal smackdown on them, and then she spat out a beam of golden flames, instantly turning the remaining members of the Heaven and Earth Living Dog sect into ash. Roasted! Far away, Chu Qingcheng and the gang sensed the massive commotion. Chu Qingcheng started sobbing, knowing that Zhuo Fan had probably kicked the bucket for good. Zhuo Fan! Chu Qingcheng spun around, wanting to fly back there, but Shui Ruhua held her back, saying, "Qingcheng, are you crazy? The fire's raging over there. You'll definitely die if you go in. I don't care. Zhuo Fan shook his head fiercely. Chu Qingcheng seemed to lose her mind, wailing miserably, struggling to break free. With no other choice, Shui Ruohua chopped her hard on the neck, knocking Chu Qingcheng unconscious. They looked at the raging fire, then at the unconscious Chu Qingcheng, tears still streaming down her face, and sighed helplessly. They had never seen this elegant and graceful woman act so crazy, which showed how deeply she felt for Zhuo Fan. Heart-aching, Duoker looked at Chu Qingcheng with pity, then turned to Shui Ruohua, whispering, "Ruohua Ji, what should we do next?" Shui Ruohua replied, "What else can we do? Take Qingcheng to the Twin Dragon Courtyard. Only there will we be safe." "But what about Big Brother?" Danshire choked out, asking again. Turning her head to look at the raging fire, Shui Ruohua sighed helplessly and replied, "Such an all-consuming fire is rare in this world. We are powerless. We can only hope he's lucky." Glancing at the sea of fire one more time, Shui Ruohua shook her head helplessly, gave a bitter laugh, her eyes filled with pain. Seeing this, Duoshir also lowered her head, silently weeping. In her heart she knew very well that under such terrifying power, Zhuo Fan probably had no hope of survival. Afterwards, the two sadly carried Chu Qingcheng and continued towards the Twin Dragon Courtyard. At the same time, in Maple Forest City, the Luo family. Zhuo Fan Shuangguer, who was quietly sleeping in bed, suddenly woke up with a start, loudly screaming, her forehead covered in cold sweat. In her eyes, the light dissipated like shooting stars, and her face was covered with fear. The sound echoed through the night, spreading throughout every corner of the Luo family. Creak, a small sound rang out, the door was gently pushed open, and hurried footsteps sounded. Luo Yunsheng and Luo Yunhai rushed into her room. Seeing this scene, Luo Yunsheng couldn't help but sit down on the edge of the bed, anxiously asking, "Shuangbier, what's wrong? Why did you gather all your power and shout so loudly, scaring everyone in the family? What happened?" Her lips trembled, and she suddenly sobbed, "Yunshengji, Zhuo Fan, he's dead!" Hearing those words, the people of the Luko family froze in place, shocked and unable to believe what they had just heard. Luo Yunhai said in disbelief, "Shuanghair Meimei, what are you talking about? Didn't he marry Tower Master Chu and become the sect master of the demonic books sect? He should be living very well right now. How could he be?" Slowly shaking her head, Yanger lowered her head and sobbed, I don't know, but I saw it. I really saw Zhuo Fan, the scene of Zhuo Fan falling in a pool of blood, and then being burned by a bunch of golden flames." Hearing this, Luo Yunsheng could no longer stand. She staggered and fell. Luo Yunhai quickly supported his simp of a sister, gently stroking her face. Leng Wucheng, who was standing on the side, thought carefully and said seriously, "Patriarch, Miss Shuangjier is the saintess of the empire, skilled in observing the mandate of heaven. Although Butler Zhuo is not someone that destiny can easily bind, these kinds of premonitions are rarely unfounded." Looks like my prediction was right. They really did move too fast, didn't they? Eyes narrow, Lu Yunhai thought for a sec, then suddenly waved his hand and yelled, "Someone! Send scouts to check out the demon book sect and report back ASAP." A voice shouted from outside the room, "Yes! Scene change!" Knock, knock, knock. In a dark, secret chamber, only a few dim oil lamps on either side illuminated the surrounding stone walls. In the center of the room, an old dude with sunken cheeks, the Grand Elder Yuan, was sitting cross-legged in meditation with his eyes closed. Just then, insistent knocking echoed from outside, shattering Yuan Lao's meditative state. His vital energy slightly condensed, Yuan Lao slowly opened his eyes and asked coldly, "Who's knocking?" A familiar voice filled with respectful courtesy came from outside the door. "Master, it is your disciple. Your disciple has come to pay his respects." Yuan Lao nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. "You wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. Wu Yu, you're not just here to pay your respects, are you?" Shi Wu Yu replied, Master misunderstands. Your disciple didn't mean it that way. Yuan Lao couldn't help but chuckle softly, sighed, then waved his hand. HMPH, you're not that innocent. Speak, what do you want to say? Shi Wu Yu said, Ha ha, please don't be offended, Master. For hundreds of years I have been the head of the sect, always upholding the etiquette and rules of the sect. Now that I'm here to pay my respects, it's only natural that there would be some inconvenience. Now that your disciple has relinquished the position of sect master and is no longer burdened with the responsibilities of the sect, of course, I want to fulfill my filial duty and repay the debt of gratitude I owe you for the past hundreds of years. Yuan Lao pondered. All right, come in. Creak, the door opened, and Shi Wu Yu slowly stepped in, a faint smile on his face. He walked up to Yuan Lao, bowed and kowtowed 3 times, then said, Master, your disciple has come to pay his respects. Like an understanding disciple, Shi Wu Yu's face showed sincere respect. Yuan Lao asked, All right, what is it? Just get to the point. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Wu Yu looked deeply at Yuan Lao, couldn't help but laugh, and slowly shook his head. As expected, the older, the wiser. Your disciple's thoughts can't escape Master's eyes. Reporting to Master, I have carefully reflected on your teachings from a month ago, and hope that Master will give your disciple a chance to start over. Yuan Lao narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze fixed on him, and said, You still want to be the sect master? Smiling and nodding, Shi Wu Yu said as if it were a matter of course. Yes, as the saying goes, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a sect cannot be without a master for a day. As soon as Zhuo Fan became the sect master, he was summoned to the Twin Dragon Institute for training, leaving such a large sect without a leader. If he leaves for a day, that's fine, or even 10 days. But what if he wants to stay there for decades? During this time, the affairs of the sect, big and small, are piling up like mountains. Without a sect master to manage them, wouldn't the internal affairs be in chaos? Yuan Lao interrupted. Don't worry, I'm here, and there are also several elders to assist. What's the fuss? Shi Wu Yu said, Master, you are the grand elder of the sect, and you are taking over the sect master's duties for a long time. I'm afraid that it will be somewhat improper. If this goes on for too long, I'm afraid that others will gossip, saying that the grand elder wants to break the thousands of years of rules of the sect, overstepping his duties and trying to usurp the position of sect master. Yuan Lao's eyebrows furrowed, his cold eyes looked at Shi Wu Yu, and he shouted, Who dares to speak such nonsense? Shi Wu Yu hurriedly lowered his head humbly. Your disciple would naturally not dare to speculate about Master, but I am afraid that others will be gossiping and damage your reputation. Those elders have always been at odds with each other. Now they are all fawning over you, not daring to have any complaints, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. They are all elders. You can handle the major affairs of the sect, so why wouldn't they want to? Therefore, anything can be abolished in our sect's thousands of years of rules, including the distance between male and female love, but only the position of sect master is absolutely inviolable. Otherwise, the hearts of the sect will be unstable, and the consequences will be disastrous. With a snort of anger, Yuan Lao suddenly stood up, flicked his sleeves, and shouted, HMPH! Who wants to overstep the sect master's authority and usurp the position? This old man is upright and honest, and is only holding the affairs for Zhuo Fan for a few decades. When he returns, I will immediately hand over the authority to him and let him fulfill the responsibilities of the sect master. Shi Wu Yu's face twitched slightly. His expression darkened, and he said coldly, Master, you are too ruthless. You would rather wait for him to return and hand over the authority than let me handle the affairs of the sect for these decades, not giving me a chance? I guarantee that within these decades, I will definitely be able to win over the hearts of the people. When he returns, no one will be willing to follow him anymore, and everyone will only have one person in their hearts as the sect master, and that is me. Shi Wu Yu. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Yuan Lao shook his head helplessly and sighed. Wu Yu, You really haven't reflected properly. Gathering the hearts of the people is just a means. But behind this means is a principle. Because there is a principle, everyone is willing to follow. Otherwise, even if you can win over the hearts of the people in a short time, they will quickly dissipate. When you understand this principle and find the principle in your heart, then come and talk to me about the position of sect master. Taking a deep breath, a cold light flashed in Shi Wuyu's eyes. His fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth. Principle? HMPH, master? You speak such vague words. Who can understand these ethereal and illusory things? You are just making excuses to prevent me from returning to the position of sect master. HMPH. Old man, this is your choice. From afar, seeing hubby Zhuo Fan's complete disaster zone, Chu Qingcheng intended to rush straight into that sea of fire, but Shui Ruhua stopped her, even knocking her out cold to easily bring her back to Songlong Yuan. The Luo clan also learned that Zhuo Fan had fallen in battle through Yun Shuang's dream vision, and everyone was totally freaked out, but there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, in Mon Ce sect's secret chamber, Shi Wuyue arrived to ask Yuan Lao to reinstate him as sect master, but Yuan Lao flat out refused, telling him to come back and talk once he'd Torrid found his Dakio. Shi Wuyu roared, pissed as hell. Dao? What the FCK Dao? This is your choice. Yuan Lao slowly turned his back. Yuan Lao didn't even look at him, just let out a helpless sigh, his face filled with utter disappointment. Shi Wuyu continued, Master, you abandoned me first. I tried my best to change, but you... Crack! Crack! Shi Wuyu furiously clenched his fist, his joints audibly cracking, murder intent suddenly flashing in his eyes. Then, whoosh whoosh, Shi Wuyu floored it and blasted forward, abruptly raising his hand transforming into a claw, fiercely grabbing towards Yuan Lao's back, then roaring, Profound tier high-grade martial skill flood dragon claw. Whoosh whoosh, chilly sinister winds tore through the air as Ji Wuyu's claw, carrying a cold gleam, instantly shot towards Yuan Lao's face. Yuan Lao's eyes didn't even have time to contract. Extreme rage surged in his heart. He never in a million years expected this disciple of his to be so ballsy, daring to lay hands on his own master. Yuan Lao's aura also erupted, the powerful pressure instantly stalling Shi Wuyu. That claw let out a screech and stopped mid-air. Immediately after, Yuan Lao lowered his body, deftly dodging that killer move. His gaze locked onto that very disciple he once doted on. Yuan Lao spread his legs wide and assumed a fighting stance. And then, UGA! He slammed his arm straight into Shi Wuyu's chest, causing him immense pain. Just that casual, light palm strike was enough to send Ji Wuyu absolutely flying outside. Crash! Crash! Ji Wuyu's body slammed hard into the wall like a sack of potatoes, then thudded to the ground. As soon as he propped himself up, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dark red, fresh blood. Both fists clenched tight, his eyes bloodshot, his face filled with rage. Yuan Lao furiously roared, Shi Wuyu, you've gone completely insane. No matter what, I am still your master, and you dare to lay a hand on this old man? A slight sneer appeared on his lips. Ji Wuyu let out a hoarse madman's laugh and said, Master, you say? You usurped my sect master's throne, and you still have the nerve to call yourself master? Show yourselves. Yuan Lao violently flinched, his whole body trembling. But what trembled most violently was his heart, utterly consumed by disappointment. Buzzy, buzzy. Right at that moment, a streak of green light flashed, and the dark secret chamber was instantly enveloped by a dazzling layer of light. Glancing at that light, Shi Wuyu couldn't help but sneer. Ku Rong 5 elders? So you finally decide to show yourselves? You really don't deserve the Guardian's position. What if I had truly injured the Grand Elder just now? The Ku Rong 5 elders floated over to Ji Wuyu. Elder Lu replied, The Grand Elder's strength is truly extraordinary. No one in the sect can rival him. Our duty, in the end, is merely to prevent evildoers and avoid disturbing the Grand Elder's peaceful cultivation. Theoretically, we shouldn't interfere in matters between master and disciple. But Sect Master Ji, you must understand, the Grand Elder has never wronged you, and regarding this change in Sect Master, the Grand Elder has already done his absolute best. Otherwise, with Zhuo Fan's tyrannical nature, do you think you'd still be alive right now? The Grand Elder did all of that just to protect your life, you ungrateful bastard. Shi Wuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Shi Wuyu's lips still stained with fresh blood. He lightly nodded and replied, "You're not wrong. I know this. So just now, I gave him one last chance to change, while that brat Zhuo Fan isn't here, to help me return to the sect master position once more. But he himself gave up this chance, so don't blame me for this. Furthermore, my move just now didn't take his life. Consider it repayment for his kindness in protecting my life." Trembling with rage, Yuan Lao slightly waved his hand and roared, "Insane! You're truly insane! Shai Wuyu, do you really think your cultivation can harm this old man? Kurong 5 elders, heed my command, capture Shai Wuyu for me." "Yes, sir." Kurong 5 elders simultaneously performed hand seals. Within that green halo, streaks of sharp light suddenly appeared, carrying killing intent as they swept toward Ji Wuyu, intending to ensnare him. His eyes, meanwhile, emitted an eerie, sinister light. Shi Wuyu scoffed, a sneer twisting his lips. "Heh, am I crazy, old man?" Yuan Xinggang, don't act like you're some invincible god in the demonic emperor sect that nobody can even touch. I could have sent you straight to hell just now, but nah, I held back because of our, master-disciple bond. But now, all bets are off. Don't believe me? Open your eyes and watch this. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Wuyu flicked his wrist, and BAM! The space around them shimmered with a bright flash. A monstrous aura erupted, and a shadowy figure blurred into existence within it. In a blink, a terrifying, brutal force slammed straight into the Kurong 5 elders. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as that blue protective aura was instantly shattered. Even Elder Yuan was caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. He didn't even have time to react. By the time his brain rebooted, the deed was already done. As the dust and smoke cleared, Elder Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head, staring in utter horror at what lay before him. The Kurong 5 elders, crumpled forms, suddenly materialized in the center of the secret chamber. They couldn't hold it in anymore, simultaneously spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Elder Lu bellowed skyward, "WHO? Who the hell just did that?" And right on cue with his enraged questioning, a smug, hearty laugh echoed for all to hear. "Ha ha, the demonic emperor sect's Kurong 5 elders really aren't half bad. This OL guy here, a dignified soul fusion realm expert, and my punch only shattered your domain and made you cough up some blood. Impressive, truly. Swish!" A gray blur zipped past, and suddenly, a robust, mighty, middle-aged man appeared right in front of Elder Yuan. And when Elder Yuan saw this dude, he couldn't help but gasp in sheer terror. Tianxing Sect Master Ren Xiaoyun? What the hell? Ren Xiaoyun threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. "Ha ha! Spot on, old man. It is indeed I." He gave a sharp nod, then turned to eyeball Ji Wuyu's finger, not bothering to hide his praise. This finger-flicking sneak attack method? Truly genius, dude. Seriously, Sect Master Shi, how did you even think of something so crafty? Shi Wuyu cracked a faint smile and gave a slight bow. "Oh, come on now, it's nothing. Just took a little inspiration from that shameless bastard, that's all. Didn't expect it to work so well, though. Effortlessly brought you right next to Grand Enshrinement Yuan." Then Shi Wuyu turned back to Elder Yuan, letting out a soft chuckle before continuing. "So, Grand Enshrinement, do you believe my words now? If that sneak attack just now wasn't me, but Sect Master Ren chilling in this spatial ring, do you honestly think you'd still be alive to preach to me right now?" Elder Yuan's lips twitched uncontrollably, his face ashen. He gritted his teeth, visibly furious, and let out a hollow, cold laugh. Ji Wuyue's sinister voice slithered out. See? That's why I told ya, this disciple here went easy on you just now. Heh. His eyes narrowed into slits. Grand Enshrinement Yuan glared coldly at Ren Xiaoyun, demanding, Why the hell? Sect Master Ren, you're the high and mighty sect master of Tianxing sect, top dog of the 3 major sects. Why stoop to such a despicable level with this traitorous disciple, hiding in his spatial ring to pull off such unrighteous crap? Ren Xiaoyun slowly waved a dismissive hand, a smirk of disdain on his face. Nah. Grand Enshrinement, you've got it all wrong. That traitorous disciple you're yapping about? He's actually the esteemed sect master of your very own sect. And this old man here, I merely accepted an invitation from him to help quell a certain rebellion. Quell what rebellion? Elder Yuan practically shrieked, unable to contain his disbelief. But then he immediately shut himself up, a dawning realization hitting him. Seeing the two of them acting all buddy-buddy, colluding in their villainy, Elder Yuan finally got it. So that's the real deal. I was wondering how Tianxing sect dared to openly meddle in my demonic emperor sect's business without fear of the Twin Dragons manor sniffing around. HMPH. Looks like you've already cooked up your fancy excuse, haven't you? Using the quell rebellion facade to help him snatch his old position back and wipe out any opposition? A sly smile played on Ren Xiaoyun's lips. He gave a slight nod. Grand Enshrinement is a smart cookie, it's good you get it. After all, we're all prestigious righteous sects here. Gotta maintain that squeaky clean rep, right? Wouldn't want any bad press. His eyes narrowing dangerously, Elder Yuan ground his teeth in pure hatred. HMPH, so that's the game, huh? Tianxing sect is truly full of righteous benevolence, aren't they? But then he pivoted, glaring furiously at Ji Wuyu. Ji Wuyu, you traitorous dog, colluding with an outside sect to stab your own in the back? When this whole ugly mess gets out, do you really think you'll still have any right to sit on that sect master's throne? Ji Wuyu snarled back, seething with rage. HMPH. Colluding with an outside sect, you say? Buddy, those words are better suited for you. Didn't that Zhuo Fan bring a whole damn army of outsiders to slaughter their way into the sect, all to snatch power and seize the throne? So why'd you prop him up while I get tossed aside like trash? Elder Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he bellowed back. Zhuo Fan brought his own people, and they made absolutely zero demands on our sect. But the people you dragged in are from the Tianxing sect. What kind of monstrous price are we talking about here, huh? His body stiffened. Ji Wuyu clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white, utterly silent. Watching the whole scene unfold from the sidelines, Ren Xiaoyun let out a small, knowing chuckle. Then, with a casual air, he spoke up. Allow me to field that question. This time, I'm here to help Sect Master Ji reclaim his rightful spot. My Tianxing sect's price? A cool 5,000 Saint Spirit stones. As for the Profound Heaven sect, they don't want a single dime. Nah, they're just here for straight-up revenge. To wipe out all those pesky rascals who stirred up trouble in their sect. Just to blow off some steam. His eyes shrinking to pinpricks, Elder Yuan's whole body shook uncontrollably. He stared at Ji Wuyu in utter disbelief, grinding his teeth. You actually handed half of our sect's achievements from the Twin Dragons gathering over to outsiders? And you led our enemies right into the sect to slaughter your own damn fellow disciples? After failing to persuade him with words, Ji Wuyu resorts to force, charging straight at Old Yuan. But with his own OP skills, Old Yuan dodges instantly and sends Ji Wuyu flying. Old Yuan roasts Ji Wuyu, yelling at him for daring to attack his own master, then orders Ku Rongwu to restrain him. But surprise! Ji Wuyu summons Ren Xiaoyun, who lands a flurry of punches on Ku Rongwu. Old Jungian witnesses this and is utterly shocked. He can't believe his eyes narrowing. Old Yuan trembles fiercely, staring incredulously at Ji Wuyu, gritting his teeth. You gave away half of the sect's achievements from the twin dragon meat to outsiders, and even led enemies into the sect to slaughter our fellow disciples? As he says this, shouts of killing can be heard from outside. Old Jungian trembles with rage. He understands now. Internal treachery, working with external forces, will lead to a major disaster for the sect, making it difficult to recover. Shi Wuyu is silent for a moment, then says coldly, "If this sect isn't mine, why should I care about it? If people here don't listen to me, why should I let them live?" You! Old Yuan's finger trembles as he points at Shi Wuyu, his chest heaving, too angry to speak. After a long time, he roars, "How are you any different from that Emperor Tianwu? Shi Wuyu, you are forever unworthy to be the sect leader. You are a traitor to the Demon Book sect. Today I will kill you in place of our ancestors." He floors it, charging towards Shi Wuyu with murderous intent. But he just sits there, chillin', knowing he's got a big shot backing him. In an instant, Ren Xiaoyun appears above Old Yuan, simultaneously blocking him with a palm strike, and says, "Haha, High Priest, you want to kill someone in front of me? Do you even see me? You should know that I'm here to help this evil sect leader quell the chaos. If this sect leader dies, wouldn't my excuse for quelling the chaos be useless? Would you then take the opportunity to accuse us at the Twin Dragon Institute? Haha, no can do." His eyes widening, Old Yuan shouts fearlessly, "Ren Xiaoyun, mind your own business, or next year this day will be your death anniversary." As soon as he finishes speaking, Old Yuan takes a step, instantly unleashing a powerful pressure on Shi Wuyu, forcing him to retreat step by step. His breath stagnates, and he's terrified. He never thought that with his 9th level transformation realm strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a bit of the pressure. This shows just how strong Old Yuan is. But upon hearing these words, Ren Xiaoyun laughs in anger. "Yuan Xianggang, you're too arrogant. From what I know, you're at most at the peak of the transformation realm. But I'm a 2nd level soul fusion expert. You wanting to kill me is a pipe dream." With that, the two of them simultaneously unleash their full power, colliding fiercely. Boom! A violent sound erupts. Old Yuan is knocked back, retreating 5 steps, but Ren Xiaoyun slides across the ground, retreating a full 10 steps, before barely managing to steady himself. His eyes can't help but narrow. Ren Xiaoyun looks at the person in front of him in shock. Looking at the cold eyes of the high priest, he says in horror, "How is this possible? You've also broken through to the soul fusion realm." Shi Wuyu is extremely shocked, shaking his head in disbelief, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes, constantly denying it. "It can't be. Absolutely impossible. My master told me before that his physique wasn't good, and he'd probably only be able to stop at the transformation realm in this life. So how did he become a soul fusion expert now?" A murderous intent flashes in Old Jungian's eyes. Then he smiles faintly, slowly raising his hands. Earth-yellow dragon scales appear, his voice filled with a hint of pride. "This is all thanks to me being lucky enough to meet Zhuo Fan. He gave me a low-grade spiritual pill, the heaven-piercing pill, which helped me improve my physique so I was able to break through to the soul fusion realm. My soul is the Earth Dragon soul, and once I fuse with it, my body is as hard as steel. Although I'm only at the 1st level of the soul fusion realm, dealing with a 3rd level soul fusion expert isn't a problem, let alone you, who are only at the 2nd level of the soul fusion realm." His eyes narrowing slightly, Ren Xiaoyun's expression gradually becomes serious, no longer daring to be careless, secretly wary in his heart. Damn it, something like this happened? I still underestimated you. High Priest of the Demon Book sect. Shi Wuyu, upon hearing these words, still can't believe it, shaking his head repeatedly, then suddenly questioning loudly. "Could it be that because Zhuo Fan has done you a favor, you're doing your best to support him in taking the position of sect leader of the Demon Book sect?" With a sneer, Old Yuan looks at him with a contemptuous expression and replies, "Humph, you're truly an idiot. I've always been fair and impartial. It's not like you don't know. You asking that is just looking for an excuse. Zhuo Fan being able to sit in the position of sect leader Is because I favored him? You think you're the legitimate sect leader? But now I'm telling you straight, Ji Wuyu, you'll forever be far behind Zhuo Fan. Him replacing you is what heaven wills. You wanting to snatch back the sect leader's seat is going against heaven, and you'll surely be punished by the heavens. Enraged to the point that his whole body is trembling, Ji Wuyu roars with red eyes. Enough, old fool. You trust an outsider, and don't trust your own disciple. You won't be forgiven even in death. With a cold laugh, old Yuan shouts, charging towards Ji Wuyu again. Humph, then so be it. Let's see who dies first. With that, old Yuan floors it again. This time, his two arms have turned into golden chicken wings, but this time he's still blocked by Ren Xiaoyun on the spot. In an instant, the two of them are locked in combat. He throws hands, she blocks. He kicks, she counters. Boom, boom, boom. Their powerful auras continuously battered the sturdy secret chamber door. Even the high-level barrier started shaking, looking like it could crumble any second. Vian Lao and Nam Kyo Van were deadlocked in a fierce clash, no one gaining an inch. Neither could overpower the other right then. Tavon Gayet was just chilling on the sidelines, watching. He spotted Sectmaster Nengam busy duking it out, totally unable to protect himself, so he legit turned around, ready to pull a runner. Vian Lao saw this and immediately bellowed. Ku Vin Ngu Lao. Seize this unfilial bastard for this old man, yes! The Ku Vin Ngu Lao shouted in unison, immediately deploying their Ku Vin domain to envelop Ta Vong Guyet, as surging sharp light and power rushed forth, binding him tightly. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Ta Vong Guyet quickly turned his head to look back, and right inside the secret chamber, Vian Lao and Ku Vin Ngu Lao were battling this traitor and the sect master of Tianhang Tong. Outside the secret chamber, flames had long since reached the sky, and shouts of killing echoed everywhere. Tianhang Tong, originally the central sect with experts as numerous as clouds, joined forces with Huyen Tiantong, who came for revenge, and the entire sect was immediately mobilized. The two factions coordinated with each other, further bolstered by Toch Kung Feng acting as an inside spy, perfectly combining internal and external forces, attacking to the point where Bach Kung Feng and his group couldn't react in time. Under such circumstances, Maki Sax Tong's people were completely unprepared, naturally had no power to fight back, and could only scream and call for help. But who knew if anyone would even come to save them? First, the sect's strongest expert, Dai Kung Feng, was entangled by Naham Kyo Van Na and couldn't escape. Second, Thach Kung Feng was the insider. It was already good that he wasn't directly killing them, so who the hell would come to save them? Carrying despair, they could only scream in helplessness, gradually sinking into hell, ultimately falling into a daze. Damn it, why are there suddenly enemy attacks? Why was the sect's supposedly strong barrier completely silent? What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many damn enemies? Help! Save us! Finally, screams of agony reached their ears. Sect Master Tuyen stood on the mountaintop, a crazed excitement flashing in his eyes, occasionally shouting loudly, "Kill them good! Kill them good! Who told you to go mess with Huyen Tiantong? Who told you to kill my sons? This time, I will absolutely not let you off. I will hunt you down to the very end and wipe out every single one." Thach Kung Feng stood by, taking everything in, but he remained silent, his expression natural, slowly stroking his beard. He looked down indifferently, while the group of elders and enshriners behind him each shook their heads with reluctance, unable to bear looking directly. Although they were inter-sect elders and enshriners, who were usually like oil and water with those in the miscellaneous duties hall, they were still fellow disciples, at least. Now, witnessing their own kind slaughtering each other, they couldn't help but feel a touch of reluctance in their hearts. Suddenly, a cold sigh sounded in Thach Kung Feng's ear. Sect Master Tuyen is merely seeking revenge, but why are we standing here enjoying this Asura hellscape? Moreover, those being slaughtered below are all people from your sect. Even if they usually squabbled, A normal person wouldn't just stand by and watch their sect disciples meet such a fate. They're fellow disciples, aren't they? His body couldn't help but tremble. Thach Kung Feng turned his head to look, his eyes immediately contracting as he exclaimed in horror, You are the Hokwak Tam Tong Nat Kiem. Yu Long. Han Thien Kiem. Han Thien Kiem appeared before Thach Kung Feng. He was an old man, his entire body grayish-white, with eyebrows like blades and eyes like stars. 2 strands of grayish-white hair draped over his temples, and his pupils were like an ancient well, completely still. Thach Kung Feng gulped in fear. Although this person looked very ordinary, Thach Kung Feng clearly understood in his heart that this was a powerful expert from the same era as the Grand Elder. Han Tien Kiem's name even ranked above Yu Long, and was the strongest guardian expert of Thien Hang Tong. He never expected in a million years that their perfectly coordinated internal and external operation, which was supposed to be absolutely foolproof, would still have Thien Hang Tong being careful enough to dispatch their strongest person. It seemed this operation, they absolutely would not tolerate any mistakes. He hastily bowed and cupped his hands, smiling. Senior, your esteemed presence. I apologize for not receiving you from afar. Please forgive me. I never expected Sect Master Nenham to be so sincere about this cooperation, even inviting Senior to make an appearance. But before he could even finish his flattering words, Han Tien Kiem coldly cut him off. I was not sent by the Sect Master. I came on my own. A trace of melancholy appeared on his face as he continued. Among the 9 sects of Western Zhao, there aren't many people this old man looks up to. Even among the upper 3 sects, it's the same. Although the Grand Elder of your sect might be considered bottom tier, this old man actually holds him in high regard. Oh snap! Thach Kung Feng suddenly tensed up, thinking with a solemn expression, What does he mean by this? Is he here to help that old geezer? If that old geezer is still alive, their current rebellion against the sect will be in huge trouble. Cold sweat continuously broke out on his head. Thach Kung Feng's heart filled with anxiety and tension. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Han Tien Kiem scoffed, then casually said, You don't need to be so flustered. This matter has already been decided by the sect master, and Thien Han Tong is also involved. Naturally, this old man will not go against the sect's decision. It's just that when that old geezer is on his last breath, I want to take a quick look at him. That's all. Speaking of which, that person couldn't help but show a trace of sorrow, then asked, Oh right, I heard our sect master went personally to deal with him. Where are they now? Hearing that this person wasn't here to save the Grand Elder, Thach Kung Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, hastily pointing the way and saying, The secret chamber is right by the sect master's grand hall about a mile outside. Just make a turn and you're there. Nodding slightly, that person stomped his foot, preparing to fly away, but then he spoke up again, asking, By the way, it seems you still haven't answered my question. Seeing your fellow disciples being slaughtered, how do you feel? Thach Kung Feng heard those words and was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over him. He stammered, This. That person laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, it doesn't matter. Anyway, from now on, Ma Sak Tong used to have someone, but now Ma Sak Tong has completely vanished. Having said that, he just laughed maniacally and flew off, leaving Thach Kung Feng standing there dumbfounded. An elder stepped forward and asked, Thach Kung Feng, who the hell is this guy? He's seriously too arrogant. What he just said was clearly insulting us. Even if he's from Thien Hang Tong, he's still way too rude. For this cooperation, even Sect Master Nahum had to maintain a gentle demeanor towards us. After all, this is for everyone's common interest. But as soon as he finished speaking, Thach Kung Feng angrily shushed him. Even in Thien Hang Tong, whether it's the sect master or a disciple, that person is still in existence of absolute authority. He's equivalent to our Grand Elder in Ma Sak Tong. No, wait, he's even a bit higher than our Grand Elder, an unrivaled existence. That person exclaimed in horror. What? Could he be? That Kung Feng nodded and replied, "That's right, he is the Ngu Long Hat Kim, an enshriner of Thien Hong Tong, Thien Thang Kim from Tue Van Sun." Yuan Lao was low-key shook when Shi Wuyu rolled up with his Angsing sect crew to reclaim his sect leader position. He was about to charge in and one-shot Shi Wuyu, but Ren Xiaoyun got in his way. Everyone was then shooketh when Yuan Lao actually broke through to the soul condensation realm. Turns out, it was all thanks to that 9th grade spiritual pill Zhuo Fan hooked him up with back then. So Yuan Lao immediately busted out his Earth Dragon soul and went ham on Ren Xiaoyun. Shi Wuyu tried to dip, but the dry-withered 5 elders were already on his ass. Meanwhile, outside, the Tianxing sect and Xuantian sect were performing a full-on combo massacre. The demonic emperor sect crew got clapped so hard they didn't even have time to pull up their pants. Just then, the Tianxing sect's grand custodian, Xiao Yunshan, made his grand entrance. The moment he popped up, he started roasting Shi Gongfeng's crew with zero mercy. His eyes narrowed slightly. Shi Gongfeng stroked his beard, let out a sigh, and continued. Back in the day, the Tianxing sect was just a puny lower 3 sect. Yet with just him, like a sharp sword at the Dual Dragon Gathering, he single-handedly catapulted the Tianxing sect straight into the ranks of the middle sects, and even maintained our sect's status until today. Back then, he was the only one from the lower 3 sects to be chosen for the Dual Dragon Institute's training, basically a Zhuo Fan level existence. A total monster. Clicking his tongue in silent awe, that elder couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread, sighing, "Damn, I didn't think the Tianxing sect would go this big and invite that monster. This is seriously overkill. Our current forces are already more than enough and super strong." Yet. But before that dude could even finish his sentence, Shi Gongfeng roared, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear him say he came by himself?" Raising an eyebrow ever so slightly, Shi Gongfeng gazed at the sky with a hint of inexplicable sadness and continued, "A hero respects a hero." Back then, he and the Grand Custodian were, you could say, acquainted. He's probably here today to see him off on his final journey. The other elder gave a slight nod, furrowed his brow, and slowly spoke. "As long as he doesn't help that guy, we're golden." A wicked smirk flashed across the corner of his mouth. Shi Gongfeng said in a deep voice, "Relax. Hang Tianjian is fiercely loyal to the sect. He will absolutely not violate any of our decisions. Since the Tianxing sect is partnering with us, the Grand Custodian is basically his enemy too. Him showing up won't mess with our plans. This time, the Grand Custodian is totally screwed." Everyone nearby gave a slight nod. Only Xuan Zongzhu, however, seemed completely oblivious to all the commotion. His eyes were glued to the slaughter below, bloodshot, as he excitedly roared, "Kill! Kill them all! Wipe out those damn bastards!" Shi Gongfeng shot him a quick glance, then turned to everyone, nodding slightly and muttering, "Damn this old geezer. Ever since his son died, he's been completely unhinged. He doesn't even recognize Hang Tianjian, who just arrived." HMPH. The rest of them also smirked, their faces laced with contempt as they stared at the raving old man, a sadistic smile painted on their faces. Meanwhile, in a different spot, inside that secret chamber, powerful shockwaves constantly erupted in all directions, causing such intense tremors that the entire room shook non-stop. Along with a buzzing sound, the secret chamber's protective barrier was already on its last legs, showing immediate signs of collapse. Yuan Lao and Ren Xiaoyun were going absolutely wild, fighting like maniacs. These two soul condensation realm experts were exchanging blows, and every single punch and kick was powerful enough to shatter space and obliterate souls and spirits. Talk about super dangerous. Under the continuously crushing powerful pressure, even the dry-withered 5 elders, despite deploying their dry-withered domain, couldn't hold their ground. They could only lean back and dodge sideways, just to avoid getting sucked into this chaotic vortex. Shi Wuyu watched from the sidelines, absolutely terrified, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He'd already figured out that Ren Xiaoyun, while battling Yuan Lao, had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. The poor dude thought, if I don't bail ASAP, Yuan Lao will probably just seize the opportunity to one-shot me, and then it's game over. Who the hell would have thought Yuan Lao would break through to the soul condensation realm in such a short time, making him this ridiculously tough to deal with? That Earth Dragon soul, after merging with his body, was seriously unparalleled in toughness. Even Ren Xiaoyun, a second-level soul condensation expert, was getting absolutely clapped and forced to meekly endure the beating. As soon as he thought of this, Shi Wuyu's heart started to panic even more. But just then, his absolute worst nightmare finally came true. Clang, clang, clang! A flurry of violent impacts rang out as Yuan Lao's hardened dragon claw swept up forcefully, instantly swatting away Ren Xiaoyun's punch. Right after, Yuan Lao seized the opening, landing 3 brutal palm strikes straight to his chest, one after another. And then, a brutal elbow straight to the chest sent sect leader Ren flying like a rag doll. He flexed every single butt muscle he had and slammed on the brakes with all his limbs, barely managing to screech to a halt. PHTOO! A dull thud echoed. Ren Xiaoyun gagged, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood that splattered everywhere, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Shi Wuyu's heart went ice cold watching this unfold. He was beyond stressed. If sect leader Ren was already clapped, then the Grand Custodian was definitely going to come for him next. But just then, Shi Wuyu had a moment of distraction, and the dry-withered 5 elders immediately caught him slipping. A surging emerald-green light erupted, coiling around his entire body like an ice whip, binding him tightly, rendering him completely immobile. Shi Wuyu flinched, his already terrified heart plummeting into even deeper panic, feeling as if he was plummeting straight to the bottom of a deep abyss. Despair flashed in his eyes as he thought, "This time, I'm genuinely screwed." In that exact moment, sect leader Ren suddenly felt a twinge of regret, thinking, "Damn it, why the hell did I go up against that old geezer by myself this time? If I'd just brought a squad of elders and custodians, we could have clapped him ages ago. What a dumbass I am. I just wanted to meet the hidden dragon of the 3 guardian sects. You know, the head of the 5 dragons and the grand custodian of the demonic emperor sect. After all, this dude is the only one our Tianxing sect's grand custodian even respects. And the result of my little test? Absolutely spot on. This old geezer isn't just stronger than the legends say, he's also broken through to the frickin' soul condensation realm. Seriously terrifying, miles beyond what I ever imagined. He's legitimately busted. In this very moment, he finally understood the true meaning of curiosity killed the cat, but it was all too late. Yuan Lao, riding the momentum, pressed his advantage and slammed a palm strike straight onto the now weakened Ren Xiaoyun's face. Even if it couldn't instantly kill him, it'd be enough to leave him critically injured. Seeing this, Ren Xiaoyun was freaking out. No escape, no blocking, nothing. Already injured, he's slower and weaker than old Yuan. Any choice is a dead end. Escape is impossible. Watching the palm strike approach, the terrifying pressure made his whole body stiff, despair rising in his heart. He choked, a bitter taste in his mouth he couldn't swallow. But at this moment, a sharp tearing sound suddenly rang out. Old Yuan's powerful palm, not even touching a hair on Ren Xiaoyun's head, was blasted back by an invisible force. Old Yuan staggered back 10 steps before barely steadying himself. Then his face darkened, looking ahead with solemnity. Now that dragon scale claw was covered in blood. The scales shattered. One move. Just one move, and the Grand Elder, who was just dog-walking Ren Xiaoyun, was critically injured. Everyone who witnessed this was horrified, quickly turning their heads, only to see a cold figure who had appeared from who knows where, standing tall next to Ren Xiaoyun. In those indifferent eyes, a faint light flickered occasionally, unclear whether it was joy or sorrow. He just quietly looked at old Yuan opposite him, not moving, and then spoke. "Yuan Xinggang, Long time no see. So you came too, Zhao Yunshan? Old Yuan and Zhao Yunshan remained calm as usual, their voices nonchalant. Not like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, but more like strangers who had never met. Ren Xiaoyun saw Zhao Yunshan's figure, and his heart suddenly rejoiced. He quickly said, "Grand Elder, you've arrived just in time. This old geezer has broken through to the Soul Fusion realm. He's much more difficult to deal with than the rumors say." Soul Fusion realm? Zhao Yunshan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He looked at old Yuan deeply, then chuckled and said, "Yuan Xinggang, you really surprise me. Based on your aptitude, I once asserted that it would be very difficult for you to break through to the void-refining realm, but today I didn't expect that you could actually break through to the Soul Fusion realm. You truly are a man who can create miracles." Chuckling, the corners of old Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He slowly shook his head and replied, "There are no miracles in this world, only endless perseverance. It's just that I set my goal and persisted to the end." Zhao Yunshan gave him a deep glance, then nodded slightly, his face showing some appreciation, saying, "That's right, but even so, you have broadened my horizons." Old Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hearing these words, a look of loss flashed in his eyes, saying, "Unfortunately, this is probably the last time. Are you here today to kill me?" Zhao Yunshan shook his head, saying, "No, I'm just following the decision of the sect, knowing that you won't live much longer, so I came here to see you one last time." Then he turned to look at Ren Xiaoyun, his face slightly green, and continued, "However, it seems that I have no choice but to take action today. Yuan Xinggang, we know each other's temperaments very well. The oath of that year is still ringing in my ears. You should know my determination." Old Yuan nodded, then smiled slightly and replied, "That's right. Everything is for the sake of the sect. The Tianxing sect has decided that this old man must die today. As the Grand Elder, I must execute it no matter what. I understand very well. Always have. In that case, no need for further words. Make your move. The 102nd battle of my life, and also the last." Zhao Yunshan slowly raised his hand, making an inviting gesture. His indifferent voice rang out, "Our lifelong relationship ends with a perfect period today." Old Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. He stood there silently, taking a deep breath. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He nodded indifferently, saying, "Let this battle broaden your horizons, and also be the achievement of this old man's years." Zhao Yunshan said, "Still that same question. Do you think you can touch a hair on my head?" "Not necessarily." Old Yuan chuckled. His entire body's aura erupted violently. Layers of golden scales spread all over his body, the powerful pressure constantly spreading in all directions, obviously mobilizing all the power in his body. Even though Ren Xiaoyun was a second-level Soul Fusion Realm expert, at this moment he was also suppressed by that aura, his heart filled with panic, thinking, "Is this the aura of a cultivator who has just broken through to the Soul Fusion Realm? This old geezer is indeed not simple." Seeing this, Zhao Yunshan's eyes flickered slightly, loudly praising, saying, "Good, as expected of you. You always surprise me. In that case, I will also go all out. Consider it a farewell gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yunshan's entire body's aura also erupted. Sharp sword ki rose around his body, his two fingers closed together, making a faint metallic sound. The sharp edge seemed to want to cut off everything under this sky. A heaven-trampling sword strikes straight down. Nothing can stop this sword. This is his strength. The strength of the #1 expert of the 3 protector sects. His eyelids trembled, his heart shaken. Old Yuan took a deep breath, saying, "As expected of the heaven-trampling sword." He had long known his fate, but there was no intention of retreating in his eyes. He roared, stomping his foot on the ground, his figure suddenly rushing straight toward Zhao Yunshan. A deep buzzing sound rang out. The powerful pressure was like a meteor tearing through the sky, seemingly wanting to crush everything in front of him into ruins. Zhao Yunshan coldly saw everything, not retreating but advancing, stepping lightly under his feet, his figure appearing in an instant, rumbled. A deafening explosion rang out. The bodies of the two simultaneously stopped. There was no violent collision, nor a terrifying sound. But the victory or defeat between the two was clear. It's just that the speed was too fast. No one could see clearly who won or who lost. With a thud, old Yuan's knees buckled slightly, unable to hold back and collapsing to the ground. Puff, puff, fresh blood gushed out of the corners of his mouth. Old Yuan's eyes were white, as if there was no longer any vitality, but his face was surprisingly calm, as if he had long predicted the result, so he didn't feel surprised at all. The 5 withered glory elders exclaimed in horror, "Grand Elder!" Behind him, Xiao Yunshan stood quietly in place, not turning his head, not saying anything. Xiao Yunshan just stood there, quietly, silently, without words, his face indifferent. Yuan Lao and Ren Xiaoyun duked it out like mad, but ultimately it was the elder who emerged victorious. Yuan Lao straight up clapped Sect Master Ren. Meanwhile, Shi Wu Yui was also ganged up on by the Kurong Wu Lao, getting beat so hard he couldn't breathe. His situation was hanging by a literal noodle. Just as Yuan Lao was about to go in for the kill on Ren Xiaoyun again, bam! The legendary Zhao Yunshan has arrived. Though they might be old buddies, this time, Zhao Yunshan was here to eliminate Yuan Lao. Knowing he had no other choice, Yuan Lao went all out in battle. But the battle between these two masters was over so damn fast. After just a quick exchange, Yuan Lao had already collapsed, officially defeated for the 102nd time by Xiao Yunshan. Yuan Lao's lips trembled slightly. His gaze hazy, he chuckled softly. "You're still the winner, just like the 101 decisive battles before this." Ren Xiaoyun saw this, and was filled with both joy and dread, thinking, "I didn't expect Grand Enshriner's strength to be this absurd. To face that troublesome old geezer and take him down in one move? He truly lives up to his name as the Tianxing Sword, the leader of the 5 Dragons One Sword. He's just too OP." Meanwhile, Shi Wu Yu couldn't help but stare, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha! Old geezer. Can't handle it anymore, huh? HMPH. Now with the masters of the Tianxing sect supporting me, let's see who dare defy me." But then, out of nowhere, streams of green spiritual energy shot towards him. In a flash, Shi Wu Yu was bound tight. He struggled, but it was all for naught. Turns out, it was the Kurong Wu Lao. Those 5 still hadn't given up on the evil sect master. Yuan Lao's brows furrowed. His already severely weakened body now had to force itself up. His hands clenched, his eyes blazing with fury, as he declared, "Zhi Wu Yu, today, even if this old man perishes, I'll drag your wicked disciple ass down with me." Gritting his teeth, Yuan Lao suddenly surged forward, flying straight at Zhi Wu Yu. That furious old geezer savagely lunged, aiming a direct blow at his head. Zhi Wu Yu saw this and totally freaked out. He was still bound tight by the Kurong Wu Lao. Forget dodging, he couldn't even run. With this one strike, he was basically done for. In an instant, his face turned ghost white. Ren Xiaoyun saw this and was utterly horrified. He quickly roared, "Grand Enshriner, don't let this old geezer kill Sect Master Zhi, or our Tianxing sect will be in huge trouble." Crack! Whoosh! A piercing wind sound echoed, and Yuan Lao's palm, about to smash down on Zhi Wu Yu's head, abruptly froze. Yuan Lao's eyes bugged out, his face utterly bewildered. Turns out, at some point, 2 fingers had already pierced right through Yuan Lao's body. Immediately after, schlick! Fresh blood spurted out, and Yuan Lao's body plummeted, crashing hard onto the ground. Standing right behind him, Xiao Yunshan retracted his 2 fingers, the sharp sword energy dissipating, his face utterly devoid of emotion. The Kurong Wu Lao saw this and flinched, then quickly cried out, "Grand Enshriner!" Just then, a mighty smash, smash, echoed loudly, and their Kurong domain was utterly shattered. All 5 of them were sent flying at once, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood as they instantly collapsed to the ground. Ren Xiaoyun let out a hearty laugh, flexing his fist brimming with primordial force. He shot a disdainful glance at the 5, then walked over to Shi Wu Yu, chuckling softly as he asked, "Sectmaster Shi, are you all right?" Cupping his hands respectfully, Shi Wuyu let out a sigh, a faint smile gracing his face as he replied, "Many thanks for your assistance, Sectmaster Ren. I am perfectly fine." He then looked at Yuan Lao, sprawled at his feet, and said coldly, "Grand Enshriner, sorry to disappoint you. From now on, the Masuo sect is my domain. Anyone who dares defy me shall die, and that includes your most trusted confidants." With that, Shi Wuyu waved his hand, and a black shadow shot out in a flash. Immediately after, a heavy, dull thud resounded as the severely injured bodies of the Kurong Wu Lao were pierced right through, without a shred of resistance. Splat! They couldn't help but gush out mouthfuls of fresh blood. The Kurong Wu Lao gradually lost all strength and fell. Only Elder Lu, before his death, weakly managed to say, "Grand Enshriner, our 5 brothers are going on ahead first." Thud! 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 The sound of countless bodies collapsing echoed in everyone's ears. Da Gongfeng heard it too, but his face remained indifferent, neither happy nor sad. Then he stiffly sat up. A joyful smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly said, "Xiao Yunshan, long time no see. Let me tell you something. I have a disciple. He's a genius. Absolutely a true genius. This old man is trash, but I have a disciple who's a true genius, intelligent, filial, understanding, and righteous." As he spoke, Yuan Lao's eyes became a little wet, as if he wanted to glance at his disciple one last time before dying, but he couldn't. But before he could even feel melancholic, he looked at Shi Wuyu in front of him, a look of gnashing anger on his face as he shouted, "Shi Wuyu, you are unrighteous and demonic? Sooner or later you'll lead the demonic decree sect to eternal damnation." Shi Wuyu roared, "Shut up, you old fart! The demonic decree sect is now one of the middle 3 sects, all thanks to me. It has nothing to do with Zhuo Yifan, he's just a pawn of mine. Only my talent can bring the demonic decree sect to the peak, why don't you believe me?" Shi Wuyu was furious. He grabbed Yuan Lao's shoulders and shook him violently while yelling, but Yuan Lao just sat there quietly, saying nothing. Shi Wuyu stared at his master in front of him. Then he slowly sat down and whispered, "Old man, I'll tell you this one last time. Besides the Tianxing sect and the Xuantian sect, the Tiandi Zhengi sect is also participating this time. They have mobilized a force, including 500 Huaxu realm experts, along with 8 Ronghun realm elders. He's definitely dead." Yuan Lao's eyes suddenly widened when he heard those words. Immediately afterwards, his eyes gradually closed. The fresh blood at the corners of his mouth slowly dried, and only endless obsession remained in his eyes. Yuan Lao is dead. Glancing at Yuan Lao's gradually cooling corpse, Xiao Yunshan looked at Shi Wuyu's crazy face, and couldn't help but sigh, "Yuan Xingang, ah. So tragic. After your catastrophe, there's really nothing left." But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly swayed. He reached out and gently held his lower abdomen, unable to resist spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Ren Xiaoyun was startled and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Da Gongfeng, what's wrong?" Slowly waving his hand, Xiao Yunshan looked deeply at Yuan Lao's corpse again. He couldn't help but smile and said loudly, "Good, Yuan Xingang. For over 1,000 years you and I have fought 101 times, but in this 102nd confrontation, this old man has actually lost to you by 1 move." This old man takes back his previous words. "You're not trash, but a true genius of Siju, more suitable to go to Shuanglong Institute for cultivation than this old man." With a heart full of sorrow, Xiao Yunshan sighed and walked out. Ren Xiaoyun glanced at Shi Wuyu's still crazy figure, pondered for a long time, and seeing that the matter was settled, he didn't want to pay any more attention to it, so he hurriedly followed Dai Gongfeng's footsteps. And at this moment, the sounds of killing outside were still shaking the sky, lasting for a long time without stopping. Late at night, autumn wind, raging flames. Coming out of the sect leader's secret chamber, Xiao Yunshan stepped into the side hall, looking at the Asura hell below. In his ears he heard continuous, miserable screams, and he couldn't help but sigh helplessly, feeling extremely lost in his heart. Ren Xiaoyun came over, stood beside him, and after pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, Da Gongfeng, could it be that you and the Da Gongfeng of the demonic decree sect were good friends? Why do you care so much about his death? But if you guys are good friends, why did you kill him? Ren Xiaoyun stopped speaking here, only frowning with a face full of suspicion. Xiaoyun Shan glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle in response. We aren't good friends or anything, but on the contrary, we're rivals, Ren Xiaoyun said in surprise. Rivals? Involuntarily laughing, Xiaoyun Shan looked up at the sky, his eyes startled and dazed, as if falling into memories. That's right, rivals who have been fighting for nearly 1,000 years now. Yuan Lao totally bit the dust after his fight with Xiaoyun Shan. Yeah, he got absolutely clapped by the expert from Tianxing sect. Shi Wuyu was practically cackling when he saw that, but then, wait, hold up. The Kurong Wulao ambushed and tied him up. Yuan Lao was just about to smack this trash disciple into oblivion, but Xiaoyun Shan was like, nah, fam. And then he gave Yuan Lao another fatal stab. And just like that, Shi Wuyu totally clapped the Kurong Wulao too. The 5 Super Bros are officially retired. Even while gasping his last, Yuan Lao still cracked a satisfied smile. Why? Because he had Zhuo Fan, a disciple truly worth his salt. A certified genius, no cap. But then, Shi Wuyu dropped a bomb. The Tiandi Zhengi sect was also in on it. Zhuo Fan? Yeah, he's cooked. So yeah, Yuan Lao officially kicked the bucket with zero peace of mind. Xiaoyun Shan actually got dinged up a bit after that fight with Yuan Lao too. He was lost in thought, reminiscing about his ancient rival, a beef spanning millennia. Xiaoyun Shan continued. Back in the day, Tianxing sect and Moshe sect had this disciple sparring tourney. Yours truly? Top seed, baby. Obviously, I clapped everyone, even in Moshe sect's inner circle. Even the elite disciples would hear my name and literally SHT their pants. Half the guys in the arena conceded before I even threw a punch. I was that guy. I was on a high, loudly proclaiming Moshe sect folks were all chicken SHTS. No one dared to talk back. But then, I met this little punk. Ren Xiaoyun was confused. The Grand Elder of Moshe sect? Xiaoyun Shan scoffed. Bingo. Except back then, calling him an elder would be a joke. He wasn't even a proper disciple. Dude was literally just a handyman, nothing more. Xiaoyun Shan chuckled, then added, so this handyman disciple, a handyman, had the balls to challenge me. Naturally, I dusted him without breaking a sweat, didn't even register him as a threat. Little did I know, I'd just poked an annoying gnat. Every 10, 20 years, like clockwork, he'd pop up to challenge me again. Super annoying, let me tell ya. I was like, dude, you're a handyman? What's even the point? He said he'd totally revive his sect someday, so he had to keep pushing his limits by challenging me. I just burst out laughing then. My limits are way beyond yours, kid. You make me your goal, you'll be chasing it forever. But he was stubborn as hell, kept wanting to fight me. What the hell, haha, was he even worthy? But the more time passed, the more it became clear. I was the one getting scared. Scared he'd actually surpass me. A freaking handyman pushing a genius like me to constantly cultivate, just to keep my damn position and not get eclipsed by him? It was like a sick joke, honestly. But yeah, eventually, he actually forced me to cultivate more. Ugh. Over time, that's how he became my arch nemesis. At this point, Xiaoyun Shan couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Eventually, our personal beef escalated to full-blown sect rivalries to see who could elevate their sect higher. Years rolled by. He became Moshe sect's Grand Elder, and I became Tianxing sect's Grand Elder. But our rivalry never stopped. I was used to competing with him for years. Now that he's gone, I feel a little lost, even lonely. There will be no one to compete with me anymore. Ren Xiaoyun nodded secretly, then praised. Ha ha! So that's how it is. I can't believe this Grand Elder of the Demon Book sect is such a legendary figure. Holy crap, he's a freaking monster. Can't help but chuckle. Xiao Yunshan sighed helplessly. He is a respectable man, but it's a pity that his descendants are not ambitious and divide the sect for fame and fortune. Even if Shi Wuyu has talent, he is just a mortal and cannot achieve anything. Can't help but laugh out loud. Ren Xiaoyun's eyes are full of sparkle, and he also laughs loudly. That's right, we can rest assured with such a person as the sect master, haha, slightly nodding. Xiao Yunshan muttered, yes, as opponents, the more ignorant their sect master is, the better. After this incident, Shi Wuyue in the Demon Book sect will probably be controlled by Xingongfeng and the middle three sects. Haha, the Demon Book sect has a long way to go. It's just a pity for Yuan Xingang's life's work. Hey, Ren Xiaoyun asked. So, Grand Elder, do you regret it? Slowly shaking his head, Xiao Yunshan said indifferently. No, although I don't want him to die, for the greater good of the sect, I will take action without hesitation when I should. He should be the same. This is also our previous promise. That old geezer understands this the most. Slightly nodding his head, Ren Xiaoyun sighed in his heart. These two Grand Elders are not mortals. Their consideration for the overall situation and their temperament are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Being both enemies and friends, if they could live in peace, it would become a legend. Unfortunately, someone must sacrifice in the face of the sect's interests. From this point of view, the Grand Elder of the Demon Book sect was not killed by me, but more like killed by Zhi Wuyue, framed by his own people. After speaking, Xiao Yunshan suddenly turned to look at Ren Xiaoyun and asked, by the way, before he died, that old geezer told me that he had a disciple, and he respected this person very much. Who is that person? I'm a little interested in meeting him. Ren Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and bowed. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the disciple he mentioned is likely to be Zhuo Fan, the one who stirred up trouble at the Twin Dragon meet, but I'm afraid you won't be able to meet him. Xiao Yunshan asked in surprise. Huh? Why? Ren Xiaoyun replied. According to Shi Wuyu, he has been dealt with by the people of the Heavenly Justice sect. Hearing this, Xiao Yunshan slowly waved his hand. He sighed and said, all right, you don't need to say any more. If it was someone from the upper three sects who took action, then that person must have lost his life. Hey, what a pity. The disciple that the old man respected so much, I really wanted to meet him. After speaking, Xiao Yunshan turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing. In the same place, only Ren Xiaoyun remained standing calmly, listening to the mournful screams from below that kept echoing in his ears. On the other side, behind the dense forest, the Gihu, Ji Changlong, Yuer, and Qilang disciples were collapsing limply on the ground, their faces full of anger. Qilang glared fiercely at the figure in front of him, gritting his teeth and saying, damn you, Lu Xia! You poisoned us? Lu Xia smiled evilly, his eyes contemptuously looking at the people lying on the ground. Beside him were two intersect elders at the transformation realm, and the three of them revealed sinister smiles. That's right. Otherwise, how could you not be able to use even a bit of your original power now? Haha. Ji Changlong clenched his fists, roaring angrily. Lu Xia, why are you treating us like this? Qilang also shouted loudly, his voice full of threat. Humph! You dare to attack us! The Grand Elder will soon find out the truth. You will definitely not escape. Hearing this, the three of Lu Xia looked at each other and burst out laughing. Haha, the Grand Elder? They can barely protect themselves now, so how can they care about you? Don't you see the screams and flames rising over there? Humph! The servant quarters are finished. Tongzi trembled slightly, and Qilang shouted in shock. What do you mean by that? Lu Xia curled his lips in contempt and sneered. Hey, you're going to die soon anyway, so let me tell you straight. In fact, my master and I have been planning this battle for a long time. The so-called a tree that grows into a forest will be overthrown by the wind. Duh. Aren't you guys very majestic following Zhuo Fan? You were famous at the Twin Dragon meet, but such an arrogant and flamboyant person will inevitably have countless rivals. At that time, I followed my master's instructions and secretly contacted those who had been offended by Zhuo Fan to prepare for today's battle. The Heavenly Justice sect directly took action against Zhuo Fan, while the Heavenly Traits sect and the Profound Heaven sect coordinated with us from the inside and outside to eliminate the entire servant quarters. That is, to completely eliminate Zhuo Fan's confidant forces to eliminate future troubles. It's a pity that the people of the beast-taming sect at the Twin Dragon meet were wiped out, and I couldn't contact them, but it doesn't matter if they are missing, haha. Ji Changlong frowned, and couldn't help shaking his head and shouting, "What? You guys are actually colluding from the inside and outside?" But if that's the case, the Twin Dragon Academy will definitely intervene. Before Ji Changlong finished speaking, Lu Xia waved his hand to interrupt. He revealed a contemptuous and cold expression and said, "Do you think we haven't thought of this? You have to make excuses to attack the Profound Heaven sect, let alone us." Humph. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Fan hasn't been the sect master for a day. Who recognizes him? Now the Heavenly Traits sect and the Profound Heaven sect are here in the name of helping the Demon Book sect comment? Ji Wuyu is still the legal sect master, and Zhuo Fan. And you are just rebels who rebelled. You can't sue, you can only be beaten. Haha. Xiao Yunshan reminisces about the old days when he met Yuan Lao. Even though he was just a chore boy, Yuan Lao kept challenging him non-stop, to the point where a genius like Xiao Yunshan had to cultivate like crazy just so Yuan Lao wouldn't overlook him. Then, he asked about Zhuo Fan's whereabouts. But Ren Xiaoyun quietly replied, "I'm afraid his corpse is already gone, because the Heavenly Justice sect also participated." At the same time, in a forest not far away, Lu Xia had poisoned Kuilang's group, knocking them all out. He spilled all his plans for this to the group, from planning to seizing the royal power. Lu Xia continued, "Furthermore, my Shifu prepared this plan long ago, silently enduring humiliation for a long time, because he foresaw that powerhouses like Zhuo Fan and Shi Wuyue being together would inevitably lead to conflict. Now it's indeed as expected. What do you think? Isn't my Shifu, Xin Gongfeng, even more brilliant than Zhuo Fan?" Lu Xia frowned, his face full of smugness. He looked down at the people at his feet, slowly raised his fist full of origin energy, and then sneered, "Qi Changlong, I told you, the #1 disciple of the sect will sooner or later be me. Now I just need to eliminate you all. Easy peasy." But before he could finish speaking, 3 muffled explosions rang out, and 3 columns of fresh blood spurted into the sky at the same time. Lu Xia's body stiffened. He looked down, and found that his chest had been pierced by something, leaving a bloody hole. He looked back in panic, and the other 2 elders had already fallen to the ground, their chests covered in blood. Looking up, Lu Xia saw a familiar figure coldly looking at him, and he exclaimed in horror, You, Grand Elder, why is this happening?" The Grand Elder replied, "Lu Xia, you talk too much. Otherwise it would have been done sooner. Haha, you really are just a naive kid." Lu Xia's face immediately turned pale, and he cried out in horror, "Wait! Aren't you from our inner sect? Why?" A cunning glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, and he growled, "That's right, but fate has it. This old man is Guihu Shifu." The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth curved into an evil smile. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately formed a hand seal. A hunting falcon, dozens of feet tall, suddenly flew out of his body, and immediately the hunting falcon turned around and pounced directly at the weakened Lu Xia. Boom! A sharp sound rang out, and the hunting falcon instantly appeared in front of Lu Xia. Seeing this scene, Lu Xia was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run away, but his body was severely injured, and he couldn't escape at all. He wanted to fight back, but he had just been ambushed, and his origin Q was severely damaged, so he had no fighting strength left at all. A fierce light burst out in the Grand Elder's eyes. He formed a hand seal, and the force increased by another 3 points, and a rolling killing intent overflowed. At the edge of the giant falcon, the killing intent immediately became several times sharper. With a puff, it pierced through Lu Xia's body. When flying back to the center, its claws tightly grasped a blue-green spider. That was Lucia's divine soul. Helpless, Lucia had to open his mouth in a panic and beg, "Wait, Grand Elder, I know Gihu is your disciple. I never wanted to hurt him." The Grand Elder scoffed, his face full of contempt, and said, "HMPH. Do you think this old man is a 3-year-old? Gihu's aptitude is not weak. But you want to compete for the position of the sect's #1 disciple, so how could you let him live?" Shi Gongfeng's methods and the inner sect, this old man has seen through long ago. Even if you don't dare to attack Gihu out of respect for this old man, what about Shi Wuyue HMPH? This old man knows his personality better than anyone else. He will uproot the weeds when he strikes, and he will never show mercy. Gihu was once involved with the chore division. Can he really let it go? For safety's sake, it's best for this old man to take him away. Seeing this scene, Lucia was terrified and frantically begged for mercy. "Grand Elder, I don't want to. Please spare my life." But before he could finish speaking, an extremely miserable scream rang out in the air. The spider was torn to pieces by the giant falcon, and its soul dissipated in the air, completely disappearing, leaving no trace. With lifeless eyes, unable to say another word, Lucia fell straight to the ground with a thud, his vitality completely gone. The Grand Elder coldly looked at the corpse on the ground and sneered, "Didn't this old man say it just now? Don't treat this old man like a 3-year-old. Would I let you live to wait for the day of revenge?" HMPH. 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 After speaking, the Grand Elder quickly stepped in front of Gihu's group. A ray of light flashed in his hand, and a small porcelain bottle appeared. He poured out a few pills from the bottle and gave them to each person to take. Without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, the Grand Elder said calmly, "This is the antidote. Take it, and you'll be fine after a moment of meditation." Seeing how he just pulled a clutch save, the squad kinda trusts him now. They chug down pills and start healing up. A bit later, the Kuilang crew can finally move without looking like they're having a seizure. Shi Changlong stares at the Grand Elder, then throws a confused face. "Grand Elder? WTF just happened?" "Lucia said the Grand Elder summoned us here for special training. Then suddenly he backstabbed us with poison bone attacks. Then we heard the screams in the distance. Could it be true, like he said, that they're working with outsiders to invade? Is that it? And the Grand Elder? Is he—" Sigh. The Grand Elder shakes his head. "Yeah, what he said is the truth. Shi Gongfeng is playing 4D chess. This time, he's colluding with the Tianxing sect big shots. I'm afraid the Grand Elder is in deep SHT." Shi Changlong grits his teeth, brows furrowed, clenching his fists, spitting venom. "I can't believe Shi Gongfeng would sell out the sect for power. And Ji Wuyu, that old sect leader, is in on this too? So shameless." The Grand Elder strokes his beard, then sighs. "Yeah, it's the lure of fame and fortune. If Shi Wuyue wasn't involved, I doubt Shi Gongfeng would dare to pull this crap." Bai Lian, who was carefully observing him, pauses and asks, "Grand Elder, you're not with them, but why didn't you rat out the Grand Elder earlier? Like, you care about Gihu, but—" "Bai Lian, are you implying my Shifu betrayed the sect?" Gihu retorts, eyes wide open. "Don't forget, Shifu just saved our asses." Bai Lian ignores Gihu, staring at the Grand Elder, waiting for an explanation. After a moment of thought, a hint of grief flashes across the Grand Elder's face. He nods. "You're right, I'm indeed part of the inner circle, and I'm with Shi Gongfeng. But our goals are different. Shi Gongfeng wants to control the sect, while I just want more resources to train my disciples. If it were just a normal power struggle within the sect, I'd side with him, since we are old buddies. But this time, he betrayed the sect. I can't roll with that. Shi Gongfeng is meticulous. Before the alliance with the Tianxing sect was exposed, none of us inner elders knew anything. Shi Gongfeng and Lu Jia handled everything. By the time we found out, it was too late. The sect was completely surrounded. Many had no choice but to go along with him and commit to the end. I'm guessing if Shi Wuyu takes over as sect leader again, he'll purge Zhuo Fan's faction completely. Gihu won't escape either. That's why I temporarily defected. I don't care if you believe me or not. but I'm doing this for my disciple, Shifu. Gihu is tearing up, deeply touched. Bai Lilian and the others exchange glances and nod slightly, seemingly trusting him. They can't find another reason for him to save them. The only explanation is that he wants to save Gihu, and saving some of his comrades helps. More people equals better mutual support, increasing Gihu's chance of survival. It is both saving others and saving himself. After explaining everything, the Grand Elder clears his throat, his expression turning serious. All right, come with me. I'll sneak you out of the sect. From now on, we're in this together. To survive and to resist Shiwuyu's pursuit, we must cooperate sincerely. As soon as he finishes, Xi Chenglong flicks his sleeves, staring intensely at the raging fire in the distance, gritting his teeth. My family is still there. But before he can finish, the Grand Elder barks. You can't even save your own life. Why care so much? That area is surrounded by Tianxing sect and Xuantian sect big shots. Breaking through will be extremely difficult. Your family are rare experts in the sect. Maybe they have a chance to escape. But if you go back, they'll have to worry about you. Wouldn't that be dragging them down? I think you saving your own lives is saving your family. Xi Chenglong's lips tremble. He clenches his fist, then reluctantly loosens it. Bai Lian understands his feelings and lowers her head sadly. The others bite their lips, filled with hatred, but helpless. The Grand Elder glances at everyone coldly. If you've thought it through, hurry up. If not, then get lost. Staying here won't do any good. He turns around, away from the fire, and walks calmly. After a moment of hesitation, everyone grits their teeth and follows closely behind. Xi Chenglong says, The Grand Elder is right. Going back won't help. The only thing we can do is bury this hatred deep in our hearts and make those traitors pay with blood in the future. After the Sixth Elder finished his BS speech, he charged forward, ready to wipe out Kuilang's group. But plot twist. The Grand Elder arrives, blasting Sixth Elder with a palm strike, leaving him heavily injured. The reason? Simple. He's Ghost Tiger Shifu. Anyone who dares touch his precious disciple gets a knuckle sandwich from the Grand Elder. Despite Sixth Elder's desperate pleas, the Grand Elder coldly finishes him off. Immediately after, he gives the antidote to everyone. Once everyone's sobered up, he announces that the sect is toast. Time to bail, people! Vich Trusong Long and the others reluctantly agree, waiting for the day they're strong enough to get revenge. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside the Demon Book sect, in a pitch-black forest, the trio of Yangsha, Yinsha, and Gisha are running their asses off, panting like dogs. Only after looking back and seeing no pursuers do they stop, gasping for air. Yangsha looks at the other two, confused, and says, What in the actual FK just happened? Why the hell was the sect suddenly ambushed? The other two just shake their heads, like, how the hell would I know? Eyebrows furrowed tightly, Yinsha looks into the distance, a hint of sadness in her eyes, but mostly confusion, and mutters, Our home of hundreds of years, destroyed in an instant. Yangsha loses it and screams, Whose bright idea was this? The 9 sects of West Continent? I'm going to Songlong Institute to report them. How much hatred do you have to wipe out someone's entire sect? Yinsha gently strokes her chin, looking worried, and says, Yangsha, something's fishy here. It must be a force from outside West Continent to dare ignore the rules of Songlong Institute. Startled, Yangsha hears this and exclaims in fear, You mean people from another continent did this? But before he can finish his sentence, a loud shout suddenly rings out. Like hell it is! A sharp blade of chi appears behind him. Terrified, Yangsha quickly turns around and throws out a palm strike, shouting, Not good! Enemy attack! Boom! The two palms collide, but it seems the strength of the two sides is a bit off. Yangsha effortlessly sends the person flying dozens of meters away, leaving him stunned. Yangsha blinks his big eyes in confusion, then grins widely, running over and saying, No freaking way, you're so weak. Haha, you're trying to hunt me down, but you send someone this weak? Clearly you're here so I can vent my anger and kill you instead, right? As the dust settles, It turns out to be Bai Gongfeng. He sits there, clutching his wound, grinding his teeth and saying, "I spit on that. If I wasn't heavily injured, would I have been blown away by a single palm from a fatso like you?" After the three of Yangsha hear this, they're startled and walk forward, then suddenly shout, "Why is it you? Bai Gongfeng, why are you trying to ambush us? Did you bring the enemy into the sect to harm us?" Angrily shouting, Bai Gongfeng grinds his teeth, looks at the three of them and says, "I spit on that. You're playing the victim while being the culprit. Don't you know who's behind all this?" The three of them look confused and innocent, shaking their heads and saying, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Coldly sneering, Bai Gongfeng scoffs disdainfully and says, Keep pretending. You're so close to that person, how could you not know his plans?" Sigh, if only I had seized the opportunity to kill him and let Steward Zhuo Fan take over back then. Bai Gongfeng looks extremely regretful, making the three even more confused. They ask, "Who are you talking about exactly?" Suddenly, a cold shout rings out. "He's talking about me, the rightful sect master of the Demon Book sect." Shi Wuyu, along with 10 masters of the transformation realm, appears before the four of them, coldly looking at Bai Gongfeng, his face filled with anger. Shi Wuyu smirks evilly, mocking, "Old man Bai, you were such a great warrior, but now you've been forced to this state. What a pity. Hey, someone, kill him. Yes." The people behind him hear this and bow, ready to step forward. The three of Yangsha are stunned and quickly wave their hands, saying, "Wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? Wu Yue, why do you want to kill Bai Gongfeng? The sect is under attack. Can't we discuss this after we fight off the invaders?" Disdainfully scoffing, Bai Gongfeng looks at Yangsha with contempt, sneering, "HMPH? Fight off the invaders? Fatty Yang, I originally thought you were in cahoots with them, so when I saw you on this path, I tried to eliminate you. Didn't think you'd be this damn stupid, though. Haha, external enemies, my ass? No internal theft. Where do the external enemies come from?" Body shake. Yangsha's face, totally defeated, stared at him blankly. "What did you say? You betrayed the sect from the inside?" Smirks. Bai Gongfeng just ignored him, staring towards Shi Wuyu, eyes full of contempt. Eyes narrow. Shi Wuyu slowly stroked his nose, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Old man Bai, I am the rightful sect leader of the Demon CE sect. You want to steal my position? You're the real thieves here." Bai Gongfeng scoffed. "HMPH, shameless. You led outsiders into the sect to massacre your fellow disciples, not sparing a single one, even sending people to hunt down escapees, cutting off the roots. A person like you is worthy of being the sect leader of the Demon CE sect?" Eyes squint. Shi Wuyu gritted his teeth. "I only invited sect leader Xuan and sect leader Ren to send troops to quell the rebellion. This was all forced on me by you treacherous bastards. In the end, what did I do wrong that you'd rather support some newbie who's only been in the sect for 5 or 6 years as sect leader Ling Hui, even changing the sect rules to kick me out?" Bai Gongfeng retorted furiously. "HMPH, you're cruel and heartless, only knowing how to threaten others, with no tolerance for different opinions. The people's hearts have long since deserted you. You're not fit to continue sitting up high." Shi Wuyu, enraged, shouted, "You old devils are actually talking about righteousness with me? We're all a demonic sect. If I didn't use some treacherous means, how could I control you? What are the sect rules for?" Bai Gongfeng chuckled calmly. He, Shi Wuyu, that's your shortcoming. It's the same means of control, but Zhuo Fan inspires genuine admiration, while your intimidation tactics are just a circus act. Having demon without dago, you can't achieve greatness. Shi Wuyu's face twitched as he clenched his fists, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot, grinding his teeth. God damn it, that same damn logic again. You old ghosts are all just like that old geezer. Haha. In the end, it's just a different way to push me off the stage to help Zhuo Fan take my place. HMPH, HMPH. Too bad you won't get the chance. Victory will ultimately belong to me. Go die. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Wuyu took a step forward, striking towards the utterly weakened Bai Gongfeng. A ferocious claw aimed at his chest, the overwhelming murderous intent causing Bai Gongfeng to unconsciously retreat, his face filled with fear. But immediately after, Bai Gongfeng glared fiercely at Shi Wuyue, a mocking smile on his lips, as if to say, "You'll never be worthy of being the sect leader." This made Shi Wuyu even more furious, the murderous intent in his hand growing even sharper, as if this claw would rip out the other's heart. But at this moment, a loud shout rang out, Yangsha's hefty body blocking between the two, shouting, "Stop, wait a minute!" His body slowed. Shi Wuyu also slammed on the brakes, staring coldly at the familiar figure in front of him. He said frigidly, "Get out of the way!" Without answering him, Yangsha just lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Wuyu, is it true? You led outsiders into the sect to massacre your fellow disciples, just to seize the position?" Shi Wuyu said coldly. "It's not seizing the position. It's just taking back what's mine." Bam! Before he could finish speaking, Shi Wuyu took a punch to the face, his body flying back more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yangsha threw a massive punch, his whole body trembling slightly. But what trembled even more was his heart when he learned the truth. His throat bobbing, Yangsha couldn't help but continue. "Before, you said you wanted to do your best for the sect, to bring the sect to even greater heights. Is this how you do it?" As he roared, tears welled up in Yangsha's eyes. On one side was the sect. On the other were brothers who had gone through life and death together. At this moment, everything crumbled for him, gently reaching out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shi Wuyu raised his icy eyes and said calmly, "Since it was my effort, I should receive the corresponding reward. There's no reason why the sect should have had the special honor of rising to the position of central sect, while I was overthrown by these ungrateful bastards. Fatty Yang, get the hell out of here, or I won't show any mercy." Yangsha was shocked to hear that. His eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. "Never thought my good brother would actually intend to eliminate me." So the Yangsha crew are hauling ass, escaping the enemy's encirclement. They barely stop to catch their breath when Bai Gongfeng ambushes them. Of course, Ying just clowns on Bai Gongfeng. Turns out, he suspected the Yangsha trio were in cahoots with Shi Wuyu. But then, the main man himself shows up, revealing his whole take-back-the-throne plan, leaving the Yangsha squad in utter shock. Bai Gongfeng still has the audacity to keep trash-talking Shi Wuyu. That sends Shi Wuyue into a rage, ready to off him then and there. But Yangshan steps in to block him, and gets his face rearranged for his troubles. Ouch. But Shi Wuyu just coldly says, "Scram, or I'll deal with you too." Shi Wuyu advances, his icy aura spreading, an unstoppable torrent of murderous intent. "Fat Yang, you know you've never been a match for me." Yangsha flinches, taking a step back like he's scared, but still bites his lip and shouts, "HMPH, I'm an elder of the Demon Tome sect. No way I'm letting a fellow disciple get killed in front of me." Shi Wuyu, "Fine, step aside. That's an order from your sect leader. I'm dealing with this traitor." Yangsha roars, unleashing his full power. "Bullshit! You led enemies into the sect to slaughter our brothers. You're no sect leader." Shi Wuyu pauses, his face twisting with fury, gritting his teeth. "Even you betray me?" With that, Shi Wuyu stomps forward. Yangsha's eyes dart around, his heart clenching, but he grits his teeth and puffs out his chest to meet the challenge. Chanting incantations, he summons countless earth orbs from below, which then rocket skyward, gradually converging. Yangsha finishes the seal and yells, "Falling Star Spirit!" The earth orbs ignite, then hurtle towards Shi Wuyu. A glint in his eye, Shi Wuyu sneers, "HMPH, just some basic earth element spirit? How fitting for you, fatty. All show, no substance." With a cold glance, Shi Wuyu weaves hand seals, instantly followed by a dragon's roar as an azure dragon emerges from Shi Wuyu, its tail whipping out to smash the fireballs away. Boom! Explosions everywhere. Dust clouds the sky. The fireballs vanish in an instant, returning to Yangsha's body. He staggers, coughing up a mouthful of blood, instantly weakened, his face ashen and sunken, crippled in one move. The difference in their power is like heaven and earth. Shi Wuyu coldly approaches. Yangsha, do you believe me now? Yangsha sighs, shaking his head, his voice filled with resignation. Just as I expected, I was overconfident. I've never beaten you since we were kids. Sigh, I still don't get it. Why be so obsessed with power after never losing to anyone since young? If I'd known it would end like this, I shouldn't have risked my life to save you back then. Bai Lao was right. Seizing power through violence might be cruel, but at least it would have spared the sect this disaster. Suddenly, Shi Wuyu's eyes widen, a storm of emotion brewing inside him. He grinds his teeth, his whole body trembling with barely contained rage. His gaze flickers, the murderous intent receding. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Wuyue withdraws his hand, spins, and unleashes a brutal kick, sending Yangsha flying. A blood-curdling scream echoes as Yangsha crashes through a dozen trees before finally stopping. He struggles to his feet, his mouth full of blood, spitting out 2 pearly white teeth, his lips trembling. Yangsha covers his mouth, fighting back the pain, then roars in fury. God damn it, my teeth! Shi Wuyu, you bastard! If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why torture me like this? Can't you give me a quick death? After all the times I risked my life to protect you. Fat Yang! A cold voice cuts him off. Yangsha froze, looking up to see Shi Wuyu standing there, his face dark as he stared at him. Then, his gaze swept over Yinsha and Gisha standing to the side, his voice indifferent. As for you two, I'll give you a chance to live today, but from now on, all debts are cleared. No one owes anyone. If we meet again, and you side with the traitors, this sect will show absolutely no mercy. With that, Shi Wuyu waved his sleeve, and a whoosh sound rang out. His sleeves fluttered like flower petals falling to the ground. He left without looking back, leaving the 3 standing silently, staring at the torn fabric on the ground. They sighed helplessly in their hearts, the 3 feeling a sense of loss. From now on, they and Shi Wuyu were no longer brothers. Bai Gongfeng glanced at the 3, then sighed softly and cupped his hands, bowing his head, saying, My apologies to the 3 honored elders. This old man misunderstood you earlier. So you weren't in cahoots. The 3 looked at each other, forcing bitter smiles, then sighed in unison. Yeah, from now on, they and Shi Wuyu were completely on different paths. Immediately afterward, the 3 quickly carried the heavily injured Bai Gongfeng away from the area, avoiding pursuit. Shi Wuyu said he'd spare them once, but if they met again, all bets were off, so the 4 of them should run as far as they could. At the same time, many others were also fleeing in panic in all directions, avoiding the pursuers sent by Shi Wuyu. In the dark and gloomy forest, Yangsha and Yinsha supported the old and wounded Bai Gongfeng under the dim moonlight, panting as they ran. Suddenly, a soft cry from a woman rang out. Grandpa! The 4 startled, and turned their heads to see Bai Lian rushing out of the shadows from who knows when. Bai Gongfeng, seeing his granddaughter, was overjoyed, his voice trembling as he called out, Lian Greer, you escaped too? That's great! At this moment, Shi Gongfeng suddenly stepped forward, his eyes suspiciously looking at the 3 Yangsha, before turning to Bai Gongfeng and asking, Old Bai, we just ran into those little punks. How are you all together? Knowing that everyone was suspicious, Bai Gongfeng recounted the whole story. Everyone was shocked after hearing it. So the 3 Yangsha had broken off all ties with Shi Wuyu, then dropped their guard, becoming kindred spirits in adversity. Everyone took turns voicing their speculations, piecing together the details, and finally saw the truth. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Pillar. Who would have thought Shi Gongfeng was so scheming, using such a plan to push the chief steward into a dangerous situation? How ruthless. Once the internal affairs were settled, they assumed we'd be scared and wouldn't dare to compete with them. Who knew they'd resort to such methods? Shi Gongfeng angrily punched the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. Bai Gongfeng furrowed his brow, then said in a deep voice, "Now that Da Gongfeng and sect leader Zhuo have both met with misfortune, less than 50 of our remaining forces have managed to escape, and we still have to evade Ji Wuyu's pursuit. We really don't know where to go." Yangsha's face was gloomy as he slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse as he continued. "In short, the territories of Shijiao have been completely carved up by the major sects. If we don't get hunted down, we'll be squeezed to death. It seems our only option is to leave Shijiao and find another way to survive." Hearing this, Bai Gongfeng's eyes trembled slightly, and he slowly nodded. The great elder pondered for a moment, then said, "Leaving Shijiao is easier said than done. This path alone stretches for tens of thousands of miles, all within the territory of the 3 protectorate sects. The only way is to go through Tianyu from Rong Gorge, which falls under the jurisdiction of the beast-taming sect. But the influence of the 3 protectorate sects in Tianyu..." Suddenly, Yuer's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't Shifu's family the #1 clan in Tianyu? They even fought alongside us during the attack on the Xuan Tian sect last time. Now that we're in dire straits, why not try asking them for help?" Hearing this, the great elder couldn't help but fall silent, his brow furrowed, his expression heavy as he slowly shook his head, saying, "Let's not. People are stingy. If sect leader Zhuo were still alive, they might still give us some face. But now that sect leader Zhuo is dead, who would dare to lend us a hand?" He sighed softly and continued, "Who knows? The moment we contact them, they might turn around and betray us, setting up an ambush and handing us straight over to Ji Wuyu." Yunger retorted unconvincingly, "They wouldn't. I've met their family head. He's a righteous person who values loyalty." Hearing this, the great elder let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha, you're too naive. In this world, so-called loyalty is mostly just mutual exploitation. Moreover, sect leader Zhuo cultivated the demonic path. The fact that his family dared to stand up for him in the first place means they're not simple people. Are they really going to make the foolish decision to offend the 3 protectorate sects just for a few defeated generals?" The great elder smiled and shook his head resolutely, saying, "I don't think we should entrust our lives to others." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Only Yuker pouted slightly, hmping softly. She was still clearly resentful. After all, they had once been through life and death together. In her eyes, Luo Yunhai was still a trustworthy person. Bai Gongfeng pondered for a moment, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, saying, "Perhaps we should try taking a trip to Tianyu." "Huh? Headed into Tianyu?" Everyone was stunned and exclaimed. Ji Gongfeng frowned, saying in a deep voice, "The Tianyu territory is where the 3 great guardian sects' forces intertwine, with eyes and ears everywhere, making it extremely dangerous." Bai Gongfeng immediately replied, "Precisely because it's dangerous, it's safe." He chuckled and calmly analyzed. "Think about it. Why would Shi Wuyu believe we wouldn't dare to borrow Tianyu? The pursuers he sends won't concentrate their efforts in that direction. We just need to quickly pass through, and by the time they realize it, we'll be long gone." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they simultaneously gave a thumbs up. "Nice!" Thus, everyone decided to first enter the vast lands of Tianyu, then leave the western continent to find another way out. 3 months later, in a lush, dense forest, the wind howled incessantly. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared. It was them. In these 3 months, they split up and went in different directions, both leading away pursuers and taking detours, finally reuniting and heading towards Tianyu to break through. Everyone accounted for? Bai Gongfeng glanced around and shouted. Everyone nodded in unison, replying, "Reporting to Bai Gongfeng, all present." "Good. Then we'll directly pass through Tianyu and quickly return to Quanrong." With that, Bai Gongfeng nodded and immediately floored it, taking the lead. Seeing, the group behind hurriedly followed closely, but before they could get far, an arrogant laugh echoed through the forest. "Ha ha! A bunch of dying geezers. After causing such a ruckus in the Xuan Tian sect, you actually dream of surviving and leaving this place? Wishful thinking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, streaks of black shadows flashed, tightly surrounding everyone. Bai Gongfeng glanced around and saw experts everywhere with imposing auras, all at the transformation realm. Among them, the attire was varied. One glance was enough for him to understand that most were from the Tianxing sect, with a few experts from the Xuan Tian sect and the Demon Codex sect. Even worse, there were over 100 other powerhouses surrounding them. Relying solely on the forces of the Xuan Tian sect and the Demon Codex sect, they could never have pulled this off. Only the Tianxing sect could mobilize so many experts. Thinking of this, the dozens of them were like fish in a barrel, and breaking through was as hard as ascending to heaven. Bai Gongfeng furrowed his brows, his expression turning grave. Just then, a cold, mocking laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, Bai Gongfeng, you've been in the Demon Codex sect for quite some time. You must be very familiar with Shi Gongfeng's methods and schemes. What you can think of, do you think this old man wouldn't have guessed? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Ha ha ha, we've let you run around in circles for the past few days, but unfortunately, none of us were fooled. At this moment, a black-robed elder stepped out from the crowd, looking extremely smug. Seeing this, Bai Gongfeng immediately recognized him as someone from the inner circle. Regret welled up in his heart. To think that after running for months, we'd walk right into their trap, letting them play with us for 3 months. How hateful. Bai Gongfeng gnashed his teeth, his eyes narrowing, filled with unwillingness. Seeing this, Yangsha went berserk and roared, "Old Bai, let's charge and fight them to the death." The black-robed elder sneered disdainfully, then said coldly, "Fight? You don't even qualify. After all, you only have so few people. From the moment you decided to enter Tianyu, it was a fatal mistake. Your entire army is destined to be wiped out." Their eyes constricted, and anger surged in the hearts of Bai Gongfeng's group, but they were helpless. What he said was true. It was because of this decision that they had fallen into such a hopeless situation. But just as he finished speaking, a mocking laugh echoed from deep within the mountains and forests, teasing, "A mistake? Ha, you're the ones who are wrong. Their coming to Tianyu was the right decision." As soon as he finished speaking, bang, 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 terrifyingly powerful bursts of energy rained down, making the Demon Codex sect's corrupted side unable to breathe. The eyes of the black-robed elders immediately shifted, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They looked around in shock, shouting, "What? Who is it? You're here to save them?" As soon as the voice faded, soft laughter rang out. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black figures appeared, one after another, including several peerless experts with cultivation bases above the 5th level of the transformation realm. It was the Demon Codex sect's Super Sentai/Power Rangers team of 5, led by Crazy Lai. Yujir raised her head and cried out in pleasant surprise, "Elder Lai, is that you?" The corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile, and Elder Lai couldn't help but laugh loudly, replying, "We're here to back you up. Quickly, kill your way out with us." As soon as Kui Ling's group saw this, their faces were filled with excitement. They never expected that in this moment of life and death, these old acquaintances, the experts of the Luko family, would lend a hand. Truly, heaven never seals off all paths and sends charcoal in the snow. The black-robed elder was shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Who exactly are you people from? How dare you interfere with the great plans of our 3 guardian sects?" But no sooner had he spoken than Lord Lai sped behind him, then laughed and replied, "Ha, this old man doesn't give a damn about the 3 protectorate sects. I just know if you dare touch our guests, Daddy will beat you to death." As soon as that dog finished speaking, he immediately attacked. His 2 huge hands slapped the elder's face like crazy. Against this savage power, he had no chance to resist. At the same time, the other experts of the Luo family rushed into battle, their overwhelming power causing the enemy to panic and flee in disarray. Seeing this scene, everyone understood one thing. The 5 great experts of the Luo family clearing the way were truly like gods slaying gods, Buddhas slaying Buddhas. How could the pursuers chasing them have expected such a situation? Even though they had more than 100 experts, while the Luo family combined with Bai Gongfeng had less than 60 people, these pursuers were caught off guard, and their momentum weakened severely. With weakened momentum, their combat power was naturally affected. Having more people was no longer an advantage, and they could only retreat continuously. In the end, the pursuers, who were initially as fierce as wolves, were now attacked from both sides and scattered, fleeing in disarray to save their lives. Although they were chased away miserably, they still didn't understand why their superior numbers had been forced to this point. In the distance on a mountaintop, 2 figures stood quietly observing, a man and a woman who were the captain of the shadow team of the Luo family, Lei Yuting, and the strategist of the Luo family's army, Yu Ming. Seeing that the battle situation had been decided, Lei Yuting stroked her chin and nodded slightly, then slowly spoke. As expected, that person was right. Lord Liu's group actually defeated the opponent in the blink of an eye. Yu Ming shook his head slightly and replied in a deep voice, "We can't let them go. We must take this opportunity to go all out." A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Yu Ming chuckled and continued, "Sometimes war is decided in a moment, even just a thought in the head. Daring to fight or not daring to fight is enough to determine victory or defeat." Lord Li and his group struck first with a preemptive attack, and even with only 20-ish people, they still won this battle. After a pause, he nodded and continued, "All right, our mission to provide support is complete. Next, let's see the layout of that old fox, Leng Wuchang." After speaking, Yu Ming slowly turned around and quietly left. Lei Yunting glanced at him, chuckled, and followed. Not far from there, inside the high platform of a large city, Luo Yunhai and Leng Wuchang were leisurely enjoying tea, relaxed and at ease. In the spacious and elegant hall, Leng Wuchang occasionally tapped the teacup. His eyes looking at Luo Yunhai sitting in the main seat, he chuckled and spoke. "Patriarch, you are too calm, not even a little flustered." Luo Yunhai also chuckled, his expression indifferent as he shook his head and replied, "Since Mr. Leng has said so, then everything must be within expectations. What do I have to worry about? Ha ha, it's all thanks to the Patriarch's support that Leng Mu is so trusted." Filled with emotion, Leng Wuchang sighed softly, a happy smile on his face. A scholar dies for a confidant. After so many years, Luo Yunhai has always trusted them, making these old guys extremely grateful in their hearts, vowing to repay him with their lives. Luo Yunhai looked at him without saying anything more, only slightly raised the corner of his mouth, then lowered his head to continue enjoying the fragrant tea. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed outside, followed by Li Jingtian's loud shout, "Reporting to the Patriarch, we have brought the people in. Quickly invite them in." Luo Yunhai's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up, happily exclaiming. Seeing this, Leng Wuchang also smiled and stood up to follow. Immediately afterwards, the door opened, and under the lead of Li Jingtian, Bai Gongfeng's group entered the hall. As soon as they saw Luo Yunhai, they all bowed, their faces grateful, and said in unison, "Thank you for the Luo family's rescue." Luo Yunhai quickly waved his hand to help everyone up, his face gentle as he said, "You are too polite, please stand up. Our Luo family was originally supported by Big Bro Zhuo, and you are all Big Bro Zhuo's confidants, so you are all part of the family. Having learned that you were in trouble, how could this patriarch stand by and watch without helping? No matter what, we once fought side by side together, haha." Luo Yunhai's hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall, making the group both ashamed and moved, and they all lowered their heads. Before, they still had doubts about the Luo family's trustworthiness, but no one expected that the Luo family head would value righteousness so much, and would be willing to save their lives just because of their relationship with Zhuo Fan. They had to know that doing so was no different from officially opposing the 3 sects, sowing the seeds of annihilation for the Luo family. Thinking of this, everyone felt even more ashamed. Bai Gongfeng took a step forward and bowed again towards Luo Yunhai, saying in a deep voice, "Luo family head, this time we have implicated you. Originally the Luo family would not have been involved in the three sects, strife, but now—" Luo Yunhai waved his hand to cut him off, his eyes flashing with determination as he replied sternly, "Hey, old Bai, don't say that! Since someone wants to deal with big bro Zhuo, our Luo family can no longer stand idly by. In the past, when I succeeded to the position of family head, I made a heavy oath. Zhuo Dage's enemies are also the enemies of the entire Luo family, and no matter who the opponent is, no matter how strong they are, our Luo family will do everything we can to support Zhuo Dage to the end." Everyone's body trembled slightly. Looking at Luo Yunhai's determined face, they felt both fear and admiration. Just how much loyalty does it take for a family to go all in for one person like this? Even if their accumulated wealth is destroyed in an instant, they're determined to support him to the end. No wonder Steward Zhuo was willing to give up the position of clan leader to return here. Turns out everyone here is worth cherishing. In that instant, the Bai Gongfeng crew were feeling grateful and respectful, and a deep sense of envy couldn't help but arise in their hearts. This is a place worth belonging to. Even though they had been in the Demon Book sect for a long time, they never felt this way. After all, everyone in the Demon Book sect only gathered for profit, while the Lukeo family is a place that truly gathers people's hearts. At this moment, in an instant, everyone understood why Steward Zhuo was so eager to return home. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, bursts of explosions rang in everyone's ears. The heavens and earth trembled non-stop, and the main hall shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked and horrified, not understanding what was happening. Luo Yunhai frowned slightly, turning his head to look at Lang Wuchang, who was standing to the side, with a questioning look in his eyes. With a chuckle, Lang Wuchang nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "Ha ha, everyone, don't panic. It's just the pursuers attacking our defense formation, nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Shi Gongfeng exclaimed in horror. "Pursuers? Are you talking about those 100-plus Huaxu realm experts?" But normal formations are useless against Huaxu realm experts. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's expression immediately turned serious, and they quickly prepared for battle. Lang Wuchang and Luo Yunhai burst into laughter and looked at everyone, their eyes reassuring. Rest assured, this old man had already guessed that you all would borrow Tang Tianyu's intention to leave Xijiao, so 3 months ago I had people set up a defensive formation here. All 18 locations are at least level 7 formations, and they are set up using sacred spiritual ore, plus Li Lao and the others are hiding inside to defend. Those 100 Huaxu realm cultivators are just 100 ants in my eyes. What's the point of them rushing over? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stutter. 100 ants? Bai Gongfeng glanced at the old man, secretly clicking his tongue in his heart. Who exactly is this old geezer? 100 Huaxu realm experts are just ants in his eyes. Such arrogance. But looking at his cultivation level, he's at most a Shenzhou realm cultivator, nothing special. Could it be that he's like Grand Protector, ordinary on the outside but actually a peerless expert? Immediately afterwards, everyone turned to look behind them, and sure enough, Li Jingtian was no longer there. Clearly, he had already left to defend the formation. Leaning forward slightly, Bai Gongfeng bowed and asked respectfully, May I ask who you are, sir?" Lang Wuchang chuckled lightly, cupping his hands in reply. This humble one, Tianyu, Lang Wuchang. Bai Gongfeng couldn't help but be startled. His heart shook violently, and he quickly cupped his hands and said, "What? You are one of the 3 great intelligences, the Divine Calculator, Lang Wuchang?" The Demon Book Sect group cupped their hands in unison and said, "We have long admired your reputation, sir." Lang Wuchang smiled, slowly waved his hand, and said in a humble tone, "You are too kind. I guess I'm nothing special in your eyes. It's just that I have enough chess pieces in my hand to be a little stronger than any of you." The Bai Gongfeng crew nodded repeatedly, constantly agreeing, "Yes, yes, yes, you are a great talent, sir. We have long heard of your name. We didn't expect you to be in the Luo family. It's quite a surprise." Everyone understood that a strategist like Leng Wuchang, if relying on his own strength alone, would have a hard time surviving in this world of cultivators full of powerful experts. But once he becomes the strategist of a family, with countless experts under his command, his power will immediately skyrocket exponentially. And in this world of cultivators, especially in Zhiju, large-scale battles rarely happen, making it difficult for strategists like him to show their skills. But now it's different. They are being chased by the three sects, and desperately need someone like Leng Wuchang to point out the opponent's mistakes, so everyone is extremely respectful to him. Seeing through their thoughts, Leng Wuchang chuckled and didn't care, just saying casually, "Yu Ming just went to observe the battle. This group will be scattered with one hit. No one can gather them into a whole. They may look like Huaxu realm experts, but in reality, they're divided into factions, no different from individual groups fighting each other. Those are the easiest to deal with. One drumbeat raises their morale, 2 drumbeats weaken it, and 3 drumbeats exhaust it. After 3 rounds, they will definitely retreat. Then you can rest assured, soon they will obediently go back home." Hearing this, Yang Xun suddenly went, "Ah," and then frowned slightly and asked, "Leng Xiansheng, is the Yu Ming you mentioned the 7 orifices ghost spirit Yu Ming, disciple of Yu Giqi?" Leng Wuchang nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "That's right. You've heard of his reputation?" Yang Xun replied, "Yes, Yu Giqi once wanted to join our demon book sect, seeking a backing for Yu Ming Valley. It's a pity that, although he was smart, his aptitude was quite low, and he was not valued by the sect. I didn't expect him to be later called one of the 3 great intelligences. It truly lives up to the name. When it comes to schemes and tricks, it's hard for anyone to compare." To think that his disciple is actually in the Luo family, doesn't that mean that the Luo family has gathered 2 assistants from the 3 great intelligences? No wonder they have developed so quickly. The people standing next to him nodded continuously, surprised that the Luo family had invited such a great general. After glancing at each other, Luo Yunhai and Leng Wuchang chuckled without responding. Only about a quarter of an hour later, the noise outside gradually stopped. Wu Ming, followed by War General Li Jingtian, entered the main hall. Leng Wuqing stared at him, stunned, and asked, "Done already? Didn't I tell you to use the terrain and launch another attack?" Ming shrugged and casually replied, "No need. You wanted to exhaust them, then have them run back for reinforcements, stalling for that old fart Zihuge. I just advised them to retreat, and they won't be back to chase us anytime soon. Works like a charm." Staring blankly, Leng Wuqing asked, "Advised them to retreat?" Ming replied, "Yup." In that group, the Tianxing sect had 65 people, the Masha sect had 26, and the Xuantian sect had 21. While we had the upper hand, wiping them all out would mess with your master plan, wouldn't it? Ha ha. Ming chuckled, sat upright, and continued slowly. "So, I took it upon myself to kill all 26 from the Masha sect, and heavily injured 21 from the Xuantian sect. As for the Tianxing sect, I sent a messenger saying we wanted to negotiate peace, so they'd go back and ask their sect leader, and then they obediently retreated too." Narrowing his eyes, Leng Wuqing smirked. "You sent a message?" "I didn't get one," Ming replied. "It'll get here eventually. Otherwise, why would he tell me to try not to hurt the Tianxing sect during the fight?" Leng Wuqing asked. "You think that old geezer can pull it off?" Ming nonchalantly said. "He's a former dynasty prime minister. Diplomacy is his forte." A wicked grin appeared. Ming looked at no one in particular in the room, acting like he didn't give a damn about anyone present. He crossed his legs and took a leisurely sip of fragrant tea. Leng Wuqing burst out laughing and casually nodded. "True, that old geezer does have some skills." Utterly baffled, Luo Yunhai asked, Mr. Leng, what are you guys talking about?" Stroking his chin, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Leng Wuqing's eyes as he bowed and reported, My lord, I wouldn't dare to hide it. 2 months ago, that old fart, Zhuo Changfeng, sent word that he's returning. A look of joy mixed with surprise appeared on Luo Yunhai's face, and he exclaimed, "What? Military advisor Zihuge is coming back?" Casually nodding, Leng Wuqing smiled and said, "I told him about recent events and reported all of my master's plans. Before returning, he even took a trip to the Tianxing sect." Eyes widening, everyone exclaimed in unison, "What? The Tianxing sect?" Slowly turning to look at the shocked faces of Bai Gongfeng's group, Leng Wuqing faintly smiled and said, "Yes, the Tianxing sect. In reality, the Luo family doesn't just have 2 lucky stars. It has 3. With those 3 mouths, they can protect all of you." Blinking a few times, Bai Gongfeng and the others still didn't quite understand. Leng Wuqing lowered his voice and continued, "What I mean is that this time, the 3 great lucky stars of Tianyu will join forces and definitely help you change your fate, escape the pursuit, and overcome this calamity." Pausing slightly, his gaze turned serious as he said, "If you keep acting on impulse, the family head will drag the entire clan down with him. We absolutely won't easily agree to saving you that way." At the same time, at the Anhang sect, Ren Xiaoyun was standing in the main hall. Behind him was a white-haired dude, the type of hair that only dangerous people can pull off. That man was none other than Zhuo Changfeng. Ren Xiaoyun spoke. Zhuo Changfeng, the head steward of the Luo family, the most prestigious family in Tianyu, the former prime minister of the Tianyu Empire. This is the head steward of the Luo family. Regardless of his title changes, he remains a pivotal figure who holds the fate of the empire. Zhuo Changfeng, why aren't you staying in Tianyu to handle state affairs? What are you doing here? Zhuo Changfeng gave a slight bow, then chuckled, saying, "Sect leader Ren, the Tianxing sect, is the head of the 3 protectorate sects. Although this old man was once the prime minister of the empire, wielding power for 10 years, I've never paid respects to your esteemed sect. Truly a shortcoming of mine. I hope the sect leader will forgive me." Slowly waving his hand, Ren Xiaoyun dismissed the pleasantries and said coldly, "Sect affiliated with outer world and secular families don't have much connection. Paying respects or not, it's nothing significant. I wonder what wind blew you from thousands of miles away to see this sect leader today." The corner of Zhuo Changfeng's lips twitched slightly, and he chuckled before bowing again, saying, "I wouldn't dare hide it from the sect leader. Today, this old man comes to see you with a request." His eyebrows furrowed. Ren Xiaoyun stared at him before asking, "What is it?" After a moment of contemplation, a glint flashed in Zhuo Changfeng's eyes, and he said indifferently, "Those rebellious bunch from the demon-scheming sect. I hope sect leader Ren can spare them a path to survival." His eyelids twitched slightly. Ren Xiaoyun stared at Zhuo Changfeng's indifferent gaze, and suddenly snorted with laughter, saying, "Oh? You may be in Tianyu, but you're quick on the uptake. You knew about the events that just happened at the 9 sects of Western states so quickly? But why would you plead for them? Could it be because of your Luko family's former steward?" Zhuo Fan's spirit flashed in his eyes and disappeared. Ren Xiaoyun's voice already carried a cold killing intent. It was as if, in the next moment, if Zhuo Changfeng said the wrong word, he would face a disaster of annihilation. Understanding this well, Zhuo Changfeng stroked his beard and chuckled, nodding lightly in response. "It could be considered so, but not entirely." Ren Xiaoyun said, "Then how so?" Zhuo Changfeng said calmly, "Speaking of which, naturally, it's for the sake of Steward Zhuo's past association. These people were once considered Steward Zhuo's subordinates, and now they're like dogs without owners. If we don't manage them, it would be a bit inhumane. I'm sure you understand. Our young master always prioritizes benevolence and righteousness. If he didn't get involved in this kind of matter, it would really harm his reputation." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ren Xiaoyun looked deeply at Zhuo Changfeng and said sarcastically, "You're saying the Luo family is stepping forward for those rebels this time just for reputation?" As he spoke, Ren Xiaoyun's hand twitched, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Jia Changfeng remained calm and replied, "Not entirely so, after all. Although we still have some feelings from our time with Steward Zhuo, why would we put the family in great danger for this matter? So mostly it's for this reason. There are many people in the world who buy fame, and our family head is naturally no exception." Shaking his head and smiling helplessly, Jia Changfeng sighed and continued, "Today, all industries in Tianyu are thriving. The resources provided to the three sects have increased several times every year for the past few years. Sect leader Ren also knows why, right? It's because Luo Ming attracts many large families of the empire around to expand their business territory. So why does Luo Ming attract so many people to join? It's very simple. It's because of the reputation of benevolence and righteousness of our family head, which makes those big families feel at ease. So this reputation cannot be tarnished. And once it's a reputation, it can only expand, not shrink." Raising his eyebrows slightly, Ren Xiaoyun's hands, which had been slightly trembling, gradually stopped, his eyes as deep as the sea. He was thinking carefully before smiling and saying, "Oh, so that's how it is." Jia Changfeng raised his eyes to look at him, secretly laughing in his heart, thinking, "How could I not know just now that if I said the wrong word, I would end up with my head separated from my body?" In fact, Ren Xiaoyun was also probing the Luo family's attitude towards Zhuo Fan, as well as their feelings towards him. If the Luo family still held feelings for Zhuo Fan, or felt indignant about this matter, then Ren Xiaoyun would definitely kill me without hesitation, and then conveniently wipe out the Luo family. After all, he didn't want to nurture a group of enemies, letting them gradually grow stronger. But Jia Changfeng's words just now were extremely clever. If he said that the Luo family had absolutely no feelings for Zhuo Fan, it would be too meaningless and would not deceive this sect leader Ren at all. Jia Changfeng did not deny the feelings, but put interests above feelings. And for a profit-oriented person, this is the most credible argument. Ren Xiaoyun didn't want the Luo family to become a cold and ruthless force. That would be too fake and would only make them seem untrustworthy. But he also wouldn't allow the overall situation to be affected by personal grievances with Zhuo Fan. Jia Changfeng had grasped the comparison of advantages and disadvantages very accurately, which is why Ren Xiaoyun did not immediately turn hostile. For better or worse, Zhuo Fan was the great steward of the Luo family, the meritorious person who turned the Luo family into the #1 family in Tianyu. It would be truly unreasonable to say that the Luo family was completely unfeeling and unjust. Jia Changfeng continued, "Tianyu is so prosperous today, and the annual resources of your 3 protectorate sects have doubled. That is all thanks to our Luo family. Without the Luo family, you would at most be drinking the northwest wind." Ren Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, then probed again. "So, just for the sake of a reputation for benevolence, you're requesting this sect master to let go of these traitorous dogs? But I already promised sect master Xie to help him exterminate these rebels." Zhu Changfeng chuckled, then slowly shook his head and replied, "Sect master Ren, if it were just for a bit of reputation, why would we bother causing trouble for ourselves? The real reason we want to take them in is because—" He paused for a beat, his eyes turning sharp, and said, "We want to oppose the Devil Book sect." Ren Xiaoyun's eyes widened, his hand clenched, and murderous intent blazed in his eyes as he said, "A secular family like yours actually dares to oppose a sect? What a joke!" Ren Xiaoyun's aura suddenly turned cold, but Zhu Changfeng remained calm, not panicking at all, and replied, "Sect Master Ren, please understand, this isn't what we want either. We've always hoped that the 3 sects could live in harmony and continue the 1,000-year guardian agreement." He sighed, his voice deepening, and continued, "But even if we want to stop, the Devil Book sect might not. I heard that the sect master of the Devil Book sect, Ji Wuyu, is hot-tempered, ruthless, and narrow-minded. If he wants to kill Zhuo Fan, let him. What can we do? I'm just afraid he'll implicate innocent people, because Zhuo Fan comes from the Luo family, and he'll want to eliminate them root and branch. Zhu Changfeng shook his head helplessly and continued. We have no choice but to join forces and fight to the death. I'm sure you understand this principle. The Lucio family's enemy is ultimately just which side is more important. The rebels of the Devil Book sect, the people they hate the most, aren't you or the Profound Heaven sect. Even if they stirred up the Profound Heaven sect once before, it's common for the two sects to fight. The person they hate the most is Zhiwu Yu, so we decided to join forces with them to resist the Devil Book sect. So that's how it is. Ren Xiaoyun breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much lighter in his heart, thinking, so the Luo family's strategic cooperation is just for self-defense, targeting only the Devil Book sect and not the Heaven Trailing sect. I can rest easy then. Moreover, he inadvertently heard information from Zhuge Changfeng's mouth. The Bai Gongfeng group only hates Shi Wu Yu and has no intention of opposing the Heaven Trailing sect. With that, Ren Xiaoyun no longer hesitated in his heart about letting go of the Bai Gongfeng group. After all, he followed Shi Wu Yu to exterminate them root and branch only because he was afraid of retaliation. Now, if the other party has no grudges against him, then why bother chasing them to the end? Besides, these people might be the most powerful weapon to restrain the Devil Book sect. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoyun had made a decision in his heart, but on the surface he still showed a contemplative frown and said, but whether or not to let them go is up to the Devil Book sect to decide. Even if my Heaven Trailing sect stops, I guess the people of the Devil Book sect won't let it go. There's nothing I can do. Zhu Changfeng burst out laughing and said, ha ha, Sect Master Ren is too modest. Who doesn't know that the Heaven Trailing sect is the leader of the three protectorate sects of Tianyu now? As long as Sect Master Ren you say the word, would the other two sects dare to act recklessly? Besides, to put it bluntly, the Devil Book sect and the Profound Heaven sect are no different from dead dogs now. Are they still worthy of the title of three protectorate sects? The Devil Book sect alone, with just a few experts left on the surface, is it still worthy of protecting Tianyu? Our family head has decided that, from now on, we will cut off the annual supply to the Devil Book sect and transfer it all to the Heaven Trailing sect. Ren Xiaoyun's body trembled violently, delighted in his stomach, but on the surface he still pretended to frown and waved his hand, saying, hey, that's not very good. Their sect just suffered such a disaster. We're being a bit too much. Zhuge Changfeng smiled faintly and replied, hey, Sect Master Ren doesn't need to be so polite. Those who are capable get more. Can those salted fish turn over? With the current state of the Devil Book sect, when they seem unable to recover, how can they deserve 20% of Tianyu's resources? From now on, the peace of Tianyu will depend on the Heaven Trailing sect. Ren Xiaoyun touched his nose slightly and said, hey, this is going to be awkward. Isn't this messing up our trio's image? Moreover, the Devil Book sect is about to be upgraded. Before he could finish speaking, Zhuge Changfeng interrupted and said, Sect Master Ren, could it be that his sect is having such a big problem? Whether it's strength or reputation, is the Devil Book sect still qualified to join the middle three sects? After hearing those words, Ren Xiaoyun seemed to wake up from a dream. He slapped his thigh 3 times and shouted, all right! Finally, Zhuge Changfeng bowed deeply to Ren Xiaoyun, a sly smile on his face, implying a silent understanding. Sect Leader Ren, let's settle it like this. Make sure you double-check this year's interest. Ren Xiaoyun nodded slightly, instructing, in the future, the Luo family will need to help out more with business in Tianyu. Rest assured, as one of the 3 protectorate sects, no one will dare cause trouble in Tianyu, not even those from the 3 sects themselves. Ha! Then we'll trouble Sect Leader Ren. Bowing deeply once more, Zhuge Changfeng excused himself from the main hall. Watching his figure gradually disappear, Ren Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction, thinking gleefully, with this, from now on, the Demon Command sect won't threaten my position, and will gain a considerable amount of resources for the Heavenly Hakil sect. If that's the case, Tianyu's mines, and even the recent trading profits, will all be in the Heavenly Hakel sect's pocket. As for the other two sects, HMPH, they're practically crippled after being beaten. What right do they have to split the money with yours truly? This whole mess was stirred up by Zhuo Fan. The Profound Sky sect is ruined. The Demon Command sect is crippled. Only my Heavenly Hasil sect is the biggest winner. And I can even control all of Tianyu's resources. This battle was definitely worth it. Ha ha! Ren Xiaoyun laughed inwardly. His eyes narrowed, then suddenly shouted, "Is anyone there?" "Yes!" With a thump, a dark figure appeared before him, bowing. "Carefully considering," Ren Xiaoyun muttered, sending out a jade token message. "Tell those remaining forces pursuing the Demon Command sect to return, and in my name, warn the Demon Command sect not to make any moves within Tianyu, lest they disturb Tianyu's peace." "Yes." The figure bowed slightly again, but hesitated to leave. Raising an eyebrow, Ren Xiaoyun asked, puzzled, "What is it? Why aren't you hurrying to deliver the order?" The figure cupped his hands, replying, "Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple didn't dare to interrupt while you were negotiating with that old fox. Actually, those pursuing the remnants of the Demon Command sect have already returned to the sect." His eyebrows twitching, Ren Xiaoyun asked in utter confusion, "What? They've already returned to the sect? Who told them to return? I haven't even sent out my jade token yet." Hesitating for a moment, the figure respectfully said, "Reporting to the sect leader, according to the elders, report. When they were pursuing those remnants at Tianyu's border, they were stopped by Luo family experts. They were originally controlled by the opponent's formation, but the opponent released them, saying they would negotiate peace with the sect leader. They were puzzled and hadn't received the sect leader's jade token, but when they saw the opponent release them, they temporarily believed it and returned. So, sect leader, you, stunned and standing in the main hall for a long time, Ren Xiaoyun blankly said nothing, only muttering after a long while, "They said they'd reached an agreement with this sect? How is that possible? Even if they did, it would have just happened." With that, Ren Xiaoyun turned to look in the direction Zhuge Changfeng had disappeared. Initially stunned, he then sighed, his eyes slightly narrowed, a look of admiration on his face as he said, "Of course they'd believe it." With just a few words from that old fox, he managed to convince this sect to intervene on their behalf. Truly a divine strategist, the Luko family. Talent emerges in layers. These waters are getting deeper and deeper. Sect leader. His body slightly swaying, the figure cautiously glanced at Ren Xiaoyun, then asked, "Should this jade token still be sent?" His eyes narrowing slightly, Ren Xiaoyun made up his mind, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Although I'm unwilling to be played like a fiddle by these secular people, I can't deny that old geezer Zhuge Changfeng's words struck a chord with me." Then he shouted, "Send it! Let the people on both sides know that the Luo family, who's in charge of Tianyu now, has submitted to this sect and is our Heavenly Hael sect spokesperson, with no connection to the Demon Command sect." "Yes." The figure nodded and immediately vanished without a trace, leaving only Ren Xiaoyun standing there. He watched thoughtfully, muttering, "Zhuge Changfeng, one of the three great stars. HMPH, I've learned something this time." A month later, a soft sound echoed as Zhuge Changfeng returned to the Luo family's base, Fenglin City, Blackwind Mountain. Everyone gathered in the main hall, anxiously awaiting his news. Bai Gongfeng and the others wanted to quickly cross Tianyu and head to Quanrong to escape the pursuit, but Luo Yunhai persuaded them with all his might to stay here and wait for news. Now, seeing Steward Zhuge return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Zhuge Changfeng glanced at everyone calmly, then smiled, making them so anxious they wanted to stomp their feet. Luo Yunhai looked hella anxious, finally couldn't hold back, and urgently asked, "Steward Zhuge, how did it go?" A wicked smile flashed across his lips. Zhuge Changfeng was just about to open his mouth when Leng Wuchang chuckled, mocking. "Head of the household, Judging by this old geezer's smug look, it probably didn't succeed, huh? His face darkened. Zhuge Changfeng coldly laughed. Yo, old man Lang, this time I almost lost my life, but you're still chilling like nothing happened. Lang Wuchang flicked his eyebrows, smugly replying, So what? I'm over here scheming. Zhuge Changfeng scornfully curled his lip, slowly saying, Scheming my ass? Couldn't I or you Ming do that job? If you're so capable, go deal with that ice-cold Ren Xiaoyun. See if you can persuade him. At this moment, Yu Ming also chimed in with a laugh. Hey, I'm siding with Steward Zhuge this time. When it comes to persuading people, Steward Zhuge is #1 among us three. When it comes to military strategy, I'm #1, but when it comes to blowing your own horn, who's #1 among us? Lang Wuchang's face twitched, and he lightly snorted. Ha ha! Are you guys teaming up to look down on me today? My scheming skills don't need any blowing. Old geezer Zhuge. Did you reallocate Tianyu's interests again? Taking a share from the Masha sect and giving it to the Tianxing sect, while the Xuantian sect gets nothing? Hee hee. My title as a divine calculator isn't just for show. Zhuge Changfeng scornfully curled his lip, profoundly saying, Duh, did you even need to calculate that? The Masha sect is our main enemy, so we don't need to be polite with them. And we also need a new backer. Transferring 10% of the Masha sect's profits to the Tianxing sect can stir up conflict between the two sects. The Masha sect's hatred for us will also shift to the Tianxing sect, and the Xuantian sect, being neutral, will just laugh at others' misfortune, watching the Masha sect's jokes. That way, they won't target us. Plus, with the protection of the Tianxing sect, this big crisis can be resolved. Luo Yunhai's eyes lit up, and he happily asked, Really? Is what Steward Zhuge said true? Zhuge Changfeng calmly clasped his hands and said, Of course, compared to the chaotic squabble among the Tianyu forces back then, this is much simpler. First of all, the three sects aren't a united front. The Tianxing sect's willingness to send troops to help Ji Wuyu is solely to suppress the development of the Masha sect. After all, the Masha sect's rise to the ranks of the core sects has posed a threat to them. That's the real goal. Not just the 5,000 sacred spirit stones that made them openly violate the rules of the Twin Dragon Courtyard. If we know their ulterior motives, it'll be much easier to work with. Letting them suppress the Masha sect? They'd probably do it tirelessly and laugh their asses off. Lang Wuchang added, To prevent the Masha sect from fighting to the death, we've only reduced their income by 10%. That way, they'll blame the Tianxing sect instead of us. Otherwise, if we cut off all their resources, it would both violate the rules of the Western continent and easily force them to invade Tianyu. At least if they still have some tied-up interests, they won't plan on destroying Tianyu. That way, we're safe. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Changfeng snorted and said, Everyone understands that logic, but not everyone can do it. Mr. Lang, if you went to negotiate, you'd probably be dead 1,800 times over. You! Lang Wuchang's eyebrows twitched violently, so angry that his face was trembling. Luo Yunhai, standing on the side, quickly laughed and tried to appease them, trying to resolve their conflict. The so-called in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. When the three great geniuses meet, they often don't submit to each other, and fierce arguments are common. But when Bai Gongfeng and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. They didn't expect that the fear of being hunted down by the three sects could be eliminated so easily, allowing them to leave without having to suffer anymore. This is the power of the three great geniuses of Tianyu. Looking deeply at the people who were still arguing, and then at Luo Yunhai's tired figure running around to mediate, Bai Gongfeng and the others couldn't help but sigh, truly impressed from the bottom of their hearts. With their strength, it may be difficult to become top experts in the cultivation world. But in other aspects, they are truly unique experts, and few can surpass them. Suddenly, Luo Yunhai said loudly, All right, next, let's prepare to avenge Big Bro Zhuo. No matter who the enemy is, this revenge must be carried out. The Lukuo family has become as strong as it is today thanks to Big Bro Zhuo's protection. We all owe him a debt of gratitude. Therefore, We must avenge him. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. The playful smiles from before vanished, and their expressions gradually darkened. Taking a deep breath, Leng Wucheng said sorrowfully, "According to the scouts, Steward Zhuo's place was attacked, and the surrounding area has been reduced to ashes, with no hope of survival. What exactly does that bunch from the righteous sect of the world want to do?" Zhuge Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "If we want revenge, we must first rest and recuperate. After all, our enemies are the 4 sects of Shizhou, and one of them is a very strong sect among the upper 3 sects." Shaken, Bai Gongfeng gave them a deep look, then said in disbelief, "What? You're still thinking about revenge? Those enemies are too strong, not someone you can simply deal with. They are sects that have existed for tens of thousands of years." But before he could finish speaking, Luo Yunhai shouted loudly, then gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who they are, this revenge must be taken. The Luko family was able to grow to what it is today thanks to Zhuo Dage. Thanks to Zhuo Dage's protection, we all owe him a life. Therefore, we will definitely avenge him." Luo Yunhai's powerful and resonant words echoed in everyone's ears. The people of Bai Gongfeng stared at him, pondered for a moment, their eyes also solidified, and shouted loudly, "If that's the case, then count us in." Scene changed to the Demon Book sect. In the icy hall, a golden throne glimmered quietly in the center, exuding an ancient aura. Shi Wuyu slowly walked to the side of the throne, gently caressing its cold surface. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a satisfied smile. This seat will eventually be his. Just then, an old figure hurried up behind him, his voice low. "Sect leader, the group of offering elders who went to Tianyu to capture those remnants have been gone for several months, and there is still no news." "I'm afraid." His eyebrows twitched slightly. Ji Wuyu snorted angrily. "Tianyu? HMPH, I almost forgot. Zhuo Fan's base is still there. Those ingrates must have colluded with those rebels to do evil. Otherwise, how could those defeated generals escape my grasp?" Shi Gongfeng, immediately contact the Tianxing sect and the Xuantian sect. Tell them to increase their manpower, and the spokesperson of Tianyu should also be replaced. Yes. Shi Gongfeng nodded slightly, and was about to retreat when a loud shout came, echoing in front of the two. Immediately afterwards, a disciple rushed in, holding a jade slip high in both hands, bowing and reporting. "Reporting to the sect leader, the Twin Dragon Courtyard has sent a message." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ji Wuyu sneered. "That bunch from the righteous sect of the world are truly trash. They can't even handle such a small matter. And they even let those women of Chu Qing Cheng run away and go to the Twin Dragon Courtyard to complain? HMPH, what's the use? If the elders of the Twin Dragon Courtyard come to investigate, we'll just insist that they are traitors. I have been in office for hundreds of years, and I naturally have the right to speak." Furthermore, the great Gongfeng, who could decide the position of sect leader, can no longer speak, so they can't find out anything. What I say goes. In this rebellion, the great Gongfeng was harmed by the rebels, and they have no way to refute it. Ha ha ha. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, Shi Gongfeng nodded in agreement. The sect leader is wise. Nodding slightly, Shi Wuyu still had a smile on his face, then slowly transmitted his divine sense into the jade slip. After half a day, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha! It's just as I expected." This time, the Twin Dragon Courtyard only issued a warning, saying that I shouldn't go too far, but they didn't take any real action, so let them be. Casually throwing it away, the jade slip fell to the ground like garbage. Ji Wuyu curled his lips in disdain, his face full of contempt. Seeing this, Shi Gongfeng also laughed and said, "Sect leader, the reason why the Twin Dragon Courtyard is revered by the 9 sects of Zhijiao is because of their strong strength and their fair dealings, and they absolutely do not interfere in internal sect affairs. This is their iron rule. As long as we classify this matter as a rebellion, even if they are angry, they have no right to interfere. Otherwise, the people of the 9 sects will be uneasy, and internal chaos is what they least want to see. Shi Wuyu nodded and said, "Yes, Shi Gongfeng is right. The plan is very meticulous and careful. Ha, then go and arrange it, and be sure to clean up all the remnants related to Zhuo Fan." But before he could finish speaking, another sound came, and another disciple held up a jade slip and walked in front of him, then bowed and presented it. Raising an eyebrow, Shi Wuyu felt a sense of doubt in his heart, thinking, "Who the hell is sending me messages?" Then he carefully took it out to examine, but if he hadn't looked, it would have been better. As soon as he finished reading, his face turned thunderously furious. He violently threw the jade slip to the ground, shattering it into pieces, and he cursed loudly. "Good for you, Jialan Empire! Clearly, just a few months ago, you begged our Demon Command sect to move in. But now you're going back on your word, daring to publicly refuse us." Shi Gongfeng spoke up and asked, Is it the empire that used to be under the upper three sects? The great empire of the Heaven-Earth Righteous sect, hating it so much that he bit his lip? Shi Wuyu cursed loudly. "That's right, they're so shameless, truly untrustworthy people. Who would have thought that an empire would be capable of such a betrayal?" Touching his nose, Shi Gongfeng seemed to have anticipated this. He shook his head and declined to comment, not saying a word. "Report! Report! Report!" Suddenly, another long string of shouts rang out. Disciples rushed into the main hall one after another, holding up jade slips and kneeling before Shi Wuyu. His eyes twitched slightly, and Shi Wuyu felt uneasy in his heart, but he still picked up each one and examined them carefully. But not only did he not calm down, but he became even more furious. His rage soared like thunder, finally causing him to smash all those jade slips, fan, all shattered on the ground, and then he roared, "How ridiculous! What the hell is wrong with these empires? Didn't we already discuss this? They clearly agreed to let us move in, but now they've all changed their minds. Even some of the middle three sects and upper three sects were fighting over us to the point of bloodshed, and I didn't even think much of them. But now they don't think much of us? What the hell is going on?" Shi Gongfeng stood on the side silently watching, without saying a word, his demeanor very calm, and after a long time he spoke indifferently. "Sect leader, perhaps they see that we don't have Zhuo Fan, so we no longer have the potential for development." His eyebrows furrowed. Shi Wuyu glared at Shi Gongfeng and said, "What did you say? They're doing this because of Zhuo Fan? How is that possible?" "The sect leader of the Demon Command sect is Zhe Wuyu." Smiling and shaking his head, Shi Gongfeng said calmly, "Sect leader, don't deceive yourself. Zhuo Fan's performance at the Twin Dragon Meet has already determined that he will be the #1 person in the Western continent in the future. What those great empires are vying for is the protection of the #1 person in the future, not a sect that has just gone straight from the lower three sects to the central sects. It can be said that without Zhuo Fan, our sect's value would not be so great. Now they want to return the goods, and it can be considered reasonable." Angrily shouting, Shi Wuyu pointed directly at Shi Gongfeng's face, and then gnashed his teeth and said, "Shut up! Even you are saying this? Don't forget, the Demon Command sect was able to advance to the middle three sects under my rule." Chuckling and nodding, Shi Gongfeng calmly replied, "That's right, the sect leader's contributions are indeed great. But your greatest achievement is probably bringing Zhuo Fan into the sect." His face twitched, and Shi Wuyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing these words. Shi Gongfeng chuckled softly and continued calmly, "Sigh, sect leader, this old man didn't mean to provoke you, but as the master of a sect, you must see through your own foundation. That's the only way. To be honest, this old man also really wants Zhuo Fan to replace you. The great Gongfeng's previous decision was absolutely correct. At that time, it was because there was no one more suitable than you, but now that someone has appeared, of course we have to change. This old man plotted to kill Zhuo Fan, trying every possible way to kill him only because he was this old man's enemy, that's all. But in terms of talent, this old man admires him immensely. Shi Gongfeng, you Shi Wuyu roared, trembling with anger. But before he could finish speaking, Shi Gongfeng looked over leisurely, smiled faintly, and said, "Also, sect leader, from now on you must change your temper. You must know that the sect is now full of this old man's people. Even if this old man lets you sit on that chair, you should sit there peacefully and stably. Don't be like before, stirring up trouble when you have nothing to do, wanting to grasp what doesn't belong to you. You have to pay a price no matter what. Ha ha." Shi Wuyue was extremely helpless. His body slumped down, and he sat back down on that lonely chair. Damn it. After Shi Wuyu was done sucking him dry, Shi Gongfeng finally left. He had a bright smile on his face, because now he was the head of the Devil Scripture sect. Just then, a shout echoed through the main hall. A disciple rushed in, but Shi Gongfeng raised his hand to stop him. "Just hand these jade slips to this old man from now on. No need to bother the sect leader." "Oh yes." The disciple was stunned, then nodded blankly. Shi Wuyu's body trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists fiercely, but he was still completely helpless. Glancing over the jade slips, Shi Gongfeng pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Shi Wuyu, saying calmly, "Sect leader, Grandmaster Ren has sent a message forbidding us from disturbing the peace of Tianyu again, or affecting the stability of the three sects. And starting next year, the amount of resources Tianyu contributes to us will be reduced by 10%. What? Shi Wuyu jumped up, his face full of disbelief. Shi Gongfeng sighed, casually tossing out the jade slip. An unpredictable light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Looks like Tianyu isn't lacking in talent either. They've actually teamed up with the Heavenly Hand sect." Elsewhere, Fenglin City, the Blackwind Spring Rain family. As a sign of good faith for the alliance, Luo Yanhai led Bai Gongfeng and the others into the troop training grounds. But at this moment, the place no longer looked like a training ground. It looked like a magnificent mountain, with the training caves filled with glittering mineral stones. His eyes narrowed, and Yangsha exclaimed in surprise, "Are these Holy Spirit stones? How do you guys have so many?" Frowning, Luo Yanhai looked at them strangely before asking in confusion, "Is it a lot?" After attacking the Xuan Tian sect, Big Bro probably saw that we suffered heavy losses, so he gave us 1 million Holy Spirit stones. He said that whether we use them to set up formations or increase the concentration of spiritual qi, we could create several experts in a short time to make up for our losses. I didn't understand it much at the time, but it turned out to be really good after trying it out. Just placing these spirit stones in the training caves for a few days, and quite a few Elder God Illumination Realm experts broke through to the Transformation Void Realm. The power of the formations is more than twice as strong as before. Yangsha's face twitched violently, and he grabbed Luo Yanhai's hands, exclaiming with tears of excitement, "What the hell? 1 million? Family head Luo, we're following you from now on. 1 million Holy Spirit stones. The entire Western continent probably only has the Twin Dragon Academy with that kind of quantity. Even the upper 3 sects can't achieve that. With such resources backing us, our strength will increase rapidly. That motherfucker Zhuo Fan lied to us before, crying and complaining. Turns out he could take out so much money. If we'd known, what was the point of attacking the Twin Dragon meat?" The group nodded repeatedly, then excitedly grabbed Luo Yanhai's hands, vehemently demanding that they would live and die in the Luo family from now on. Luo Yanhai nodded blankly, wondering in his heart, is this stuff really that attractive? Seeing the group bustling about like this, their mood also soared, and 2 beautiful figures outside the door silently left. Looking up at the sunset, a trace of sorrow appeared in Luo Chengsheng's eyes. Yang Er, standing beside her, spoke to persuade her. "Sister Chengsheng, don't worry. With so many Holy Spirit stones, we'll avenge Big Brother Zhuo sooner or later." "What's the point of revenge? You can't go back either." Tears flashed in her eyes, and Luo Chengsheng's eyes were empty, staring blankly at the setting sun. At the same time, Chu Qingcheng and the 2 Shui Ruhua sisters in the Twin Dragon Academy were also watching the sunset, their fists clenched, their eyes full of unwillingness. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and Yu Qingqi, not knowing when, had entered and sighed, "Miss Chu, are you dissatisfied with the Twin Dragon Academy's handling?" Sigh. It's not like we don't know Zhuo Bro died unjustly, but we gotta understand the Twin Dragon Academy's position. This matter involves the 4 great sects, after all. If they don't handle it well, they'll follow the path of Eastern Zhu. So the 2 supreme elders have to prioritize stabilizing Western Zhao first. Biting her lips slightly, Chu Qingcheng said nothing. But her eyes were already misty with tears, the fire of hatred surging, unable to be stopped, tears silently flowing. Whoosh! A golden flame suddenly erupted in the dark space, and immediately afterwards, the flame spread rapidly, condensing into a giant dragon hundreds of meters long. A seductive figure writhed on the ground. What kind of dragon god looks like a merman with pimples all over its body? The person standing below bowed his head respectfully. When he looked up, it was Ye Lin, and at his feet was a cold corpse, without a trace of breath, covered with 108 large holes. The fresh blood had congealed, the mottled wounds looking extremely terrifying. That was our Zhuo, rest in pieces. Glancing at the corpse for a moment, the giant dragon spat out a burst of hot air and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the person you spoke of?" Ye Lin cupped his hands and reported, "Yes, Shifu, I have brought him." Narrowing his eyes, the flame dragon examined the corpse a little more, his cold voice ringing out, "You really went too hard. I only told you to bring this kid here, and if necessary, use the dragon breath pill to warn him. Who told you to beat him into this state? Not even a single breath left. Are you taking revenge for the serious injury he inflicted on you last time? But if this kid is, as you say, why was he so seriously injured to this extent? You didn't even have a single wound in this battle. Completely different from the time you were carried back seriously injured at the Twin Dragon meet before." Helplessly laughing, Ye Lin sighed softly. "Shifu, am I such a petty person? Your disciple is a descendant of a sacred beast, betting my honor in a battle against him at the Twin Dragon meet. Losing is losing. How could I secretly take revenge? Moreover, because of the last defeat, even if I fought him again, my heart wouldn't have the strength to fight again." The dragon's eyes, as big as mountains, shook slightly, the flame dragon looking at him with a strange gaze. So what the hell is going on?" After pondering for a moment, Ye Lin cupped his hands and reported. Reporting to Shifu, he was besieged by hundreds of people from the righteous sect of heaven and earth all the way here. At that time, I could only use the dragon breath pill that Shifu gave me to deal with them, and then brought this guy back half dead. Nodding in his heart, the flame dragon lowered his dragon head and looked at him more carefully. But the more he looked, the more strange his eyes became, saying, "So that's how it is? He was besieged?" Then he lowered his head and looked at Zhuo Fan's tattered body for a long time, then said, Which god is this kid inheriting from anyway? The inherited treasures on his body are too many, and they are all from big shots on the continent back then, no less than this old man." His eyebrows furrowed. Ye Lin nodded in agreement when he heard this, saying, "That's right, Shifu. When this disciple fought with him before, I also felt that his inheritance was extremely mixed, as if he had never cultivated according to a formal system." Sigh. With a guy like that, who's only half full of all sorts of stuff, it's still a disgrace to Shifu that I lost. Slowly shaking his head, a hint of surprise appeared in the flame dragon's eyes, his expression serious as he said, "No, if you lost to someone else, I guess I would slap you twice. But if you lost to him, then your loss is not unjustified." Involuntarily stunned, Ye Lin didn't understand why his always competitive Shifu would soften now, and even admit that his disciple was inferior to others. Seeing the doubt in his heart, the flame dragon spoke indifferently. "Ye Lin, I must have told you a lot of stories about the 10 ancient emperors and the 5 great sacred beasts, as well as many powerhouses in the holy domain, so now I will analyze this kid's inheritance a little. This arm comes from the Chongtian Qilin, a truly sacred divine beast formed from the beginning of chaos, It is completely different from the half-human, half-beast body that I modified for you. If he didn't lack knowledge of fist and foot techniques, with just this one punch, you would hardly be able to block it. If you didn't die, you would be injured. In short, you couldn't withstand 3 punches. Taking a cold breath, Ye Lin was shocked in his heart, his eyes staring intently at the arm, completely stunned. He originally thought that Zhuo Fan was like him, both descendants of sacred beasts, and their bodies were also transformed by sacred beasts, but he never expected that the other person would actually have the body of a sacred beast, the original, while he was just a mixed breed, absolutely incomparable. In a moment, Ye Lin lowered his head and sighed, a little unconvinced as he said, "But how could the body of a sacred beast be on the body of a human? This could cause a huge rejection, and be countered by the power of the sacred beast." Completely ignoring his disciple's depressed expression, the flame dragon frowned tightly, suddenly unable to help but shout, "Could it be Zhu Yu?" If it's true, if that's really the case, then it can be explained. This kid is a descendant of Zhu Yu, and only that old monster could do this kind of heretical thing, turning the impossible into the possible. His eyelids twitched violently. Ye Lin cried out in horror, "The 10 ancient emperors, the person ranked 3rd, the Zhu Yu demon emperor?" Calmly nodding, Yan Long's expression turned resolute, saying, "Indeed." This old one saw a peculiar source of power within his dantian, seemingly capable of merging all things. I once heard that Zhu Yu comprehended a Tao that could rival the Heavenly Emperor's emptiness Tao, capable of fusing all things into one, transforming into the grand Dabio of the heavens. Now it seems, this technique was indeed passed down from that, and because of that, from top to bottom, all of this brat's dabios are mixed and fused without any rejection. The beast taming power alone, the Kun Peng, the chaotic azure flame merged with his Yuan Shen, the Qilin shaking heavens, the light intersecting within his blood and flesh, the lightning emperor Hong Meng purple lightning gathering in his meridians, guarding a corner. If it were an ordinary person, these 3 powers would have shattered his body long ago. How could he possibly still be alive? Unable to restrain himself, Ye Lin exclaimed in shock, What? You're saying he alone inherited the power of 3 great sacred beasts? Even though he exchanged blows with Zhuo Fan earlier, and I already had some rough guesses, hearing it from my own Shifu still leaves me stunned and disbelieving. After all, just one sacred beast's power is enough to make someone peerlessly arrogant, let alone having 3 in one body. What kind of luck is this? He'd rather believe that Zhuo Fan was just a successor of one sacred beast, and the other 2 powers were perhaps just borrowed temporarily from elsewhere, and would have to be returned sooner or later. Otherwise, it would be beyond the limits of defying the heavens. Sneering, Yan Long's sharp claws lightly poked Zhuo Fan's forehead. A strange light flashed in its golden eyes, and its expression suddenly turned serious, saying, HMPH? The power of 3 great sacred beasts? You underestimate him too much. Ye Lin, look, remember this eye. This is the eye of the strongest expert in the sacred domain, the one who leads us sacred beasts to be forever suppressed in the mortal realm, unable to be reborn. His pupils constricted sharply, and Ye Lin exclaimed in shock, "A successor? Of the Heavenly Emperor?" Exhaling 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils, hatred flashed in Yan Long's large eyes as it replied, "Indeed, but the inheritance he obtained probably has nothing to do with the Heavenly Emperor. He likely stole it." HMPH, the Heavenly Emperor's ultimate technique being leaked out, it must be quite a show. Ha! Yan Long suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, as if he could already see the Heavenly Emperor's furious face. On the side, Ye Lin counted on his fingers, and after a moment, couldn't help but exclaim, 3 great sacred beasts, plus 2 Emperor-level experts. 5 top-tier inheritances. Just what kind of holy being is this kid? The corner of his mouth lifted. Yan Long suddenly frowned and said, "Regardless of what kind of holy being he is, in the end, he's just a lucky guy." Also, Ye Lin, I still have one thing to say that you shouldn't be jealous of. This little brat doesn't just have 5 great inheritances. He has something else as well. Saying that, Yanlong's claws rested on Zhuo Fan's lower abdomen. Swish! Swish! A ray of light flew out. It was the blood infant transformed into a demon sword appearing before the two of them. Feeling the scorching heat spreading all around and Yanlong's powerful aura, the demon sword trembled slightly. It was a little scared, so it quickly dived down, re-entering Zhuo Fan's body and disappearing without a trace. Ye Lin was stunned by this scene, and he asked, "Shifu, is that a sword?" Yanlong smiled calmly and said, "No, that's a spirit. I've probably told you about the blood demon ancestor." Even though he was only at the saint stage, he could refine the blood infant. Even Emperor Realm experts didn't want to face him. But after his death, that refining method was lost. Unexpectedly, today, we can actually witness the blood infant existing within a sacred weapon sword Davio and becoming a sword spirit. Haha. Who would have thought that after the blood infant becomes a sacred weapon sword Dajio, when combined with the sacred weapon sword Dajio, it would be so terrifying. I wonder if it can chop Emperor Realm experts like cutting vegetables. Yanlong laughed loudly, a light flashing in his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. Ye Lin looked at Zhuo Fan with a complex expression, both admiring and envious, muttering, 6 top-tier inheritances? This is truly the darling of heaven and earth, favored by the heavens. Compared to him, what is my 1 inheritance worth? Yanlong coughed a few times and said, "Being able to obtain my inheritance is already very lucky for you. What's the use of having many inheritances? If you can't master them, they'll ultimately be wasted." Saying that, he unconsciously coughed. His expression turned slightly grim as he scolded. Ye Lin pouted unconvincingly and asked, "But what if you master them all to the extreme?" Yanlong was stunned for a moment and said, This. He pondered for a while, then sighed and said, "If you can really do that, then you would truly be invincible under the heavens." Hearing this, Ye Lin couldn't help but sway slightly, showing surprise. But real quick, Yanlong chuckled and shook his head. "Nah, ain't gonna happen." He's like, "Every achievement from an emperor-level master or a saint beast takes tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Understanding even a sliver of each one is damn near impossible. So chill and cultivate under my guidance. Quit trying to be a sneaky link. Plus, you ain't got the 9 underworlds demon emperor's legacy. Trying to merge too many paths? Get ready for some backlash, fam." Yanglin looked a little bummed, but he got the point and nodded. Then, he shot a worried glance at Zhuo Fan lying on the ground and sadly said, "Shifu, his body's basically a vegetable. Probably needs to be scrapped. But, hey, at least part of his soul might be salvageable." Yanlong bursts out laughing. "Ha, his soul's got the primal chaos azure flame protecting it. It can heal itself, but this kind of damage needs my little boost, or he's toast. And his body ain't completely wrecked either. He's got the blood infant protecting him. His life essence has a blood infant inside, so his body won't die. It's just, really messed up. Needs some TLC." Yanlong chuckled. Then, with a slight move, he peeled off a golden scale from behind his ear. Then he slapped it onto Zhuo Fan's body. Yanlong roared and spat out scorching golden flames, engulfing Zhuo Fan, burning him from the inside. Golden flame body refinement, heaven-burning dragon armor. Ye Lin watched the familiar scene, remembering when Yanlong saved him the same way. He sighed and muttered, "Shifu, you're using your reverse scale and heaven-burning golden flame to refine his body? Is he gonna end up like me?" Yanlong casually replied, "Yup. So what? Jealous?" He completely ignored his disciple's complicated feelings, even giving a cheeky nod. Ye Lin's face twitched. He helplessly shook his head and sighed. He already has 7 top-tier legacies. The heaven-burning golden flame was supposed to be mine, and mine alone. Now he has it too. I can't help but feel like it's kinda sus. Shifu Yanlong snorted a few times, looking down on him. "What, not fair? Could you have done what I asked you to do? Haha, even I knew that wasn't possible. I've finally found a fellow Taoist who can use this power. Of course, I'm gonna pull out all the stops to save him and boost his power so he can work for me later. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, confused. Fellow Taoist? Yan Long said, That's right, a fellow Taoist. An enigmatic light flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. His huge dragon eyes stared intently at the ball of fire burning fiercely in front of him. 9 underworlds. 9 underworlds. In a gray space, a lonely phantom floated mid-air, his face a blank slate. He asked softly, Huh? What are you guys calling? No one answered. Only the echo reverberated as before. 9 underworlds. 9 underworlds. The phantom was confused. After calling out a few times with no reply, he gave up. His body was weightless, continuing to float. Suddenly, an old figure appeared in front. The person stood there silently, wearing a Taoist robe as black as night, looking extremely profound and unusual. The old man had his back to him, not turning around. He looked at the person strangely, then muttered, Who are you? No one responded. The old man remained silent. Seeing this, the phantom didn't care anymore. He figured it was just like the previous echoes, so he didn't pay attention and floated away. The phantom continued to fly forward when suddenly the old man behind him spoke. Wait a moment. Ahead is the place of annihilation. If you continue, there's no return. The phantom raised an eyebrow, his face strange. What's the place of annihilation? The old man calmly replied, It is where the primordial spirit dissipates. Both sides were shrouded in a misty fog, with no path to be seen. Confusion flickered in the illusory figure's eyes as he asked, So, where should I go? The old man paused, saying nothing, or perhaps not knowing what to say. Finally, he sighed and replied, Wait here for a moment. The illusory figure nodded obediently and stood still. Ahead was a pitch-black abyss. Behind was also a deep darkness, and both sides were a chaotic blur. Only the place where he and the old man stood was somewhat clear. 9 underworlds. 9 underworlds. We await your return. That voice echoed again as if from ancient times, causing the old man's body to tremble slightly. The illusory figure asked in confusion, Are they calling you? The old man replied, Yes. The illusory figure then asked, Then why don't you answer them? The old man hunched over slightly, sighing, Because they can't hear me, and I don't have the right to respond. What I could do for them, I cannot. Nor can I return. The illusory figure turned his head to look around. Still just a vast, dark expanse with no path. He nodded and said, Indeed, can't go back. There is no path. Except to say, he pointed to the deep darkness ahead and said, Only that place can be entered. The old man sighed and said, But once you enter, you can never leave. This old man still wants to return, so I absolutely cannot go forward. The illusory figure pondered for a moment, then nodded, but his body uncontrollably flew forward. As soon as he passed, the rear immediately turned pitch black, with no way back. The old man was startled and shouted, What are you doing? I told you not to go forward. The illusory figure slowly looked towards the old man, saying in a daze, But this is the only path I can take. The old man said nothing, his body trembling slightly as if in fear. The illusory figure didn't understand, and continued to move forward. The old man shouted again, Wait a moment! Before you enter that place, can you answer me one question? The illusory figure asked, What question? The old man stared at him intently and asked, Who are you? The illusory figure couldn't help but be startled, frowning tightly, his eyes filled with confusion. He shook his head and said, Don't know. Who am I? The old man took a deep breath and said calmly, Promise me, before you figure this out, you must not go forward. The illusory figure scratched his head and nodded slightly, but very quickly he fell back into confusion. His footsteps involuntarily moved, gradually entering the darkness. In his mouth, he softly mumbled, "That's right, who am I? Who am I?" The old man sighed and said, "Sorry, everyone, I can't go back." His whole body trembled, and he raised his face to the sky and sighed. His primordial spirit has weakened to the extreme and will immediately dissipate, leaving not even a trace of remnant thought. Don't even mention his name, haha, he doesn't even remember who he is. This old man also wants to follow him. Who am I? Who am I? The illusory figure brushed past the old man, not noticing that at some point the old man had been walking alongside him into the darkness. Without a word, swish! Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the misty space. A brilliant golden light sphere hung suspended in the sky. The cold light shone down on the hazy figure of the illusory image. At this moment, as if a resonance rang out, a small call echoed softly in his ear. A green flame suddenly erupted on the illusory figure's forehead. Immediately afterward, the flame spread rapidly throughout his body, transforming the illusory figure into a green fire person. He still mumbled, "Who am I? Who am I?" In his eyes, his sanity gradually dissolved, becoming blurred. But as the green flame spread into his eyes, his gaze suddenly trembled, as if he had suddenly awakened and shouted loudly. A voice rang out. I am Zhuo Fan, Demon Emperor Zhuo Fan." Like a king's declaration, the voice echoed everywhere, causing the surrounding mist to gradually dissipate, leaving only Zhuo Fan with his naked body. The surroundings, which were originally shrouded in pitch-black darkness, completely vanished in an instant, leaving nothing to be seen. The space suddenly lit up, filled with vitality, and Zhuo Fan's body slowly emerged, gradually advancing towards the golden flame. But before he could merge into the flame, he suddenly remembered something, and suddenly turned around to look back. Under the light, the old man's figure was gradually disappearing. "Who are you?" Zhuo Fan roared. There was no reply. The old man had completely disappeared, leaving nothing to be seen. Just as Zhuo Fan was about to completely merge with the golden flame, the old man's soft laughter suddenly echoed in his ear. "Sooner or later, we will meet again at a moment of life or death, or after I achieve great Tao. Ha ha ha." A violent explosion rang out. Light shot out everywhere. Zhuo Fan flipped like a carp, in an instant leaping out from inside the golden flame, and then a silent footstep landed on the ground. That person was none other than Zhuo the Undying, and now he looks 1,000,000,000 times cooler than before. His eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and a few dragon scales were revealed on his face. And so, Dragon Zhuo was born. Freaking awesome. Just at this moment, before Zhuo Fan could understand what was happening, a loud shout entered his ears. "Finally survived!" Startled, Zhuo Fan turned his head to look, and saw a giant dragon head as big as a mountain staring intently at him, with a strange light radiating in its eyes. The golden flames covering its entire body blazed fiercely, even distorting the air as if to bake this space red. His eyes contracted, and Zhuo Fan cried out in horror, "Ancient five great sacred beasts, burning heaven dragon ancestor, this place is Burning Flame Valley." The corner of its mouth twitched into a smile, and dragon ancestor spat out a mouthful of hot air, so hot that Zhuo Fan had to step back, and then replied, "Heh, that's right, this place is this old man's territory, welcome to be a guest." Panicked, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with doubt as he thought, "Why did I come to this place?" As if seeing through the thoughts in his heart, Ye Lin, standing on the side, said calmly, "I brought you here. At that time, you were besieged by the people of the Heavenly Earth Righteous sect, and your life was hanging by a thread. Your divine soul entered your body. Both your divine soul and body were about to be destroyed. Only my master could save you, so I brought you here." His eyebrows twitched slightly, and Zhuo Fan thought half awake and then suddenly shouted, "Ye Lin, is that you?" Immediately afterward, the youth sped forward extremely quickly. The youth asked anxiously, "That's right, Ching Cheng, how are they?" Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, asking somewhat strangely, Since when have you started caring about others? Zhuo Fan asked urgently again. Don't ask so many questions, how are they now? Li Lan just straight up slapped Zhuo Fan's hand away. Then he puffed out his chest and said calmly, They're fine. When I got there, you were the only one barely holding on, blocking a few hundred guys from the Heavenly Justice sect. I took care of them for you. So there won't be any pursuers. Zhuo Fan sighed in relief and nodded. That's good, that's good. Truth be told, Zhuo Fan had been blocking the enemy for 3 days and nights, mostly unconscious, basically dead. He was just clinging on with his last breath. He didn't even know how long he held out, let alone what happened to Chu Qing Cheng and the others. Seeing this, Li Lan was a bit salty and muttered, Seriously? No thank you? What a rude dude. Seeing this, the dragon ancestor glared, then asked in surprise, Boy, what's the relationship between you and this person you just mentioned? Zhuo Fan lowered his head and honestly confessed, reporting to dragon ancestor, She is my wife. Faced with such a powerhouse, the MC is being respectful and knows his place. But after hearing his answer, the dragon ancestor snorted, hot air blasting from his nostrils, and said coldly, This old man advises you to break off your relationship with her while you still can. Don't you know what kind of situation you're in? If you really care about your wife, then leave her completely. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be stunned, a strange look on his face as he looked at him. The dragon ancestor glanced at the dazed Zhuo Fan, then ignored him and turned to look at Li Lan, saying indifferently, You go out first. This old man has some words to say to this kid in private. After speaking, the dragon ancestor waved his claws and drew a line in the sky. With an extremely hot burst of energy, the void was instantly burned into a hole, light shining down on the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers below. Li Lan took a deep look at the still stunned Zhuo Fan, then bowed to the dragon ancestor and slowly withdrew. The hole gradually closed, and this place was completely sealed off. Hey, what's going on? What did you mean by what you just said? Zhuo Fan's eyelids twitched, a hint of unease rising in his heart, his voice trembling, completely lacking his usual composure. Perhaps the dragon ancestor's words touched the deepest fear in his heart. The dragon ancestor stared intently at his stiff face, inwardly surprised, and couldn't help but widen his eyes and shout, Before this old man answers your question, you must honestly answer one of mine. Who exactly are you? Why have you, at such a young age, obtained so many inheritances from such great figures? His heart trembled. Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment but still didn't open his mouth. This was his greatest secret. He couldn't easily reveal it, so he hesitated. A shout rang out, piercing straight into his heart. The dragon ancestor saw through his weakness with a glance, and warned coldly, Speak quickly, or you'll regret it when it's too late, and don't blame this old man for not warning you. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh, a bitter smile in his heart, thinking that this negotiation was completely at a disadvantage. But it didn't matter. He'd already made arrangements at the Kunpeng's place. Saying a little more in front of the dragon ancestor wasn't a big deal. Right now, he just wanted to know why the dragon ancestor told him to stay away from everyone, including Qing Cheng. So the MC once again recounted his 2 lifetimes of experience, including the story of the Kunpeng asking him to find the other sacred beasts. After hearing everything, the dragon ancestor couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at Zhuo Fan with admiration and saying, Boy, you truly are a unique person, with such unimaginable encounters. You must know that the inheritances of those experts, any one of them, is something that cultivators dream of. Yet you have them all. Haha, congratulations to you. Especially that old geezer Zhu Yu's evil Dao, actually able to reincarnate based on a remnant soul. Even this old man can't help but write a huge respect. Zhuo Fan chuckled and nodded indifferently, inwardly admiring the magical powers of the Zhuyun Demon Emperor as well. However, at this moment, the dragon ancestor suddenly changed the subject, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, saying, Boy, although you are lucky, your fate is ultimately not good. Meeting that old Kun Pang means you've boarded our pirate ship. This has destined you to live in fear for the rest of your life, with danger lurking at any moment. His body shook. Zhuo Fan asked in shock. What do you mean by this? The dragon ancestor exhaled a mouthful of scorching dragon breath, his body trembling slightly, and he raised his head to look at the sky, his voice carrying a trace of loneliness. Remember back then, when chaos first opened and heaven and earth were just formed? We were born from chaos, possessing the 5 primal forces. Back in those days, ain't nobody could mess with us. We, the sovereign of beasts, were kings. Everyone bowed down. All we did was fight each other, trying to see who was the real king of the world. Straight up slaughtering each other. Humans? Those puny things were just food, never even registered on our radar. Millions of years passed like that. We duked it out a million times, but nobody could become the true overlord. That old geezer Kun Pang was probably all slick and cunning, 'cause his power was chaos, like a shady old fox. So he got along with us 4 pretty well, always patching up beef. But he still wasn't strong enough to lead the pack. At the end of the day, it's about power, and we weren't taking orders from anyone. Zhuo Fan got it. Beastly natures are all the same. You gotta beat someone down to earn their respect. Words and reason? Nah, they don't work. But then, Longzhu shuddered and kept going. Then one day, out of nowhere, while we were chilling, not giving a damn about humans, BAM! 10 powerhouses just popped up. They understood the Dao of Heaven, created crazy techniques, and got strong enough to fight us. 3 of them were so OP they could completely crush us. These 10 became the ancient 10 emperors. Their power? The 10 Daos of the heavens, able to shake the world. Under their lead, humans started understanding the Dao too, and cultivation blew up. Countless strong guys appeared, and the spirit beasts' dominance started to crumble. We got pushed back into the mountains. That's when we realized the Dao of Heaven is fair. We might be born strong, but we lacked that spark. We spirit beasts just couldn't grasp the deeper stuff to reach the peak. Humans, though weak, were super bright and had their own destiny, especially those 10 monsters who reached the top. Longzhu sighed, then looked at Zhuo Fan. Oh yeah, kid, you got the blood fiend ancestors' power, right? That's just external stuff. If you want to reach the top, it won't help. You know why the blood fiend ancestor was strong, but still stuck at the saint stage? Zhuo Fan was stunned. Wasn't it because he was too flashy and got killed before reaching the Emperor realm? Longzhu burst out laughing. You're too naive. Strong guys value their lives. Cultivation is hard enough. Why show off, knowing you're just saint stage and still challenging Emperor realm? Straight up suicide. Zhuo Fan nodded, thinking, yeah, the blood fiend ancestor should have waited till Emperor realm to make moves. That's the smart play. Longzhu said slowly. That's because the 10 realms are limited, and the 10 emperors hogged all the spots. Anyone who wants to ascend has to beat one of them first. That's why the blood fiend ancestor kept trying to fight Emperor realm experts, a literal death wish. You were a demon emperor. You should know this. Didn't you notice all techniques are tied to those 10 Daos? Zhuo Fan gasped. It's forced like that? Longzhu roared. Damn right it is. Unless one of the emperors is gone, nobody can surpass them. It's destiny. The balance of the universe has to be kept. Can't have too many strong guys, or it breaks. One realm is a balanced system. Only when one falls can another rise. Otherwise, everyone's stuck in the 10 realms. Cycle forever. Zhuo Fan looked confused. So, the highest anyone can reach is the saint realm? Longzhu replied. Not necessarily. Like I said, only by falling on one path can you rise on another. Generations, too. The ultimate goal for cultivators is reaching enlightenment and returning to the highest realm of heaven and earth. But most cultivators' understanding of the Dao is stuck within those paths. Can't break through. But if you can understand a Dao that's beyond the 10 Daos, super hard, you might qualify for the Emperor realm. But for someone to enter, someone has to die. That's the will of heaven. So when the blood fiend ancestor challenged Emperor Realm experts, he believed his blood Daikyo was beyond the heavenly Daikyo, and he could become a new one and dethrone one of the ancient 10 emperors. But his mistake was that his blood fiend Daikyo was a demonic path under the 9 underworlds, doomed to be a saint, not an emperor. His blood offspring was strong, but just a tool. Its real power was far from the 10 emperors, who could control the world. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened. No wonder no one's reached the level of the 10 emperors. To reach the top, you gotta dethrone someone first. Zhuo Fan thought to himself. No wonder so many years have passed, and no Emperor Realm experts have appeared since the ancient 10 emperors, because the requirements to enter that realm are too high. Even if you don't get a spot among the 10 emperors, you must comprehend your own Dalo and become a Dalo ancestor before you are qualified to touch the Emperor Realm. In this world full of fame and fortune, there are really not many people who have such qualifications. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, saying, "The road to the Emperor Realm is indeed difficult and dangerous. Only extraordinary people can reach it." Longzhu glanced at the MC for a long time, as if he had seen through his thoughts, and sneered, "Kid, you think this is the most difficult part? Wrong! For us, the 10 emperors and the 5 great sacred beasts, the Emperor Realm is just the past, nothing to fear. The important thing that we care about is that even if we have reached the Emperor Realm, we are still just objects in the heavenly Tao laws, still bound and unable to truly control the world. The 10 Taos of the heavens are as solid as Mount Tai, but they are not absolutely safe and can still be replaced. Therefore, we began to consider a higher realm, which caused a major change later on, in which your destiny was also involved." Zhuo Fan's body shook, his face gradually became serious, his brows furrowed slightly, and he looked at Longzhu intently, waiting for him to continue. Longzhu pondered and continued. "Humans focus on comprehension. To break through, they must rely on their state of mind. Sacred beasts are based on strength. To take another step, they must accumulate even greater power. After reaching the peak, they discovered that there was still a more powerful ancient layer blocking them. Everyone wanted to find an opportunity to break through, but there was no method. Only 2 emperors comprehended the same thing. One was the strongest heavenly emperor, and the other was Zhu Yu, plus that old geezer Kun Peng. If it weren't for him, the tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor wouldn't have fallen into the Heavenly Emperor's clutches." Zhuo Fan's heart trembled, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why is that? Was the tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor framed by the Heavenly Emperor?" Longzhu replied, "That's right, otherwise, how could he have obtained that violet lightning golden eye?" At that time, the 2 people and 1 beast wanted to use their own methods to break through the Emperor Realm. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to use the empty clarity divine eye to encompass everything, control the world in his hands, and become the true master of heaven and earth. The Zhu Yu Demon Emperor had other plans. The Zhu Yu Demon Emperor believed that only by gathering everything back to himself could he achieve the great Tao of heaven and earth. He believed that the power of heaven and earth was to have everything in hand, seizing it so that he would not perish. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's heart trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, "This path should be evolved from the heavenly demon grand transformation art. It's a pity that the Zhu Yan Demon Emperor disappeared without a trace before he could completely cultivate it." The more Longzhu spoke, the angrier he became, and hot dragon breath rolled out. He said coldly, "As for that damn Kun Peng, he wanted to seize the power of our 4 great sacred beasts, return to the Chaos Force, and use it as the foundation to break through to a higher realm." Zhuo Fan was shocked when he heard this, and then frowned and thought, "So Kun Peng had this idea since ancient times. If I hadn't merged the 4 types of power myself, I would definitely think Kun Peng was crazy. Wouldn't the collision of 5 extreme forces, the heaven lightning leading the earth fire, self-destruct? But because I have merged them, I understand that this power is stronger than anyone among the 5 great sacred beasts, even a completely different realm. Therefore, although Kun Peng's intentions are not pure, the path he chose may not be wrong, but success or failure depends on his methods. Longzhu continued in a deep voice. Since the appearance of the 10 emperors, we can no longer underestimate humans. But humans are cunning and not as straightforward as spirit beasts. In order to interact with the 10 emperors and human experts, we let Kunpeng come forward as a representative to negotiate. Unexpectedly, he had been in contact with humans for too long and had become infected with too much of their treacherous aura. To test the possibility of merging the 5 types of power, he created a set of heaven-suppressing, world-extinguishing formation, lying that it was used to deal with the 10 emperors. When the formation was completed, the 5 types of power surged, but they did not merge into one, because the 5 types of power originally existed separately in the bodies of the 5 great sacred beasts, and could not be returned to one place. Therefore, he desperately wanted to seize our power and cooperated with the Heavenly Emperor. And the first one was the tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor, Zhuo Fan said in a panic. Then isn't little Sanzi extremely dangerous? I had long suspected Kunpeng, but seeing that the other party had not done anything unfavorable, I temporarily lowered my guard. Now that I hear Longzhu explain Kunpeng's purpose, and think about placing the Qilin's child next to him, it's like throwing a lamb to the wolves. Longzhu shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry, that old geezer won't attack that little kid, because the balance of power in the world is still there. A little Qilin is not worth the risk for him, and he hasn't found a method to merge yet, so it's too early. Although Zhuo Fan understood this principle, he couldn't help but worry, because it was really uneasy to leave little Sanzi next to someone who was always plotting like that. Longzhu glanced at him and said, Especially this time he asked you to come to us, saying it was to save us. But everyone knows in their hearts that even if you have the empty clarity divine eye, your cultivation is not enough. How can you save us? His primary intention is just to make peace, because we currently have a common enemy. Zhuo Fan immediately said, That person is the Heavenly Emperor. Longzhu nodded and said, That's right. It was indeed a mistake for him to form an alliance with the Heavenly Emperor before. The Heavenly Emperor's ambition is much greater than his. After seizing the Hongmeng Violet Lightning of the tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor immediately turned against him. He is arrogant and looks down on everyone, not even putting our 5 great sacred beasts in his eyes. But he is still wary of the power of the sacred beasts. In particular, the Hongmeng Violet Lightning is the most destructive power among the 5 great sacred beasts. If he can completely absorb it, nothing in the world will escape the control of the empty clarity divine eye. He cooperated with Kunpeng. In fact, he was only testing his own strength. Once he had determined his true strength, he will carry out his real plan, devouring the entire world and everything in it. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, What is that plan? Longzhu sneered and said, You are the heir to the empty clarity divine eye. How can you not know? It is to create an empty world, imprison all things in it, and become the only master of that entire world. That will be a disaster for the continent. All living beings will be sucked into the Heavenly Emperor's eyes, no different from livestock. Or even more terrifying, he wants to use the power of this entire continent to help himself break through the Emperor realm and achieve supreme authority. This kind of thing is not only unbearable for the sacred beasts, but also unacceptable to other Emperor realm experts. Therefore, the ancient 10 emperors broke out into a great war once again. That battle lasted for thousands of years, with flames spreading across the continent and countless lives lost. Although the Heavenly Emperor was strong, he could not achieve complete victory. He used the reflection stone to record his ultimate techniques and hid them in a secret barrier. We learned the news and tried to seize it, wanting to find the weakness of the empty clarity divine eye. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor quickly discovered it and angrily chased us everywhere. He even created the mortal realm to imprison us. In the end, the mortal realm is just the Heavenly Emperor's prison. We, the sacred beasts, became prisoners in the prison, enduring the torment of the Hongmeng Violet Lightning every day, being forced to hand over the stolen techniques. Only he didn't expect that the real technique was on the Qilin. Haha. Longzhu laughed, and tears welled up at the same time. Bro is probably suffering a lot. A billion-year-old prison, no different from a sacred version of Cambodia. Longzhu tilted his head back and laughed, his laughter full of sorrow and humiliation, saying, "To think a sacred beast would be imprisoned by a human. This is the greatest shame." Zhuo Fan was completely shocked after hearing this, thinking, all the cultivators in the holy domain believe that the mortal realm was formed naturally by heaven and earth, but unexpectedly it was actually the work of the ancient 10 emperors, a conspiracy by the heavenly emperor to imprison the sacred beasts. Just what kind of terrifying power is this? It far exceeds everything I've known before. Even though they're all emperor-level experts, how can they have such heaven-defying strength? Longzhu saw the bewildered look on Zhuo Fan's face and said with a bitter smile, "The heavenly emperor is the man closest to both ends of heaven and earth in this world. In the end, we were imprisoned in the mortal realm, suffering torment every day." No one knows what the outcome of the 10 emperors' great war was, Zhuo Fan said. Why did the 10 emperors suddenly disappear? Legend says they all fell together, perishing together. Longzhu laughed loudly when he heard this. Fallen? Maybe a few of the emperors fell, but the heavenly emperor falling is impossible, at least as long as this prison still exists. Zhuo Fan asked, "Could it be that the heavenly emperor is immortal, and the mortal realm is indestructible?" Longzhu shook his head. "I don't know either. If the heavenly emperor really did fall, it's hard to say whether the mortal realm would disappear, but I can feel that terrifying gaze constantly watching this place, as if checking to see if anyone escapes from the purple lightning bombardment." Zhuo Fan was startled and asked, "The heavenly emperor is always monitoring this place?" Longzhu replied, "Not exactly monitoring, but rather this place is inherently under his control. This place is like the new world he once wanted to create, where all living beings exist under his controls. He's like the laws of heaven and earth, restricting the number of experts and suppressing everyone's cultivation." Longzhu asked, "Since you came from the holy domain, have you ever heard of anyone from the mortal realm entering the holy domain?" Zhuo Fan shook his head. "The mortal realm's spiritual energy is thin, making it difficult for experts to emerge." Suddenly, the MC's eyes widened, as if he understood something. Suddenly, Longzhu roared, "That's right! In the mortal realm, the heavenly emperor established a barrier that not only suppresses cultivation, but also prevents anyone from exceeding the mortal stage. If a truly outstanding genius transcends the mortal realm and becomes a saint, he will send down heavenly punishment to destroy them. In the end, this place is the initial form of the new world created by the heavenly emperor. He is the only one in control here, and all of you are just lab rats he's raising." After hearing Longzhu's words, Zhuo Fan was completely stunned. After a long time, he said in disbelief, "This is truly godlike. It can't be described with the thinking of ordinary experts." Longzhu smiled faintly. "Even gods don't have such abilities to create the laws of heaven and earth. But in the mortal realm, the heavenly emperor is like the creator god, holding everything in his hands. This is the strongest power of the space void divine eye, creating a new world." Zhuo Fan nodded blankly, his heart shaken, thinking that although he had never seen the strength of the ancient 10 emperors with his own eyes, it was truly unimaginable. Just hearing Longzhu talk about one of them was enough to guess that the others were definitely not ordinary people. Then Zhuo Fan raised his head and looked at the flames around him, then said in a low voice, "This place no longer has Hongmeng purple lightning. Ye Lin can freely enter and exit. It shouldn't be difficult to leave, but he still hasn't come out. Is it because he's afraid of being discovered by the heavenly emperor?" Longzhu nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's unknown how the ancient 10 emperors disappeared, and no one knows whether the heavenly emperor is dead or not. But even if he's not dead, he must be seriously injured, making it difficult for him to appear again. Even so, he is still the ruler in the mortal realm. He may not care about weak living beings, but once a sacred beast appears, he will definitely notice it immediately. Moreover, he has been preparing this mortal realm for a long time. Back then, when he and the Sword Emperor forged the 5 holy swords, they set up guards in the mortal realm. As soon as they sensed our aura, they'd mobilize the power from the nearly drained Holy Spirit mind to hunt us down. We wouldn't be afraid if we were in the holy domain, but in the mortal realm, without the suppression of the void god eyes, our power is greatly weakened. We're no match for those 5 holy swords, especially since someone already tamed one of them. Zhuo Fan was shooketh. The 5 holy swords guarding the southern region mortal realm were forged by the Heavenly Emperor and the Sword Emperor specifically to target you guys? Long Zhu casually replied. That's right. Among the 10 emperors, the Sword Emperor is the best at forging weapons, and is also a confidant of the Heavenly Emperor. This barrier was created by the Heavenly Emperor, but many of the formations within were set up by the Sword Emperor. Even though we broke through the Violet Lightning Tribulation many years ago, we still don't dare to step out of this place. Those holy swords are waiting, and we can't escape. Zhuo Fan nodded, and many previous doubts gradually became clear. He remembered when he first entered the Holy Spirit mine, he was attacked by the Holy Sword, probably because it detected the Kirilin Arm's aura on him. But quickly, the young man frowned and asked, "What about the Kunpeng? He never hid in the barrier, and can still roam freely under the sky. Why isn't he afraid of the Heavenly Emperor discovering him? Could he be a person of the Heavenly Emperor?" Long Zhu calmly replied, "Not so. He's not of much use to the Heavenly Emperor right now. The Heavenly Emperor also wants to capture him to force him to reveal the whereabouts of his cultivation technique. But unfortunately, he hasn't been able to catch him after so many years." Zhuo Fan was surprised. "A person like him isn't captured in the 10,000 Beast mountain range?" Long Zhu laughed. "This is the Heavenly Emperor's only shortcoming. Although he's a strong Emperor realm expert with terrifying power, he's not the true ruler of the heavens and earth. Not everything is in his hands. You should know that the Kunpeng's chaos azure flame can harmonize yin and yang, merging into the chaotic energy of all things. The Kunpeng hides in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, using the aura of the 10,000 beasts to conceal itself. Even in this mortal realm, the Heavenly Emperor can't find him unless he reveals himself. Otherwise, his aura is mixed in like ants among living beings. It's like finding a needle in a haystack for the Heavenly Emperor to find him. Moreover, when the Heavenly Emperor set up this barrier to imprison us, how could he have expected that the Kunpeng had already hidden in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, right within the barrier? The most dangerous place is the safest place. The Heavenly Emperor probably searched everywhere and couldn't find him." Zhuo Fan was secretly shocked. So the azure flame has such miraculous effects. But this is also why people say the Kunpeng is truly cunning. After talking about the past, Long Zhu turned back to emphasize the main point. "You've understood the truth and grievances of the past, so you should seriously consider my advice to sever ties with those people." Zhuo Fan's body trembled slightly, his eyes closed, and he clenched his teeth. Long Zhu continued, "From what I just said, you should know what kind of person the Heavenly Emperor is. He established the mortal realm to imprison us, and used violet lightning to torture us. But even in his anger, he didn't kill us, because he wanted to force us to reveal our cultivation techniques. If he values that cultivation technique so much, why did he let it spread outside? It's because the void god eyes are his foundation. If someone understands the advantages and disadvantages of this cultivation technique, it will pose a great threat to him. This is something the Heavenly Emperor can never forgive. If he hadn't been besieged by many Emperor-level experts in the past, his power dispersed, and he wanted to leave a legacy for his descendants, he probably wouldn't have recorded that cultivation technique." Zhuo Fan's body trembled slightly, and he closed his eyes helplessly, but his hands couldn't help but clench tighter. Long Zhu sighed helplessly and continued, "Boy, you've inherited the strongest secret technique of the Heavenly Emperor among the 10 emperors. This is both your good fortune and your misfortune. Before, the Kunpeng instigated you to find the Qilin, partly to pull you onto his boat. But ultimately, it was because you were greedy and wanted to seize the supreme treasure. You can't blame others for this. Now that you've inherited the Void God Eyes, it means you're a target that the Heavenly Emperor must eliminate. Your enemy is the strongest existence in this world. Your life could be in danger at any time. Do you want your wife and others to bear these things for you? Zhuo Fan trembled. If that's the case, then I don't need this divine eye anymore. I'll get rid of it. Is that okay? Old Long shakes his head with a faint smile and says, Kid, do you know what true inheritance is? It's not just divine abilities. It's the Tao itself. The no-void divine pupil is the greatest technique of the Heavenly Emperor's life, merging his no-void grand Tao. When you cultivate, as long as you constantly comprehend it, that grand Tao will integrate into your body, seeping into your bones and soul. Once that happens, it can't be separated even across lifetimes. How can you possibly abandon it? The Heavenly Emperor can find you just by sensing the aura on you. Zhuo Fan's body trembles, and the MC facepalms, looking regretful AF. The dude recalls those super blissful moments with Chu Ching Chang, and then suddenly clenches his teeth so hard his lips bleed. The angsty teen thinks, WTF, was I even thinking cultivating this damn divine power? Longzhu stares intently at him and says, Kid, I know you don't really want to give up, but if you don't let go, it's the same as harming them. Sooner or later, they'll be implicated and die at the Heavenly Emperor's hands. Better to leave early and watch them be safe from afar. Isn't that also good? Zhuo Fan's body trembles slightly, his face full of worry, his eyes filled with confusion and loss. He was lonely his whole life, but now he isn't. He has friends, he has babes, but heaven seems to be trolling him, forcing Zhuo Fan to be alone again. The MC laughs loudly, but his laughter is full of sorrow, mocking himself and resenting the heavens. Seeing this, Longzhu quickly advises, Kid, don't lose your mind because you're being emotional. The Heavenly Emperor is strong, but he's not unbeatable. As long as you listen to me, we holy beasts can definitely defeat him, protect you completely, and escape from suffering. But the prerequisite is that you must not hesitate because of personal feelings. Longzhu hadn't finished speaking. Zhuo Fan's entire body suddenly erupts with golden flames, immediately followed by azure flames. Streaks of violet lightning continuously crackles, and the Qilin light covers his whole body. The power of the four holy beasts simultaneously appears, startling even Longzhu. But before he can think clearly, a stream of black air instantly wraps around Zhuo Fan's body. The power of the four holy beasts seems to be attracted by this black air, constantly being sucked into it and gradually merging. Could this be it? Longzhu's eyes widen, and for the first time in his life, his body trembles slightly, revealing clear horror. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoes throughout the space, and the flickering black spots emit a piercing sound. Under the incredulous gaze of the blazing heaven dragon ancestor, Zhuo Fan's entire body is covered in black spots from head to toe. Within the flames, streaks of black lightning continuously explode. A terrifying aura suddenly spreads, astonishing even the blazing heaven dragon ancestor. Longzhu murmurs, Is this our power entering a state of fusion? But our power was born from chaos, belonging to the power of creation. Why does this fusion emit such a destructive aura? Even I would have trouble withstanding it. With that, Longzhu tries to lightly touch the black flame with his claw. Unexpectedly, a loud explosion rings out as soon as he touches it, startling him into retreating. Looking closely, the piece of dragon scale on his hand has turned into nothingness. Longzhu takes a deep breath, looking at Zhuo Fan, who was shrouded in black flames, as if he were a monster. For a long time, he can't calm down and thinks, Is this the power Kunpeng wants? But this is definitely not the power of the ruler, it's the power of annihilation. Immediately afterward, the black flames continuously contract, finally completely disappearing into Zhuo Fan's body. When Zhuo Fan turns his head to look at Longzhu, Longzhu is shocked once again, because at this time, Zhuo Fan's face becomes unusually cold. Within the coldness, there's also a destructive aura, and a patch of black appears on his face. At that spot, black flames and streaks of black lightning continuously explode. Zhuo Fan glares coldly and says, Longzhu, Everything I give up today, I will definitely take back with my own hands in the future. One day, I will return in person, using a power completely different from the Heavenly Emperor's. The annihilating world lightning flame pupil. A gleam flashes in his eyes, revealing a clear look of determination on his face. The blazing heaven dragon ancestor watches everything, his eyes wide, and can only blankly shake his head, feeling a fear he's never felt before. The destructive aura of this black lightning flame makes even him tremble. In the scorching space, everywhere is filled with burning golden flames, except for one place where no golden flame reaches. When the golden flames want to pass by that place, they automatically avoid it, as if they're afraid of something, and that place is exactly where Zhuo Fan is standing. At this moment, the youth coldly stared straight at the enormous dragon body of Fen Tianlongzhu, his gaze extremely eerie. Zhuo Fan's left eye was pitch black, with a void in the center, inside which black flames and 4 branches of black lightning incessantly exploded. His right eye, however, revealed a golden halo, the Kongming Divine Eye having broken through once again, reaching the 6th level. Fen Tianlongzhu looked at the little brat before him, his body involuntarily shrinking, feeling as if he was seeing a familiar figure, the strongest man in the world, the Heavenly Emperor. But compared to the Heavenly Emperor, the brat before him carried an even more sinister aura, especially the black spot in his left eye. Longzhu knew that the world-destroying lightning flame eye had only just formed, its power still limited, but the power produced by the combined force of the 4 sacred beasts was born with high-level energy, possessing innate pressure against them. Looking into that black pupil, reason told him that the other party's strength was still weak, and even if stronger than before, he couldn't fully unleash its power. But instinctively, even Longzhu felt fear. He even regretted transmitting the Fentian golden flame to Zhuo Fan, creating such a heaven-defying freak. Kunpeng tried every means to fuse the power, but in the end, this brat achieved it. If he knew the truth, who knows what he would think. Just thinking about it, Longzhu's mood momentarily felt a little joyful. Suddenly, a small explosion rang out. Zhuo Fan's left eye trembled. The MC let out a soft shout, then raised his hand to cover his eye. When he lowered his hand, his left eye had returned to normal. No longer the terrifying, world-destroying lightning flame eye. Only a stream of bright red blood, slowly trickling down from the corner of his eye. Longzhu was startled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhuo Fan shook his head and said nothing, but he understood clearly in his heart. He was too impulsive earlier, only thinking that dealing with the Heavenly Emperor with ordinary means would not be enough in the future. Therefore, the youth thought of the lightning flame that Kunpeng once wanted but couldn't obtain. Under the spur of the moment, Zhuo Fan mobilized the power of the 4 sacred beasts, using the heavenly demon grand transformation art to completely fuse them, just like when he fought Ye Lin at the twin dragon meet. But after fusing, the youth discovered that the lightning flame was too overbearing. His body simply couldn't withstand this kind of power. In other words, Zhuo Fan's current body couldn't contain the world-destroying lightning flame. Forcibly doing so would result in backlash, even turning him to ashes. The MC intended to release the lightning flame, but before he could do anything, he discovered that within his body, the lightning flame had spontaneously gathered into a new type of energy. The power of the 4 great sacred beasts in his body constantly emerged, like a spark that had completely connected with Zhuo Fan, impossible to remove, unlike the last time at the twin dragon meet when it was only a temporary condensation. This made the MC also feel afraid, because it was like playing with fire. One careless move and he would burn himself to death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly remembered the incantation of the Kongming Divine Eye, circulating one word in his mind, barely suppressing that power. The youth comprehended everything, accommodating all things, then took the opportunity to break through the 6th level of the Kongming Divine Eye, reaching the realm of nothingness, temporarily creating a hidden spatial barrier within the void. Using the Kongming Divine Eye, the Heavenly Emperor and Zhuo Fan, although different in their methods, achieved the same miraculous result. At this moment, The youth remembered the purple lightning golden eye, and his heart suddenly dawned with understanding. The MC then hid the void within his left eye, containing the lightning flame within it, temporarily refining it into the world-destroying lightning flame eye. Now Zhuo Fan understood why the Heavenly Emperor always used the Kongming Divine Eye as the foundation when explaining cultivation techniques. Only by comprehending the Kongming Divine Eye could one cultivate the purple lightning golden eye. The secret lay in this. Although Zhuo Fan had comprehended the cultivation method, an accident still occurred. The lightning flame pupil was not completely controlled, becoming violent and even damaging the MC's left eye. This made the youth wonder whether it was because the lightning flame was too strong, making it difficult for the void to restrain it, or whether the energy source itself was inherently unstable. Could it be that the power of the 5 great sacred beasts was incomplete without one of them, so this lightning flame pupil was also imperfect? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sink into thought. Then Tian Longzhu stared intently at the MC, his eyes flashing, as if he had also thought of something, then sighed softly, thinking, "Fortunately, this lightning flame pupil has not fully formed. It still has flaws. Otherwise, this brat might be even more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor in the future. At that time, wouldn't we be chasing away a wolf only to welcome a tiger, driving away one threat only to bring in an even stronger one? Truly asking for trouble." Both of them had their own plans in mind. After a long while, when the injury in his left eye had stabilized, Zhuo Fan wiped away the streak of red blood, looked seriously at Longzhu, and asked, "Sacred beasts, do you have any other methods? Didn't you used to be easily captured and imprisoned in this weird place by the Heavenly Emperor? Could there be another way?" Longzhu snorted softly and said, "Brat, you underestimate us too much. I just made it sound simple earlier. The Heavenly Emperor had to pay a great price to capture us. His injuries were definitely not light. Perhaps that's why he and the Emperor Lord had a great war later, so he hid for so many years without appearing. I speculate that even if he's not dead, it's very difficult for him to recover. He hasn't shown his face in the holy region for so many years, and he hasn't even appeared in our place. Doesn't he want to pursue that lost cultivation method? There's only one possibility. He's also powerless." Heh 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 heh. Zhuo Fan felt a tremble in his heart upon hearing that. The young man secretly nodded, thinking Longzhu's words made sense. After hiding for so many years, if they weren't dead, they must be gravely injured, and couldn't possibly reappear. Longzhu looked at Zhuo Fan for a while, seeing the MC's expression wavering, and hurriedly continued, "So we must seize this opportunity. While the Heavenly Emperor hasn't fully recovered, we must break this mortal realm's barrier, release me, and eliminate him in one fell swoop. To take his life while he's weak, there's no better chance in the world to deal with that strongest SOB." As he spoke, Longzhu's eyes blazed with excitement, as if he was about to devour the Heavenly Emperor alive. Zhuo Fan slightly raised his head to look at the sky, then said in a deep voice, "This mortal realm isn't an ordinary barrier, but a genuine small world opening. It is easier said than done. Without Emperor Realm cultivation, it's impossible." Longzhu laughed loudly. "Oh, you can rest assured about that. This old man has had a plan for a long time. We'll use a formation to attack it, concentrating all the strongest forces, directly breaking open the barrier, shattering the mortal realm's suppression. That way, this old man and the sacred beasts can leave the mountains openly, and no one can stop us." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown and ask, "Just directly attack the formation? I once used a small formation against a demonic cultivator, with a mist formation. It wasn't too difficult, but to break out of such a large, small world, how big of a formation would be needed? How much energy would it take to gather?" Longzhu calmly replied, "It requires the entire power of the mortal realm continent, using the 5 continents as the foundation to set up a grand formation. Once activated, That ancient power will directly shatter the celestial dome, smashing the barrier erected by the heavenly emperor, and completing our great task. Zhuo Fan's body shook upon hearing this, and he asked in shock, "Wait, hold up. Use the entire continent as the foundation to set up a complete formation? Just how big would that formation be? Not only would setting up the formation require a lot of manpower and resources, but the southern continent is already in constant conflict. Who would allow you to casually set up such a strange, grand formation on their territory?" Longzhu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is the most difficult part. You're not the master of the mortal realm. Wanting to set up a grand formation across the continent will naturally be blocked by the powerful forces. That's why this old man said it would be very difficult to accomplish with Yeilin alone. Fortunately, you've appeared now. You and they have the same enemy, and can fight side by side and work together. If it weren't that we sacred beasts have difficulty showing our faces in the mortal realm, this old man would have gone out myself to set up the formation. Dealing with those humans is a small matter, and wouldn't require bothering you." Zhuo Fan pondered, looking at Longzhu, then nodded slightly. Just then, Longzhu suddenly raised his face to the sky and opened his mouth, and a billowing stream of scorching hot air gushed out. 3 medicinal pills as large as mountains spewed out of his mouth. Looking closely, they were exactly like the golden light orbs that Yeilin had used to save Zhuo Fan before, only many times larger. Those 3 scorching hot light orbs slowly fell in front of Zhuo Fan. The rampant aura of destruction caused Zhuo Fan to retreat several steps, and a feeling of fear arose in his heart. After spitting out the 3 pills, Longzhu seemed a little tired. His face was listless as he sighed and said, "Young man, we sacred beasts can only do so much. You keep these 3 dragon breath pills. They can save your life at a crucial moment." Zhuo Fan looked at the 3 light orbs in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked by their terrifying pressure. Longzhu raised his head and laughed arrogantly. "These 3 dragon breath pills are the dragon's breath I condensed with all my strength. Their energy is extremely powerful, equivalent to my full force strike. Even an emperor or the remaining sacred beasts wouldn't dare to block them carelessly. And against the sacred race of the sacred domain, you only need to throw out 1 pill to basically wipe them out in a second. It's just that after spitting out 3 dragon breath pills, I've also consumed a lot of power and need some time to fully recover. If I were outside, I definitely wouldn't take such a risk, exposing an opening for others to take advantage of. But in this prison, although I'm not free, it's relatively safe." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. His expression was complicated, but he quickly bowed and cupped his fist in thanks. "Thank you for your support, Longzhu. This junior is truly fortunate to receive these 3 dragon breath pills. But I'm not much of a powerhouse in the mortal realm. You don't need to exhaust yourself for me." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Longzhu's stern voice. "Young man, you're my only hope of escaping this mortal realm prison. I absolutely can't let anything happen to you. In this mortal realm, it's inevitable that there will be heaven-defying figures like Kun Peng. If there really is someone who wants to attack you, you must have a backup plan to protect your life." Zhuo Fan's body trembled slightly. He pondered for a moment, then once again bowed deeply and sincerely. "Longzhu's thoughts are thorough. This junior admires you." He gently waved his hand. A ray of light flashed, and the 3 golden light orbs were collected into Zhuo Fan's ring. The ring slowly rotated, and a glimmer of light flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes as he thought. Longzhu bestowed 3 dragon breath pills. These things are not to be underestimated. Anyone below the Emperor realm can be one-shotted, but they should only be used when life is hanging by a thread. Using them carelessly would be too wasteful. Although he had such life-saving methods, there seemed to be few opportunities to use them in the mortal realm. Even if he was trapped one day, he might not bear to use them recklessly. Thinking this, the young man couldn't help but laugh and shake his head helplessly, continuing to think, "Ha ha ha, after so many years of being the generous and extravagant Zhuo Corp, now that I have 3 dragon breath pills, I suddenly become stingy like a hoarder, just because the dragon breath pills are too precious and extremely rare. Being a little calculating isn't unacceptable. Longzhu saw the MC's expression, which was both happy and worried, and misunderstood in his heart. He softly blamed himself and said, "I know this matter is still difficult for you, but what I can help with is only so much. Spitting out a few more pills, and I'll kick the bucket for real." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan knew he had misunderstood. The young man sighed softly and nodded as if reluctantly. If the mission isn't difficult, how can it be called a great achievement? If it isn't a great achievement, how can it cause others to give their all to assist? Zhuo Fan was still thinking about whether he could try to squeeze more out of Longzhu when he suddenly remembered an important issue. The MC spoke up and asked, "If we want to set up the formation, where will the energy come from? The mortal realm's spiritual chi is thin and suppressed by the barrier. Even if the formation is set up, if the energy isn't sufficient, it will be difficult to display its power, unless we use the 5 sacred spirit minds." Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up and he said, "Longzhu, if you can bestow another 100 dragon breath pills, I will go to the sacred spirit mines and take all the energy to supply the grand formation." Hearing this, Longzhu went mad and almost spat blood. "What the? 100 dragon breath pills? Do you want to milk me dry? There's a limit to how much you can milk." Then he shook his head and said, "Useless. There are formations set up by the Sword Emperor in all 5 sacred spirit mines. It won't be easy to touch them, precisely to prevent someone from mining them, and the energy won't be enough to provide the sacred weapon Sword Dabio to pursue us. Moreover, even if we obtain the 5 sacred spirit mines, that little bit of energy won't be enough to break through this barrier. This place is no different from a small world, smaller than the sacred domain. How can it be considered an ordinary barrier?" Zhuo Fan frowned and asked, "Then what should we do? It's clear that there isn't enough energy here." Longzhu said calmly, "I've had a plan for a long time, but that's also the second difficulty of the plan, which is to set up a geomantic omen channeling formation." Zhuo Fan asked blankly, "What are geomantic omens?" Longzhu starts explaining. Even though the Heavenly Emperor created the mortal realm, he hasn't reached the point of transcending the Emperor realm to completely control heaven and earth. Although the mortal realm is almost a major world, there are still holes connecting to the holy domain, and that loophole is the heaven and earth feng shui point. Zhuo Fan thinks in confusion. "Wait, hold up, there's another connection to the holy domain?" Ignoring the MC's expression, Longzhu continues. "The dense spiritual energy from the holy domain flows down to the mortal realm through this loophole, but is blocked by the barrier and cannot circulate, gradually accumulating into a strange place. The place where I am imprisoned is a feng shui point, and also the heaven and earth secret realm of the Tai Ching sect. This place has a direct connection to the holy domain, so the disciples of the Tai Ching sect cultivate here and improve extremely quickly, and can even condense the Tai Ching spiritual realm." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up and he asked, "Can you go directly to the holy domain from the feng shui point?" Longzhu shook his head and replied, "It's not that easy. It's just a loophole for spiritual energy to seep through. Humans can't break through it. Returning to the holy domain is impossible. You can only use the spiritual energy in the feng shui point to transfer energy. As long as the diversion grand formation is completed, a huge source of energy from the holy domain will be let in, which can break through the mortal realm's barrier. But the difficulty lies in the fact that the feng shui points have been transformed into strange heavens and earths, forming special domains. Some places are suitable for cultivation, and some are extremely dangerous. Whether it is a blessed land or a dangerous place, they have been controlled by powerful forces. To set up a diversion formation in those places, you must break through many barriers to succeed." Zhuo Fan nodded and said, "As long as the energy source is solved, the formation can definitely be set up. But the problem is not only the natural, dangerous environment, but also the human experts guarding and obstructing it. Moreover, the mortal realm is so vast, How can we find the heaven and earth feng shui points? Do we have to run all over the place searching? Longzhu smiled proudly and said, Back then, I drifted from the Yan Valley all over the southern continent. Although I suffered the Hongmeng purple lightning, I could still sense 8 heaven and earth feng shui points. Those places are extremely strange. You will naturally recognize them when you get close. With that said, Longzhu raised his dragon claw and tapped Zhuo Fan's forehead lightly. The MC suddenly felt a warm current flowing into his sea of consciousness, and a rough map appeared in his mind, only noting the direction. Apart from the roughly visible direction, the rivers, mountains, forests, and trees are not clear. Zhuo Fan sighed and said, Hey Longzhu, this map is really too rough. Who knows where those 8 feng shui points are? Longzhu was shocked when he heard this, his eyes almost popping out. He snorted irritably and said, Holy crap! I was suppressed by the barrier and couldn't see the specific scenery. It's already good that I could draw it like this based on my sense of direction. What else do you want? Give him an inch? He'll take a mile? In short, if you search according to this direction, you will definitely be able to find the heaven and earth feng shui point. Zhuo Fan smiled bitterly and nodded, not daring to argue at all. Indeed, in front of the strong, even a loudmouth like Zhuo Fan becomes obedient. Longzhu continued, Boy, you are the successor of the 9 serenities. You probably don't need me to teach you how to set up a diversion formation, right? Zhuo Fan replied, No need. I know what to do. Let me out. I will complete this matter as soon as possible and take you back to the holy domain. Longzhu smiled and said, Not you, but we. Don't forget we're in this together. Zhuo Fan pondered for a sec, then nodded. Longzhu smirked, raising his claws to tear through space. But Zhuo Fan suddenly called out, Yo, hold up! Longzhu was surprised and asked, What's up? If it's a small matter that's not too difficult, Ye Lin can also help you out. Zhuo Fan shook his head and said, Nah, this is kinda important. After saying that, the dude frowned and waved his hand. A ray of light flashed, and Queer appeared, except she was still unconscious, barely breathing. Longzhu was taken aback and asked, Who is this? Zhuo Fan, looking gloomy, replied, My daughter. After getting hit hard by Ye Lin's ultimate move last time, she still hasn't recovered. I hope Longzhu can lend a hand. Longzhu took a closer look, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then said, The source energy within this spiritual beast's body is Hongmeng purple lightning, just like the tyrant heaven lightning emperor. Kun Peng even awakened her intelligence. Zhuo Fan replied, That's right. Queer was born in the purple lightning. Longzhu laughed and said, So that's how it is. Heaven is really helping us 5 great sacred beasts fight the heavenly emperor, adding a few more points to our certainty. Then he said seriously, Normally, spiritual beings have 2 types of aura, life and death. After being injured, the life force will gradually recover the wounds. But she's different. There's only death aura in her body. She absorbed a large amount of destructive aura at birth, and her yin and yang are unbalanced. If it were just a minor injury, it could be treated with spirit herbs, but the damage from the heavenly flame is not light. It has damaged her foundation, and her life force is declining. Even if you use spirit pills and elixirs, it will be difficult to restore her to her original state. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan thought carefully and nodded slightly, saying, That's right. I initially treated her as a tool to absorb purple lightning. The heavenly demon transformation art is not a cultivation technique to help people recover from injuries. The energy she absorbed at that time was the demonic Yuan energy of the heavenly demon transformation art, plus the violent attribute of the Hongmeng purple lightning. Indeed, they are all extremely destructive auras, with no trace of life. Longzhu said, It's true that there's no life force. But if there was absolutely no life force, how could she give birth to the pure purple lightning seed in her body and be able to become a new generation of Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor? Zhuo Fan exclaimed in shock. What? Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor? Longzhu calmly replied. That's right. We 5 great sacred beasts will finally reunite. When the sacred beasts work together with one heart, even the heavenly emperor will have to back down. With that, Longzhu looked up and laughed, suddenly spitting out a golden dragon flame that covered Quer's body, and said, "Now, I will open another spiritual wisdom for you, helping you transform into a true sacred beast." The golden flames burned fiercely on Quer's weakened body, but because she was unconscious, she didn't react. Zhuo Fan watched with worry, occasionally turning to look at Longzhu. Longzhu reassured, "Don't worry, fire is the origin of life. My heavenly flame and Kunpeng's primal azure flame are the same. Small fires refine pills. Big fires refine tools. Small fires transform the spirit. Big fires forge the body." The golden flame entering her body will not only help her shed her mortal body and exchange her bones, but also open up her second spiritual wisdom, officially embarking on the path of the sacred beast. Kunpeng's azure flame once helped her open her first spiritual wisdom, allowing her to speak human language and cultivate and evolve, breaking the shackles of spiritual beasts. My golden flame will go one step further, helping her refine her sacred beast body, giving her the ability to transform into a true sacred beast. Zhuo Fan gasped. "Wait, hold up. The Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor?" Longzhu casually replied, "Indeed. The 5 sacred beasts will finally reunite. When that time comes, with our combined power, even the Heavenly Emperor will have to retreat. Fire is the origin of life. My burning heaven golden flame and Kunpeng's chaos azure flame are the same. Small fires refine pills. Big fires forge weapons. Small fires transform the spirit. Big fires temper the body." The golden flame entering her body not only helped her shed her mortal form, but also unlocked her second source of intelligence, officially embarking on the path of a sacred beast. Kunpeng's azure flame helped her unlock her first intelligence, allowing her to speak and cultivate, breaking free from the constraints of a spirit beast. My golden flame goes a step further, helping her forge the body of a sacred beast, capable of transforming into a true sacred beast. Zhuo Fan excitedly asked, "So, all spirit beasts can become sacred beasts?" Longzhu chuckled. "How could it be so easy? If every spirit beast became a sacred beast, the world would be in chaos. The strong will always be the minority. Your daughter is a special case because she was born in the most extreme energy field in the world, with innate Hongmeng purple lightning in her body, an attribute not inferior to us 5 sacred beasts. That's why our flames resonated within her, helping her unlock her intelligence. If it were a normal spirit beast, it could only inherit one type of flame at most. If they couldn't harmonize, they would explode and die." Zhuo Fan nodded, thinking, the 3-headed freak beside Kunpeng inherited the azure flame, but ultimately couldn't evolve into a sacred beast because it lacked the primordial power of a sacred beast within its body. Then, the young man's eyes widened as if he had come up with a brilliant idea. Zhuo Fan pointed at himself and excitedly asked, "Then what about me? I have more than just your 2 types of flames." Longzhu snorted. "You're a freak, created by the 9 Serene Devil Emperor. Don't compare yourself to others. The power of the 4 sacred beasts combined in your body not only doesn't repel each other, but can also merge into a new, stronger force. Even we sacred beasts have to admire that." Zhuo Fan smirked, thinking, the heavenly demon transformation art can absorb all things, but sadly, it's a human cultivation technique. Sacred beasts can't cultivate it. Just then, the space trembled, and blue azure flame erupted from Quer's body, which was already being burned by golden flame. The 2 types of flames intertwined and rotated, forming a powerful energy. Zhuo Fan watched every change with shock. Her body gradually floated into the air, spinning in the flames. Zhuo Fan was utterly astonished by what he witnessed. But Longzhu wasn't surprised. Everything was within his expectations. A loud explosion rang out, and the vortex of flames suddenly shattered, with countless bolts of purple lightning crashing down, filling the air. Within the dazzling lightning, the figure of a 7-year-old girl gradually appeared, with long purple hair and wearing purple clothes, her skin as white as jade, and her small face rosy and adorable. Before Zhuo Fan could react, Longzhu burst into laughter. Finally succeeded. If this child is raised well, she will be the next generation Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor. The 5 sacred beasts will soon reappear in the world. Zhuo Fan blankly asked, Wait, is this my daughter? The little girl smiled, descending from the sky amidst the shimmering purple lightning, and said, Of course, father. She rushed to Zhuo Fan, then leaped into his arms, happily saying, I am your daughter. Why don't you recognize me? Zhuo Fan trembled, hugging her tightly, looking at her affectionate eyes, and hesitated. The young man sighed and said, If I could choose, I'd rather you remained Lei Ling Kui. Quer was stunned and asked, Why? I've transformed into a human form and can be your daughter now. Zhuo Fan bitterly smiled and replied, You don't understand. Once you transform into this form, it means you've evolved into a sacred beast, inheriting the Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor legacy. You'll become a target for the Heavenly Emperor, and you're very likely to walk a path of death. Quer confusedly asked, Who is the Heavenly Emperor? If you didn't want me to evolve, why did I turn out like this? Zhuo Fan sighed and replied, I have no choice either. It's not something I can decide. Longzhu chuckled and said, Even if you don't agree, I would still do it. We need combat power now. Only when all 5 sacred beasts are present can we unleash our full power. If we fight one-on-one, no one is a match for the Heavenly Emperor. From now on, I will train the second Lightning Emperor. I will fully unlock her potential. Quer hugged Zhuo Fan's neck and said, No. I want to stay with father. Longzhu sternly said, No, even though your father is an outstanding talent, he's still just a human. He has never witnessed the terror of the Tyrant Heaven Lightning Emperor of the past, and he won't know its characteristics. Even though you've unlocked your intelligence and can comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Lightning, your progress is too slow. Only by cultivating with me can you quickly master the Lightning Emperor divine skills. Following him later won't be too late, but for now, you must stay. Zhuo Fan nodded and said, You've been caught in this vortex. The best way is to increase your strength. I can't teach you anything. Following Longzhu is the right choice. Then, the MC put Quer down, turned around, and said, Longzhu, open the barrier and let me out. Longzhu tore open a path in the void, and the scenery of rivers and mountains appeared before their eyes. He praised, Boy, you truly are a person who accomplishes great things. Quer choked up and said, Father, I've never been away from you since I was born. Zhuo Fan paused, his heart softened, but he still gritted his teeth and didn't turn back, continuing to step out. The young man knew that since Longzhu saw Quer's potential and unlocked her intelligence, the fate of an ordinary lightning cloud sparrow had changed. She would definitely be drawn into the world's top-tier battles. As a father, all Zhuo Fan could do was buy time to increase his strength and increase her chances of survival. The barrier gradually closed, obscuring Quer's tearful face, her voice calling out, Father! Ringing until it was hoarse. Zhuo Fan kept his back to her until the barrier was completely closed and the crying faded away. Then he finally sighed. After adjusting his mood, the MC resolutely strode forward, thinking, The Heavenly Emperor is the greatest threat in the world, closing in step by step. No one can save me, and I can't save anyone. I can only do everything to avoid implicating others. In the years to come, I must fight alone. What I can rely on is not scheming, but the 5 great sacred beasts who live and die with me. Outside, Yilin was still waiting there, humming. I don't need much besides you, and I don't need anything but you. He was a little startled when he saw the MC come out. Yanglin just stood there dumbfounded and said softly, Hey! After speaking, the young man shyly and bashfully looked down as if he was about to confess any minute now. But Zhuo Fan just didn't give a damn. He strode past coldly. Yelin hesitated as he watched Zhuo Fan leave, finally calling out, Hey, wait a minute." Zhuo Fan stopped but didn't turn around and asked coldly, "What is it?" Yelin lowered his head embarrassedly and replied, "Shifu must have told you about those things now. We have the same goal, working for Shifu. We must cooperate happily in the future. I have already set up the 8 celestial acupoints, leading the flow to one place, but the other 7 are a bit troublesome. Although those places are within the Western continent, it is not convenient to deal with them. After all, we are still disciples of the Western continent." Zhuo Fan asked coldly, "Are you done? If so, I'm leaving." Yelin hurriedly called out, "Regarding the arrangement of the formation, Shifu wants the 2 of us to complete it together." Zhuo Fan replied calmly, "No need. Just do well as a disciple of the Western continent. I can do this alone. Moreover, you once saved my life, and I will repay that favor later." Yelin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and he stood there blankly. Yelin looked at Zhuo Fan, leaving in great surprise, hesitated for a moment, and finally shouted loudly, "Dai-ji-e!" Zhuo Fan stopped, touched his ear with a confused look, and turned around to ask, What did you call me?" Yelin clasped his hands and said loudly and firmly, "I call you Dai-ji-e. According to the rules of the sacred beasts, the winner is king, and the loser is the younger brother. You won against me last time, so you are my Dai-ji-e from now on." Zhuo Fan was speechless, but the young man said indifferently, "That is the rule of wild beasts. We are human. In short, I will repay your favor. There is no relationship between you and me." Yelin still insisted, "No matter what the rules are, I admit defeat, and I acknowledge you as Dai-ji-e." Zhuo Fan didn't answer and continued to walk away coldly. Yelin added, "Also, Shixiang just sent a jade slip. That Miss Chu is fine, but everyone thinks you are dead. The Twin Dragon Courtyard is also urging me to register there as soon as possible. Does Dai-ji-e want to go with me, or should I bring her the news?" Zhuo Fan's eyes widened when he heard the name of his beloved. The young man was silent for a few seconds, and then continued to walk and said, "No need, just pretend that I am dead." Then Zhuo Fan walked away coldly. His lonely figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind all the most precious things. Scene changed to a bustling market, the capital of the Quanrong. The sounds of vendors selling their wares echoed everywhere. There was top-grade Tier 4 spirit beasts, profound iron that could be used to make top-grade spiritual weapons, and Tier 3 immortal spiritual herbs for healing. People came and went like flowing water, crowded endlessly. In the bustling crowd, a solitary figure cloaked in black concealed their form. Lifting their head revealed a cold face. It was Zhuo Fan. Scanning his surroundings, the youth spotted some non-human race peeps with high noses and big eyes. He quickly lowered his head and blended into the crowd, then dipped TF out. This place was the Kuyunrong capital. For our MC, he's the exotic one. Like a black cat in the night, Zhuo Fan flickered a few times then completely disappeared. Almost no one noticed the MC's presence. Taking a deep breath, the youth's gaze was as cold as a ghost as he quietly walked on the prosperous main street. Since leaving the Tai Ching sect, Zhuo Fan knew his situation was extremely dangerous and decided to live a solitary life. But the more he thought about it, the more reluctant he felt. He still wanted to go back and see old Yongyan, the Luko family, and also his beautiful wife who could topple empires. But Zhuo Fan feared that if he met them again, he wouldn't bear to leave. Thus, the MC could only harden his heart and quietly leave everything behind, to face the heavenly emperor alone later. Just as he was walking down the street, Zhuo Fan noticed that this place was actually a heaven and earth feng shui. Zhuo Fan stopped next to a noisy tavern, smiling faintly. Might as well go in and ask around first. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan stepped inside. looking up at the sign hanging in front of the tavern. The sign was made of giant rocks over 3 meters high, making people laugh just by looking at it. The Kuyunrong people are crude in nature, and their architecture is the same. From the city walls to the houses, everything is tall, large, and rough. The capital's city gate was almost twice as tall as Tianyu's. But it wasn't exquisitely carved. Tianyu's capital city had a natural, majestic beauty, with every alley carefully constructed and the brick walls tightly fitted without a gap. The Kuyunrong capital could only be described with the words grand atmosphere. It looked extremely large and powerful at first glance, but a closer look revealed uneven bricks and gaps everywhere. Perhaps that was also the Kuyunrong people's way of life, respecting strength and not caring about details. They've been friends with spirit beasts for many years, naturally developing a belief in absolute power. Therefore, strategists like Tianyu's 3 great intellects didn't appear in the empire. But because of this, the Kuyunrong people are more easily united, while the major forces of Tianyu are constantly fighting each other, weakening the nation's strength. In this respect, it's easy to understand why a powerful empire like Kuyunrong is stronger than the soft Tianyu. Sometimes, shortcomings are what makes people stronger. Stepping inside, the youth thought, the dragon ancestors' map is too rough. Besides the direction, the MC knows almost nothing. He only knows that the Feng Su is nearby, but not where exactly. According to sources, places like this, where people from all directions gather, are the fastest way to collect information. Moreover, heaven and earth Feng Su are places where spiritual energy gathers, inevitably forming wonders. It's hard not to be noticed. The people here should know something. Zhuo Fan gradually entered. Seeing a customer, the waiter hurried over and asked, "Sir, do you want to stay for the night or just hang out? We have quiet rooms, but they're more expensive." Zhuo Fan shook his head and replied, "No need. The main hall is fine." The youth walked straight to a table and slowly sat down. The waiter looked down at the face under the cloak and hesitantly asked, "Sir, you're not from around here, are you?" Zhuo Fan replied, "That's right." The waiter then asked, "Where are you from?" Zhuo Fan frowned and retorted, "Do I have to register my name just to drink some wine?" The waiter hurriedly explained, "That's not it. It's just that the war is tense right now, and all foreigners have to register, so we're asking." Zhuo Fan sighed and didn't mind, thinking, the third-rate empire is guarded by the lower 3 sects, so they can't threaten me for now. Since the dragon ancestor used golden flame to temper Zhuo Fan's body, the youth's cultivation has broken through to the 8th level of the divine illumination realm. That's just his surface cultivation. His true strength has increased even more. The MC not only resembled Ye Lin with the dragon ancestor's half-beast body, but also had a much more solid foundation than before. Zhuo Fan now has a body as hard as indestructible diamond, possessing part of the heavenly golden flame, and also the world-destroying thunder flame. Therefore, his strength has far surpassed what it was before. Therefore, even though he was walking in this remote mountain valley, the MC could hold his head high and walk. It's just that he's humble and doesn't want to cause too much of a stir, so he doesn't show off. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan said, "I come from Tianyu. Is there a problem with that?" But upon hearing this, the waiter immediately shouted, "What? You're from Tianyu?" He looked at Zhuo Fan with angry eyes. The people around were also startled and turned their heads to look over, their expressions immediately turning unfriendly. Zhuo Fan calmly asked, "Do you have a problem with Tianyu?" The waiter gritted his teeth and said, "It's not just a problem, it's a deep-seated hatred. 8 years ago, Tianyu stole our richest land, forcing us to leave our homes and live in poverty. Many Kuyunrong soldiers died on the battlefield. How can we forget this hatred?" Zhuo Fan calmly said, "People die in war. It's either you kill me or I kill you. That's normal. Moreover, you guys invaded Tianyu first. The battlefield was also in Tianyu territory. You were the invaders first, but you just failed and were counterattacked. You guys attacked first, and now you're blaming others for not being able to win?" The waiter angrily said, What do you know? Isn't it all Tianyu's schemes? You guys said you were helping us send troops to quell the rebellion, but then you said we were invading and forcibly occupied our land? You Tianyu people are treacherous and cunning, crying wolf while stealing. The people around nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhuo Fan with fierce eyes, their eyes almost turning red. Zhuo Fan nodded and said, "Haha, that makes sense. It's true that the Tianwu Emperor initially invited you, Xiongnu, to send troops. Even the waiter knows this. Looks like the Xiongnu Emperor has been publicizing it everywhere to protect his reputation." That's the truth, and I don't deny it. But it was a decision made by the higher-ups, not something all Tianwu people agreed with. Now that that emperor has failed, the promise to you naturally can't be fulfilled. On the contrary, the force you once joined forces to oppose has ascended the throne. Now they're coming back to settle the score with you, so cutting off land is perfectly reasonable. There's no being polite to enemies, right? The waiter rolled his eyes but didn't know what else to say, only angrily waving his hand and cursing, "I don't know much. We just know you Tianwu people schemed against us." Zhuo Fan chuckled and said, "Not necessarily. Tianwu has many forces, and since you're one force, you'll naturally become the enemy of another. Losing the battle only means you chose the wrong side. You can't say all Tianwu people are despicable. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor for making the wrong decision, not seeing the bigger picture, and letting other countries interfere, leading to today's disaster. Besides, your military strength is too weak. If you're not strong enough, don't casually send troops to start wars. Wouldn't it be better to peacefully protect your country?" The waiter was trembling with anger, but he shouted, "Shut up! Our emperor is the best emperor in the world. After we lost our homes, he arranged for us to live in the capital. Our marshal is also the best marshal in the world, compassionate to his soldiers, and has never been defeated." Zhuo Fan coldly laughed and said, "The best emperor in the world? Losing land and then saving the people is considered the best? That's originally his responsibility. He can't even handle such a small matter. Then he doesn't deserve to be emperor. As for that best marshal in the world, that old man Tuoba Tishan isn't bad, but saying he's never been defeated is wrong. At least in Tianwu, he was once defeated into chaos. Otherwise, how could you have been pushed to this capital?" Hearing Zhuo Fan's sarcastic remarks, the waiter and everyone in the tavern were trembling with anger, but they couldn't refute him. Finally, the waiter roared, "You dare insult our emperor and marshal? Today, you Tianwu person can forget about leaving here. We'll tear you apart." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the tavern stood up, their aura erupting and their killing intent rising, all aimed at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan completely ignored them, only helplessly saying, "A bunch of bone-forging realm cultivators, with only a few in the profound heaven realm. I'm already in the 8th stage of the divine illumination realm. Do you think I'd be afraid of you?" Hearing this, everyone immediately froze, their eyes wide open, regretting being so impulsive. Everyone stood still. You looked at me, I looked at you. All were staring blankly at Zhuo Fan, and no one dared to breathe loudly. The waiter, standing closest to Zhuo Fan, was covered in cold sweat, trembling so much that he almost wanted to cry. Only then did he carefully observe Zhuo Fan's strength. But, with his bone-forging cultivation, he couldn't see anything at all. The others also secretly probed, but the results were the same, completely unable to see the depth of Zhuo Fan's cultivation. Everyone lowered their heads and sighed, knowing that the person in front of them was a master, and they simply couldn't deal with him. After a long time, no one dared to move, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhuo Fan faintly smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Why haven't you made a move yet?" Everyone immediately shook their heads repeatedly, saying, "Ah, no, we wouldn't dare." Zhuo Fan shook his head and said, "I used to wonder why the Xiongnu Emperor was so reckless, daring to participate in Tianwu's internal strife. Now I understand. You Xiongnu people are too straightforward. If you see something you don't like, you want to take action. To put it nicely, it's brave. To put it bluntly, it's stupid. Losing a few hundred miles of land isn't a waste for you, to be honest." Hearing those mocking words, the Xiongnu people's faces turned even redder with anger. At first, Zhuo Fan was just explaining the situation, but now he was clearly mocking their emperor and their entire race. If it were before, they might have already rushed forward, but after knowing Zhuo Fan's strength, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Everyone clenched their fists, lowered their heads, and endured, only hoping that Zhuo Fan would leave quickly. Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and said, "If you don't want to make a move, then it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Without anyone saying anything, but everyone slowly lowered their knees and then bowed down, shouting, "Oh gods and Buddhas, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again." Seeing this, Zhuo Fan was also touched and said, "WTF? I just wanted to ask you a few questions. What's all the fuss about? Are you even worthy of me making a move? I just want to ask a few questions. Answer them and get lost. The farther the better." Only then did the people realize that the MC just wanted to ask questions. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the waiter, making him extremely embarrassed. Then he smiled like a flower and asked, Hey, what does this great ancestor want to ask?" Zhuo Fan calmly said, "Waiter, I'll ask you first. You said the war is tense, so what exactly happened? Who are they fighting with?" The waiter was surprised and asked, "Don't you know?" Zhuo Fan glared and cursed, his whole body erupting with monstrous killing intent, angrily saying, "Dafuk? If I knew, why would I ask you? Hurry up and tell me." The people around him immediately echoed, scolding the waiter, telling him to stop talking nonsense and answer quickly. Before the waiter could answer, he was scolded by everyone around him. Zhuo Fan frowned as he looked at the scene, thinking, "These people are really opportunistic. They were so fierce just now, but now they're turning around to flatter me." Glanced at by Zhuo Fan, everyone immediately fell silent. The waiter lowered his head and said, "Now the Xiongnu are fighting with Tianwu. You're from Tianwu, so I thought you already knew." Zhuo Fan continued to ask, "How long have they been fighting?" The waiter replied, "It's been more than a month. I heard that this time the emperor is fully supported by the protectorate sect, so he wants to reclaim the land. The emperor also wants to make up for the mistakes of 8 years ago, so recently, the Xiongnu issued a curfew to prevent Tianwu spies from infiltrating." After the waiter finished speaking, he realized that he had inadvertently leaked information to someone from Tianwu, so he was very worried. Zhuo Fan said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not a spy. Have you ever seen a spy directly ask about the other party's situation like this? Besides, everyone knows this information, so it's not a secret. I've been away from Tianwu for many years, and I've only returned this time, so I'm not clear about the situation." Hearing this, the waiter thought for a moment and then felt relieved. Zhuo Fan pondered and said, "Something's not right about this. Last time, I saw the strength of the Luo family. The Xiongnu are simply not strong enough to reinvade Tianwu. Moreover, the beast-controlling sect is fully supporting them. There's only one sect on this side, while there are 3 sects on the other side, unless someone is secretly playing tricks, causing the higher-ups on both sides to reach some agreement." Hearing this, the waiter didn't understand what Zhuo Fan was saying at all. He stammered and asked, What are you talking about?" Zhuo Fan waved his hand and continued, "Forget it, it doesn't concern me anyway. If you, Xiongnu, can't win, then I'll ask something else. Are there any famous mountains and great rivers or scenic spots here?" The waiter frowned and asked, "What are famous mountains and great rivers?" He turned to look at the others, but everyone was just as confused as him. The waiter had no choice but to smile bitterly and say, "Sir, we, Xiongnu, are not like Tianwu. We don't have majestic mountains and rivers. This place is just barren land. How could there be any famous mountains and great rivers? If you want to see beautiful scenery, it would be better to go back to Tianwu. It's 1,000 times more beautiful than here." Zhuo Fan thought, wind caves are places where spiritual energy and energy gather. They may not be suitable for cultivation, and sometimes they become dead lands because of their special terrain. So the youth continued to ask, "Then where is dangerous? Like places where people or spirit beasts enter and then disappear." Hearing this, the waiter laughed and said, "Guest, where did you hear those rumors? Although this place is barren, It's not a deadly place full of bones and poison. If it were really like that, the people here would have all died. Zhuo Fan frowned suspiciously, thinking, could Longzhu be wrong? Is there really no wind cave here? If so, then that map is useless? Nanzhou is so vast, where do I go to find the remaining great wind caves? Zhuo Fan rubbed his forehead and sighed, his face turning gloomy. The waiter and everyone else looked at him in fear, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere in the tavern became so silent that no one dared to breathe loudly. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Does anyone know where the manager is? Both official channels of the team have been yeeted, everyone. All the hard work, translation, editing, and late-night video creation are no longer supported as before. Zhuo Fan's series has been transferred to this new channel, everyone. Please visit, subscribe, like, and comment to help the team regain some motivation to continue. Wishing everyone a super good, happy, relaxed, and lucky day. Most importantly, good health. Hee hee. Zhuo Fan's finally in Quanrong. First things first, gotta get some dog meat with shrimp paste to cleanse the palate. Immediately starts trash-talking the Quanrong about Tianyu, snatching their land, no chill whatsoever. Then he calls the Quanrong emperor an idiot and the marshal kinda green. They're about ready to throw hands with our guy. But then Zhuo Fan drops the bomb that he's an 8th level divine illumination expert, and the Quanrong guys immediately turn into obedient puppies, tails wagging. Zhuo Fan's grilling them for info when suddenly 2 dudes barged in, yelling, "Waiter, where you at?" At the same time, heavy footsteps, 2 huge dudes swagger in, clearly peak heaven profound masters. These 2 look up, all cocky. This entire tavern is booked by the 6th prince. Scram if you ain't involved. But they notice everyone's eerily silent. They immediately yell, "What's going on? The 6th prince booked this place. Why aren't you out of here yet?" Everyone just exchanges glances, then subtly points to Zhuo Fan, hinting that there's a big shot there, telling them to watch their tone or they'll all be screwed. But before they can even process, Zhuo Fan coldly looks up and asks, "Where the hell did these 2 rabid dogs come from, barking in my face like I ain't got ears?" The 2 beefcakes are taken aback, but they're used to being jerks, so they immediately fire back, "Who do you think you are, causing trouble for the 6th prince?" But before they can finish, boom, both of them are instantly turned into bloody mist. Zhuo Fan casually lowers his hand, keeps pondering, like nothing even happened. Everyone in the tavern is pale as a ghost. 1 punch, and 2 peak heaven profound masters are gone, not even a corpse left. They didn't even know what hit them before their souls scattered. This guy's ruthless, doesn't give a damn about anyone. After all, those 2 were the prince's men. Everyone's even more terrified now. Throats dry, not daring to say a word. Zhuo Fan says calmly, "Now that's better, much quieter." Meanwhile, he's thinking, where am I even supposed to look now? This map is useless. Ahem. An old voice suddenly speaks. "Hualan Hualijia, is everything settled? The 6th prince is arriving soon." An old geezer with silver and gold hair appears at the tavern entrance, sees the puddle of blood, and immediately asks, surprised, "Why is there blood here? Didn't I tell you not to kill people so carelessly? Now this blood stain is going to be a pain to clean up." Everyone's just speechless, shaking their heads. He thinks the blood is from his own guys. If he knew it was them, LOL. Hurried footsteps echo. The old guy rushes into the tavern, yelling, "Huajin Hualaksa, come out here!" But then he sees so many people and freezes. Why is it so crowded in here? The 6th prince is coming. Everyone just shakes their heads, looks at the old dude, then looks at Zhuo Fan, waiting for him to say something. The 6th prince ain't even worth mentioning in front of an 8th level divine illumination expert. They won't dare move without Zhuo Fan's permission, or they'll end up like those 2 earlier. Zhuo Fan's still frowning, sighing about his useless map. Doesn't know where to find the Feng cave, completely oblivious to the tension in the tavern. The silver-haired old man sees everyone looking in one direction, follows their gaze, and spots Zhuo Fan. He's shocked and asks, "Who is this gentleman?" An 8th level divine illumination expert is rare. Even the 6th prince's estate hasn't groomed anyone like that. Zhuo Fan ignores him, keeps frowning and thinking, which really embarrasses the old guy. The geezer can only turn and ask, "Waiter, who is this? This person?" The waiter shakes his head. "I don't know either." The old man looks at everyone else, but they all frantically shake their heads. He sighs helplessly, then asks, "Where did those 2 strong men go?" The waiter tremblingly points to the puddle of blood on the floor. "Right under your feet, sir." The old man's shocked, looks down at the bloody floor, then back at Zhuo Fan, who's still sighing and lost in thought. He immediately understands everything. Those 2 idiots must have been their usual arrogant selves, pissed off this divine illumination expert, and got themselves killed on the spot. Messing with an 8th level divine illumination expert is definitely not a good idea. If he stays any longer, things could get dangerous. Gotta bounce and call for backup ASAP. Thinking that, he took 2 steps back, then immediately turned around and ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the tavern was stunned. This is a guy from 6th Prince's mansion? Oppressing the weak like crazy but running scared from the strong. Zhuo Fan, though, didn't seem to notice anything. The MC still had his hand on the table, lost in thought, looking annoyed AF. Not long after, a few sounds of air being torn apart rang out, and 4 powerful auras rapidly approached the tavern, forcing everyone inside to back away. Immediately after, 4 old geezers slowly entered, including the golden-haired elder who had just run away. The leader was a golden-haired old man with a solemn expression, his aura 10 times stronger than the white-haired elder. Although no one could see their exact cultivation levels, just looking at that golden-haired old man was enough to make their heads spin and almost faint. These 4 powerhouses made everyone even more worried. If they came to cause trouble for Zhuo Fan, a world-shaking battle might break out. Everyone could only secretly pray that if they fought, they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Thinking that, they panicked and fled the tavern. When elephants fight, the ants get crushed. The golden-haired old man bowed and clasped his hands, his attitude extremely humble, saying, "I am Jin Bu Huang of the 6th Prince's Mansion. If my subordinates have offended you just now, I hope Senior will forgive us." Zhuo Fan raised his head to look at the 4 people in front of him. Jin Bu Huang was at the 7th level of the Divine Illumination realm, his strength still inferior to the MC. The other 3 included 1 at the 4th level and 2 at the 5th level of the Divine Illumination realm. Zhuo Fan, showing absolutely no respect, coldly uttered a single word, "Scram!" Jin Bu Huang and his group were stunned, their expressions immediately turning ugly. The white-haired elder thought, "My strength is only 1 realm below his, so there's no need to be so afraid. Moreover, we have many people on our side. If we really fight, we can still make up for the difference." Thinking this, the elder immediately straightened his back and said loudly, "We respect you as a divine illumination realm powerhouse, so we don't want a conflict and have already given you enough face. Even if you killed 2 of our people, we can let it go. But you must know that even if you are a divine illumination 8th level expert, a top figure in Quanrong, you can't fight against 4 hands with 2 fists. Offending the royal family will not end well. I advise you to quickly stop. We can become friends, and then everything will be peaceful." Jin Bu Huang gently stroked his beard, a smile in his eyes, and nodded slightly, showing satisfaction with the white-haired elder's words. Those words were neither arrogant nor humble, righteous and clear, gaining the upper hand even before fighting. It's just a pity that if they had encountered a true divine illumination 8th level powerhouse, these words might have worked even if the opponent was rude. But unfortunately, the person standing before them was Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan coldly looked at them and smiled faintly, thinking, "Damn it, I was already annoyed that the map was useless and wanted to vent my anger. It just so happens that this group of people appeared. Consider them unlucky." So the edgy teen scoffed, "Dogs that bark don't bite, and dogs that bite don't bark. You've been barking in front of this old man for so long, isn't it because you feel that your chances of winning aren't great? So you're talking nonsense? Jin Bu Huang and his group immediately turned red with anger, grinding their teeth and clenching their fists, wishing they could immediately kill the little brat in front of them. Jin Bu Huang took a deep breath and said fiercely, "This gentleman, I don't care who you are or how strong you are, but your attitude is too much. If I, Jin Bu Huang, still endure today, then you can write my name backwards." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Bu Huang immediately unleashed a powerful aura, his killing intent filling the space, pressing straight towards Zhuo Fan. The other three elders also released their auras at the same time, jointly oppressing Zhuo Fan. The stench of bloodlust filled the tavern, and everyone inside was oppressed by the fierce aura to the point where they could barely breathe, all of them extremely terrified. But Zhuo Fan still stood motionless, the MC simply smiling indifferently at the four people in front of him. In the teen's eyes, those four were no different from four clowns, completely unworthy of attention. Seeing the contempt in Zhuo Fan's eyes, Jin Bu Huang became even more furious, roaring before preparing to charge in to fight. But then a voice rang out, "Stop!" Everyone looked back in confusion. The person who had just entered was wearing red clothes, looking very refined, completely different from the sloppily dressed Quanrong. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan also glanced to see what kind of fresh meat had arrived. The old geezers immediately bowed and clasped their hands, saying, "Young Master Lu." The red-clothed man slowly stepped forward, stammering, Who are you?" Zhuo Fan acted all high and mighty, the teen replying indifferently, "I am the one who killed your 2 dogs. Your other 4 dogs are about to bite me. If you've seen enough, you can scram right now. You don't need to say any arrogant nonsense here, because here I am the boss. But after I kill them all, if you still want to die, I won't mind sending you on your way." Suddenly, the red-clothed man looked excited and exclaimed, "Hee, you're Zhuo Fan. You're still not dead. I'm a super hardcore fan of yours." Zhuo Fan was completely dumbfounded. The teen said in confusion, What the hell?" Walked into the tavern, and these 2 punks were already going off at the mouth. Turns out, they're now just 2 puddles of blood on the floor. R.I.P. bozos. Some golden-haired geezers, apparently their boss, swaggered in next, just as loud. But after seeing the blood puddles and realizing Zhuo Fan did it, he noped out. Thought he was running to mommy, but nah, he was snitching to his crew. Soon, 4 guys with murder faces charged toward our MC, but 4 or 40, Zhuo Fan just starts roasting them with his god-tier trash talk. Out of nowhere, our resident comedian appears. Red shirt guy. He instantly recognizes Zhuo Fan and claims he's been the MC's ride-or-die fan for 2 centuries. Staring at this clueless dude, Zhuo Fan's face goes blank. He scratches his head, confused. "Wait, hold up, have we met? Why don't I remember you at all?" The dude gets hyped, grinning like a kid. "Master Fan probably hasn't met me, but I know you." Then he excitedly steps closer to Zhuo Fan, suddenly speechless, just staring wide-eyed at the MC, looking absolutely down bad. Zhuo Fan's even more confused, asking, "Who are you? How do you know me?" This guy flashes back and gets even more hyped. He blurts out, "Oh, it was after the dragon gathering. I was a spectator representing the Quanrong Kingdom. From the stands, I saw you destroy the entire Imperial Beast sect with 1 punch. Then you led the lower 3 sects to become #1 in all of Western State. I was so moved I almost cried. You looked so badass, so VIP, bro." Zhuo Fan stunned for a sec, then remembers. "Oh right, this kid was in the audience watching my match. There were too many people that day, no wonder he didn't remember." Zhuo Fan looks at him. "Kid, are you the 6th prince of the Quanrong Kingdom?" The guy nods happily. Yes. Just talking to Zhuo Fan makes him ecstatic. 1 sentence is enough to make him proud for life. Zhuo Fan asks, "The Imperial Beast sect is your kingdom's guardian sect. Why are you so excited that I destroyed them?" The 6th prince scoffs. "That so-called guardian sect was just a thorn in our side. Their disciples run wild in Quanrong, and no one dares to stop them. Those animals don't deserve to be human, so I don't care what happens to them. Master Zhuo's punch that wiped them out really made me feel good. Zhuo Fan nods, understanding. So, you had beef. That explains it. But don't go around saying, run wild. You guys probably aren't much better. The sixth prince awkwardly laughs, but still says respectfully, Master Zhuo is right. I've been lax in managing my subordinates. I'll make sure this never happens again. Zhuo Fan rolls his eyes. Whether you manage them or not has nothing to do with me. The sixth prince doesn't get mad. Instead, he nods in agreement. Master Zhuo is a man of great affairs. Why would you care about such trivial matters? But since Master Zhuo said so, I'll definitely change. Then, the sixth prince suddenly turns to the four old guys behind him, ordering sternly, Golden envoys, spread the word. From now on, no one from my manor is allowed to bully the people. Anyone caught will be killed without mercy. Or how are we any different from those imperial beast sect bastards that Master Zhuo looks down upon? Jin Buhuan hurriedly bows. Yes, Your Highness. Then he looks at Zhuo Fan and sighs, thinking bitterly. The sixth prince has been a playboy neglecting his duties for ages. His Majesty has repeatedly urged him to focus on state affairs. But he never listens. Who knew a single sentence from Zhuo Fan? Not even serious advice, but more like a casual complaint, would make him immediately discipline his subordinates. This is the power of an idol. Zhuo Fan looks at him, feeling helpless. He thinks, WTF? I didn't even say anything that deep. Why is he overreacting like this? The sixth prince muses for a moment, then excitedly says, Master Zhuo, a few days ago I heard you were assassinated and died. I cried for days. I even ordered my men to build a tombstone to mourn you. You can ask these four geezers if you don't believe me. The four old guys quickly nod. Yes, our master is truly your devoted fan, forever and always. The sixth prince frowns suspiciously. Wait, but why are you here? And completely fine? Was the rumor wrong? A cold glint flashes in Zhuo Fan's eyes. He says coldly, HMPH. Trying to take my life? Not that easy. The sixth prince is even more shaken, his eyes filled with adoration. He points at Zhuo Fan, then turns to the four old guys. See? This is Master Zhuo, #1 in the Double Dragon Gathering, my idol. Aren't you guys inspired to learn from him? The four old guys exchange glances and force a smile, nodding. Yes, very inspiring, but in their hearts they're thinking, we're already so old, and we have to follow our master to worship his idol? So embarrassing. Not just them, even Zhuo Fan feels awkward facing this superfan. He can only stand up and walk outside. So-called not hitting a smiling person, the MC initially wanted to vent some anger and thought he could torture 4 new dogs, but encountering such an enthusiastic sixth prince made it impossible for him to act. The other party was just a fanboy, not here to cause trouble. So Zhuo Fan could only leave this troublesome place. Seeing Zhuo Fan wanting to leave, the sixth prince hurriedly ran in front of him, asking in surprise, Wait, where are you going, sir? You've finally come to Kuyen-Yung. Let me at least fulfill my duty as a host. Zhuo Fan replied with a smile. No need. This place doesn't have what I need, so I'm leaving. With that, the young man intended to continue walking. The sixth prince was stunned. His eyes darted around, and he hurriedly blocked Zhuo Fan again, saying, What are you looking for, sir? I'm very familiar with this place. I can help you find it. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking in his heart. The heaven and earth feng shui spot is a special place, most likely occupied by powerful people as their own. Ordinary cultivators would hardly know about it. This kid is the sixth prince of Kuyen-Yung. With an illustrious background, perhaps I can get some information from him. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan nodded and said, All right, then I'll ask you. Are there any places around here called Strange Wonders or Dangerous Forbidden Zones? The sixth prince was taken aback and asked, Strange Wonders? Immediately after, he excitedly clapped his hands and continued. If sir wants to appreciate the scenery of our Kuyen-Yung, then you've come to the right person. Zhuo Fan reluctantly nodded. Yeah, something like that. Is there any special place nearby? The sixth prince replied with a smug smile. Sir, you've really asked the right person. Although our Kuyen-Yung is barren and doesn't have many magnificent landscapes, it's not completely devoid of them. My newly built villa has a place called Ancient Wonder, which is extremely magnificent. The scene there is absolutely rare. It's hard to find a place like it throughout the southern continent. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up and asked, Really? The sixth prince immediately nodded, his face full of pride. Of course it's true. Such wonders, once discovered, are usually occupied by powerful people as their own. My father once wanted to build a palace there, but I didn't agree. That wonder belongs solely to me, the sixth prince. Even my father has to come to my mansion to see it. If Zhuo Xiansheng agrees to come, I'll immediately have people prepare a feast. We can enjoy the scenery while drinking and talking. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. Why prepare a feast? Hey, waste of time. Take me there now. In the MC's heart, he was as happy as winning the lottery, thinking, I couldn't find it anywhere, but I stumbled upon it by chance. Holy crap! Hearing this, the sixth prince was even more delighted and immediately led the way. Being able to do something for Zhuo Fan made him feel extremely honored. But as they stepped out of the tavern, Jin Bi Huang hurriedly stopped the sixth prince and spoke up. Your Highness, please stop. Last time you fought with Elder Shi over a girl, His Majesty has ordered you to apologize to him. It's fine if you don't care about the banquet in the palace, but if you throw another feast now, wouldn't that make him even angrier? Once he gets angry, we'll have a hard time dealing with it. The sixth prince snorted coldly and roared, That old snake wants me to apologize? No way! I saw that girl first. That snake came to snatch her. He even killed my people. Yet father wants me to apologize to him. Based on what? That Elder Shi is just a half-dead old man. What do I have to fear? Dare to stir up trouble in our Kuyen-Yung capital? If you hadn't kept advising me to hold a reconciliation feast, I would have already given him a beating. Hearing this, Jin Bi Huang could only sigh and say, Your Highness, fighting over women is just a small matter. The death of a few guards isn't a big deal either. But Elder Shi is a Huaxu realm expert. We can't compete with him at all. Without the restraint of the beast-taming sect, once he gets angry, we won't be able to withstand it. You just need to yield a little, give him some face, and it'll be fine. The sixth prince immediately frowned and said, I won't. Then, he pointed at Zhuo Fan and continued, With Zhuo Xiansheng here, what is there to fear? Zhuo Xiansheng fears neither heaven nor earth. He can even sweep through the twin dragon meat. I've taken Zhuo Xiansheng as my role model. Why should I fear that horny snake? Zhuo Xiansheng, let's go to the villa to drink. Let them play with that dead snake themselves. Zhuo Fan, seeing the commotion, didn't mind the big trouble. The young man nodded slightly, and even urged the sixth prince to go faster, completely unconcerned about whether his subordinates would have to face a Huaxu realm expert afterward. Jin Bi Huang hurriedly stepped in front of Zhuo Fan and bowed. Zhuo Xiansheng, our sixth prince has always been extremely respectful of you. After hearing the news of your death, he actually cried. For 3 days and 3 nights, he was extremely saddened. Please, for the sake of this affection, be merciful, and don't let our master rush into danger. Please advise him to apologize to Elder Shi, and this matter will be over. We can go see the wonder later, or let our master apologize first, and this old man will take you to see it. Zhuo Fan was slightly startled, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, thinking, This kid is a hardcore fan of mine. Even if I don't want to care about his affairs, I shouldn't let him get into danger because of my indifference. This old man makes sense. Let their master handle his own affairs, and I can find someone else to lead the way. But the sixth prince immediately waved his hand to stop him, resolutely saying, No way! Zhuo Xiansheng is this prince's honored guest. As long as Zhuo Xiansheng has any requests, this prince will definitely do his best to fulfill them. As for that horny snake, just let him die. With that, he angrily walked straight ahead. Zhuo Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and had no choice but to follow behind. Jin Bu Huang walked to Zhuo Fan's side, his expression serious. Zhuo Shansheng, although I've heard of your name from my prince, our prince has always liked to exaggerate since he was young, especially towards people he respects, so I can't completely believe his words. Even if you're an 8-layered divine illumination expert, and your strength is indeed very strong, but that Elder Shi is a Huaxu realm expert, if you offend him, His Majesty will be very angry, and the consequences will be very serious. His Majesty will certainly not vent his anger on his son, and the one who will take the blame will be you. So you must try to persuade him. Zhuo Fan heard this as if it was an order to force himself to do it. The young man glared with murderous intent, as if wanting to slap the old man's face off. Sixth Prince, still flexing his loyalty as Zhuo Fan's die-hard fanboy. Even though the MC was the main reason the Quanzhong got clapped by Tianyu, he straight up doesn't care. Zhuo Fan, being Zhuo Fan, casually asks if there's any interesting places around, and this Giga Chad's Sixth Prince already snatched up some scenic wonder. Zhuo Fan figures it's a geomantic hotspot and demands a tour, but Jin Bu Huan's panicking hard, scared of that snake pervert's power. For those who forgot, during the final Tianyu vs. Quanzhong throwdown, that snake elder from the beast-controlling sect got his soul yeeted by Zhuo Fan. The Dryrong 5 elders snatched him back, but the beast-controlling sect paid to get him back. Jin Bu Huan, looking stressed AF, keeps saying, "For the Sixth Prince's sake, and your own, you gotta convince him to apologize to that snake elder. Stop him from running wild." Zhuo Fan smirks, eyes glinting evilly. "Sixth Prince is my simp. He'll remember everything you said, but your master's overreacting. He's just a transformation realm guy. Not even worth my time. If the Sixth Prince can actually help me find what I'm looking for, I wouldn't mind helping you guys shed that snake elder's skin, just to save you from disaster." Zhuo Fan says and pieces out, chasing after the Sixth Prince. Jin Bu Huan just stands there, stunned. He mutters, "Is this kid insane? Just a divine illumination 8th layer trying to mess with a transformation realm master? No wonder the Sixth Prince is getting more arrogant. Idolizing this guy won't teach you anything good." Jin Bu Huan sighs in despair, feeling like he's about to have a heart attack. The blonde old guy walks up, worried. "Elder Jin, the Sixth Prince is gone. What if the Snake Elder comes? What do we do?" Elder Jin sighs again, shaking his head. "Our master's too reckless. We can only help him. Hopefully the Snake Elder will let it slide. More importantly, HE doesn't want to blow things up. Otherwise, His Majesty might just invite someone else from the beast-controlling sect to force them out. That'd be the best outcome." Elder Jin turns to the people still standing around in the restaurant and shouts, "What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear us? We've bought out the whole place. Get lost!" Everyone nods frantically, like they've been pardoned, and scrambles out. The restaurant's empty in seconds. They were just scared witless by the demon Zhuo Fan, their lives hanging by a thread. Being able to leave now feels like escaping hell. Everyone feels like they've been reborn. Everyone secretly vows to never come to this restaurant again. This place is cursed. If the owner knew what they were thinking, he'd probably cry. Jin Bu Huan looks around and then glares at the owner, saying loudly, "Clean this place up! Prepare top-shelf wine and meat! We're throwing a feast here!" The owner and waiter nod quickly and get to work. Soon, the restaurant's lively again. Just then, footsteps echo from afar. A young man with triangular eyes slowly appears at the restaurant entrance. Oh damn, this snake pervert got a major glow-up after nearly dying. Looking kinda stylish, NGL? Haha. He looks up at the restaurant's size, his face turning dark. He grinds his teeth. "So the tiger's down? And the dogs are mocking? Even though I was exiled by the sect because of that mistake back then, I'm still a transformation realm powerhouse and a royal protector. And that punk's throwing a welcome feast for me in this dump? This is supposed to be an apology?" Jin Bu Huan immediately bows. "Elder Shi, the four of us have been waiting for your arrival for a long time." Elder Shi asks grimly, "What's going on? Where's your master? Is that little punk not coming to greet me? Jinbu Huan wipes the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Our prince suddenly wasn't feeling well today and couldn't make it, so he sent us to welcome you. But before he can finish, Elder Shi waves his sleeve, yelling, "Enough!" A powerful gust of wind slams into the four of them, sending them flying. They all yelp and cough up blood. Elder Shi grinds his teeth. If I wasn't giving face to the Quanrong Emperor, I wouldn't have let that brat off so easily for daring to insult me, giving him a chance to apologize. But now he's not cherishing it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he immediately turns and flies into the sky. Jinbu Huan cries out, "This is bad. He's going to the Sixth Prince's mansion. The prince is in danger." One of the guys next to him hurriedly said, "Lord Jin, hold up! The prince is touring the manor with Zhuo Fan right now. He's not even in the palace." Hearing this, Jinbu Huan nodded, relieved. "Good. Then we still have time to warn him, otherwise the prince is actually gonna die." With that, he dragged his heavily injured body into the air. Despite the bleeding wounds, the remaining three endured their injuries and hurriedly followed. Elsewhere, Zhuo Fan followed the sixth prince to a secluded mountain forest, where there was a rather elegant courtyard. Guards stood on either side of the door, all of them experts at the heaven-profound realm. The sixth prince approached the door, bowed slightly to Zhuo Fan, and smiled. "Please, come in." Zhuo Fan nodded and stepped inside. The sixth prince excitedly followed behind him like a little servant. The two guards gawked, utterly shocked. They thought the sixth prince was known for causing trouble, and had never been so polite to anyone before. Not even the current emperor had received such respect from him. Who is that guy that the prince respects so much? Could he be the prince's father-in-law or brother-in-law? Otherwise, how could he be more important than his own dad? The sixth prince led Zhuo Fan into the backyard and stopped. Zhuo Fan looked at the tall building in front of him, then looked at the sixth prince in confusion. The sixth prince smiled mysteriously and pointed to the building, saying, "A higher vantage point offers a wider view. That spectacle can only be fully appreciated from this building." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Although he found it a bit strange, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Then the two of them climbed up the high building, and after a while, the sixth prince happily announced, "Mr. Zhuo, we're here." Entering a quiet room, the sixth prince walked to the window and opened it. Instantly, a cool, damp mountain air rushed into their faces. Outside the window was a giant waterfall, hundreds of meters high, with water cascading down like a silver river from the sky, crashing thunderously below. A truly magnificent sight. Zhuo Fan was momentarily stunned, then turned his head and asked, "This is the spectacle you were talking about?" The sixth prince nodded smugly. "Indeed. Isn't it magnificent? Huyen is usually barren, so a large waterfall like this is very rare. That's why I had people set up a concealment formation. It can only be seen from here. Even my imperial father only gets to see it once a month, while I can enjoy it every day. Not bad, right?" But before he could finish, Zhuo Fan cut him off. "Not bad, my ass. Scenery like this is just natural landscape. In Tianyu, if there aren't 180 of these places, there must be 50 or 60. Was it worth the trouble for this old man to come all the way here? What I need are extraordinary places, like somewhere you can't get out of once you enter, or a place where meditating for a day is equivalent to meditating for 10 years. Hearing this, the sixth prince trembled, like a kid who messed up, and dejectedly lowered his head, saying, "But didn't you say you wanted to come to Kuyen for sightseeing? This place is here, and it's the most scenic place in Kuyen." Zhuo Fan sighed helplessly and shook his head. All right, it's my fault. I didn't make it clear. It seems Kuyen doesn't have what I'm looking for. I'm leaving." The sixth prince hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Mr. Zhuo, why are you leaving so soon? Stay for a few more days." Zhuo Fan shook his head. "No need. It seems that map was wrong. I have to go somewhere else and take a look." Seeing that Zhuo Fan really wanted to leave, the sixth prince suddenly shouted, "If you want to see strange things, my elder brother has them. I'll take you to see." Zhuo Fan asked, confused, "Your elder brother?" The sixth prince nodded. That's right. My elder brother is the crown prince of Qianying. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then let's go to your elder brother's place. Hearing this, the sixth prince immediately ran happily to Zhuo Fan's side, like a kid leading the way. Zhuo Fan chuckled to himself. This little brat is such a simp for me. He's already this happy just from being with me. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the window. Sixth prince, this is bad! Run away quickly! Elder Che is on his way! Zhuo Fan and the sixth prince were startled and looked over, seeing the 4 bloodied figures of Jin Buhuan staggering up, panting heavily. The sixth prince quickly rushed over to help them up, asking, What happened? Lord Jin, what happened to you guys? Jin Buhuan coughed and replied, Prince, run away. Elder Che is displeased with your broken promise and is heading straight for the palace. We rushed here to warn you. Another person added, Yes, you better run to the imperial palace. Only the emperor can quell his anger. Hearing this, the sixth prince trembled with anger, saying, That damned old fool beat you guys up like this? How ridiculous. They were already elders of the beast-taming sect, and they committed a major offense and were exiled, yet they still dare to cause trouble, killing innocent people like this. What a bunch of dogs. While Zhuo Fan and sixth prince left, Jin Buhuang ordered people to prepare a feast to welcome Snake Elder. Snake Elder arrived but didn't see the sixth prince. He got pissed and beat Jin Buhuang's group to a pulp. Then he floored it, chasing after the sixth prince. But this was probably the worst decision of Snake Bro's life. Zhuo Fan, following the sixth prince, arrived at that mysterious place. Turns out it's just a waterfall. Talk about a letdown. He was about to leave when the sixth prince shouted, The crown prince's place is even weirder. As they were about to leave, Jin Buhuang rushed over to report, Snake Elder is hot on our tails. Sixth prince angrily roared, Why should I be afraid of him? Hilarious. They were elders of the Imperial Beast sect, then committed a huge mistake and got exiled, but they still dare to stir up trouble, killing innocent people like this. They're just a bunch of dead dogs. Jin Buhuang sighed. Although they were expelled from the Imperial Beast sect, they were once sect elders after all. Their foundation is still very deep. Unless something big happens, the Imperial Beast sect will still protect them. Moreover, they are powerhouses in the Huazhu realm. No one in the entire empire dares to mess with them casually. Your Highness, although you are very popular and we admire you very much, you are still too naive. It's best not to touch some petty people like that. Sixth prince gnashed his teeth angrily. Those people are lawless, causing panic among the people in the capital. If even I don't dare to take action, wouldn't others be even more easily bullied by them? What kind of empire is Qianying then? No. I must report to father and kill those 3 old geezers. Jin Buhuang said with a headache. It's useless. It's not that His Majesty doesn't want to eliminate them. The problem is, no one has the strength to do so. Sixth prince trembled with anger, but quickly calmed down. He glanced at Zhuo Fan, wanting to say something but hesitated. Finally, he asked, Mr. Zhuo, what do you think I should do now? Zhuo Fan calmly replied, If I weren't here, you should have immediately gone to the palace for protection. As for those old geezers, just one person needed to come and report the news. The rest should have gone to the palace to seek help. Why did you all run here? Trying to die together or what? Jin Buhuang was stunned after hearing this, then slapped his forehead, regretting, Damn it! Why didn't I think of that? We should have sent one person to report to His Majesty. Sixth prince didn't care about that suggestion. He just wanted to see Zhuo Fan's attitude, to see if he was willing to help. Zhuo Fan said calmly, But since I'm here, you don't need to do anything. Just do one thing for me. Sixth prince immediately asked, Just do what? Zhuo Fan smiled mysteriously and said, Just take me to the crown prince's place. Then whether you want to consider my suggestion or run to the palace to seek refuge is up to you. Sixth prince gave a wry smile. He knew Zhuo Fan was very capable, but also understood that he was refusing to help. Right now, Sixth Prince's life was hanging by a thread. How could he have time to take him to see the Crown Prince? Jinbi Huang snorted coldly upon hearing this. Sixth Prince treats you as a guest of honor, yet you give such an absurd suggestion. This old man knows you haven't reached the Huazhu realm, so you don't want to get involved in this matter, but you should at least give a more reliable suggestion. Zhuo Fan nodded. All right, then you guys go to the palace to seek refuge. It's no problem for me to go to the Crown Prince's residence alone. The Crown Prince's place should be easy to find. With that, Zhuo Fan turned to leave. Sixth Prince immediately facepalmed and hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Mr. Zhuo, wait for me, I'll take you there." Jinbi Huang helplessly shook his head, angrily saying, "Your Highness, ignore him. Protecting you now is the most important thing." Sixth Prince said, "What's the joy in living? What's the suffering in death? The idol that this prince admires the most is right in front of me. How can I miss this opportunity?" With that, he immediately ran after him, shouting, "Mr. Zhuo, wait for me!" A group of people quickly went downstairs and went outside. Just then, a laugh echoed from afar. "Ha ha, so you're here too. You dare offend this old man? I gave you a chance to apologize out of respect for your father, but you still dare disobey? How laughable. Today, even if your old emperor shows up, I'll still kill you." Jinbi Huang cried out anxiously. Why did Elder Shi arrive so quickly? Elder Shi descended from the sky, glanced at the 4 old geezers before him, and sneered. How could mere divine illumination cultivators understand the terror of a transformation realm expert? Sixth Prince, today you... He suddenly paused, his expression drastically changing. His gaze locked onto Zhuo Fan and he roared, "You son of a..." Zhuo Fan looked around, seeing no one else, and blankly asked, "Who are you talking to?" Elder Shi bellowed, "You damned son of destiny! Don't look around, I'm talking about you. After 8 years, I've finally found you, you little bastard." Zhuo Fan asked, confused. "Wait, have we met before?" Elder Shi... She laughed maniacally. "Met? That's an understatement. If it weren't for you, you freak, would I have been expelled from the sect and ended up in this miserable state?" His roar reverberated through the sky, his eyes filled with hatred as he continued. "There were times I woke up from nightmares, my head filled with images of your annoying white hair. I swear I'll never forget the suffering you inflicted on me." Zhuo Fan frowned. "What grudge do we have? Why can't I remember who you are?" Elder Shi smirked. "You forget quickly, but I can't blame you. After all, I've changed my appearance. Kid, you haven't forgotten the Tian you wore 8 years ago, have you? You severely injured me then, and for the past 8 years, I've lived with that humiliation. My body was damaged, and even after seizing another body and being reborn, it greatly affected my cultivation. I'm afraid it'll be hard to improve for the rest of my life. But that wasn't enough to get me expelled from the sect. It was because of that failed war. The Demon Imperial Sect and the Heavenly Harmony Sect obtained evidence, forcing the sect to cede territory and compensate with spirit stones. So I became a sinner of the sect. From then on, our future was completely ruined, expelled and abandoned. It's all because of you. You ruined my life." Elder Shi stared intently at Zhuo Fan, grinding his teeth as he continued, "Kid, today is your lucky day. Now that I've found you, I'll definitely kill you, and kill that Sixth Prince as well, to ease the hatred in my heart." He roared a torrent of abuse. But Zhuo Fan didn't pay any attention, only narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and calmly nodded. "Oh, so you're that horny snake. No. You got a makeover. Looking kinda decent now. Ha ha." The Sixth Prince, hearing this, immediately laughed heartily. "The esteemed one must also be involved in this matter. Surely you can't stand idly by." Jinbi Huang and the others were stunned, wondering what Zhuo Fan could do if he joined the battle. Everyone here was at the Divine Illumination Realm. How could they possibly deal with a Transformation Realm expert? Only the Sixth Prince remained full of faith in Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly. "Since he's my enemy, I can't show mercy. I've suffered a loss like this once before. A murderous intent flashed in the MC's eyes, his expression instantly turning cold, and every wisp of killing intent that radiated out made the surrounding air heavy. Elder Shi suddenly felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. But quickly he shook his head, dismissing the idea, thinking that the other party was only at the divine illumination realm. How could he threaten him? Just as he thought that, Zhuo Fan had already appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Elder Shi sensed the monster standing right behind him, his eyes filled with terror, slowly glancing backward. Before he could regain his senses, Zhuo Fan had already turned his arm red, raised it, preparing to strike down, his eyes sharp and full of killing intent. And then, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out, a terrifying force instantly piercing through Elder Shi's body, through the tower behind him, and finally striking the 100 Zhang waterfall in the distance, emitting a thunderous roar. Dust billowed like a flying dragon, covering the space, mixed with the raging sound of water. After a while, the dust gradually dissipated, and everything before their eyes became silent. Before everyone's eyes appeared an apocalyptic scene. The 18th floor of the tower had completely disappeared. The 100 Zhang waterfall was also gone, and most importantly, Elder Shi's body had completely vanished. Before everyone's eyes, there was only a flat, endless stretch of land, with no end in sight. Jin Bi Huang and the others took a deep breath, staring at Zhuo Fan with wide eyes, all of them so shocked that they couldn't utter a word, not daring to think that Zhuo Fan was so terrifyingly strong. After standing there dumbfounded for a long time, the 6th prince suddenly shouted excitedly, "Well done, very good!" Knowing Elder Snake was on their tail, 6th prince didn't give a damn, immediately turning to Zhuo Fan for help. But all he got back was a big fat nope. And just like that, Elder Snake found them, already spouting nonsense. But then he saw Zhuo Fan's face, and shut right up. Elder Snake flipped into psycho mode, blasting Zhuo Fan for destroying his body back in the day, and leaving him a cripple. Zhuo Fan barely remembered roasting this old snake once, but figured, why not do it again? So he threw a punch, and Elder Snake got Thanos snapped into oblivion. Hua Shu realm is just for show these days, huh? Zhuo Fan dusted off his shoulders, striking a superhero pose after one-shotting the dude, then slowly put his fist down like it was NBD. 6th prince, gobsmacked, blurted out, "Based! You're the uncrowned king of the Twin Dragon Manor." Zhuo Fan just casually replied, "PSH, this is nothing. Those trash Hua Shu guys get punched all the time. Now let's hurry up and get me to the Crown Prince's mansion. Hopefully, they've got what I'm looking for." 6th prince was startled, then immediately reacted loudly, Yes, right away!" Then excitedly ran ahead to lead the way. Jin Bi Huang and the others behind them were stunned into silence. They finally realized that Zhuo Fan's strength was truly unfathomable. He'd taken down a Hua Shu realm expert with a single punch. The 4 of them shuddered as they thought about almost fighting him at the restaurant. Good thing they didn't actually throw down, or they'd be DOA for sure. But just then, a deep explosion echoed from afar. The ground shook. A dark-colored giant serpent, about 30 meters long, burst from the earth, roaring in fury. "You little brat, you've ruined my body again. I'll devour you alive this time." Jin Bi Huang screamed in terror. "It's Elder Snake's spirit soul. No matter how strong a body is, it can't do anything to the spirit soul of a Hua Shu realm expert. We're screwed." Hearing this, Elder Snake laughed triumphantly. "You little punk, you've destroyed my body twice. But what can a divine transformation realm trash like you do to my spirit soul?" But before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and a giant crimson dragon claw burst forth from Zhuo Fan's body. The dragon claw instantly snatched the giant serpent. Elder Snake seemed to be grabbed by his weak spot. His entire body stiffened, unable to speak. His originally sinister triangular eyes were now filled with horror. He stammered, This is a spirit soul? How is that possible? He's only in the divine transformation realm." Zhuo Fan sneered. Your spirit soul ran away, and now you come back looking for death? What a dumbass clown. A flash of light flickered in the youth's eyes and disappeared, and the crimson dragon claw instantly tightened. The giant serpent let out a miserable cry. Don't! Please don't! Let's talk this over. But nope! Zhuo Fan tightened his grip, and then the old snake's entire body exploded, turning into countless fragments of spiritual energy that dissipated into the sky and earth. The dragon claw slowly retracted, returning to Zhuo Fan's body once more. Zhuo Fan was still as calm as if nothing had happened, and said, "Let's go!" Jinbi Wu Huang and the others followed behind Sixth Prince, their eyes wide as they stared at Zhuo Fan's carefree back. In everyone's mind at this moment was only one question. How could a divine transformation realm cultivator condense a spirit soul? Everyone felt that this guy was truly too bizarre. Elsewhere, in an exquisite small pavilion in the middle of a lake, a man with a handsome face, wearing flowery robes, adorned with precious spiritual artifacts, looked extremely relaxed and wealthy, but beneath that appearance lurked a hint of evil, especially when he looked at the woman opposite him. His eyes filled with lecherous desire. Beside him stood a stunning beauty, her eyes as clear as the moon, yet a sorrow clung to her brow. It was none other than the precious plum wine of the Tuoba clan, atop the great Yuan Hound Rong's war steeds, Tuoba Lianhir. After a moment of silence, she mustered her courage and spoke. "Your Highness, what will it take for you to forgive my brother?" The prince frowned. "What? Forgive him? In front of all these people he dared to punch this prince. How can I let that slide so easily?" Lianhir clenched her fists, biting her lip, and whispered, "It was wrong of my brother to strike you, Your Highness, but he was only trying to protect me in the heat of the moment. It's all my fault, I beg you. In consideration of the Tuoba clan's years of loyal service and battles for the Hound Rong, please forgive him this once. If you agree, Lianhir will forever remember your kindness." Hearing this, the prince smirked, his eyes raking over Lianhir's figure. "Oh? Forever not forget, huh?" Then, as if possessed, his lecherous face twisted with desire, and he lunged forward. "No need for forever and ever. Just serve this prince well in this lifetime, he. But as he reached out to grab Tuoba Lianhir's assets, she managed to dodge him, screaming, "Please, Your Highness, don't!" Missing his target, the prince's expression turned cold. "Tuoba Lianhir, don't be ignorant. This prince setting his sights on you is a blessing for you. Your Tuoba clan used to be the pillars of the empire, but after the defeat 8 years ago, which caused the empire heavy losses, you became traitors to the empire. Moreover, it was thanks to this prince's intercession that you weren't wiped out. My father not demoting the old man Tuoba Tishan to commoner status, but only removing him from his martial position to become a city guard, is already showing consideration for his past merits. And what about you, HMPH, ungrateful wretches? This prince personally came to your door to propose marriage, yet that old Tuoba Tishan dared to reject my good intentions. That old elder had his eyes on you during the Tianwu War. His soul was already recalled by the sect, so that old geezer wanted to use my name to threaten Elder Shi, so he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Then he suddenly came to our door and agreed. I thought that old fogey had finally seen the light, but later I understood he just came to seek refuge. After all, you are this prince's future consort, and that old geezer is just a sect criminal. Even a transformation void realm expert wouldn't dare to mess with the royal family. You use this prince as a shield, and I accept it. As long as you become my woman, that old geezer really has no right to touch you anymore. Stretching it out for 7 or 8 years, do you think this prince is a fool to be easily exploited? Letting you play with me like this? But you guys are going too far, doing evil deeds and pretending to be noble. On one hand, saying, you're already my consort. On the other hand, hesitating, not caring about marriage, just deliberately dragging it out. Tuoba Lianhir shrank back in fear and stammered, I'm sorry, Your Highness. But unexpectedly, The crazy prince burst into a delighted laugh and exclaimed, "I don't need your apology. I just want to have you." Yet Tuoba Lianer still refused, saying, "Please, your highness, no." Then she struck the prince in the chest with a palm. The prince must have been lacking down there, because a single palm strike sent him flying like a bird. He flew uncontrollably until his head hit the wall, the impact causing him immense pain, his eyes rolling back. He groggily struggled to his feet, saying, You dare?" Tuoba Liancare's face paled in fear. "Your highness, I didn't mean to." The prince slumped back down, his voice bitter. "You are my betrothed, my rightfully appointed consort, completely different from those ordinary women. But for the past 8 years we haven't consummated our marriage, and I haven't even held your hand. That day, I just wanted to be intimate with you, and your brother beat me up. And today, you're doing this again. You should know that you are this prince's consort. Would I ever force myself on a common woman?" Tuoba Lianer burst into tears, closing her eyes tightly and biting her lip. "No, that's not it, your highness. Please hear me out." Then the prince angrily roared, "No need to say more! Guards! Bring that Tuoba Liufeng here to me!" Immediately, footsteps approached. In the great hall, 2 soldiers escorted Tuoba Liufeng forward, his face sorrowful, but his eyes filled with fierce determination. Sa Zhanglao is big mad after getting one punched by Zhuo Fan. He's about to devour our MC's soul whole. Thinks Zhuo Fan's just Shenzhou realm, so he ain't scared. But LOL, as soon as he opens his mouth, Zhuo Fan Dragon claws his neck like he's choking a baby snake. Turns out, Huaxu realm is just fodder. Now Huaxu experts dropping like flies. LOL. After that, the crew heads over to the Crown Prince, where the Crown Prince is trying to smash Tuoba Lianer, our best girl. Turns out, the Crown Prince's 8-year simp arc gets him rejected. Not even a handshake. Big Bro smacks him, and Waifu roasts him till his blood boils. Just then, the Crown Prince has Tuoba Liufeng dragged in, looking like he's been through hell. Lianer sees her big bro all tortured up in the prince's crib, and her heart aches. Eyes all teary, she cries, "Gerge!" Tuoba Liufeng sees his little sis and panics. "Little sis? What are you doing here? Get out of here!" The Crown Prince smirks, face twisted like he's watching a circus. HMPH, what else would she be here for? Begging for you, duh. Daring to hit royalty, you've committed treason, a death sentence. Now, unless I say so, no one can save you. I could even erase your whole Tuoba clan from existence. Ha, Tuoba Liufeng. They all say you're a smart and brave young leader, so why did you impulsively punch me like that? One punch and you screwed over your whole clan's future. Tuoba Liufeng trembles, grinding his teeth. Your Highness, I didn't mean to offend you, but you went too far, trying to steal my little sister. The Crown Prince cuts him off, scoffing and turning to Lianer. Steal? She's already my Crown Princess. What's it to you, big bro-in-law? HMPH. Lianer, you're my girl. Just do your wifely duties, and I'll let bygones be bygones, spare your brother. Plus, when I take the throne, your Tuoba clan will rise with me. Glory days. But if you don't, not just your big bro dies, but your dad and those 8 servants you got too. All buried together. I guarantee not even a dog from your Tuoba clan will survive. Lion Sawyer shivers, heart racing, face white as a ghost. Tuoba Liufeng hears this and roars, Your Highness, come at me. Leave my family out of this. Lianer, don't listen to his lies. Don't agree, or your life's ruined. Dad and I would never let you marry someone like him. The Crown Prince loses it. What kind of guy? I'm the most loyal dude ever. Ungrateful much? After hesitating, Lianer finally cries out, Okay, big bro, stop. She's like totally drained, muttering, Your Highness, please release my brother. I'll do whatever you want. Hearing this, the Crown Prince grins, while Tuoba Liufeng screams himself hoarse, No! Liander's just hurting, a tear falling, eyes empty like she's given up. While the prince can't stop grinning, ready to smash his best girl. Suddenly, a guard rushes up and reports, Your Highness, Liufeng's here, with a strange young man. Requests an audience. The crown prince frowns, annoyed. Ugh, old Lu's such a pain, always at the wrong time. No way! Tell him to GTFO, it's my happy day. Following orders, your subordinate will relay this message to Lu Wangye. The guard bowed deeply and left immediately. The crown prince, looking hyped, stepped in front of Lian Er, his eyes full of lust as he stared at her beautiful body. His hands trembled as he placed them on her shoulders, swallowing hard as he said, Lian Er, today, this prince will finally have you. This is truly a joyous occasion. Ha ha! Li Fan Er's face was blank as she muttered, What about my big bro? The crown prince sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, after we're done, he'll be this prince's official brother-in-law. Why would I make things difficult for him then? Ha ha, that's great, that's great. The Lian Er nodded in despair, her eyes long devoid of any life. Meanwhile, Tuoba Liufeng's eyes were about to explode. He lowered his head in humiliation, thinking, I am a man of honor, yet I can't even protect my own sister. This is a disgrace. Boom! But just then, a loud explosion erupted, shaking the entire crown prince's mansion. The crown prince, startled, yelled, What happened? What the hell just happened? Whoosh! A sound of rushing wind echoed as a guard hurriedly flew in, his face full of anxiety. Your Highness, Crown Prince, bad news. Lu Wangye is leading that young man, aggressively barging in. The Crown Prince was stunned, then immediately enraged, yelling, What? Is Lao Liu trying to rebel? Daring to attack my gates and courtyard? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and lead people to capture them. This prince wants to tie this bastard up in the main hall for father to deal with himself. Damn it, father is always too lenient with him. This guy really thinks he can fly now, daring to attack the crown prince's mansion. The corner of the guard's mouth twitched as he said awkwardly, Reporting to your highness, the person that Lu Wangye brought is just too OP. Forget about capturing them, we can't even stop them. None of the brothers who charged forward survived. This subordinate risked his life to report to you so you can GTFO while you still can. They'll be here any minute. Boom. But before he could finish speaking, a earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out behind him, and the sky was filled with dust. The crown prince's face was blank as a sheet, his eyes filled with horror as he looked ahead. When the dust settled, two male figures emerged from the rubble, still chatting happily, completely ignoring that they were in the crown prince's mansion. Zhuo Fan said calmly, Lu Wangye, is it this way? Lu Wangye quickly replied, Rest assured, Mr. Zhuo, it's definitely this way. No mistake. I saw the strange phenomenon happen near that quiet pond last time at the crown prince's mansion. Lu Wangye walked ahead, leading the way with a grin, continuing, This is a scenic spot. Last time I wanted this courtyard, but Big Bro wouldn't give it to me. Father even spoke up for him, saying this was an important piece of land in the crown prince's mansion. How could it be casually bestowed upon a prince? It's not proper. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, agreeing, Exactly. The issue isn't the courtyard itself, but the crown prince's position. If you casually reward the crown prince's possessions to someone else, wouldn't that be like wanting to depose the crown prince? So even if Emperor Huyen loves you, he can't do something absurd that affects the stability of the nation. Lu Wangye also nodded, but quickly paused, saying, But if we forcefully barge in like this, won't it have a negative impact on Big Bro's position? No matter what, he's still the crown prince. We can't just destroy his courtyard so easily. Zhuo Fan glanced at him indifferently and said softly, So? What does that have to do with me? Zhuo Fan has always done what he wants, without asking for anyone's permission. Lu Wangye was taken aback. After glancing at Zhuo Fan, his eyes lit up in admiration. What a man. Truly a man, he. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan caught sight of a familiar figure kneeling on the ground, a young man with a blank face, as if trying to remember who he was. Tuoba Liufeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the MC, his heart in turmoil, not knowing why this godlike dude was here. But the two of them slowly walked towards the pavilion, looking around as if strolling, not even bothering to acknowledge the owner of the place. Completely ignoring. The crown prince, seeing all this, twitched his mouth and couldn't help but yell, "Lao Liu, what are you doing? Trying to rebel? Daring to attack my crown prince's mansion?" Lu Wangye chuckled. Hee hee. It's not like that, big bro. My idol came, and as the host, I have to treat him well. Your place has a rare scenic spot, so I brought him to take a look. The crown prince was furious, yelling, "Take a look, my ass! This is the crown prince's mansion! Destroying half of my courtyard for that lame excuse, you're truly lawless." But Zhuo Fan and Lu Wangye ignored this roar. Zhuo Fan continued to observe his surroundings, frowning slightly. "There's nothing special about this place. Where is this scenic spot you speak of?" "Right in front, in that lake. It's definitely a rare scenic spot." "Mr. Zhuo, I definitely won't disappoint you this time. He. Lu Wangye acted like a little tail, flattering him with a smile. The crown prince was so angry he was about to explode. These two little bastards completely disregarded him. Only Liqian seeing Zhuo Fan's familiar face, her originally dim eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "Zhuo Fan, you're Zhuo Fan?" Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, looking at her with a strange expression, wondering, I seem to have met her somewhere. Very familiar. But he quickly remembered. The young man nodded. "Ah, Tuoba Lian daughter of Tuoba Tishan. Long time no see, how have you been?" Seeing his brother being tortured by the crown prince, Tuoba Lian felt a pang of sympathy. But what could she do when she was the crown prince's fiancée, unable to refuse his advances? This absolute unit of a brother-in-law is getting beat down. Bro is mad. After some intimidation, Tuoba Lianshir had no choice but to enter the room and play with the crown prince. Just when he thought he was about to score, this absolute menace, Zhuo Fan, crashes the party. He bulldozed through half the crown prince's mansion and couldn't care less who the crown prince was. But our boy still recognizes a waifu when he sees one. Casually asks, "How are you? Looking plump these days?" Tuoba Lian here gave a weak smile, then said nothing, only sighing helplessly. Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently, then walked straight to the lake, not even glancing at anyone, and said softly, "Seems like you're not doing well, but never mind, I was just asking." "Oh, sixth prince, where is the qi scene?" "Oh, Zhuo Xiansheng, it's right in this lake." The sixth prince hurriedly ran to the front of the pavilion, pointing downwards, too. Zhuo Fan didn't even bother to glance at anyone, focusing solely on searching below. Seeing this, Lianer felt bitter, thinking, every time I see this man, it's the same. He seems to disregard everyone, but that's precisely why those who have met him find it even harder to forget him. Lian Haier looked at Zhuo Fan's indifferent figure, a rare tenderness appearing in her eyes. The crown prince noticed the rare tenderness of his future wife, and was furious seeing his waifu checking out another guy. At this moment, his face was as gloomy as water, as black as charcoal, his whole body trembling with anger. He turned towards the back hall and coldly said, "Summon all the retainers of the crown prince's mansion here. I want to ensure this arrogant little brat dies without a burial place, so he knows the price of destroying my crown prince's mansion." "Understood." The person bowed and secretly left, but Zhuo Fan seemed completely unaware of everything, still intently looking at the lake's surface. Only Tuoba Liufeng, tied up on the side, sensed something was wrong. He glanced left and right, then suddenly shouted loudly, "Zhuo Fan! The crown prince has sent people to invite experts. Quickly take my sister away from here, flee far away, and never return to Quanrong." Zhuo Fan was stunned, turning his head towards the sound, asking confusedly, "Huh? Who's this fodder? Who are you ordering around?" At this moment, anger flashed in the crown prince's eyes. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Tuoba Liufeng, then took a step forward, raised his foot, and kicked Tuoba Liufeng in the face, immediately knocking the already injured young marshal to the ground, and said, "HMPH, daring to inform the enemy, deserves to die." Seeing this, Lianer cried out in panic, "Brother!" Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, looking closely at Tuoba Liufeng's bloodied face, unable to recognize him for a moment, but finally nodded slightly and said, "Brother, could it be that you are the Gongzi Tuoba Liufeng, who once stirred up a storm in Tianyu? Oh, you're even more handsome now, almost didn't recognize you. Ha ha." The sixth prince heard this and immediately covered his mouth, laughing. "Ha ha, Zhuo Xiansheng, do you have a grudge against Gongzi Tuoba? He's already feeling down, and you're still mocking him?" Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently, completely unconcerned, continuing to look around the lake's surface, then hurriedly said, "Well, we fought each other on the battlefield before, considered enemies, but there's no personal animosity." Sixth prince, where did you say the chi scene was? Seeing this, Tuoba Liufeng became even more anxious, shouting loudly again, "Zhuo Fan, there are countless experts in the crown prince's mansion. Don't rely on your strength and be arrogant. Once they arrive, you won't be able to escape. I only hope that before you leave, you can conveniently take my sister with you and help her escape this pit of fire." But Tuoba Liufeng's well-intentioned reminder didn't cause Zhuo Fan to care at all. On the contrary, it made the crown prince even more furious, roaring, "Damn it! Who allowed you to speak? Who allowed you to inform him?" As a result, the sound of thuds rang out non-stop in his ears. The crown prince's face was like a ferocious demon, continuously stomping on Tuoba Liufeng, who was vomiting blood on the ground, constantly cursing. Zhuo Fan still indifferently looked towards the lake's surface, like an uninvolved bystander, carefree and at ease. Seeing this, Lian He became even more anxious, hurriedly begging, Zhuo Fan, I beg you, please save my brother. If this continues, he will die." Zhuo Fan ignored her, still intently looking at the lake's surface as before. Lian He was so worried that tears fell down, then loudly accused, "Zhuo Fan, my brother was beaten because he reminded you. How can you stand by and watch like this? Aren't you being ungrateful?" Zhuo Fan glanced at her, then coldly said, "Huh? How am I being ungrateful? Did I need his reminder? It's just extra trouble. Some fodders coming here won't live long anyway." Zhuo Fan's utterly heartless words made Lian He both angry and resentful, but she didn't know what to do, only able to widen her eyes and watch the crown prince constantly tormenting her brother. Zhuo Fan scoped the lake one more time, still clueless, then hit up sixth prince with the death stare. "Yo, sixth prince, this lake's sus. Nothing special. You ain't playing me, right?" System. Trolling initiated. Meanwhile, Tuoba Liufeng's screams are background noise. Sixth prince just smirks, all mysterious. He. Gotta trigger the scenery, bro." Zhuo Fan's eyes light up. "Huh? Trigger what?" Sixth prince points at the crown prince, chuckling. "Sixth grade elixir ingredient, Zuelian Z from our Quanrong's La Ermin Snow Mountain Lake. Drop that in, boom, instant special effects. And my big bro's the only one hoarding that stuff." Zhuo Fan squints at the crown prince, eyes gleaming. "Crown prince, huh?" Then sixth prince chimes in, all worried. "But big bro's a cheapskate. Only breaks out the Zuelian Zing for dad's birthday or big holidays." Mr. Zhuo, what you planning?" Before he's even done yapping, Zhuo Fan's already heading toward the crown prince, who's still beating on Tuoba Liufeng. The crown prince is still throwing haymakers, while Lian He is just screaming, "Stop hitting him! Stop hitting my bro! Please!" The crown prince ain't having it, throwing another punch and yelling, "You traitorous scum! You snitch to the enemy again and I'll kill you!" Just as he's about to throw down again, Zhuo Fan snatches his wrist. Crown prince freezes, whips his head around, sees Zhuo Fan and roars, "What the hell, dog? You trying to save this turncoat? HMPH, figures, you two are in cahoots. He was just feeding you info. You think saving him means you get to walk out of here alive?" Zhuo Fan ain't even waiting for the end of the rant, just cuts him off, chill as hell. "Hold up, your highness. You beating him to death is a Quanrong family matter, not my circus, not my monkeys." Lian glares daggers at him. "Hope, Deleted. The Crown Prince smirks, thinking Zhuo Fan's scared, and gets cocky. HMPH, you little punk? Begging for mercy now? Too late. Once my goons get here, you're all dead. No escape. Zhuo Fan's face goes stone cold. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Right now, I want you to cough up the Zhuelian Z. Want to see what kind of fireworks this backwater dump can produce? The Crown Prince stares at Zhuo Fan, then bursts out laughing. Zhuelian Z? Where'd this loon crawl out from? Like you're worthy to witness its graceful dance? Ha! This is a blessed event for us, Quanrong. Only royalty gets to see this. Before he can finish his trash talk, Zhuo Fan grabs his head and slams it into the ground, then pulls it back up. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's pretty face is covered in blood and missing teeth. Went from phoenix to plucked chicken in 0.5 seconds. Looking worse than Tuoba Liu Feng did. Everyone's jaw drops. No one expected Zhuo Fan to go full savage on the Crown Prince, and they're all speechless. Zhuo Fan slowly drags the Crown Prince's head closer, face emotionless. I'm only saying this once. Where is the Palian, Suelian? Z? The Crown Prince strains his neck and says, You can dream on, once my people get here. Smack. Zhuo Fan slams the Crown Prince's head into the ground again, then drags it back up, pauses, and then bam, the Crown Prince's face gets 2 more brutal meetings with the hard ground. Zhuo Fan keeps going. Once my people get here, what? You deaf? I asked. Where is the Xuelianzi? The Crown Prince, face a bloody mess, roars. You dare! And then bam. Zhuo Fan's voice again. Where's the Zhuelian Z? Asks. Then bam. Zhuo Fan keeps slamming the Crown Prince's head into the rock, demanding the whereabouts of the Zhuelian Z. You'd think a Crown Prince would be all pride and whatnot, but under Zhuo Fan's relentless beating, he finally breaks down and cries, Where's the Zhuelian Z? Zhuo Fan roars again, but the Crown Prince just frantically waves his hand, pointing at his now toothless mouth, looking all wronged, like he's saying, Bro, you smashed all my teeth out. How am I supposed to talk? Sob. You monster. Zhuo Fan finally gets it. The dude can't talk. Then, the Crown Prince frantically points toward a tall tower to the east, eyes already filled with tears. Zhuo Fan thinks for a sec, then understands, turning to Sixth Prince. He's saying the Zhuelian Z is in that tower. Sixth Prince, you know the Zhuelian Z? Go get it for me. Sixth Prince just laughs, overjoyed, and sprints toward the tower, totally forgetting that he's the one who led Zhuo Fan here, indirectly causing his own big bro to get a brutal beatdown. No remorse whatsoever. This guy is Quanrong's comedy king, but Lian Er and Tuoba Liu Feng are just stunned. Tuoba Liu Feng, even more determined to support his broken body, yells, Zhuo Fan, you hurt the Crown Prince. You've made yourself the enemy of all Quanrong. Take my sister and leave now. If all the Quanrong experts come after you, you won't escape. Zhuo Fan hears all that and doesn't even flinch. Should I wipe out the Quanrong or what? Zhuo Fan casually waltzes into the prince's manor like it's his own backyard, wrecking everything in sight. The prince is fuming. He's calling in 500 of his strongest simps to deal with Yan Nanjing. Tuoba Liu Feng, seeing the disaster unfolding, urges Zhuo Fan to bail ASAP, trying to drag his sister along for good measure. But before he can even finish his sentence, the prince delivers a flying kick to his face. Ouch, LOL. Lian Hare is screaming for help, but does Zhuo Fan give a damn? Nope. But then he finds out only the prince can unlock some secret realm, and our boy unleashes hell, beating the prince to a pulp. Finally, the prince cracks and spills the beans on where he hid the spirit pills. Right now, Tuoba Liu Feng is going all out, begging Zhuo Fan to bounce before the heavy hitters arrive. Little does he know, Zhuo Fan's contemplating whether to just massacre the entire Quanrong clan. Savage! Lian fears nodding furiously, glances at Zhuo Fan, then at Tuoba Liu Feng, her eyes pleading, Big bro, maybe we should leave with Dad? There's no place for us here anymore. Tuoba Liu Feng sighs, eyebrows furrowed. I wish we could, but Dad's loyal to the nation. He'd rather die than betray it. Lian Fear's face falls, and she hangs her head in despair. Zhuo Fan gives them a side-eye, seems to be flashing back to the past, and chuckles. Back in the day, Jiyu Zantian died because of that same stupid loyalty. So, these two old fools are just alike. Hopeless. He laughs. The siblings exchange a look and nod in agreement. The reason why the two marshals are revered is not only because of their victorious battles, but also because of their unchanging loyalty. Tuoba Liu Feng, with utter sincerity, says, Zhuo Fan, my father and I might die, but Lian here can't die here. Please, take her away and save a piece of the Tuoba bloodline. All this emotional garbage, and Zhuo Fan still DGAF. Our MC just shrugs, nah, I kinda want to see what this, scenic wonder, is all about. His stone-cold rejection sends Tuoba Liu Feng spiraling. He cries, half laughing, half sobbing, Zhuo Fan, is this, dancing flowers, thing really worth more than our lives? What the hell are dancing flowers? Zhuo Fan frowns, wait, is this, scenic wonder, just dancing flowers? But before our boy can get his thoughts straight, a booming laugh echoes across the lake. Heh, you think you can cause chaos in the prince's manor and just walk away? Not a chance. What do you think this makes us old fogies look like? As soon as he finishes, the air tears open, and 9 powerful auras blanket the sky. 9 geezers materialize before them. WTF is this? Did the author lose his mind? They just slapped Shi Gongfeng's face on some random Quanrong experts. Lazy writing, man. Tuoba Liu Feng is panicking. He shrieks, crap! The 9 Grand Elders of the manor are here. They're all level 8 to 9 spirit illumination experts. 4 are at the peak. We're screwed! Lian Hare's face is frozen, her palms dripping with cold sweat. Only Zhuo Fan is still slightly frowning, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But it's not because of the 9 old guys. It's because he feels like he's looking in the wrong direction. Whoosh! The 9 old heads descend, eyes filled with arrogant disdain. One of them, still ripped despite his age, steps forward, glances at them, and sneers, HMPH. You dare cause a ruckus in the prince's manor? Looks like you've got a death wish. Now, where's His Highness the Prince? Tuoba Liu Feng's heart sinks. He says nothing, just stares at them with worry, cold sweat pouring down his face. The other 8 stand to the side. The old dude at the front? Peak spirit illumination. Half a step into the legendary transformation realm. In a year or 2, he might become a full-fledged transformation expert, one of the Empire's strongest. Against someone like that, the 3 of them couldn't escape even if they sprouted wings. Tuoba Liu Feng sighs, his heart plummeting to the depths. He really doesn't know if Zhuo Fan showing up is good or bad luck. Good luck because he stopped the prince from getting his hands on his sister, but bad luck because his appearance has left the Tuoba family with no escape. Assaulting the prince? That's treason. There's no way out. Tuoba Lianer seems to understand the gravity of the situation. She can't help but glance at Zhuo Fan, who's still standing to the side, deep in thought. He doesn't even seem to realize the danger they're in. She sighs inwardly. Seeing that none of them are answering, the old man barks again, his voice like thunder. I asked you, where is His Highness the Prince? Tuoba Liu Feng's body trembles. His face grows even more grim. He doesn't know what to say, but before he could even open his mouth, Tuoba Lianter casually pointed towards the Crown Prince's prone body, saying calmly, the Crown Prince is right there. Do you even recognize him anymore? That's the Crown Prince? Everyone was shocked, and simultaneously looked at the figure lying on the ground. His face was swollen, tears streamed down, features were blurred, but they were all stunned that they sat. They never imagined that the Crown Prince, who was still so dashing and carefree this morning, would now be in such a pathetic state. His eyes were swollen like buns. His nose was completely crooked. and all his pearly white teeth were gone. If Tuoba Liankir hadn't confirmed it, they really wouldn't have recognized this was the crown prince. After a moment of stunned silence, the leading old man suddenly reacted and roared, "That's right, it is the crown prince's aura!" Who would dare to beat the crown prince into such a state? They're literally courting death. So what if a wave of rage erupted? The group of old geezers all glared at the three of them with furious eyes, yelling loudly, "Which one of you made the move?" "This old man. We'll flay him alive and leave him without a burial place." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Tuoba, Liu Feng, and Lian He were almost suffocated by the terrifying aura of these 9, and their hearts were filled with panic. Only Zhuo Fan seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, as if he was completely unrelated to them, not saying a word. Suddenly, Lian He stepped forward against the heavy pressure and shouted loudly, "All right, esteemed elders, this whole thing started because of me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want to kill someone, just kill me." Tuoba Liu Feng was shocked and quickly said, "Little sister, you..." But before he could finish, Lianger interrupted him, her eyes filled with pain. She forced a smile and said, "It's okay, big bro. All of this happened because of me. It's not wrong. People from Tianyu often say beautiful women bring disaster. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand completely. If it weren't for me, how would our Tuoba family have fallen into this situation? Everything started with me, so it should end with me too." Lian Shi's words were extremely tragic, and her eyes were filled with despair. Tuoba Liu Feng's eyebrows twitched when he heard this, and his fists clenched tightly, both angry and helpless, not knowing what to do. He understood that Lian Pear wanted to use her own life to quell this situation, bearing everything alone for the Tuoba family. No, the family was already gone. She was just trying to win a final chance of survival for him and Zhuo Fan. She hoped that after the two of them temporarily survived under the hands of these 9 grand elders, they could immediately leave this place. But as her older brother, how could he just watch his little sister die right in front of him? The pupils in his eyes couldn't help but shrink violently. Tuoba Liu Feng suddenly looked toward Zhuo Fan and shouted angrily, "Zhuo Fan, you bastard! You caused this, and you're letting a woman take the blame for you? What kind of man are you? Big bro!" Lian Krier was shocked and quickly shouted. She had already decided to stand up and end this, so why was he still trying to drag Zhuo Fan into it? But Tuoba Liu Feng's eyes were filled with determination, and his gaze towards Lian Ge was also filled with resolve. The crown prince being severely injured was no small matter. It was equivalent to assassinating a key member of the royal family, which was the crime of treason. Such a great crime could absolutely not be borne by Lian Ambraer, or there would only be death. Only Zhuo Fan stepping forward could bear this crime. Moreover, all of this was originally caused by him anyway. After the scolding rang out, the 9 elders finally paid attention to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan had been silent the entire time, causing the 9 of them to almost forget his existence. But now, looking again, the 9 of them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. 8th level of the Divine Illumination Realm. His strength was indeed not ordinary. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the leading old man couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Zhuo Fan, saying, "So it's you, the troublemaker of the Crown Prince's manor. Ha ha ha." Just now, this old man was wondering why that little girl was taking the blame, and I felt strange. Earlier, the guards reported that a strong expert had barged in, and no one in the Crown Prince's manor could stop him. How could a little girl be strong enough to make the entire Crown Prince's manor helpless? Now, seeing your 8th level Divine Illumination Realm strength, everything is clear. If it weren't for us 9 old men taking action, then I'm afraid that no one in this Crown Prince's manor could really do anything to you. Ha ha ha! Silent. Zhuo Fan still didn't say anything, still lost in his own thoughts. Seeing this, the leader thought that the main character was afraid and couldn't help but laugh loudly, saying, "Ha ha! This old man thought you had some ability. If you dare to cause trouble in the Crown Prince's manor, you must have guts. Turns out you're just a coward." But it's not surprising. Even if you were a 9th level Divine Illumination Realm expert, facing the 9 of us, none of whom are weaker than you, It would be difficult to escape, even if you had wings. Being afraid in your heart is also normal. But at a critical moment, letting a woman stand up to take the blame for you is truly cowardly to the extreme. Haha. The old man laughed loudly, and the other 8 also laughed, along with contempt. But Zhuo Fan was still silent as before, seeming to not hear anything at all. Just then, a joyful shout came from afar. "Mr. Zhuo, I've brought the snow lotus seeds!" Lu Wangye's face was full of excitement as he ran quickly towards Zhuo Fan, and it seemed that Zhuo Fan finally heard him. The young man didn't even bother to look at the 9 old men, but intently looked at Lu Wangye's hurried figure and urged loudly, "You took too long! Quickly throw the snow lotus seeds down, and let me see. I want to see what that strange scene is actually like." The mocking laughter suddenly stopped. The 9 old men looked at the 2 of them, and finally realized that they had been completely looked down upon. Zhuo Fan didn't pay any attention to them. He just casually tossed the snow-white lotus seeds into the lake and quietly observed the movements on the water's surface. Black lines immediately filled their heads, thinking, "Damn it, these people are really looking down on us, completely ignoring us. How unreasonable!" The leader roared furiously. "You arrogant brat! Don't think that having 9th level divine illumination realm strength means you can run wild in the Quanrong. Today, you dare to cause trouble in the Crown Prince's manor, and this old man will definitely make you walk in standing up and crawl out lying down." But Zhuo Fan still didn't care. The young man turned and said calmly, "Lu Wangye, I heard that this strange scene is just flowers and plants dancing. Isn't that too ordinary?" Lu Wangye replied, "Yeah, Mr. Zhuo, rest assured. This strange scene is extremely magical, guaranteed to satisfy you. This is definitely the rarest strange phenomenon in the world, absolutely will not disappoint you." Zhuo Fan then replied, "Oh, in that case I'm relieved. Let's just observe for now." The old man was cursing Zhuo Fan from behind, but seeing that the young man was still calmly chatting about the strange scene in the lake with Lu Wangye next to him, and from beginning to end not even glancing at him, directly treating him like air and ignoring him blatantly, he was completely ignored. The old man's cheeks twitched. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he shouted, "Where are you all? Capture this stinky brat pretending to be refined for me. This old man has to flay him alive." "Yes." The 8 old men behind him immediately bowed and responded, then simultaneously rushed towards Zhuo Fan, their powerful aura surging forward, and the cold air immediately enveloped the entire arena. Seeing this, Lian Sher panicked and quickly shouted, "Zhuo Fan, be careful!" Still, these 2 gods are just chilling, waiting for the spectacle. This is so tilted, ha. Out of nowhere, a squad of black robes zoomed in like they were late for happy hour. Bet they're rushing to find that chicken with the green bananas. Even Luo Wangye felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn, the Riz is too strong out here. Even the lake's too scared to move." Zhuo Fan's eyelids twitched. His face darkened instantly. Then he abruptly spun around. The moment he saw 8 Shenzhou Realm Masters charging at him, our boy lost it. "What the hell, old-timers? Can't a man enjoy the scenery?" Whoosh! A gust of wind sliced through the air, instantly tearing through the bodies of those 8 chumps. Eyes glazed over. Before those 8 geezers could even blink, they were DOA. Then, they dropped like flies, bodies stiffening. RIP BOZOS. Luo Wangye just stared, face colder than a freezer. Zero emotion. Tuba Liu Feng and Lian watched the whole thing, jaw dropped. What just happened? Boom! Just then, another deep rumble shook the air. The lead elder lost his cool face planting on the ground. Hair a mess, he finally understood. Face pale. Eyes wide with terror, lips trembling, he stammered. No way. That's a divine soul tremor. A Huazhu realm powerhouse." Tuo Ba Lu Feng frowned, thinking, "Damn it, this kid's become an even scarier monster than before." Ignoring the elder's pathetic state, Zhuo Fan kept staring at the lake, like none of that was his problem. He softly asked Luo Wangye, "Now that we're not being disturbed, that strange phenomenon should appear, right?" "Yup, any minute now," Luo Wangye grinned. Suddenly, our MC's eyes locked onto something starting to happen. Whoosh! After a moment, the once still lake began to ripple, especially around the floating white snow lotuses, which started bubbling like crazy. Each time a bubble popped, the lotus above it vanished like it was being swallowed whole. Invisible waves started radiating from the lake. Zhuo Fan watched the ripples intently as blossoms emerged from the depths, greeting the sunlight with a dance. 1, 2, 5, 6. Eventually, thousands of delicate, beautiful flowers appeared, gently floating and twirling on the water's surface. Zhuo Fan was mesmerized, turning to Luo Wangye with a slightly furrowed brow. Luo Wangye smugly grinned. "How about that? Zhuo Xiansheng, magical enough for ya?" Hehehe. Zhuo Fan nodded, eyebrows furrowed slightly. 1 or 2 spiritual flowers weren't that weird, could just be the species, but over 1,000 flowers of all kinds growing at the bottom of this lake, all with spirits? Def sus. What's hiding down there to cause such a phenomenon? Is this a blessed land? Thinking that, Zhuo Fan turned back to Luo Wangye. "Right, you said this phenomenon isn't just flowers dancing, but something else too. What is it?" Luo Wangye smiled mysteriously, glancing at Zhuo Fan smugly. "Hehe, it's dead trees blooming in spring, something Zhuo Xiansheng probably hasn't seen." "Dead trees?" Zhuo Fan frowned, eyes showing doubt. Luo Wangye, understanding his confusion, dragged him in front of the crown prince, beaten so bad that even his ancestors wouldn't recognize him. He pointed at the crown prince and said, "My big bro here is the base material, but this dead tree isn't any ordinary dead tree. Watch closely." Finishing, Luo Wangye grabbed a snow lotus, suddenly waving his hand and shouting, "Showtime! Flower fairy!" Whoosh! Suddenly, an explosion echoed, and the quiet lake erupted, immediately followed by a water dragon coiling upwards, shooting towards the lotus flowers in the air, snatching them all up before diving back into the lake with a splash, spraying countless droplets of water. And wherever it passed, faint golden lights appeared. Under the wash of the golden light, the crown prince, already beaten into a pig's head and unable to speak, but it recovered with frightening speed. Even his teeth grew back in the blink of an eye. Even Thaiba Liu Feng, who wasn't directly hit by the light but only grazed by it, had his injuries completely healed. This sight surprised Zhuo Fan, who mumbled, hand on his chin, "Such rapid recovery. It's similar to my heaven dragon's roar, maybe even stronger." "So, Mr. Zhuo Fan, what do you think? Isn't it miraculous?" The 6th prince raised an eyebrow, grinning. The crown prince abruptly stood up, looking at Zhuo Fan with fear, hastily backing away, not daring to say another word. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, saying nothing. He lifted his foot and quickly moved beside the crown prince. Bam! He grabbed the guy's head and slammed it into a rock, turning it into a pig's head before casually tossing him aside, not even caring. The crown prince didn't cry, only choked, his mouth full of blood, his newly grown teeth knocked out again. He stammered, "Why? Why? I didn't do anything, didn't say anything. Why hit me again, huh?" The 6th prince looked at Zhuo Fan, baffled. Zhuo Fan shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "He was saying nasty things." Helped him shut up, so it'll be quieter. "Bro, you can do that?" Is there any humanity left? Poor crown prince, haha, he can just do that? The 6th prince muttered, stunned. The crown prince, with tears in his eyes, knelt on the ground, filled with frustration. "Yeah, can you just do that?" Only Taiba Liu Feng and Lian looked at Zhuo Fan with complicated expressions, not daring to say a word. This kid is getting more and more arrogant and reckless. The crown prince must have pissed someone off, because he's getting tormented by this demon twice in a row, and the second time was for no reason. So unlucky. Even they couldn't help but feel that the crown prince had really bad luck today, getting blasted back before even stepping out the door. Moreover, Getting beaten twice in a row. Zhuo Fan ignored their thoughts, focusing on the calm lake, then glancing at the 8 dead divine transformation experts to the side. He figured the golden light's only effect was rapid healing, even stronger than many healing pills, but it couldn't bring the dead back to life. After all, their primordial spirits were destroyed. Those guys are dead. So, the next step is to find the source of the golden lights. With that thought, Zhuo Fan slowly raised his right arm, the red light on it flaring brightly, radiating a cold aura. Demonic Chillin' Arm! Activate! Zhuo Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and he swung his arm down hard on the lake's surface. Boom! A swing like the beginning of creation, like a longsword splitting the lake in two. The waves churned like crazed beasts, colliding violently with the surrounding swells, rising hundreds of zang high in an instant, revealing everything at the bottom of the lake. Mr. Zhuo Fan, what are you doing? The 6th prince asked, surprised, looking at the giant wave blasted into the sky by that terrifying power, then turning to Zhuo Fan, puzzled. Zhuo Fan sneered, replying casually, I want to see what's at the bottom of the lake. The 6th prince couldn't help sighing helplessly, muttering, There's nothing there. Ever since we discovered this strange phenomenon, my big bro sent people down to investigate, but they really didn't find anything. Zhuo Fan curled his lip disdainfully, still staring intently below, a look of arrogance on his face. Just because others didn't find it doesn't mean I can't see it. An anomaly must have a cause. There must be something strange here. His eyes narrowed slightly, his primordial spirit covering the entire bottom of the lake, carefully observing every nook and cranny below, but still not finding anything unusual. Could it really be nothing? But just then, as even he began to doubt, a slight sound rang out, an extremely faint spatial ripple suddenly appearing from a corner. Zhuo Fan immediately turned to look in that direction, but still couldn't see anything. Whoosh! The ripple appeared again, and he suddenly understood. His pupils contracted, and 6 golden rings flashed in his right eye. Space controlling eye. 6th layer. Activate. Whoosh! A soft sound, like something hitting a wall. The corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth curved into a strange arc. He pointed in a direction, and an invisible wave immediately appeared. Immediately after, an invisible barrier shattered, appearing right in front of him. Within the barrier was a tiny, finger-sized golden creature with a pair of invisible wings constantly flapping, making a whooshing sound. It clutched those snow lotus flowers, looking at Zhuo Fan with a terrified expression, its heart filled with fear. Inside the barrier, there's this tiny, golden, finger-sized being with invisible wings flapping like crazy, buzzing all over the place. Then it's staring at Zhuo Fan with wide-eyed terror, straight up panicking. The 6th prince is just as bewildered. He can't help but step closer, full of curiosity. Yo, what even is this? Zhuo Fan chuckles, dropping some knowledge. The flower spirit is a natural wonder, similar to the spirit flower and blood spirit, a being grown from the earth, kinda like a spirit stone. Except this flower spirit is all about that wood element, the essence of life itself. So, it can resurrect the dead, bring flesh back to bone. Might not be a fighter, but having it around for emergencies is clutch. Way better than popping pills. The 6th prince is blinking, trying to process. He gets the gist, though. This thing's super valuable. Zhuo Fan smirks. This flower spirit is nature's darling, hiding in plain sight. Even the strongest cultivators would struggle to find it, let alone catch it. Here's Zhuo Fan sighs, acting all humble. But without my 6th level netherworld eye, this space couldn't form its own barrier in midair. Once I locked onto its location, it walked right into my trap. Now, it's cannon fodder. Heh. Zhuo Fan holds the flower spirit, grinning like a villain. Right, little guy? The flower spirit sees Zhuo Fan's creepy smile, and the question, flinching like it saw a ghost. The flower spirit is trembling, struggling to escape. But it's no use. Zhuo Fan's grip is too tight. It sighs in defeat, giving up the fight. Zhuo Fan closes his eyes, a smug smile spreading. Good thing this flower spirit listens. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Boom! The lake water crashes back down, but Zhuo Fan doesn't even glance at it. He just holds on to the flower spirit, spinning around to leave. The sixth prince gasps. "Where are you going, Mr. Zhuo?" Zhuo Fan replies casually. "Gonna find what I need to find." Duh. His eyes gleam, excitement bubbling up. Any place that births a spirit must be special, overflowing with spiritual energy. But this lake is whatever, so this spirit must have moved here later. Now, I'll have this little critter lead the way back to its birthplace. The sixth prince gets it, hurrying after him. "Mr. Zhuo, I'm coming too." But the flower spirit crosses its tiny arms, glaring at Zhuo Fan, eyebrows furrowed. It's not cooperating. Zhuo Fan notices the flower spirit's attitude, his gaze dropping to the little guy in his hand. A weird smile creeps across his face, staring at the little dude's stubborn expression. "Ha ha! This little guy has some spirit." Suddenly, black lightning crackles in his left eye. Zhuo Fan says menacingly, "But sometimes, spirit comes at a price. You ready for that, little buddy?" The flower spirit shivers, fear sweating from every pore, nodding its tiny head like crazy. It's having a full-on existential crisis. Zhuo Fan's lightning display showed it what real destruction looks like. Seeing the flower spirit's sudden obedience, he smirks. "All right, let's roll." With that, Zhuo Fan casually bounces, with the sixth prince as a tag-along. As for Tuoba Liu Feng and Lian Errella, they're already irrelevant. Meanwhile, there's an old divine illumination realm dude trembling in the corner, still not over Zhuo Fan vaporizing those 8 experts like they were nothing. He didn't even look at me. Lian stares at Zhuo Fan's fading back, her emotions doing a roller coaster. She pouts. Tuoba Liu Feng, watching this whole circus, is speechless. He blurts out, "Lian untie me and release my seal." "Oh right, big bro." Lian finally remembers her bro is still immobile. She rushes over, freeing him from his bonds and undoing the seal with her energy. Tuoba Liu Feng is finally free. He looks around, seeing the old guy still frozen in place, and whispers urgently, "Lian we gotta bail. We need to tell Dad everything, and if we can, drag him with us. Humiliating the imperial family like this isn't a joke." Looking at the crown prince face-planting into the dirt, Tuoba Liu Feng sighed, worried. If even the prince got his face rearranged like this ain't a small matter. Ugh, this Zhuo Fan is nothing but trouble. I can't even catch a break, dragging us into his messes, forcing us to live like rats on the run. The Don shot him a glare, lips pouting. "Big bro, how can you say that? If Zhuo Fan hadn't shown up, we'd both be prince fodder." I didn't want to think about what would have happened. Tuoba Liu Feng stared at her, puzzled. Then he nodded. "True. That little Sace is annoying, but he kinda saved our butts. We owe him one. But first, gotta bounce before we catch stray fire." Lian nodded, agreeing with Tuoba Liu Feng. They dipped, leaving the old man paralyzed with fear, still sitting on the ground, shell-shocked. Just then, footsteps echoed. A guard from the prince's manor peeked around, and seeing no one, cautiously approached the old man, calling softly, "Grand Eunuch. Grand Eunuch." But the old man was still unresponsive. The guard sweated bullets, finally yelling into his ear, "Grand Eunuch, the monster's gone!" The old man jolted, finally snapping back to reality. He looked around. Zhuo Fan was gone. He exhaled a long breath, then tried to stand, only to feel a cold, wet sensation down below. Looking down, he saw a puddle. He panicked, quickly covering his soggy little birdie. The old man croaked, "Ahem, he's gone?" The guard replied, "Long gone." The old man pressed, "How long?" The guard bowed, "About 15 minutes." The old man narrowed his eyes, nodding. "Okay, but why are you waking me up now?" The guard quickly replied, "It's because of the Tuobal siblings." Bam! Before he could finish, a loud smack echoed. The old man sent the guard's head flying with a single strike. Instantly dead. Damn! This old fart's brutal. Poor guard couldn't win. If he didn't come, he'd be in trouble. But coming meant instant death. R.I.P. The old man glared at the corpse, eyes flashing with cruelty, grinding his teeth. "You pathetic thing, seeing what you shouldn't, knowing what you shouldn't. Did you really think you'd live? HMPH. Seeing no one around, the old man quickly grabbed a dry pair of pants from his ring, swapping out the wet ones, then hurried over to the prince. He helped him up, asking with concern, "Your Highness, are you all right? Want a healing pill first?" The prince slowly waved, eyes flashing with malice, slurring each word, grinding his teeth. "Take me to see the elder protectors. I want them to avenge me." The old man nodded, bowing deeply. Then he scooped up the prince and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in a different location, before a wide courtyard, stood a stone lion baring its fangs. Engraved on its chest were 4 big characters: Loyal Courage Manor. Above the courtyard gate hung a plaque, reading Tuo Ba Manor. But despite the imposing scene, the entrance was desolate, wind whistling, kicking up dust, eerily silent. Inside the manor, 2 figures stood in silence. Unbelievably, it was none other than the former Grand Marshal Keiyan, Tuo Ba Taishan, and the master craftsman Han Taimo. A fist clenched tightly, as if it could crush anything in its grip. Tuo Ba Taishan frowned deeply, seeming troubled, but finally gritted his teeth and stood up, roaring, "Guards! Summon the 8 Ling guards and follow me to the prince's manor." Hearing this, Han Taimo quickly stood and advised, "Wait, Tuo Ba bro, don't be rash, or else 1,000 lifetimes won't recover this."
Tuo Ba Taishan shook his head, looking helpless, his face full of worry. "Bro, Lu Feng is my only son. Now he's locked up in the Crown Prince's palace. I seriously don't know what that prince wants to do to him. How do you expect me to stay calm?" A glint flashed in Han Taima's eyes as he shook his head firmly. "No matter how anxious you are, you can't just touch the saintly ruler. Once you move the army without permission and point your swords at the Crown Prince's palace, you'll be labeled a rebel. No one can save you then. Besides, even if you did use the army, so what? You're just a disgraced general now. You're not the Tuo Ba Marshal of the past, with millions of troops at your command. There are experts everywhere in the Crown Prince's palace, and the Grand Eunuchs are dominating the world. Even if you go, you won't gain anything. What's the point?" Tuo Ba Taishan closed his eyes slightly. Lost in thought, his eyebrows furrowed. Bam! Tuo Ba Taishan slammed his hand on the table, so anxious that his eyes almost burst. "Even if it's useless, this old man has to risk it all. Otherwise, I'd be ashamed to call myself a father." Hantiya Mal Sayid Hil Plesli. "Oh, Toba bro, calm down." After thinking for a moment, he quietly suggested, "How about we gather the myriad martial guards and petition His Majesty? Maybe he'll show some leniency, considering your past achievements." Tuo Ba Taishan slowly turned his head and refused directly. "It's useless. His Majesty already issued an order to let the Crown Prince handle this. If anyone else interferes, they'll be executed. The myriad martial guards are all trembling in fear. Who would dare to meddle in this kind of trouble?" Hearing this, Han Taima couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head helplessly. "His Majesty is way too tolerant of the Crown Prince, and so heartless towards you, old friend. It's troubling. Not good, old master." Suddenly a soft sound came, and a maidservant rushed to Tuo Ba Taishan, crying, young miss. Tuo Ba Taishan exclaimed in shock, "Young miss? What happened?" The maid's lips trembled, looking extremely aggrieved. "Just now, the young miss knocked me unconscious and ran out. She must have gone to the Crown Prince's palace to plead for the young master." This left the 2 old geezers, Tuo Ba Taishan and Han Taima, wide-eyed and utterly stunned. "This girl is something else." Tuo Ba Taishan rubbed his forehead, looking anxious. "That damn girl. Isn't she just walking into the tiger's mouth? Is she trying to piss me off?" Immediately, his eyes widened, and he roared out an order. "Order the 8 Ling guards to surround the Crown Prince's palace." Han Taima hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Tuo Ba bro, absolutely not. You must calm down." Han Taima wanted to persuade him further, but Tuo Ba Taishan waved his hand, refusing decisively. "I can't stay calm. At worst, I'll send both of them to heaven, and I'll take all the blame." Han Taima sighed helplessly, looking at Tuo Ba Taishan's slowly receding figure, and called out one last time, "Tuo Ba Taishan, do you really want to throw away all your achievements and become a criminal of the Chuanrong?" Tuo Ba Taishan's body paused slightly. He was silent for a moment. Then a determined glint appeared in his eyes, and he coldly replied, Tuaba Taishan is the marshal of the Chuan Rome, loyal to the country for life, and will never dare to betray it. No matter how coldly His Majesty treats me, I won't complain. But I'm also a father. How can I watch my children wrongfully accused and bullied by others? Han Tai Ma, even if I commit this crime today and my head hangs above the city gate, I will definitely risk my life for Lu Feng's future. Norigaritz. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuaba Taishan suddenly stepped forward and quickly disappeared. Han Tai Ma sighed helplessly and slowly followed. At this moment, a crowd gathered, looking like a swarm of ants outside the palace. Tuaba Taishan slowly appeared at the gate, facing his troops. Outside the gate, the 8 Ling guards had already assembled. Marshal, the army has been assembled. Please give the order, Marshal. After Tuaba Taishan came out, he glanced at them and shouted loudly, "Prepare to march." Understood. The 8 Ling guards bowed, a rare look of excitement in their eyes. They had been suppressed for 8 years, with few opportunities to fight. This time, they could finally have a satisfying battle. Although the opponent was the crown prince, it still made them happy. Being able to fight for the marshal was the glory of their lives. At this moment, Han Tai Ma caught up and called out, "Wait, Tuaba Taishan." Tuaba Taishan didn't turn back and continued to move forward. "You don't need to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind." Han Tai Ma replied, "I'm not here to persuade you. We've been friends for so many years. I want to go with you. If push comes to shove, hopefully the prince will let him go. But if not, I'm down to take the fall for treason together." Tuaba Taishan trembled slightly, staring at Han Tai Ma, finally bursting into laughter. "All right, haha. Let the army march with all its might and grandeur." But before they could take 2 steps, a figure stumbled in front of them. Focusing their eyes, it turned out to be a servant from the royal palace. Not good. Did His Majesty find out this quickly? Is he here to stop us from sending troops? Tuaba Taishan's group couldn't help but be shocked, exchanging glances with suspicion on their faces. If it was really the Emperor's will, then it meant that there were officials blocking their path ahead, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. But to their surprise, the servant didn't seem to be stopping them. Instead, he looked delighted and hurriedly said, "Marshal Tuaba is indeed the god of war of the empire. The old marshal is truly a genius, knowing that the royal palace is in trouble and planning to lead troops to rescue it." Tuaba Taishan's group was immediately stunned. "The hell you say? The royal palace is in trouble?" The servant panted and replied loudly with a frightened expression, "Yes. Lu Fengjia led a young man into the royal palace, and no one can stop them. They're about to reach His Majesty's palace." Cut to the royal palace. The entire city is in shambles, pretty messed up right now. Waves of imperial guards roared and surged towards the palace gate, only to be shattered into pieces by a massive collapse that shook the earth. The magic barrier shattered into countless fragments. A torrential rain of blood poured down, instantly turning tens of thousands of troops into smoke. Zhuo Fan slowly lowered his crimson fist, turned to look at the flower spirit clenched in his left hand, his face expressionless, as if he had just crushed a few ants, coldly saying, "Where next? Don't play games, little thing." Scared witless, the flower spirit shook its head and pointed a finger towards a large wall of the palace, indicating the direction for Zhuo Fan to go. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. Looks like Zhuo Fan is too lazy to go through the gate now. He directly punched through the middle of the wall, immediately opening a huge hole in the 100-meter-high palace wall, happily walking straight through. Lu Wangye, following behind him, was a little surprised, to the point where he doubted whether Zhuo Fan's way of thinking had surpassed that of ordinary people, directly choosing the simplest method. That's right, to put it simply, there was originally no road, but he made one. The fate of anyone who dared to stand in his way was to have their head fall off their shoulders. Perhaps at this moment, in Zhuo Fan's eyes, there were no people, only obstacles that needed to be crushed. One of the 4 high-level servants in Lu Wangfu who followed him here was Jin Buhuan. Witnessing this scene, he was immediately shocked in his heart, so frightened that he cried out, hurriedly advising Lu Wangye. Lu Wangye, this Mr. Zhuo is indeed too violent, daring to break into the imperial city, just forcefully barging in like this. Kill people if they get in the way, kill even Buddha if he gets in the way. His strength is too outstanding. He is powerful and strong. It's no problem for him to provoke anyone. But you still want to live peacefully in this capital. After he causes trouble, he'll just dust off his sleeves and leave, but what will you do then? They followed in the footsteps of Zhuo Fan and Lu Wangye, chasing from the prince's residence to the imperial compound, but each time the scene left them with a horrifying bloodbath. This time, witnessing Zhuo Fan's ferocity and cruelty firsthand, he couldn't help but worry greatly about his master's future. Lu Wangye, while His Majesty hasn't discovered that you're involved with him, we should quickly leave and then sever all ties with him. Later, if he is pursued by His Majesty, avoid unnecessary disasters. Frowning slightly, Lu Wangye carefully thought it over, but remained silent as before, secretly nodding. Hearing this, Jinbu Huan felt a little relieved in his heart, secretly nodding. Humph, Mr. Zhuo is their honored guest. If they are told to gradually distance themselves from him, they will definitely do as they are told. If that's about to happen, then they must witness it firsthand with Mr. Zhuo. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave on your own. There's no need to pay attention to me. Hearing these words, Lu Fangzhia snorted lightly, ignored them, and hurriedly trotted to catch up with Zhuo Fan's back, grinning. Mr. Zhuo, wait for me. At a loss for what to do, the four of Jinbu Huan exchanged glances, each sighing helplessly. Oh no, we're bewitched. We're doomed this time.
In a small, elegant, and tranquil garden, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bow. The city guards outside reported, in quick succession, an endless stream of identical reports, drenched in sweat, faces flushed, expressions panicked and strained. Report, Your Majesty, the villain is only 1,000 chi away. Please evacuate immediately. Report, Your Majesty, the villain is less than 800 chi away. Please flee quickly. Report. The content of their reports was essentially the same. The enemy was fierce and powerful. We cannot stop them. You should leave quickly. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the palace were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, in their eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. What in the world is going on? Where did this ridiculously strong guy come from? Single-handedly storming the palace gates, burning, killing, looting. Oh wait, no looting yet. Since when did the Kuyen Yung produce such a master? Everyone's heart was full of confusion, including the emperor in his yellow robe, with a goatee around his mouth. At this moment, his eyes were wide, and his heart was filled with anger, constantly throbbing. He really didn't know who he had offended to receive such terrible retribution. Their Kuyen Yung nation is protected by the Yuxiao Zong. Shouldn't the opponent give some face to the Yuxiao Zong even if they don't care about the Kuyen Yung nation? How is this possible? Boom! Just as the emperor was confused about what was happening, he suddenly heard a loud noise beside his ear. More than 100 chi away, a small mountain several thousand chi high shattered into pieces. Dust filled the air, rubble flew everywhere, and within that swirling mass of earth and sand, a few figures happily emerged. The leader was, of course, the clout demon Zhuo Fan, and the figure beside him was one the emperor recognized very well, his sixth son, followed by several enshrined subordinates of the clout demon, the sixth prince. His beard trembled slightly, and the corners of the emperor's mouth couldn't help but twitch, his expression suddenly sinking. You dare, little Liu Zi, you ungrateful son of a BTCH. You want to rebel? You dare to openly lead people to attack my palace? Haven't I always treated you well? How did it come to this? I usually dote on you, yet you're such an unfilial son, unable to hold back your impatience. The sixth prince seemed to be suffering from injustice. Father, what are you saying? Your son doesn't want to rebel, nor do I want your throne. You can rest assured and stand there enjoying the scenery. Dancing, comparing to feathers, girls comparing to shadows, this has nothing to do with you. The emperor was somewhat puzzled. Not rebelling? Then why are you barging straight into the palace? Raising his voice, the sixth prince said heroically, How can you blame me for this? I wanted to enter the palace, but a bunch of guards kept stopping me. This honored guest of mine is short-tempered and insisted on entering the palace as soon as possible to enjoy the scenery. Those guards were extremely unreasonable and wanted to stop him, so we had to break in. His eyebrows twitching, the emperor then carefully and deeply assessed Zhuo Fan, feeling worried in his heart. Hot-tempered enough to barge straight into the palace? Are you insane? Couldn't you guys wait until I summoned you?
Saying this, the sixth prince made a helpless gesture, saying nothing. Ignoring their conversation, Zhuo Fan looked in the direction the spirit flower in his hand was pointing,
his eyes fixed on a mountain, and quickly walked straight towards it. Is it this way? His eyebrows twitching, the emperor couldn't help but shout, his face revealing a look of panic for no reason. Wait, what are you planning to do? But Zhuo Fan completely ignored him, and the sixth prince also looked in the direction Zhuo Fan was observing, squinting his eyes, pondering for a moment, and couldn't help but smile wryly, hurriedly following. Seeing this, the emperor felt anxious and shouted, "Little Liu Zi, stop him!"
Suddenly chuckling, the sixth prince shrugged. Can't stop him, father. Even tens of thousands of imperial guards couldn't stop him. How can I stop him?
The emperor sighed, holding his head, his expression heavy. It's over. This is another disaster. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. You rebellious villains! With Tuo Ba Taishan here, you dare to resist?
As soon as he finished speaking, a whistling sound rang out, and Tuo Ba Taishan led tens of thousands of city guards to quickly arrive at the courtyard of the inner palace, surrounding the place tightly. Moreover, the 8 wolf guards searched their way to the front of Zhuo Fan, surrounding them, their faces full of fighting spirit. Tuo Ba Taishan clasped his fist and hurriedly said to the emperor, Your Majesty, your servant has arrived late to protect you. Please forgive me. Immediately, the emperor said with great joy, Marshal Tuo Ba has arrived just in time. Quickly capture that person, and don't let him cause any more trouble. Yes. Tuo Ba Taishan bowed his head, then looked at the group of Zhuo Fan and shouted loudly, 8 wolf guards, listen to my orders. Capture these accomplices. The members of the 8 wolf guards gathered, nodded in acceptance of the order, and immediately charged forward. But just then, a soft voice rang out. Hold up. Echoing in the air, 2 figures descended from the sky, a man and a woman, the Thuo Ba Liu Feng siblings. Thuo Ba Taishan, initially shocked, was overjoyed, blurting out, Liu Feng, hurry over here. Thuo Ba Liu Feng immediately spoke up, Lian nodding anxiously. Dad, hold your horses. Tell the Balang guards to back off. We can't take this guy. Don't make things worse. Having witnessed Zhuo Fan's power, they knew all too well. Declaring war on Zhuo Fan wouldn't even be worth all of the Thuo Ba family's assets. But Thuo Ba Taishan was even more panic-stricken seeing this. The Thuo Ba family was a military household, and his children had been brave and skilled fighters since childhood, not shrinking violets. But before even engaging, they were already convincing themselves to retreat. Just who in the world was this guy, making them think that even he, a marshal, wouldn't stand a chance? Thinking of this, Thuo Ba Taishan looked over with a judging eye, only to see that familiar face, and cry out in shock. The Grand Marshal, who faced Tian Yu, Zhuo Fan. The Balang guards who heard this all looked over with profound expressions, unable to help but feel extremely panicked, especially the Cha La Han group who had fought Zhuo Fan alone and suffered quite a bit back then. Now meeting this old opponent again, they couldn't help but recall the fear in their hearts, involuntarily stepping back. Zhuo Fan didn't even glance at them, remaining silent as before. But the emperor exclaimed in surprise, Marshal Thuo Ba, you know him? Reluctantly shaking his head, Thuo Ba Taishan sighed. Know him? He's the only opponent in this old man's lifetime of war that has ever defeated me. The emperor shouted in astonishment. You mean he's Tian Yu's second war god, who inherited Ji Yu's Yantian 8 years ago? But why is he in my Quan Rong? Could he be the enemy's spy? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Thuo Ba army was stunned, their cheeks twitching, silently looking at their emperor without a word. Your Majesty, have you ever seen a Grand Marshal of a nation personally acting as a spy? Thuo Ba Taishan chuckled, shaking his head helplessly. Your Majesty, I don't think he'd do something like that himself. Then he turned to Zhuo Fan and shouted, Zhuo Fan, today you dare to barge into my Quan Rong imperial city. This old man is the city's grand general, and today I will make you pay. Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout quickly interrupted him. Thuo Ba Taishan couldn't help but be stunned. turning his head to see his son and daughter staring at him with troubled expressions, involuntarily shaking his head. "Dad, you're going all in, but don't get confused. This kid is way harder to deal with than before. Don't be reckless." Zhuo Fan couldn't help but feel a little confused, not understanding what was going on. "What's with this? Once bitten, twice shy? I lost before, but not in commanding the army. Now he's alone, and we have so many people, experts like clouds. Can't we capture a marshal without troops? What's there to be afraid of?" "Dad, don't underestimate him. Even a marshal without troops is enough to teach us a lesson." The corners of the Zhuo siblings' mouths drooped, understanding their father's thoughts, repeatedly shaking their heads. Zhuo Shan was also puzzled, not understanding what they meant. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Immediately afterward, 4 figures suddenly descended, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! The one who barged into the prince's manor, so he's here?" The leader was the grand guardian of the prince's manor. Behind him, the heavily injured crown prince bowed to the people suspended in mid-air, cupping his fists and saying, "Reporting to Protector Elder, it is indeed this person." The prince clenched his teeth, struggling to climb up from the grand guardian's back, looking at Zhuo Fan, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Protector Hugh, it's this dog, chop him up!" "Rest assured, with this old man taking action, I will definitely satisfy you." A smile flashed across the man's lips, his eyes looking at Zhuo Fan, freezing up as soon as he saw the person below, immediately yelling out, "You little brat, so it's you!" Zhuo Fan said nothing, his face remaining cold as before. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from beside the clan elder, face twisted in malice, saying, "You little punk, you might not know us, but we know you. Back when we seized our bodies, we swore a solemn oath. No matter where you run to, we'll grind your bones to dust one day. Who knew paradise has roads you don't take, and hell has no gate, yet you barge right in? Truly, heaven's helping us." That guy was laughing like a maniac, his powerful aura engulfing everyone, causing them all to freak out. Even peak Shenzhou experts were terrified. Is this the strength of a Huaxu master? It's just too damn strong. The Grand Elder couldn't help but feel delighted, and immediately looked at him, asking, "Elder Lang, you guys have a grudge against this brat too? Excellent. Let's settle old and new scores together." Elder Lang smirked, his eyes bloodshot, grinding his teeth in anger. "HMPH, it's more than just a grudge. This is a hatred that—" But before he could finish, there was a loud whooshing sound, and from who knows where, a giant dark red claw appeared, grabbing all 4 of them in one go and lifting them high. The 4 tried to struggle, but found they couldn't move an inch. Even their souls were gripped by the claw. Elder Huo looked at the claw, and his pupils instantly shrank. How is this possible? Divine sense. You're a Shenzhou cultivator. How can you condense your divine sense into something tangible with such power? The dark red claw extended from behind Zhuo Fan, like a third arm, skillfully and ruthlessly holding the 4 in its palm. Zhuo Fan coldly glanced at them, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes, as he muttered, "Old dogs should stay low if they want to live." But no, you come yapping at me about old times? Seriously? Ugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the claw tightened, and the 4 of them turned into a bloody mist on the spot, splattering everywhere. They didn't even have a chance to scream, their souls completely scattered. Even the 2 Huaxu realm experts had their souls crushed by the claw, deader than dead. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Who would have thought that 2 Huaxu experts and a peak Shenzhou could be so easily squashed like ants? The 7 slaughtering Iron Riders looked at Zhuo Fan, then at the Liu brothers, and finally understood why the brothers were trying to stop them. Zhuo Fan was so OP, it wasn't even funny. Even a normal Huaxu expert was someone they wouldn't dare mess with. How could they possibly kill 2 Huaxu powerhouses like Zhuo Fan? The 8 Ling guards couldn't help but back away, their bodies trembling. Now, looking at Zhuo Fan, it wasn't just a gap in strength, but a gap in realms. Before, they weren't a match for Zhuo Fan, but they could rely on numbers to gain an advantage. But that was no longer possible. Zhuo Fan had reached a whole new level compared to them, one they couldn't even see the end of. So silent, Like the calm before the storm. Everyone present looked at Zhuo Fan with fear, their hearts uneasy and afraid. Huaxu experts were practically gods in the mortal world, untouchable. But Zhuo Fan was clearly a godlike being now, even more untouchable. Zhuo Fan slowly retracted the claw back into his body, as if he had done something insignificant, his face as calm as a lake, instead staring intently at the small mountain, muttering, "Sixth Prince, the little thing is pointing towards that mountain. Is there something wrong here? Impossible." This is where the palace scenery is displayed. When I was a child, I often came here to climb the mountain. There's nothing strange about it. The sixth prince also looked puzzled, looking left and right, without seeing anything out of the ordinary. Zhuo Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, looking around, and couldn't help but chuckle. So there's a hidden formation, and it's using Saint Spirit Stones. No wonder it's so hard to detect. But what is it trying to hide? Breaking space? A wicked smile flashed across the corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth, and 2 golden rings suddenly appeared in his right pupil. Immediately after, a fluctuation sounded in the air, and an invisible shockwave suddenly rushed forward. Crack, crack. It seemed like something shattered in front of Zhuo Fan's eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly cracked, then slid down like a mirror. The cracked scene caused the wall in front to ripple, then immediately shatter and disappear. In everyone's eyes was a deep, dark cave at the foot of the small mountain, bottomless. Seeing this, the flower spirit quickly pointed forward, indicating that that was where it wanted to go. A hint of joy flashed across Zhuo Fan's face, and he stepped forward, but suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Wait a moment, sir!" Zhuo Fan stopped slightly, turning around to see who was calling him. It was none other than Emperor Qingrong. But without a doubt, the current Emperor Xingshirong had withdrawn his previous panicked expression, and instead had a serious, even somewhat majestic look, solemnly saying, "Sir, that place. Once you go down, you may not return. This barrier is our Xingrong screen, and also a death trap. One shouldn't risk it. No one can stop me from getting what I want. I've already warned you." Zhuo Fan chuckled, without any displeasure, raised his foot and stepped down. Immediately after, the 6th prince also wanted to follow. The emperor's voice rang out again. "Little Liu Zi, father has actually known about this place for a long time." The 6th prince laughed loudly, and suddenly a flash of light appeared in his eyes, then said, "This is the place of humiliation for our Qingshirong, and also the shame of our royal family. But one day, we will definitely wash away this shame. But no one wants to talk about it, no one dares to talk about it. But I believe that Mr. Zhuo is the one who can uncover all of this. I have seen His Majesty at the Twin Dragon meet. He is different from those foolish gentlemen." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6th prince also let himself fall down. The emperor was stunned, wanting to stop him, but it was too late, and he could only regretfully close his eyes. Tuoba Tishan on the side saw this and was confused, asking doubtfully, "Your Majesty, what exactly is this place? Why?" Old Marshal Tuoba is confused. "If they can't come back, as you said, then take the people and run quickly. Otherwise they will definitely silence you." The emperor had to sigh, without answering his question, just shaking his head slightly. This made Tuoba Tishan even more suspicious. Who are they? But at this moment, a figure flashed, and Tuoba Lianher immediately jumped down. Seeing this, Tuoba Liufeng couldn't help but rush after her, and quickly jumped down as well. "Lianher!" In an instant, 4 people jumped into the black cave, and there was no news immediately. Tuoba Tishan was shocked, his head covered in sweat, and was patted on the shoulder by the emperor, who comforted him. "Old Marshal, let's just see how fate plays out. That person just casually killed 2 Huaxu experts. Hopefully he can bring them back safely. At that time, I hope Marshal Tuoba will take my little Liu Zi with you." Tuoba Tishan's mind couldn't help but shake, looking at the emperor with an unbelievable gaze, his face more serious than ever before. "Why is your Majesty asking me to take the royal descendants and flee? Could it be that the opponent, Your Majesty, pulled the crown prince's body out for burial? An undisguised fierce light flashed in the emperor's eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Zhuo Tishan was startled, his heart even more frightened. In another place, Zhuo Fan quickly fell to the bottom of the cave, and when he looked up, he saw a huge, winding passage in front of him. The flower spirit pointed straight ahead, and Zhuo Fan thought to himself, "That's right," nodded slightly, and walked straight ahead. Zhuo Fan suddenly heard a few screams above his head, started shaking his head, gently stepped away from that position a few steps, and then suddenly heard 3 bangs. 3 heavy figures fell on the ground, their butts about to bloom, and it was indeed the 3 people, the 6th prince, who had followed him down. Seeing the still okay look of the 3 people below who were rubbing their butts, Zhuo Fan coldly spoke. "Why did you follow me? From the hidden formation and Saint Spirit stones just now, this place is no longer under the jurisdiction of the mortal world, and it's very likely that you will encounter real experts. At that time, it will be difficult for you to keep your little lives." Zhuo Fan coldly stated, "Why are you guys following me? Between the hidden formation and the spirit stones from earlier, this place is no longer under mundane control. We're likely to run into some real heavy hitters, and your lives will be forfeited." Lu Wangye smirked, expressing his disagreement. "Hee, Mr. Zhuo. I said I'd lead people to find treasure. Can't abandon halfway, can we?" Zhuo Fan nonchalantly replied, "From here on out, I don't need anyone following. I'll find my own way." Tuo Ba Lianyer frowned, staring intently at Zhuo Fan, calmly saying, "We offended the crown prince, and just heard from His Majesty that this tunnel hides something harmful to our Queen Young. I must redeem myself and beg His Majesty for forgiveness." Zhuo Fan glanced at her, saying, "This thing is sealed, meaning it's not something a newbie like you can handle. Careful you don't lose your life." Then, Zhuo Fan turned to the 3rd person, asking Suo Baofeng, "And what are you doing here?" Suo Baofeng was so scared he almost peed his pants, panting, and pointed at Lian Hare, saying, "I'm here for her." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, walking straight ahead. Of the 3, your reason is the most believable. Hurry up and take them back." Seeing this, Lu Wangye and Lianer hurriedly said, "We're not going back. We're following you." Suo Baofeng frowned, looking at the unfathomable deep pit, barely able to see the cave entrance, exclaiming in shock, "How deep is this cave? Plus, it seems like we can't fly in here. I just took a nasty fall." Lu Wangye nodded, then asked Zhuo Fan with a dubious look, "That's right, Mr. Zhuo, how come you didn't fall? This place has a no-fly formation, preventing flight. What about you?" Zhuo Fan slowed down slightly, looking around at the surroundings, softly speaking. "The formation is a 6th grade formation, no less than the 7th level of the Huashu realm. My body has a divine soul, not bound by this formation." Zhuo Fan lifted his foot again, stepping forward, calmly saying, "Since you guys can't go back, and I don't have time to help you break the formation, hurry and follow." Lian Fair felt happy, hurriedly chasing after. Suo Baofeng was helpless, having no choice but to follow, still frowning. "Zhuo Fan, who do you think could dig a secret passage like this, leading straight to the inner palace?" Zhuo Fan continued forward, nonchalantly saying, "Let's keep going straight ahead. Once we find the exit, we'll probably know. Moreover, this person is definitely not a Huashu expert." Tuo Baofeng was stunned, asking, "What makes you so sure?" Zhuo Fan looked left and right, calmly saying, "No one sets up a formation to hinder their own movements. The person in this cave set up a 6th grade formation, clearly to restrict Huashu experts. Moreover, since Huashu experts have appeared during this time, it can be inferred that he doesn't want experts in this world to enter the cave. Only Huashu experts can pass through, or rather, only family can pass through." Tuo Baofeng was startled, asking, "Family?" "That's right." Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes, nonchalantly saying, "In the Qinying border, there's only one force outside the sects, and it's one of the 9 sects. Yu Shao sect, the three shouted together. Zhuo Fan nodded nonchalantly. Correct. This passage definitely leads to the Yusho sect. When that time comes, experts will be as numerous as clouds. I'll be fine. Just another path from the lower three sects. Nothing important, but the three of you. At this time, Lu Wangye shamelessly edged closer, chuckling. Hee hee, we'll be fine too. With Mr. Zhuo here, how could anything happen to us? Zhuo Fan glanced at him, chuckling softly. Don't be too optimistic. Protecting myself isn't a problem, but carrying burdens is. Lu Wangye faltered, scratching his head. Lian Hare snorted lightly, calmly saying, The Yusho sect is our Queen Young's national protection sect. We haven't done anything to offend them. How could they casually harm us? No matter what, they're still considered a righteous sect. Wouldn't they go that far? Hearing this, Suo Ba Liu Feng nodded slightly. That's right. If we meet people from the Yusho sect, identifying ourselves might reveal this secret passage. Of course, we're the Marshal's family. They might give us some face. But Lu Wangye curled his lip in disdain, and Zhuo Fan couldn't help but criticize. Naive. What do you think someone builds a secret passage like this for? Whether it's a righteous or demonic path, anything immoral is something that can't be known by anyone. Once it's exposed, killing to silence is normal. The That-Bat siblings couldn't help but tremble, glancing at each other with a hint of fear. Zhuo Fan walked over and chuckled. Only Lu Wangye took a deep breath, staring at Zhuo Fan, and said seriously, When the time comes, we will have to rely on Zhuo Xiansheng to protect our lives. Zhuo Fan replied indifferently. I said I can only protect myself. Lu Wangye frowned, then laughed and said, That's not necessarily true. In my eyes, whether you are willing to protect someone or not depends only on whether you want to. I heard that you and the Xuan Tianzong's girl were ambushed by the Tiandi Zheng Yizong on the way to Songlong Yuan, and you did your best to protect them so they could successfully enter Songlong Yuan. Truly a hero. Hey, Zhuo Xiansheng. I am your fan, and I actively collect information about you. I am very actively collecting. Hearing this, the That-Bat siblings couldn't help but be stunned, staring at Zhuo Fan, feeling very surprised. They never expected that a person like Zhuo Fan would have a time to save others for others. Zhuo Fan's body stagnated slightly, stopped, thought of her after. In his eyes could not help but flash a trace of pity, issued a sigh. That's fake. If I die with them, who is standing in front of you now? Lu Wangye, as if did not hear Zhuo Fan's words, still very proud as before, a look of favor said, In short, what Zhuo Xiansheng wants to do no one can stop. The person that Zhuo Xiansheng wants to save no one can kill. Zhuo Fan smiled lightly, not bothering to mention it again, but sighed in his heart. He's not a saint. If he was really that OP, he wouldn't be so afraid of that heavenly emperor, nor would he be able to be together with Xingqiang. Thinking of this, a look of loneliness appeared on Zhuo Fan's calm face, becoming even more silent. Suddenly, a sharp scream spread throughout the cave. Zhuo Fan and the others looked at each other in shock, quickly heading forward. The sound seemed to come from ahead. Soon, the four arrived at the end of the cave, where there was a stone door arranged on the side. Inside a gap beside the stone door, a faint candlelight was revealed. The screams inside began to come from inside, along with the heavy gasps of an old man. Everyone looked at each other, slowly walking to the side of the stone door, looking through the gap. They saw a man and a woman entangled with each other inside, with rolling yuan li constantly flowing in front of them, which was the dual cultivation method. Lian was still a maiden who had never experienced the world, and seeing such a fragrant scene, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, accidentally kicking a piece of rubble, making a cracking sound. Whoo! The man couldn't help but roar, turning his head to look at the stone door, a look of anger in his eyes. The man glared, shouting loudly, How dare you? Who are you? Dare to break into Lao Fu's training room? Lian looked at Zhuo Fan in an apologetic manner. feeling that it was her mistake that she was discovered by the other party. But Zhuo Fan did not hesitate, lifted his foot, and kicked. Kicking the stone door open, he entered straight in, then said, "Bro, are you done? If you're done, let me ask you a few questions." Zhuo Fan sneered, "Hey dude, you from Yushao sect? What kind of prime real estate is this, with spiritual chi thicker than a milkshake? Where'd you lil shrimps crawl out from, daring to cultivate in our Yushao sect's sacred grounds?" The guy twitched, sizing up Zhuo Fan and crew, before scoffing. "So what if you made it here, think you could just waltz into Yushao sect? You're literally courting death, ha ha ha." The dude lost it. Zhuo Fan chuckled, like, "Yeah, we're trying to die. Since we're gonna die anyway, wanna spill where this prime cultivation spot is? HMPH? Corpses don't have the right to know." The guy smirked, a glint of malice in his eyes. Suddenly, a savage leopard materialized behind him, charging towards them. "Zhuo Fan, daring to barge into my Yushu sect? Die!" Bam! Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, as a crimson tide surged around him, slamming into the leopard. In an instant, the leopard got pulverized into cosmic dust. No trace left. The guy shuddered, staring at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. "Just who in the world are you?" Zhuo Fan smirked, oozing dark charisma. "Corpses don't have the right to know." Bam! The guy face-planted, eyes wide open, dead as disco. Probably thinking, how did an 8th level Shenzhou punk one-shot me? Ah! Just then, the woman in the room saw the guy drop and let out a scream. Quick as lightning, a dark figure flashed, and with a thud, a wicked palm struck the woman. Tuoba bros were shook. This dude, 6th Prince, just straight up merced her? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing at 6th Prince. 6th Prince was strangling the woman. Looked like a scene from a soap opera. Man was wilding. Her eyes rolled back, and she flatlined. Turns out, it was 6th Prince. The usually chill dude was now consumed by rage, eyes bloodshot, jaw clenched, his body trembling with fury. Lian Sher and Tuoba Liu Feng never saw 6th Prince this unhinged before. They exchanged glances, puzzled, and looked at Zhuo Fan. "What's going on?" Zhuo Fan said nothing, just gave him a knowing look, then turned and continued down the dark tunnel, face emotionless. Lian Fire was confused, and hurried after him. "Zhuo Fan, do you know something?" Zhuo Fan deadpanned. "Nope," Lian Sher pressed. "Why'd 6th Prince do that?" Zhuo Fan's face was still an ice block as he marched forward. Maybe to silence her. "Go ask him yourself." Seeing that, Lian Weir pouted and slowed down. 6th Prince sighed, regained some composure, and followed, but his face wasn't carefree anymore, looking even gloomier than Zhuo Fan. Lian Fire was even more curious, wanting to ask, but Tuoba Liu Feng stopped her, shaking his head slightly. His eyes were deep, like he figured it out, and by the look of it, wasn't good news. Even if you asked, they wouldn't want to answer. Might as well not risk hurting feelings. So Lian Hire just kept her questions bottled up and kept following. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel, facing a dark cliff face. "No way forward, fam," Lion Hair gasped. "No exit?" Zhuo Fan snorted. "Dumbass, you think a whole sect just builds a pleasure palace? There's a room here, and he called it a training room. Someone's been grinding here, so there's got to be a way out. Did you leave your brain at the entrance or what? Zero survival instincts, SMH. HMPH. Lianher's eyes widened, glaring at him. "You?" Zhuo Fan ignored her, gently caressing the cliff face, feeling for something. A wicked grin spread across his face. "This is a sealing formation, unique to sects like the Mon Ce sect. Without their specific hand seals, outsiders ain't getting through." 6th Prince flinched, his face etched with worry. "What now? We're not Yushao sect disciples. How do we know they're seals?" Zhuo Fan paused, giving him a long, hard stare. "You're pretty sure this is Yushao sect territory, huh?" 6th Prince froze, looking back at Zhuo Fan, a hint of panic in his eyes. Didn't you say that just now? And that guy too? Zhuo Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. I was guessing. The guy just said he was from Yusho sect, not that this was Yusho sect. You said it too, bro. Zhuo Fan needled. Oh really? So, keep going or turn back? Sixth Prince's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhuo Fan, unable to get a word out. Lian Shir was confused. Wasn't Zhuo Fan dead set on finding something this whole time? Why was he asking Sixth Prince now? Was Sixth Prince the one who hired him to find something? Only Sixth Prince knew. Zhuo Fan was just messing with him, making him uncomfortable. Sixth Prince couldn't help but laugh dryly. He bowed, saying, I'm just helping Master Zhuo find what he's looking for. It's all for you. Go forward or turn back, whatever you said. It doesn't matter to me, but I worry you might get into serious trouble if we keep going. How about turning back? Sixth Prince's eyebrows twitched as he thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. Everything you say goes, Master Zhuo. I'm your biggest fan, and will do anything you say, even if it hurts or makes me regret it. Zhuo Fan nodded calmly, then spoke. Sixth Prince stared intently at his mouth, feeling nervous. Let's keep going. Zhuo Fan's lips curled up, confirming their next move. Sixth Prince looked relieved, his face full of excitement. Only Lian Shir and Tuoba felt lost, wondering what the two were up to. What was the thing Zhuo Fan was looking for, and why did Sixth Prince seem to know? Zhuo Fan ignored their confusion. His left eye flashed with a black lightning flame, and whoosh, it shot out, slamming into the dark wall. World-destroying lightning flame, activate! Like a spark turning into a wildfire, small stuff can get huge. That little bit of lightning flame from Zhuo Fan's eyes seemed weak, like a spiderweb. But BAM! It touched the wall and exploded. Wall's already going up in flames. This black lightning is relentless. Thunder's going off non-stop. Ears are ringing like crazy. This black flame's got everyone from Legillian Dick Ears' crew backing off. Ain't nobody want that stuff touching them? Ash to ash, dust to dust, you know? They straight up can't imagine what kind of power could be this scary. Just looking at it makes you feel death breathing down your neck. Meanwhile, this dark wall's getting melted into a giant hole, like a 3-meter radius giant hole. And on the other side, lush green forests, gorgeous scenery, and spiritual energy so thick you can taste it. One whiff and you're feeling refreshed, like a spa day in the mountains. Looks like we found the beast-taming sex hood. Zhuo Fan smirking, leading the way through the hole. Our boy steps into the forest, chuckling. Figures. A prime spot like this? No way some regular Joes could snag it. Gotta be a whole sect to keep this place in order. Should have known. The beast-taming sect is the real prize in this dump. Zhuo Fan's finally cracking a smile. Le Krekien, air, and the gang are tagging along, geeking out at the scenery like kids in a candy store. But then, boom! 2 giant beasts, towering over 10 meters, waltz in, showing their fangs and roaring like they own the place. Lifian, Gears crew? Totally freaked. Faces white as a sheet. Level 7 spirit beasts? 2 of them? The beast-taming sect is known for its beast mastery in West Zoo, but even they can't tame level 7 beasts. And here they are, just chillin'. They're scared out of their minds. Zhuo Fan, though? He's seen the king of beasts. These things are small fries. Kuzzt! A bolt of black lightning shoots from his eyes, and he stares down the beasts. Scram! The beasts visibly flinch. They glance at Zhuo Fan, terrified. Then their eyes roll back and they collapse. Thud. Passed out cold, scared into oblivion by Zhuo Fan's sheer aura. Likian, Kara's crew is speechless, staring at Zhuo Fan like he's a god. Before, Zhuo Fan could only scare off beasts. Now he's knocking them unconscious? The power gap is unreal. Even Zhuo Fan's surprised. He just wanted to shoo them away, not KO them. Guess this world-destroying lightning flame is way stronger than those 5 holy flames. This is next level. Zhuo Fan shrugs, smirks, and keeps strolling. Looks like yours truly is the new Beast King. Meanwhile, in some ancient hall, a middle-aged dude's looking pale, sitting on the main seat. Surrounding him are a bunch of white-haired, white-bearded old geezers, their auras crackling with power. Definitely Transformation Realm badasses. The middle-aged dude staring at a jade scroll, frowning and sighing. Sigh. The front lines are getting tense. We've spent a ton of Holy Spirit stones from Shi Yu and sent a whole bunch of Transformation Realm elders into the war. But we're still not winning against Tian Yu. That's the gap, all right. Elder Wenmu's here with another scroll asking for reinforcements. What do we do? The old geezers look at each other, shaking their heads. No answers. Sect leader. Tian Yu's power has surged lately. Even without the aid of the 3 protector sects, their own strength is enough to resist the onslaught of our 50 Transformation Realm experts. They're holding their own. An elder stands up, bowing. If we want to win, we need to double our forces. But before he can finish, slam! A hulking brute of a guy slams his fist on the table, growling, "More troops? We've already sent so many elders, and tons of them are badly injured or even dead. Sending twice as many is just a waste of resources." This whole war is a power play between the 3 protector sects and the inner circle of Tian Yu. Shi Yu is just using us to weaken the elders who betrayed her. Ren Xiaoyun wanted to weaken and control the Luo family in Tianyu, waiting for the fisherman's prophet, so he remains still. So Tianyu's scheming has nothing to do with us? Don't forget the painful lesson from the disaster a few years ago. Those Tianyu guys stole a lot. Last time, they took a big chunk of our territory, costing us blood and causing our income to drop by more than half in recent years. Are we seriously going to repeat that mistake? Hearing his words, the other elder nodded slightly in agreement. Yeah, he's got a point. Let's just pull out of their mess. The sect leader held the jade scroll, his face hesitant, unsure of what to do. Should he recall troops from the front line? Or send reinforcements? How to minimize losses in this situation? Truly a dilemma. Just as he was struggling to choose, faint cries suddenly echoed throughout the sect. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Oh crap, someone's breaking the Grand Sect protection array. The sect leader's pupils contracted. What in the actual? Elders and honored guests, come with me and see who's got the balls to forcefully barge into our beast-taming sect. The crowd was slightly shaken, bowing their heads. The sect leader soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds in an instant, followed closely by the others. The once noisy main hall fell silent in a flash. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan, already inside the beast-taming sect, nonchalantly swaggered along, dragging Hua Jingling by the hand to guide him. The others followed closely behind, looking left and right, terrified. But seeing Zhuo Fan's casual stroll made them both laugh and cry. Big bro, we're sneaking into their territory, basically stealing. Can we at least pretend to be professional thieves? You're strolling around like it's your own backyard. You practically scream, "I'm a robber!" If it weren't for the fear of some level 7 spirit beasts jumping out, we wouldn't be stuck following this absolute madman. Damn, he's too flashy. We're gonna get caught soon. Of course, bad luck is always on time. Zhuo Fan's group hadn't taken a few steps before they were stopped. A beast-taming sect disciple descended from the sky, blocking their path, and shouted angrily, "Arrogant fools! How dare you invade the beast-taming sect's territory? Who the hell are you people?" Lian Shuer and the others visibly trembled, hastily hiding behind Zhuo Fan, afraid to speak. Zhuo Fan, unfazed, glanced at the two and casually replied, "Don't you already know? Why are you asking?" The two were stunned. "When did we know?" Zhuo Fan pointed to his own nose and coldly replied, "Didn't you just call me an arrogant fool?" "Yeah, that's me." Poofed. Lianre couldn't help but giggle, immediately covering her mouth. Veins popped on the two disciples' temples as they shouted, "You dare to make fun of us! You're courting death!" With that, one of the disciples suddenly rushed towards Zhuo Fan, his aura surging. But facing someone of that caliber, Zhuo Fan didn't even bother to look at him, instantly throwing a punch. Boom! The disciple instantly turned into a cloud of blood and bones, vanishing into thin air. The remaining disciple's pupils contracted, staring at him in horror. He then realized that Zhuo Fan's strength was actually at the 8th level of the divine transformation realm, while they were only at the 4th level. They were completely outmatched, but he didn't retreat. He raised his hand and, with a sharp bird cry, A 6-foot-long, fiery red hawk appeared before everyone. Lioncare's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch as she exclaimed, "A level 6 spirit beast, the Scarlet Sunhawk." The disciple raised his head and laughed loudly, saying triumphantly, "That's right, a level 6 spirit beast. Haha, bet you didn't expect that we beast-taming sect disciples don't just cultivate our own strength, but also team up with our spirit pets. That's where our true power lies. Now, even if you're a divine transformation realm cultivator, facing a level 6 spirit beast, you're toast." But before he could finish speaking, a mournful bird cry was heard. The hawk's eyes rolled back, and it instantly lost its soul, collapsing to the ground with a thud, and in its eyes was the black lightning flame from Zhuo Fan's left eye. Huh? The disciple was dumbfounded, staring blankly at his spirit pet. What? What just happened? Whoosh! Before the guy could even finish yapping, a screech of agony cut him off. That eagle's eyes rolled back as its soul was instantly deleted, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. And the culprit? The black thunder flame flickering in Zhuo Fan's left eye. Wait, what? The disciple froze, staring blankly at his fallen spirit pet. He was totally lost. What the hell just happened? But before he could even process the loss, the whistle of a closing fist reached his ears. Just like the fodder before him, he was instantly turned into a fresh coat of red paint for the ground. Our boy didn't even give the corpse a second glance. He just looked at the flower sprite in his hand and asked, "Which way?" The flower sprite shrunk back, clearly terrified, and pointed east. Without missing a beat, Zhuo Fan kept strutting forward like he owned the place. Tuoba Liufeng and his crew followed behind, absolutely shook. They thought he'd only act this wild outside. But even in a hidden sect like this, he's still moving like a total madman. Only the 6th prince was vibing, a massive grin plastered on his face. The more dominant Zhuo Fan acted, the easier his claim to the beast-taming sect would be. As expected of my idol, the prince smirked, following with pure joy. This guy is actually goated. The Tuoba siblings just shared a look of pure resignation and followed. Since they were already on this sinking ship, might as well ride it to the end. And so, Zhuo Fan's group strolled into the beast-taming sect's inner territory like they were on a casual Sunday vacation. Along the way, waves of disciples tried to jump them, but Zhuo Fan dealt with them with zero mercy. No matter how many mobs showed up, they couldn't even slow him down. Slowly, even the prince and Lian Wei started to feel strangely relaxed in this literal death trap. Tuoba Liufeng, a general who spent his life on the battlefield, was hit with a realization. Despite the danger, he felt a bizarre sense of safety. All that peace and quiet, it was all thanks to Zhuo Fan. As long as our boy was standing in front, there was literally nothing to worry about. For a moment, he finally understood why the Luko clan was so ride or die for this man. He wondered if back during the Great Tianwu War 8 years ago, the Luo clan felt like they were on a vacation while facing his Tuoba army. If so, that's just embarrassing. But honestly, it's probably true. Tuoba Liufeng let out a bitter laugh, watching Zhuo Fan's back with a sigh. This kid is a nightmare to fight, but as an ally? He's the ultimate carry. Definitely better to be on his side. Boom! Ear-splitting explosions rocked the area as the beast-taming sect disciples charged like a relentless tide. But in the blink of an eye, that tide was forced back. Zhuo Fan's fists sent them flying like bowling pins. Within moments, thousands of disciples were laid out. Bodies piled high, and blood flowing like a river. Seeing the absolute carnage, the new reinforcements felt their hearts drop. Nobody dared to make a move. They just stood there, staring in pure terror. Every time Zhuo Fan's group took a step forward, the mob took a step back, looking at him like he was some kind of ancient monster. Swoosh! Finally, the heavy hitters arrived. The sect master, elders, and venerables of the beast-taming sect descended on the scene. Seeing their disciples looking so pathetic, the elders were fuming. "What the hell are you doing? Stop standing around and capture these intruders." "Sect master, this kid is a literal monster. We aren't even in his league. Thousands of our brothers are dead, and we haven't even touched a single hair on his head. If we keep going, we're all just going to be fodder for nothing," one disciple cried out, trembling as he bowed. The others around him were nodding like crazy, confirming the nightmare. The sect master's brow twitched uncontrollably as he scanned the mountain of corpses at his feet. He turned his gaze to Zhuo Fan's group and nearly lost it. An 8th layer radiant stage, a 5th layer, a 2nd layer. And a sixth layer profound heaven? You're telling me these four did all this? No. Sectmaster, it was just him. That one kid did everything. The others just stood behind him and didn't even lift a finger. The disciple pointed at Zhuo Fan with shaking hands, his voice cracking with fear. The sectmaster's face darkened instantly. He was internally reeling. One person? One single guy wiped out that many of my disciples? How is that even possible? Where are your spirit beasts? They're literally meant for this. But before he could even finish his rant, the disciples looked like they were about to burst into tears. Sectmaster, we don't know what's happening. Our beasts refuse to come out. They'd rather die in their storage rings than face this kid. It's like they're terrified of something. Wait, for real? Hearing this, the sectmaster's jaw dropped. He turned to look at Zhuo Fan, eyes filled with pure disbelief. Then he looked at the other elders and venerables, demanding, "Try summoning your spirit pets. Let's see if they've got the same issue." One elder laughed it off. "Don't sweat it, sectmaster. My pet has been with me for decades. It's built different. Totally not like those low-tier ones the disciples use." Exactly. Those disciples clearly don't know how to train their pets properly. That's why they fumbled the bag at the critical moment. Guess we old-timers have to show them how it's done. For real, beast taming is our sect's literal signature move. These kids are making us look like clowns with these malfunctions. We definitely need to restructure their training after this. The old men were yapping and laughing, flexing before they even did anything. The disciples were just staring, totally done with their BS but too scared to speak up. The sectmaster was losing his patience. He waved them off. Enough talk. Catching this intruder is the priority. Whichever elder bags this scrub gets a massive reward from me personally. Haha, say no more, boss. My 7th grade cloud sun blazing tiger is about to end this man's whole career. He's just a radiant stage fodder, right? One elder stepped out, puffed his chest, and slammed his storage ring. Blazing tiger, I choose you. Appear. A few seconds passed. Everyone was just staring at the elder's epic pose, but there was zero sign of his spirit pet, bruh. Everyone's faces twitched simultaneously. They looked at the elder standing there like a statue, and then at each other with awkward grins. Looks like he got ghosted by his own beast too. A few disciples couldn't even hold back their snickers. The elder's face turned beet red as he looked around, wishing the ground would just swallow him whole. Total L. The sectmaster's frown deepened. What the hell is going on? Is the entire beast-taming sex collection actually broken? He started wondering if these intruders had a specific hard counter to their sex secret techniques. Though he honestly couldn't wrap his head around how they were doing it. LMAO. Look at this clown capping so hard. Another elder saw the first one fail and started roasting him. Weren't you just talking about teaching the kids a lesson? Turns out the boss is just as trash as the minions. Maybe you're the one who needs a training arc. The first elder was fuming, glaring at his colleague with pure hatred, but the second elder didn't care. He held his head high, acting all high and mighty. Your pet only stayed with you for a few decades? Pathetic. My 7th grade water sea cloud leopard has been my ride or die for over a century. We're soul-bound, FR Father. Watch a real master show you how to actually control a beast. With a smug-ass grin, he flicked his wrist and pointed his ring straight at Zhuo Fan. Cloud Leopard, go bite this kid's head off and bring it back to me. Whoosh! A ripple of energy vibrated from the storage ring. But then it vanished instantly. Silence. Absolute, deathly silence. The old man stayed frozen in that pose. He was aiming right at Zhuo Fan, but his whole body was stiff. Not even a single whisker of his leopard appeared. The first elder immediately started cackling. KK! Look who's talking now. Your century-old pet just went AFK at the worst possible time too, huh? The second old man's face flushed red, his eyes bulging with rage. But he literally had no comeback. The sectmaster was officially losing his mind. This made zero sense. He quickly turned to the fourth elder. All of you, try it. Figure out what the hell is happening. Suddenly, it was a literal circus. Every single elder started frantically spamming their storage rings, screaming for their beasts to come out and fight. But it was a total fail. Every single one of them was vibrating their rings like crazy, trying to force the summon. Zero results. Not a single beast would listen to its master. They were all huddled at the bottom of their rings, too terrified to even peek out. Everyone was shook. This was impossible. Beast taming was their entire meta. If their pets went on strike, the beast-taming sect was basically nerfed by 50% instantly. This weird phenomenon was a straight-up disaster. It was like a curse had been dropped on the entire sect. "Sect Master," one elder called out, his voice shaking with anxiety. The big boss waved him off, his face dark as he stared down at Zhuo Fan. He roared, "Kid! Did you use some kind of hack? Ha! Tell me exactly what you did, or else!" Haha, honestly, it's pretty simple. Zhuo Fan's lips curled into a menacing smirk. The black thunder flame in his left eye flared up with intense energy. He said casually, "I am the king of beasts. In my presence, any beast that dares to show its face is just asking for a death sentence. Do you really think they're stupid enough to come out and die?" Everyone's literally shaking right now, completely clueless and suspicious. Look, King of Beasts is a massive flex, but not many can actually back it up. Usually, a tamed pet is so brainwashed by its master, it wouldn't dare hide in its storage ring no matter what. These pets have seen it all, so they shouldn't be wetting themselves in fear. Plus, our boy is clearly human, right? How the hell is he the king of beasts? Little do these fodder know, the world-extinguishing thunder flame in Zhuo Fan's left eye is a literal fusion of 4 sacred fires. As it levels up, its power becomes straight-up broken, naturally suppressing every beast under heaven. Where this flame goes, the Grim Reaper follows. No spirit beast is dumb enough to court death when this flame is active. Kid, what kind of cheap parlor tricks are you pulling? King of Beasts? Stop capping, that's pure nonsense. The sect master narrows his eyes, glaring at Zhuo Fan while fuming with rage. He screams, "Spit it out! Who the hell are you? Why are you crashing my beast-taming sect? And what kind of forbidden hacks did you use to make our pets glitch out?" Zhuo Fan just tilts his head and gives a smug smirk. "You really want to know? Too bad, a clown like you isn't even worthy of an answer." After saying that, he glances over at the Lu Fang family standing nearby. The Lu Fang head gets the hint immediately, taking a step back and zipping his mouth shut. Bro knows better than to get involved. Zhuo Fan chuckles and looks back at the sect master. "I'm not telling you squat, but I'll tell you why I'm here. Word on the street is you have a legendary spot, and I'm here to borrow it for a while." The sect master snorts in disgust. "Borrow? You're trying to use it before the full moon? Are you literally courting death? Full moon?" Zhuo Fan's eyebrows twitch. Bro is actually a bit confused for once. Seeing this, the sect master hits him with a cold laugh. "Haha. Turns out you're just a tourist who doesn't even know how this place works. Newsflash. I wasn't going to let you use it anyway, and since you trespassed on my turf, don't even dream about leaving here in one piece." Zhuo Fan just shrugs and lets out a mocking laugh. "Oh? Someone's feeling spicy today, huh?" The sect master's face twists into a sadistic grin. "Kid, you're high on your own supply. Even if you jammed our beast-taming signals, we've got numbers. My elders will literally steamroll you, even without their pets." "Only 200? You'd need at least double that to make me sweat," Zhuo Fan says with a mocking sneer. "Honestly, sect master, hearing you talk like this actually makes me feel a lot better." The sect master's face is literally twitching with rage. "You little brat! You're just an 8th layer radiant stage fodder, yet you're looking down on us? Guards! Grab this kid and castrate him. I want him begging for death so he knows the price of disrespecting the beast-taming sect." "Understood." An elder immediately bows and charges straight at Zhuo Fan like a heat-seeking missile. Suddenly, a golden light flashes as a massive 100-foot golden tiger lunges at Zhuo Fan with insane pressure. The elder cackles, "Ha ha, kid. A radiant stage fighting an ethereal stage is a death sentence. Even without my pet, I can still..." Whoosh! A red light flashes as a massive dragon claw manifests behind Zhuo Fan, snatching that golden tiger midair and pinning it down like a helpless kitten. The charging elder skids to a halt, his face turning pale as his eyes twitch in pure terror. That's... Zhuo Fan's lips curl into a smirk. With a savage, playful grin, he says, "My soul. It's just my soul avatar, bro." "You're right. A radiant stage usually gets clapped by an ethereal stage. But I'm built different." Crack! With a single flex, the golden tiger is crushed like a piece of dry clay, instantly exploding into a cloud of smoke and vanishing into nothingness. The elder stares at Zhuo Fan in absolute shock, his eyes practically popping out of his head before he goes stiff and drops dead on the spot. Gasp! Everyone collectively inhales a lungful of cold air. They stare at Zhuo Fan with pure, unadulterated horror, unable to process the absolute monster standing before them. This unit doesn't just have a soul. His soul power is so cracked it can one-tap other experts, souls in a heartbeat. Regular souls aren't even in his league. Who the hell is this guy? The sect master's eyes won't stop twitching as he stares down Zhuo Fan. His voice is practically cracking as he grits his teeth. Who? Who the hell are you? I was just a passerby, but now? Zhuo Fan chuckles, a dangerous glint in his eyes. A massive roar shakes the area as the Scarlet Dragon King erupts from his body. It towers over everyone, baring its claws and teeth as a violent storm kicks up around them. Zhuo Fan cackles. Ha ha, well now I'm the guy here to wreck your whole turf. The sect master's pupils shrink as pure terror washes over him. Celestial Dragon Soul? You're Zhuo Fan from the demon-scheming sect? The rest of the crowd is shaking in their boots, taking a step back in pure horror. They're all thinking, didn't the disciples say that after our boy betrayed his sect, he was deleted by the righteous Qi sect? How is he still breathing? And why is Western Jivil's #1 genius suddenly crashing the beast-taming sect? Nobody gets it, not even the sect master, but they all know one thing. This man is absolutely not to be messed with. The sect master narrows his eyes and takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He glares at Zhuo Fan with ice-cold eyes. Zhuo Fan, you slaughtered all our disciples at the Double Dragon Gathering. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've got the guts to show up at my door? Even the righteous Qi sect couldn't finish you, but my beast-taming sect will end you personally. It must be fate giving me the chance for revenge, to finally give peace to the souls of our fallen disciples from the gathering. Zhuo Fan rolls his eyes and laughs in his face. LMAO, even a high 3 sect like Righteous Qi couldn't take me out, and you bunch of mid-tier fodder think you can take my life? The sect master's eyebrows are doing gymnastics from rage. Zhuo Fan, don't get cocky. Who knows how you cheated death against that sect, but here, this is the beast-taming sect's home turf. You're surrounded by over 200 ethereal stage experts. There's no heaven to climb, and no earth to hide in. You're cooked. Zhuo Fan just smirks. Like I said, only 200? The sect master is absolutely seething. Stay mad and shut up. You looking down on us? Fine, I'll show you what we're made of. He glares at Zhuo Fan like a predator. Everyone, charge! Catch him alive! Yes, sir. A thunderous roar erupts as the elders swarm Zhuo Fan. Over 200 ethereal stage experts unleash their pressure at once, making it hard for everyone around Zhuo Fan to even breathe. Lian and the crew are panicking. Zhuo Fan might be a beast, but 1v200? There's no way he survives this, right? But our boy doesn't even flinch. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he takes a step forward. Instead of retreating, he charges straight into the mob of elders. They're stunned. But before they can even process it, a flash of black light cuts through the air. Without anyone seeing it coming, a pitch-black longsword appears in Zhuo Fan's hand, sweeping through their ranks. Slash! That black blade moves like dark lightning, blinding everyone for a split second. The elders didn't even know what hit them until they heard that terrifying slicing sound. 7 or 8 ethereal stage experts are instantly shredded, blood spraying everywhere as their bodies are cut into pieces. Even their souls didn't have time to bail. They were deleted along with their bodies by that black sword. Their pupils are vibrating in fear. Everyone in the beast-taming sect is frozen in pure terror, not daring to move a single muscle. All they can see is the silhouette of Zhuo Fan standing there, calmly holding his blade. Haha. I told you, just a measly 200 ethereal stage experts who can't even touch a soul merge expert from a low 3 sect. What kind of garbage experts are you supposed to be? A demonic grin spreads across his face. Zhuo Fan looks down on the sect master with pure contempt and asks calmly, Beast-taming sect master, did I stutter?